Upon traversing into a fantastical realm and ascending the throne as a newly crowned emperor, I soon found myself ensnared in a perilous situation teetering on the brink of life and death, beset by both internal strife and external threats. Awakening to the 1 yuan instant kill system, I randomly obtain items for instant annihilation every 7 days. Innumerable talents, 1 yuan instant kill. The chaotic body and the double pupils, 1 yuan instant kill. The chaotic enlightenment egg, 1 yuan instant kill. The chaotic fishing rod, 1 yuan instant kill. Every item available is subject to the 1 yuan instant kill. Relying on the goods procured through this system, Chen traverses the myriad realms, sweeping across the heavens and becoming invincible. Chapter 1. The narrative commences with a 1 yuan instant kill of countless talents. In the eastern wilderness, the Su dynasty stands. 3 days prior, the emperor passed away, plunging the dynasty into turmoil. The sole prince ascended to the throne, yet due to his mediocre aptitude, he failed to instill fear in the prominent families of the dynasty. Within the palace, in a secluded courtyard, Your Majesty, the 5 great dynasties have sent us a missive, demanding that our Su dynasty relinquish the imperial title within 10 days and relocate elsewhere. Failure to comply will result in the slaughter of our dynasty. The powerful families within the dynasty are stirring, eager to carve up the spoils. With internal and external crises, we beseech Your Majesty to devise a strategy swiftly. Several ministers bore expressions of deep concern, their faces reflecting a sense of frustration at the emperor's inefficacy. The late emperor had been a formidable foundational expert, commanding respect from within and beyond the dynasty. Merely 3 days after his demise, such calamity has befallen us. Ultimately, it is the new emperor's lackluster performance, still stagnating in the body refinement realm at over 20 years of age. On the stone seat of the dragon throne lay a youthful figure, strikingly handsome, with a resolute visage devoid of any flaw and profound eyes that seemed capable of perceiving all truths. Chen, the newly crowned emperor of the Su dynasty. In truth, he was a soul resurrected by a time traveler sharing his name just 3 days prior. Amidst the tender ministrations of several maidservants, Chen could not suppress a headache. After 3 days of traversing this new existence, he finally unraveled all the memories within his mind. To summarize succinctly, the strongest warrior of the Su dynasty had fallen, and the prince who usurped his soul now occupies the throne, possessing mediocre talents that fail to intimidate the influential families, thus leaving the dynasty vulnerable to both internal and external threats. The 5 great dynasties and various families are all eager to divide the Su dynasty's territories. Does the Xianxiaaudiobooks sect remain indifferent? The 6 great dynasties are all vassals of the Xianxiaaudiobooks sect. Reporting to Your Majesty, we have already informed the Xianxiaaudiobooks sect and received their response. Speak. The Xianxiaaudiobooks sect claims this is a matter for the 6 great dynasties and will not intervene. Curse that uncle of his. Chen could not help but exclaim in frustration. The Xianxiaaudiobooks sect merely desires for the other dynasties to conspire and devour the Su dynasty. The shameless Xianxiaaudiobooks sect left Chen feeling somewhat helpless. While others traversed worlds obtaining powerful golden fingers or becoming favored disciples of sacred lands, at the very least possessing a ring harboring an elderly spirit, he found himself utterly bereft of such advantages. Faced with the dual crises, what could he possibly do? Ding! The 1 yuan instant kill system has detected the host. May I inquire if the host wishes to bind the system? At last, the golden finger has arrived. Chen immediately sat up, waving his hand impatiently and commanding, "Everyone, leave at once." The older ministers shook their heads in resignation. With such a master, how could the dynasty not face annihilation? They then departed with several maidservants. Bind. System is currently binding. Ding! System binding successful. This system is the 1 yuan instant kill system, allowing the host to perform random instant kills every 7 days. Instant kill? Chen was certainly familiar with the concept. His mother was perpetually engrossed in her phone, either waiting for a flash sale on a bar of soap or anticipating the instant kill of a roll of toilet paper. He wondered what he might be able to instant kill. Instantly, the system interface sprang to life. Product: billion talents. Price: 1 spirit stone. Product description: in the aftermath of the cataclysm that befell the war realm, The realm itself has automatically absorbed the innate talents of all beings, amalgamating them into a vast reservoir of abilities. With these billions of talents, cultivation becomes seamless, allowing one to progress with unbridled momentum. Time limit: 1 minute to purchase. Once expired, the opportunity is lost. He was utterly bewildered. He certainly comprehended the implications of the billion talents, the combined talents of all beings within an entire war realm. Should he merge with them? Would he not surpass even the most extraordinary of prodigies? As he grappled with the dire internal and external crises he faced, even fearing for his very life, he could scarcely have anticipated that the system would bestow upon him such an extraordinary boon. He promptly returned to his chamber and retrieved a spirit stone, declaring, "System, I wish to purchase the flash sale item." Ding! Host purchase successful. Billion talents is currently merging. Chen noticed that the spirit stone in his hand had vanished. Immediately thereafter, waves of unique energy enveloped Chen, as if he were basking in an endless cascade of sunlight, a sensation so delightful it compelled a cry of joy. In that moment, Chen felt as though he had undergone a transformation. Every fragment of knowledge in his mind had become strikingly lucid. He swiftly assumed a meditative posture, beginning to cultivate according to the memories that now filled his consciousness. Under the fusion of the billion talents, in a mere 2 minutes, Chen's cultivation level shattered the body refinement stage. The 6 stages of transcendence: body refinement stage, gathering dings stage, foundation establishment stage, soul palace stage, concentration stage, celestial gang stage. Torrents of natural spiritual energy surged towards Chen, forming a vortex within him, gathering and refusing to dissipate, leading him into the gathering dings stage. Level 1, gathering dings. Level 2, gathering dings. Level 9, gathering dings. Pinnacle of gathering dings. Following this stage comes foundation establishment, and the spiraling energy began to compressing further still. In just 2 short hours, he successfully established his foundation, his cultivation soaring from level 1 foundation establishment directly to level 9, firmly breaking through the pinnacle of that stage. At this zenith, he began to open his soul palace in his mind, initiating the gestation of his own soul palace, thereby entering the soul palace stage. With the augmentation of the billion talents, there were no obstacles to speak of. He effortlessly delved into the depths of his soul to establish the soul palace. Level 1, Soul Palace Stage. Level 2, Soul Palace Stage. Level 9, Soul Palace Stage. Pinnacle of Soul Palace Stage. Only at this juncture did his cultivation begin to slow. Chen rose, stretching vigorously. Such a formidable system. Merely from the first flash sale item, he had already acquired the means to secure his position in this world. Initially fearing he would be butchered like livestock, it now appeared that with a successful breakthrough into the Soul Palace stage, none among the 5 great empires would pose a threat to him. Internal strife and external peril? If they sought to carve up my Su dynasty, they would have to prove their worth. Chen's gaze steadily hardened as he recognized that in this martial-dominated fantasy realm, only slaughter and strength dictate supremacy. The royal decree was issued, mandating extermination. From this moment forth, within 5 days, all families with treacherous intentions were to be annihilated. Upon hearing the command, all present were rendered speechless. With the 5 great empires poised like hungry wolves, the pressing concern was to stabilize the rebellious families, striving for appeasement rather than immediate slaughter. All the ministers convened, collectively advising the emperor that this decision was ill-advised. The emperor's singular response was, to repel external threats, one must first secure internal stability. Thus, under the relentless slaughter of hundreds of thousands of imperial guards, any family conspiring with other empires or harboring rebellion was exterminated. For a full 5 days, blood stained the entirety of the imperial city, corpses piling like mountains, subsequently consumed by flames that billowed smoke, shrouding the imperial city in a thick haze. The oppressive clouds weighed heavily upon everyone, making it difficult to breathe. Upon receiving the news, the 5 great empires could no longer remain idle. In their fury, they summoned their armies, departing from their realms, with the 5 emperors of the foundation establishment stage leading the charge, intent on devouring the Su dynasty, as millions of soldiers advanced towards it in a grand procession. Chapter 2. The Hellish Hands of Yama. Slaughtering millions, the entire dynasty was shrouded in a heavy atmosphere of impending doom. The armies of the 5 great dynasties, numbering in the millions, were already on their way, and the news had spread throughout the imperial city. In the royal palace, within a tranquil courtyard, Chen remained indifferent to the desperate pleas of the ministers kneeling outside. Deep within his mind, a soul palace was fervently consolidating and compressing. A cataclysmic force surged forth, shattering his soul. The soul palace shattered, focusing the spirit. In 7 days, he successfully broke through to the realm of spirit gathering. Calculating the time. Today marked the day of the massacre. With eager anticipation, Chen heard the cold, mechanical voice of the system resonating in his mind. Ding. 7 days have passed. The system is randomly selecting a product for a massacre. Immediately, a system interface materialized in his mind. Product: Hellish Hands of Yama, Divine Level Martial Art. Price: 1 Spirit Stone. Product description: The Hellish Hands of Yama, created by the King of Yama, can annihilate hell itself with a single palm when perfected. Time limit: 1 minute for purchase, expires thereafter. The cultivation method for the Hellish Hands of Yama appeared in his mind. Under the influence of his extraordinary talent, he began to practice it immediately. The 5 great dynasties, with their millions of iron cavalry, had already besieged the city. The emperors of the 5 dynasties, all masters of the foundation establishment realm, sat atop their steeds, declaring that today would mark the day they devoured the Su dynasty. A reward of 100,000 gold coins and the title of Marquis awaited whoever could claim the head of Su Shower. Kill, kill, kill. A torrent of murderous intent gathered, surging like a tempest towards the dynasty. Feeling the earth-shaking ferocity of the killing intent, despair engulfed everyone. For they knew all too well that once the million-strong army breached the city, it would lead to a bloodbath of the dynasty. Outside the royal courtyard, hundreds of high-ranking officials knelt in unison, their faces etched with despair as they cried out, "Your Majesty, the million-strong army of the 5 great dynasties has arrived at the city gates, ready to invade at any moment. We implore you to lead us in a battle, for it may instill confidence in our soldiers and perhaps offer us a glimmer of hope. Your Majesty, even if you hide within the courtyard, once the million-strong army storms the dynasty, we will not only perish as a nation but also die beneath the feet of 1,000 men. We beseech you to revive the spirit of the late emperor. Your Majesty, I have served the late emperor for 40 years, and it pains me to witness the downfall of our dynasty. If you lead us into battle, even if it means death, we will not hesitate. A hero's son may be a bear of a man." Over the century, the dynasty expanded its territory under the late emperor's rule, rising from a small dynasty to stand among the 6 great dynasties. Today, however, the son of the late emperor, the current emperor, cowers in the courtyard, afraid to emerge. Talent is inconsequential. Strength is unimportant. As long as there is a heart devoted to defending the dynasty, they are willing to stand by the dynasty in life and death. Yet now, they have knelt for 3 days, and there has been no sign of action from within the courtyard. Let us abandon such an emperor. Indeed, without his leadership, we can still repel the million-strong enemy army and restore the glory of the late emperor. Even if it comes down to the last soldier, we vow to defend the dynasty to our last breath. All rose, casting one last glance at the courtyard. Their hearts had turned cold and disappointment had settled in. Even if they were to force him into battle, it would not inspire morale and may even backfire. Just as the crowd prepared to leave, they saw a youth draped in a black robe stepping out. Instantly, everyone knelt on both knees. Your Majesty, you have finally emerged. Having just completed his training in the Hellish Hands of Yama, Chen felt as if he had listened to 3 days of monks chanting in unison. Your Majesty, the million-strong army of the 5 great dynasties is at the city gates. Please lead us into battle and help us fight back. But the 5 great dynasties have not yet begun their assault, have they? Not yet, Your Majesty. Then why the urgency? Upon hearing these words, all were left utterly bewildered. The million-strong army stood at the city gates, poised to attack and potentially annihilate the entire imperial city. If there was no urgency now, then when would there be? Your Majesty, the vast territory built by the late emperor must not fall into our treacherous hands. We implore you to swiftly lead us into battle. The murderous intent of millions surged, echoing like a roaring sandstorm that swept across the entire imperial city. Once we breach the city gates, those who resist shall die. Those who refuse to kneel shall be killed. Every member of the royal family, regardless of gender, even a mere chicken, must be slain. We shall wash away the Su dynasty in blood, uprooting them to eliminate any future threats. The 5 great dynasties amassed millions of soldiers, and with the tacit approval of the celestial sect, they would show no mercy. We shall not wait any longer. Let us attack the city. Attack. Kill. The roar of millions filled the air, a terrifying killing intent that shook the heavens. As the millions advanced towards the city, the massive gates began to creak open, and countless royal guards surged forth, bearing a banner emblazoned with the character for Su. In the void, a strikingly handsome youth clad in a dragon robe stood suspended in midair, his cold, profound gaze piercing through layers of space, seemingly transcending countless cycles of time. You must be the newly crowned Su Shower. It is truly a tragedy for the Su dynasty that someone as useless as you has ascended to the throne. It seems today, as we slaughter the Su dynasty, we are merely offering your father an early release. You should be grateful to us. Su Shower, on this day, for the sake of our long-standing acquaintance with your father, I will grant you a chance. Surrender the entire dynasty, and your royal family may end their lives. And we 5 great dynasties shall refrain from bathing the imperial city in blood. The emperors of the 5 great dynasties, all masters of the foundation establishment realm, exchanged glances, their eyes narrowing. Rumors had it that the newly crowned emperor of the Su dynasty was someone who could not even reach the body refinement realm. How could he possibly float in the air? In that moment, Su Chen's gaze turned to the millions of soldiers from the 5 great dynasties, his cold voice resonating through layers of space, enveloping everyone in an icy dread. The dignity of the Su dynasty is not to be trifled with. Today, in the name of Yama, I shall send you all to the endless abyss. As soon as the words left his lips, Su Chen extended his right hand, conjuring an immense hand shadow that materialized in the clouds, a tumultuous wave of slaughter descending like a tide from hell, raging and wreaking havoc across the vast sky. The hellish hands of Yama, slaughtering millions. With a thunderous roar, the colossal hand descended from the heavens, covering a vast expanse. The millions of soldiers felt the compression of the heavens and the earth, their bodies rendered immobile as if frozen in space. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, the soldiers' bodies began to explode under the terrifying pressure, bursting into clouds of blood mist that filled the void, like fireworks illuminating the sky, staining the land crimson in an instant. Chapter 3. Signing in for the Supreme Bone, celestial phenomena emerge. With a mere gesture, he obliterated 1,000,000 soldiers. Blood soaked the vast territory. All those standing beneath the imperial city gazed upon the scene before them, utterly dumbfounded. The figure of the youth standing proudly in the void, at that moment, resembled the god of slaughter, with a sea of floating corpses stretching across the horizon. Thud! The 5 esteemed masters immediately knelt upon the ground, terror-stricken, repeatedly begging for mercy. Who dares to defy the might of the condensation of spirit? In the realm of the transcendent 6. Even the esteemed Qingtian sect lacks a formidable condensation of spirit expert to oversee matters. Silence prevailed, with indifference reflected in the cold gaze that displayed a chilling disregard for life. With a sword pointed, the void was cleaved, and in the eyes of the 5, crimson streaks appeared upon their necks as their bodies fell lifelessly to the ground. Within 7 days, a bloodbath shall ensue across the 5 great empires. Any who dare to offend my empire shall face annihilation, no matter the distance. Those who dare to offend my empire shall face annihilation, no matter the distance. Those who dare to offend my empire shall face annihilation, no matter the distance. The royal guards, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, roared in unison, each filled with fierce battle spirit. They had believed the empire would surely face obliteration, yet little did they anticipate the incredible prowess of this newly ascended emperor. With a mere flick of his hand, 1,000,000-strong army was decimated. With a snap of his fingers, 5 foundational emperors were extinguished. The Su dynasty showed no signs of hesitation, immediately splitting into 5 forces to commence a ruthless bloodbath across the 5 empires, mercilessly slaughtering any dissenters. The Qingtian sect, a third-rate sect in the eastern wilderness, had all 6 empires as its subordinate factions. The sect leader, Dong Qing, at the 8th level of the Soul Palace, was on the verge of breaking through to the 9th level. Master, something terrible has happened, came a voice from the rear peak. What is it? The Su dynasty has annihilated 1,000,000-strong army, slaughtering 5 emperors, and is currently executing a bloodbath across the 5 empires. Dong Qing's eyes shot open, emitting 2 beams of icy brilliance, the cold killing intent causing the temperature in the vicinity to plummet. Shall we send elders to the Su dynasty? In half a month, I will break through to the 9th level of the Soul Palace. At that time, I shall personally descend to obliterate the Su dynasty. This time, I will make it known to all, none shall provoke the Qingtian sect. The survival of the 5 empires could not delay his martial cultivation. Half a month was sufficient. In the Su dynasty, within a courtyard exuding tranquility. Concentrate. The Soul Palace in his mind surged with fervor, roaring as it compressed, and his realm began to ascend. Level 2 of condensation of spirit. Level 3 of condensation of spirit. Level 4 of condensation of spirit. Level 9 of condensation of spirit. With the fusion of unparalleled talent, There were scarcely any bottlenecks. He had traversed from level 1 to level 9 of condensation of spirit in merely 7 days. Beep. The instant kill system has detected that 7 days have elapsed. Random instant kill items are now available. Slowly opening his eyes, he eagerly anticipated the instant kill item that appeared every 7 days. Instantly, he accessed the system interface in his mind. Item: Supreme Bone. Price: 1 Spirit Stone. Item description: Supreme Bone, possessed by the Emperor of the Wasteland, contains supreme secret arts. Upon perfect cultivation, it can dictate all ages and suppress both ancient and modern times. Time limit: 1 minute to purchase. Su Chen produced the Spirit Stone he had long prepared. It seemed unexpected that the third random instant kill item would be the Supreme Bone owned by the Emperor of the Wasteland, which was rather impressive. Instant kill item purchased successfully. Supreme Bone fused. Boom. Su Chen felt a sensation akin to being torn apart as the Supreme Bone fused with him, invoking a phenomenon that enveloped the entire dynasty in a terrifying aura that lingered for an extended period. What is happening? Is the sky about to collapse? I can scarcely breathe. Look, a storm has arisen near the royal family. In the void above the royal palace, storm clouds gathered, roaring with fury, as a bone-like shadow materialized in the heavens. The phenomenon persisted for several minutes before gradually dissipating. Having successfully fused with the Supreme Bone, Su Chen felt his cultivation break through once more, directly advancing from the condensation of spirit realm to the second level of heavenly gang. Truly, the Supreme Bone possessed by the Emperor of the Wasteland was a remarkable treasure. He was thoroughly satisfied. Su Chen promptly summoned dozens of loyal ministers and stated directly, 3 matters, listen carefully. Yes, Your Majesty. Now, Su Chen had become the embodiment of the Reaper in the eyes of all within the Su dynasty. With a mere flick of his hand, he had obliterated a 1,000,000-strong army. Even the 5 foundational masters had been exterminated in an instant. With such a monarch overseeing the empire, how could there be any worry of expansion and the establishment of a dominion? First, launch a bloodbath across the 5 empires and immediately dispatch people to seize control of each empire. For those unwilling to submit, execute them without mercy. Second, do not show any regard for the Xianxian sect. If they dare to obstruct us, they shall meet the same fate. Third, within the royal family's collateral branches, find a suitable individual to cultivate. The ministers were momentarily taken aback, and all fell to their knees. One minister ventured, Your Majesty, you have only recently ascended the throne and are in the prime of your youth. Why cultivate a new heir at this time? The meaning of the Emperor's intentions was clear to them. With a wave of his hand, Su Chen, somewhat impatiently, replied, Follow my instructions. All of you may withdraw. Yes, Su Chen understood that in this world, martial prowess was revered, and formidable strength represented everything. As for the empire, in the presence of the strong, it could easily be toppled, just as he himself had done, merely reaching the condensation of spirit realm, yet capable of slaughtering a 1,000,000-strong army with ease. He was merely temporarily taking control of the empire. Once he had cultivated a successor, he would gladly step aside. What he truly sought was the supreme martial path and pinnacle power. Days passed. With the annihilation of the 5 emperors and a 1,000,000-strong army, the 5 empires could no longer contend against the Su dynasty. Their city gates breached one after another, and all who resisted or refused to submit faced a bloody demise. As the backing force of the 5 empires, the Xianxian sect remained conspicuously absent, neither showing their face nor intervening in the matter. This left many speculating whether the Xianxian sect was secretly orchestrating events, deliberately utilizing the Su dynasty to eradicate the 5 empires. Su Hen, a fallen prince of the royal family's collateral branch, had recently advanced to the 8th level of body refinement through considerable talent. He was the one chosen by Su Chen. Would you be willing to become the emperor in the future? Startled, he trembled and knelt, unable to raise his head or respond, uncertain of the meaning behind his uncle's question. He feared that a single misstep could lead to his immediate demise. I wouldn't mind, Su Chen replied with a smile. As long as you can accomplish the 2 points I mentioned, you shall be the emperor of the dynasty in the future. First, you must be ruthless, severing ties with kin, executing decisively, pursue what you deem right, even if it is wrong. Second, continuously strengthen your own power. From this moment on, all resources of the royal family are at your disposal. My requirement is simple. Within a year, you must reach the foundational realm. Do you have confidence? I do. Then you may leave. Yes, I take my leave, Your Majesty. Chapter 4. In my domain, you shall not cause havoc. At the Xianxian sect, Dongqing exuded an astonishing aura. His cultivation had broken through its limits, successfully reaching the 9th level of the Soul Palace. What news of the Su dynasty? Reporting to the sect leader, within half a month, the Su dynasty has swept through the 5 empires, slaughtering hundreds of thousands of troops. It has now unified the 5 great empires. There was no sign of fury in Dong Qing's eyes. To him, ordinary beings were akin to ants. The annihilation of the 5 empires would merely allow the Qingtian sect to support the rise of the next batch of empires. Moreover, the sect's authority was not to be trifled with. Su dynasty, you shall learn the consequences of provoking the Qingtian sect. As soon as the words left his lips, Dong Qing transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the sky, heading towards the Su dynasty. At the Su dynasty, within the courtyard, the day of the 7-day flash sale has arrived once more, and Su Chen eagerly awaits with a spirit stone in hand. Curious to see what products the system will randomly select for this event. The system detects that the time for the 7-day flash sale has arrived. The system randomly selects a product. A system interface appears in Su Chen's mind. In his expectant gaze, product, bloodthirsty demon sword. Price, 1 spirit stone. Product description, the bloodthirsty demon sword, forged from the blood of a bloodthirsty fiend over 1,000,000 years, possesses the ability to crave blood. Having once slaughtered countless beings across realms, devouring endless blood. Time limit, 1 minute for purchase. As Su Chen ponders when he might seize a weapon, he finds himself instantly acquiring the bloodthirsty demon sword, truly a manifestation of his desires. Without a moment's hesitation, he promptly opts to purchase it. Instantly, a blood-red longsword materializes in his grasp, emanating a chilling aura reminiscent of a venomous serpent fixating on its prey. With a swift motion, he unleashes a strike, and a crimson sword aura surges forth, cleaving through the void for 100 meters. Su Chen feels the very blood within him tremble. The bloodthirsty demon sword is truly overwhelming. At that moment, the sect leader descends, proclaiming, Su Chen, come forth and meet your demise. A voice laden with murderous intent reverberates throughout the imperial city. Dong Qing's figure materializes in the royal void. As the leader of the Qingtian sect, he would not deign to strike at commoners. Having just ascended to the throne, he dares to challenge the Qingtian sect's obliteration of the 5 great dynasties. Intending to use the blood of the emperor of the Su dynasty to instill fear in the 6 major dynasties, ensuring all know who the true master is. Thunder rumbles. The rolling clouds, accompanied by a frigid aura of death, begin to suppress the entire royal family. Yet, the royal family appears to be shielded by an invisible barrier. No matter how Dong Qing's oppressive force descends, it cannot breach this barrier, let alone harm a single blade of grass or wood within the palace. Once brimming with confidence, Dong Qing's expression gradually darkens, sensing that something is amiss. Xianxian finger. A single finger can extinguish mountains and rivers. The Qingtian sect's signature martial art. Xianxian finger. Utilizing a finger in place of a sword, a terrifying gust of energy swirls around the finger, slicing through the air as it hurtles toward the royal family. Boom. The domineering sword finger crashes against the invisible barrier, as though a stone sinking into the sea, leaving no trace behind. The esteemed leader of the Qingtian sect proves to be a shameless fool. If you have the courage, come out. Hiding inside, you dare to utter grandiose threats like a coward. The growing unease within him intensifies. Even the Xianxian finger cannot shatter the barrier. How has the Su dynasty become so formidable? On my territory, it is not your place to run rampant. A disdainful voice echoes through the void. 100-foot crimson sword aura soars skyward, resembling a roaring crimson dragon rampaging through the clouds. This is dire. Sensing the devouring aura emanating from the sword energy, Dong Qing's face contorts in horror and disbelief as he realizes the blood within him begins to boil uncontrollably. As if terrified of the crimson sword aura, just as he turns, the crimson sword energy cleaves him in two, as blood spills forth. It is entirely consumed by the sword energy. The illustrious leader of the Qingtian sect, a powerful figure within the Soul Palace realm, has been defeated in a single strike. Inside and outside the palace, onlookers witness the scene unfolding in the void, all swallowing hard, fully aware of who wields such power. Truly formidable. Within the courtyard, Su Chen reclines languidly on the stone throne, viewing Dong Qing, a Soul Palace realm expert, as little more than an ant before him. He need not even reveal himself, for a single sword strike suffices to resolve the matter. In his estimation, with the fall of the Qingtian sect's leader, they would surely refrain from further interference. Summon the Qingtian sect, he commands. Within 7 days, dissolve the sect. All must depart. Those who defy this order shall be executed. Yes, your majesty. Gazing at the bloodthirsty demon's sword in his hand, Su Chen resumes his cultivation. The Sword Sect. A second-rate sect in the eastern wasteland, boasts several Heaven S rank experts stationed there. Dong Qing's wife, Yu Ruxue, is the only daughter of the Sword Sect's leader, Yu Qinggu. Due to sect matters, she returned to the Sword Sect 3 months prior and has just completed her affairs, ready to return to the Qingtian sect. Father, I thank you on behalf of Dongqing. With this spirit-gathering herb's assistance, I believe he will surely succeed in consolidating his spirit in the Soul Palace. Yu Qiangu, the Sword Sect leader, a Heaven S rank expert, shaking his head helplessly, he remarks, "Indeed, a daughter is not to be kept. Your heart is set on returning. Go. Thank you, father. I shall take my leave." Just then, a disciple rushes in, stumbling. Upon seeing Urushua, he immediately drops to one knee, his voice trembling. "Sect leader, news has arrived from the Chengtian sect regarding Lord Dong. What has happened to my husband? Speak." As she gazes at the hesitant disciple, a foreboding sensation grips Urushua. Could something have happened to her husband? "I regret to inform you, esteemed lady, that Lord Dong has perished, his remains displayed high upon the gates of the Su dynasty." Perished? His body displayed at the gates of the dynasty? Urushua retreats repeatedly, struggling to believe this grim reality. Her face pales, and an inexorable wave of murderous intent surges forth, chilling to the bone. Who did this? The Su dynasty. The Su dynasty? One of the 6 affiliated dynasties under the Chengtian sect? Precisely. Urushua cannot fathom it. Her husband, a Soul Palace realm expert on the verge of transcending, bolstered by the Sword Sect's influence, who would dare act so brazenly against the Chengtian sect, an affiliated dynasty, whose strongest members are merely Foundation realm practitioners. "Rushua, calm yourself. Father, the blood of my husband demands vengeance. I must slay those responsible and wash the Su dynasty in blood, ensuring all pay for my husband's demise." Yu Qiangu too is filled with fury. It is said that one must consider the master when striking a dog. Knowing full well the Chengtian sect has the Sword Sect backing it, they still dare to commit such heinous acts, clearly disregarding the Sword Sect entirely. However, the enraged Yu Qiangu remains composed in his assessment. The one capable of slaying an 8th realm Soul Palace expert must surely be a spirit-gathering realm powerhouse. "Rushua, allow the elder Xianxia to accompany you back." Xianxia, a Heaven S rank expert, is sufficient to sweep through any dynasty. Even a 9th-level spirit-gathering expert would be unable to withstand a single strike from him. "Thank you, father. I shall take my leave. Be cautious." Indeed. Chapter 5. The Chaotic Enlightenment Egg, Ascending to the Celestial Realm. The Su dynasty, with an iron-fisted approach, forcibly suppresses the 5 great dynasties. Blood stains every imperial city. Even Dongqing, the leader of the Chengtian sect and a 9th realm Soul Palace expert, has been slain in a single strike. His corpse hangs high outside the gates of the dynasty, commanding the Chengtian sect to disband. Under the blazing sun, the citizens entering and exiting must avoid the main entrance. On the city walls, Dongqing's corpse lies exposed to the scorching sun, the blood long since congealed. At this moment, 2 figures cutting through the air arrive swiftly, the ones from the Sword Sect, Urushua and Elder Jian Qinggu. Upon seeing the body hanging on the city wall, Urushua stumbles, nearly collapsing. Overwhelmed, tears stream down her face uncontrollably. Her husband's tragic death, his body displayed in such a humiliating manner, is an affront beyond measure. In the next instant, Urushua's expression darkens completely. A terrifying wave of murderous intent erupts like a sandstorm, enveloping the area outside the dynasty. Ordinary citizens caught unawares under this rolling wave of killing intent are instantly obliterated, their blood saturating the air, a nauseating sight. "Run! Help! Is there anyone who can rescue me?" Amidst the cacophony of anguished cries and expressions of terror, Urushua remained unfazed, quelling the tumult of murderous intent and rage within her through acts of slaughter. "Elder sword enthusiast, let us first obliterate the Su clan, then annihilate the entire Su dynasty. I desire that every soul within the imperial city accompany my husband to the grave." Indeed, the 2 transformed into streaks of light, advancing toward the depths of the dynasty's royal stronghold. In the tranquil courtyard, a mechanical, frigid voice suddenly echoed in Su Chen's mind. "Ding! The system has detected the time for the 7-day instant kill has arrived. The random instant kill shall now commence." Abruptly opening his eyes, Su Chen awaited with eager anticipation to see what wondrous item he might procure this time. To his delight, the system interface materialized in his mind. Item: Chaos Enlightenment Egg. Price: 1 spirit stone. Item description: Born of chaos. Consuming it allows one to comprehend the path of chaos, establishing a foundation for chaotic enlightenment. Cultivating an immortal body and merging seamlessly with chaos. Time limit: 1 minute to purchase. Astonished, Su Chen found himself taken aback by the nature of the item available for instant acquisition. Without hesitation, he paid the spirit stone for a successful purchase. In his hand, a fist-sized egg appeared, its surface a mottled gray-black, wrinkled, and scarcely distinguishable from an ordinary stone. He swallowed it whole. Instantly, the Chaos Enlightenment Egg transformed into streams of warmth, flowing down his throat and radiating throughout his entire being. At that moment, Su Chen felt as if he were basking in sunlight, enveloped in an indescribable comfort from head to toe. A vast, chaotic aura surged into his mind, as a technique known as the Chaos Enlightenment scripture flooded in, igniting a fervent comprehension under the amplification of a billionfold talent. As chaos unfurled, the Chaos Enlightenment egg, born from countless epochs of sedimentation, contained an infinite essence of chaos. By consuming it, one could establish a foundation in the chaotic path, cultivating an indestructible and immortal body. The torrent of power roiling within him surged forth, assisting Su Chen in solidifying his foundation with the resonance of the egg's path. Enveloped by this resonance, Su Chen's cultivation began to break through once more, swiftly advancing through the realms, from the second Tianxing stage to the third, fourth, and ultimately the ninth Tianxing stage. Beyond the pinnacle of Tianxing, the next step was to attain the unity of heaven and man, ascending to the sixth Tianxing stage. In the sixth Tianxing, the realms of heaven, the Wheel Sea, the Yuan Mansion, the Tao Palace, the Creation Realm, and the Void, merging oneself with the cosmos, perceiving the universe through one's soul. Consuming the Chaos Enlightenment egg, Su Chen, propelled by the ceaseless resonance within him, began to perceive the unity of heaven and man, seemingly entering a state of epiphany under the billionfold enhancement of his innate talent. Gradually, Su Chen's soul became completely intertwined with the universe, as if he himself embodied the cosmos, soul merging with the heavens. The resonance of the Tao echoed through the void. The two who had just descended suddenly felt an indescribable, terrifying aura enveloping the entire realm, emanating from the royal stronghold, causing their expressions to shift dramatically. Could it be that a supreme treasure had emerged within the Su royal family? The sword enthusiast's gaze brimmed with insatiable greed. The emergence of a supreme treasure could indeed provoke a phenomenon in the heavens and earth, and the terrifying aura enveloping them suggested the unparalleled level of this treasure. Boom. The tumultuous clouds seemed to respond to the surging aura. The heavens themselves roared, unable to contain his avarice any longer. The sword enthusiast summoned a longsword that radiated a chilling brilliance. All swords returned to one. The sword's cry shattered the layers of mist and cloud, resonating throughout the vast expanse. The sword enthusiast, at the first Tianxing stage, had nurtured his martial path with blood for a century, achieving a state of unity between man and sword, earning him the title of sword enthusiast within the sword sect. As the sword's cry echoed, a dense wave of sword energy surged forth, its terrifying might roaring like a tsunami, as if it sought to cleave the endless firmament. Despite the royal stronghold being cloaked in protective barriers, everyone within felt the oppressive weight of the sword energy, suffocating in its presence. Such a domineering force. Could it be that a powerful figure from the legendary sword sect had come down upon them? Quickly report to His Majesty. A sword sect expert approaches. Fool, why the panic? With His Majesty present, even if the entirety of the sword sect were to descend, they would find no return. With Su Chen's effortless annihilation of 1,000,000 soldiers and a single sword strike that obliterated the leader of the Chengtian sect, he had become a figure of omnipotence within the royal family and the dynasty itself. To them, as long as His Majesty remained, they could disregard any attackers. At this moment, Su Chen, fully immersed in his epiphany, had reached the pinnacle of soul merging with the cosmos, an achievement that ordinarily required over 6 months even for the most gifted to attain the Tianxing realm. Yet, in mere minutes, under the influence of the Chaos Enlightenment egg and the amplification of his innate talent, he had shattered the barriers of the Tianxing realm, ascending to the Tianxing realm. First Tianxing, second Tianxing, ninth Tianxing, pinnacle Tianxing. As Su Chen slowly opened his eyes, he marveled at his newfound cultivation level. Astonished at how effortlessly he had transitioned from the sixth extraordinary realm into the first stage of the Tianxing realm, the pinnacle of Tianxing. Now only a step away from the second stage, the Wheel Sea. This egg was indeed worth the consumption. The item acquired in this instant kill was extraordinarily valuable. Rising to his feet, he stretched languidly. The Chaos Enlightenment egg and the billionfold enhancement were not of the same nature. After establishing his foundation in the resonance of the Tao, he had truly grasped the path of chaos. In the future, as he trod upon the path of chaos, he would attain immortality, merging inseparably with chaos itself. It seemed the sword sect had arrived. A commendable sword path, yet regrettably, they had come to the wrong place. Chapter 6. The Celestial Overlord Body, the Totem Saint Sun. Boom. A dense wave of sword energy enveloped the entire royal palace above. The sword enthusiast stood, sword in hand, proud in the void. His cold gaze betrayed an insatiable greed. The royal family had unveiled a supreme treasure, provoking a phenomenon in the heavens. Its level was self-evident. No longer willing to wait, the Su dynasty had executed Dongqing, displaying his corpse upon the city walls. Such a transgression was unforgivable. Let it be punished. The myriad sword energies crashed against the royal barrier, producing a deafening sound that resonated across the expanse. Such trivial sword energies dared to disgrace themselves before the Su dynasty. Today, they would witness what true swordsmanship entailed. A chilling, contemptuous voice emerged from deep within the royal stronghold. In the next moment, a colossal blood-red sword energy cleaved through the void, spanning miles and rushing forth with a tsunami of slaughter. The air trembled. The towering blood-red sword energy loomed above, akin to a king descending, as the myriad sword energies unleashed by the sword enthusiast bowed in reverence, each lowering their heads in submission to the blood-red sword energy. Both the sword enthusiast and Yu Ruxue were utterly astounded, staring blankly at the unfolding spectacle. The countless sword energies yielded to the towering blood-red sword energy. And to the sword enthusiast's horror, the long sword in his grasp began to shatter, piece by piece. I have spent a century nurturing this sword with blood, achieving unity between man and sword, believing I had glimpsed the true essence of the sword path, only to discover that there are realms beyond my comprehension. The sword lives as long as its wielder does. When the sword perishes, so too shall its master. As soon as these words fell from his lips, the body of the sword fanatic shattered into countless fragments, cascading down into the void. The myriad sword energies froze in the air, unyielding to the grief of their fallen master, and continued to bow before the towering, blood-red sword aura. Who are you? Why have you slain my husband? A flicker of terror flashed in the eyes of Yu Ruxue, swiftly overshadowed by the consuming hatred and desire for vengeance within her heart. Her husband lay slain. His corpse hung upon the city wall. This enmity could not be erased, and even in the face of insurmountable odds, she refused to retreat. The Su dynasty. Emperor Su Chen. A detached voice pierced through layers of space, reverberating within Yu Ruxue's mind. With a cough, she spat out a mouthful of blood, nearly collapsing into the void. Her eyes, filled with a burning hatred, blazed as she exclaimed, Su Chen, my father is the head of the sword sect. The grudge of today will be repaid 100-fold. One day, I shall bathe the Su dynasty in blood, leaving not a single soul of the Su behind. Yu Ruxue chose to self-destruct. With a thunderous explosion, her body erupted into a mist of crimson, yet was consumed entirely by the towering blood-red sword aura. A deathly silence ensued. Within and beyond the royal palace, all gazes were fixated upon the unfolding scene, rendered utterly speechless, as if turned to stone. What manner of terrifying existence is our emperor, who, without even showing himself, can annihilate a sword sect master with but a single sword energy, forcing Yu Ruxue to self-destruct? Our imperial might is unparalleled. Long live his majesty. Long live the Su dynasty. The thunderous waves of cheers surged like a tidal wave, solidifying the prestige of the Su dynasty, lingering in the air. In the courtyard, Su Chen paid no heed to the threats posed by the adversary. According to the reports received, the sword sect belonged to the second-tier sects, with its strongest members merely at the celestial realm. The chasm between the extraordinary sixth realm and the celestial sixth realm is akin to an insurmountable divide, easily obliterated with a mere flick of the wrist. It appears that I must take matters into my own hands. With each encounter, innocent lives within the imperial city have perished. Once or twice might be tolerable. But if this continues, the prestige of the Su dynasty will dwindle. As the emperor of the Su dynasty, I must prioritize the interests and image of the dynasty. The sword sect shall be effortlessly extinguished. News of the demise of the sword fanatic and Yu Ruxue reached the sword sect by the following day. The sect leader, Yu Xianxia, stood in stunned silence, seemingly unable to accept such a grim reality. Fearing for his daughter's ability to cope upon her return, he had specifically sent Elder Xianxia to accompany her. As a master of the extraordinary sixth realm, Elder Xianxia, even at the first tier of the celestial realm, possessed swordsmanship skills sufficient to easily annihilate any martial artist below the celestial realm. Most crucially, the Su dynasty was merely one of the 6 subordinate dynasties under the Chengtian sect, with its strongest members being but foundation establishment cultivators. When had a formidable presence capable of slaying a celestial realm master emerged, to have slain Elder Xianxia, the adversary must be at least at the 4th tier of the celestial realm. Suppressing his fury, Yu Xianxia understood that his knowledge of the Su dynasty was woefully inadequate. Recklessly charging in would lead to significant losses. Summon someone, he commanded. Send someone to secretly infiltrate the Su dynasty to ascertain the level of masters they possess, and relay this information to the totem clan regarding my son, the Holy Son. Yes, sect leader. His cold gaze pierced through the endless void, landing upon the Su dynasty. No matter who resides within the Su dynasty, the blood of my son-in-law and daughter shall be avenged. One day, I will cleanse the Su dynasty with blood. Having departed the dynasty, Chen seemed to sense something amiss. He raised his head, a cold smile slowly curving upon his lips. The Totem Clan, a premier sect of the Eastern Wilderness, governs hundreds of sects and families, with countless dynasties beneath its wing. The core disciples of the Totem Clan cultivate in a unique manner, infusing their bodies with the blood of demonic beasts, thereby harnessing their power. Moreover, Xianxia's son, Xianxia, had awakened the celestial overlord body 3 years ago, a remarkably extraordinary physique that had captured the attention of the Totem Clan, designating him as one of their holy sons. The Totem Clan regarded Xianxia with utmost importance, having him cultivate with the blood of a golden tyrannosaurus, endowing him with its formidable might and elevating his status within the clan. Atop a mountain peak, a young man, enveloped in shimmering golden dragon scales, unleashed a resounding dragon roar towards the heavens. The celestial overlord body within him radiated an overwhelming aura, surging toward the 9 heavens. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. The handsome youth was none other than Xianxia, kneeling on one knee, his face alight with excitement. His cultivation had already soared to the 8th tier of the celestial realm. At this rate, he would soon step into the realm of the transcendence. The elder, Luo Jutian, nodded in satisfaction. Years ago, he had battled fiercely with several other elders of the Totem Clan to secure this holy son, ultimately bringing him under their wing. With your celestial overlord body, you will definitely tread upon the transcendent realm one day, advancing at an astonishing pace, and become the only holy son of our Totem Clan to reach the esteemed realm. Someone from the Sword Sect has arrived. You should go. Sword Sect? Master. I take my leave. Unable to contain his eagerness, he had not seen anyone from the sect for a full 3 years. In the training cave, Xianxia was overjoyed to see the elderly figure who had awaited his arrival for so long. Fulua, why have you come in person? Fulua was an elder of the Sword Sect, serving the sect leader for many years, and had watched Xianxia grow up, thus forming a deep bond with him. Chapter 7. A bloodthirsty sword. The death knell strikes the Sword Sect 10,000 miles away. Tears streamed down the elder's face, unable to contain his sorrow any longer. Fulua, what troubles you? Has something happened to the sect? Young master, your sister has been slain. The sect leader has sent me to inform you. Sister is dead? Speak. What exactly transpired? Fulua dared not conceal any details, recounting the events in their entirety. The Su dynasty. Clenching his fists tightly, Xianxia's eyes darkened, his expression ominous, as murderous intent surged uncontrollably forth. If you could slay Elder Jianxi, then I shall bring a master of the transcendence to annihilate your entire dynasty. As a holy son of the Totem Clan, he knew that by simply petitioning his master, the clan would undoubtedly dispatch a transcendent master to accompany him in obliterating the Su dynasty. Xianxia understood his father's intentions. To ensure absolute certainty, only a transcendent could execute such a complete subjugation. The Sword Sect, seated atop the Sword Peak, was a colossal mountain, resembling a towering sword piercing the firmament, exuding a dominating sword intent that sent shivers down the spine. As the evening light slanted, a figure emerged, reflected upon the surface. Chen's silhouette gradually ascended from the ground level, appearing slow yet moving with the swiftness of lightning. Each step covered 100 meters. From afar, gazing at the towering Sword Peak, Chen mused, a splendid mountain. If the Su dynasty could establish a stronghold here and arrange formations to encircle it, it would be as secure as an impenetrable fortress. In comparison to Sword Peak, the status of the Su dynasty felt utterly trivial. At the entrance of Sword Peak, 10 disciples stood rigidly, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. The Sword Sect was currently in a tumultuous period, having received orders that no one was permitted to enter without authorization. Halt! This is the forbidden area of the Sword Sect. Unauthorized entry is forbidden. If you do not stop, we shall kill. As a young man approached, strolling leisurely in a flowing black robe, his indifferent visage bore exquisite features, rivaling that of a woman. His sword-like brows seemed to pierce through the depths of the abyss. If you do not halt, there will be no mercy. 10 disciples of the Sword Sect simultaneously drew their gleaming swords, pointing them forward as the chilling sword aura emanated a faint, cold radiance. Chen did not falter, disregarding the threat posed by the 10 swordsmen. His figure flickered like an ephemeral shadow and vanished. Where has he gone? As they felt the icy shroud of imminent slaughter enveloping them from behind, the 10 seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation and swiftly turned to face the youth. How dare you trespass upon my Sword Sect? The Sword Sect? Can it truly impede my advance? A voice, cold and contemptuous, echoed within the minds of the 10, and amidst their profound terror, their bodies began to rupture, transforming into clouds of sanguine mist that dispersed into the air. The fusion of soul and cosmos. with a mere gesture obliterating the souls of foes. This was the terrifying power wielded by those of the celestial realm. A path of slaughter lay ahead. Kill. Su Chen did not come to the sword sect for leisure. He sought to eradicate the threat entirely. For if one individual were permitted today, another tomorrow. The Su dynasty would not be a realm where anyone could come and go at will. Whoosh. Two elders of the celestial realm soared through the air. The last remaining elders of the sword sect, for the sword mad had perished at the hands of the Su dynasty and would not return. Elders Jian Su and Jian Shun glared fiercely, their swords trembling with suppressed fury, the sound of their blades roaring with unbridled intensity. Who exactly are you? Why do you seek to massacre the disciples of my sword sect? As a second-tier sect in the eastern wilderness, the sword sect boasted several celestial realm experts. Unless a being of the celestial realm descended, even other second-tier sects would refrain from provocation. Su Chen. Upon hearing the youth declare his identity, the expressions of the two elders shifted dramatically. They were far from strangers to the name Su Chen. You are the Emperor Su Chen of the Su dynasty? The one who slaughtered Elder Jian Mad and the young lady? The Su dynasty, a subsidiary sect of the Cheng Tian sect, previously obscure, had suddenly risen to power, annihilating the Cheng Tian sect and killing the sword mad and the young lady, and now came to massacre the sword sect. For the sword sect, the name Su Chen was akin to a harbinger of hell. Not only did they dare not seek revenge, but they also had to bolster their defenses. In this world, strength reigns supreme. Those with iron fists can act with impunity. With a deep sigh, the two elders realized that Su Chen's audacity in coming alone to slaughter the sword sect indicated that he harbored no reservations. His strength was undoubtedly capable of overpowering everyone in the sect, even the sect master. Bowing respectfully, their attitude underwent a complete transformation. Jian Su, resigned, said, Lord Su, there must be some misunderstanding between our sect and your dynasty. Why don't we sit down and discuss it? If we have erred in any way, we shall personally come to apologize. As long as Lord Su is willing to turn hostility into peace, our sect can agree to any terms proposed by the dynasty. In the face of overwhelming power, the two elders ultimately chose to submit. With an indifferent gaze directed at the two, Su Chen conjured a blood-red longsword. The very weapon he had obtained through a swift kill, the bloodthirsty demon sword. I shall ensure you perish beneath the true essence of the sword path. At least you will die with your eyes closed. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the two darkened instantly. They had already yielded and expressed their willingness to apologize. Yet the other party clung stubbornly to their aggression. Unable to retreat, they resolved to stand firm. Suddenly, an astonishing sword aura erupted from their bodies. Akin to two tempestuous sandstorms sweeping outward, their voices infused with the essence of the sword, roaring forth. Since you persist in your relentless pursuit, we shall join forces to experience Lord Su's supreme sword path. Please, fully focused, the two elders channeled all their energy into their swords. Their sword chi soaring across the sky for thousands of miles. As celestial realm warriors, their combined sword path was sufficient to sweep away any adversary of equal rank. One sword shall spare your lives. One sword? The more they heard, the more cautious they became, nodding in agreement as they replied, please. This sword bloodthirsty. Buzz. The sound of the sword's song rang out like a death knell, reverberating throughout the inferno, causing countless vengeful spirits to tremble in dread, prostrating themselves on the ground in fear of gazing upon it directly. What manner of sword path is this? I, Jian Shun, have traversed the sword path for centuries and have never witnessed such sword intent. As they felt the overwhelming sword intent envelop them, both Jian Shun and Jian Su's expressions shifted drastically. The sword path Su Chen wielded left them profoundly shaken. They had never encountered such a sword path. The surrounding space quaked violently, and the two elders of the sword sect could no longer afford to hesitate. They sensed the oppressive sword intent bearing down upon them, and their blood felt as though it might boil over. The sword stretches across the river as the sun sets. The sword pierces the rainbow. Simultaneously, they unleash their ultimate techniques, but the released sword chi shattered instantly, failing to coalesce. At that moment, a 10,000 zhang blood-red sword chi erupted from the fabric of space, imbued with a terrifying sword might that began to engulf the two elders. Chapter 8. Wantonly slaughtering living beings, descending into the abyss of hell after death. A bloodthirsty sword. The death knell tolls across the sword sect for thousands of miles. The 10,000 zhang blood-red sword chi spanned the heavens, enveloping the two elders. Their blood was suppressed, frantically consumed. Terror etched upon their faces. Their screams echoed through the void of the sword peak. In their fear, the blood within their bodies was entirely devoured by the sword chi, collapsing like withered tree trunks. Such a sword path can only be witnessed once. To have seen it is to meet death. At this moment, Yu Qiangu, who was in seclusion, had already broken through to the 8th level of the celestial realm and was striving to ascend to the 9th level. At this time, the sword chi resonated through the vast expanse of the sky, the terrifying sword song reverberating like a death knell, shaking his very mind. Suddenly opening his eyes, Yu Qianji's gaze was filled with horror and fury. Such audacity! Yu Qiangu had surmised who had arrived. The Su dynasty was indeed arrogant and presumptuous. Having slain Elder Jian Mad and his own daughter, and now, before the sword sect could exact revenge, they had come to their doorstep, brazenly provoking both the sect and himself. Rising, Yu Qiangu stepped forward, his fury igniting as he wielded his sword to confront the intruder. Today, he would slay this person within the sword sect. However, at the very moment Yu Qiangu appeared, he witnessed the 10,000 zhang blood-red sword chi annihilate the two elders. A sight that filled him with incomprehensible dread. The two esteemed elders of the sword sect, united, were rendered utterly powerless before this sword chi. The two elders had been slain in a heartbeat. Yet, it must be noted that Elder Jianshan was a formidable figure of the 6th level of the celestial realm. Flee. They did not dare to linger any longer. The anger that had flared moments ago dissipated entirely, and the sword in their hand no longer bore any intent to contend, for the sword chi exhibited by the adversary was simply too terrifying. Could they truly escape? The supreme bone within them erupted completely, an overwhelming aura rolling forth, spreading for miles. Employing the xianxiaaudiobooks hand, a colossal hand descended from the heavens, aiming to strike Yu Qiangu with ferocity. Break! Boom! The sword chi clashed violently with the massive hand, blood spewing forth and staining the void, as Yu Qianji's body was brutally slammed into the ground, creating a deep crater, struggling to rise from the earth. Yu Qiangu's face was etched with fear as he beheld the youth approaching slowly. The fusion of soul and cosmos. The might of the celestial realm. How is it that you also possess the supreme bone? His son possessed the celestial titan body and was revered as a holy child by the totem clan, yet he had not anticipated that within the seemingly insignificant Su dynasty, there existed an individual capable of wielding the supreme bone and achieving the realm of soul and cosmos. Throughout the eastern wilderness, one could count on two hands the sects that house celestial realm experts. The Su dynasty has always been a subordinate sect of the Chengtian sect, exhibiting a remarkable degree of forbearance. How ruthless! The sword sect should not have ventured into these turbulent waters. Initially, Su Chun was unaware that the wife of the Chengtian sect's leader was, in fact, the daughter of the sword sect's master. Having already slain Urushua, it was imperative to eradicate any potential threats completely, leaving no room for trouble for himself or the dynasty. You have slain my son-in-law. How could I refrain from intervening? Yu Qianxia chuckled. Your Su dynasty has demonstrated considerable restraint, remaining silent for many years, only to astound the world in one fell swoop. Yet, despite your meticulous calculations, you could never have anticipated that I, Yu Qianxia, would have a remarkable son. Without uttering a word, she coldly regarded the sword sect's master. My son Yu Qianxia possesses the formidable physique of the Xianxian dominator. 3 years ago, he was designated as the totem saint son by the totem clan and became a disciple of the esteemed elder Luo Jutian. Do you truly believe you can contend with the totem clan? The totem clan, a premier sect of the eastern wilderness, commands countless sects and families, while the dynasty is but a mere multitude. The sword sect is merely an appendage of the totem clan. Attempting to use the totem clan as leverage against him was a grave miscalculation. If you withdraw from the sword sect now, I, Yu Qianxia, promise to erase all grievances between the sword sect and the Su dynasty. What say you? This would temporarily dismiss the calamity before them. Yu Qianxia's words were laden with double meanings. If the enmity between the sword sect and the Su dynasty could conclude here, then whether the totem clan would suppress the Su dynasty would no longer concern the sword sect. Yu Qianxia was also certain that, with her son's identity as the totem clan's saint son, obliterating the Su dynasty with the clan's assistance would pose no challenge whatsoever. Su Chun, discerning the veiled implications in the sword sect master's words, had no intention of wasting time. With a swift motion, he unleashed the bloodthirsty demon sword, sending forth torrents of crimson sword energy that engulfed the surroundings. The master of the sword sect, Yu Qianxia, at the peak of the heavenly gang 8th realm, found himself unable to evade and was swiftly cut down by the sword energy. Stepping forth, Su Chen stood upon the void, coldly surveying the towering sword peak. The bloodthirsty demon sword in his grasp surged to life, unleashing waves of blood-red sword energy that enveloped the entire peak. Ah, my feet, my hands, I help. What is happening? Under the relentless onslaught of the dense crimson sword energy, no one could withstand the slaughter, and anguished cries echoed everywhere. The vast blood-red sword energy ravenously consumed the blood of countless sword sect disciples, akin to an insatiable abyss. Thunderous roars erupted as the entire sword peak began to fracture. The sword energy cleaving through the mountain, dust swirling around, engulfing the heavens and earth. Over 10,000 disciples of the sword sect met their demise beneath the torrents of blood-red sword energy, rivers of blood cascading from the collapsed summit, staining the ground crimson. The acrid stench of blood pervaded the air, just as Su Chen turned to depart. Suddenly a crack. The void was rent asunder by a thunderous clap, and dark storm clouds converged with ferocity, the sound of thunder reverberating through the heavens. In an instant, torrential rain swept across the sky. As Su Chen stood amidst the downpour, the rain parting around him, unable to approach. Amitba, you, who have wantonly slaughtered countless beings, do you not fear descending into the Avicii hell after death? An elderly monk clad in a gray robe emerged from the rain, seemingly indifferent to the downpour. His weathered face was etched with wrinkles, marked with 9 black spots atop his head. With hands clasped together, he gazed upon the blood rivers pooling at his feet, his eyes darkening ominously, his gaze, sharp as a sword, fixed upon the youth before him. The old monk, emanating a profound aura, spoke with unrestrained wrath. You have slain thousands in the sword sect. Your bloodshed has created a vast river of despair. Out of compassion for my Buddha, I beseech you to return with me to the Buddhist path, to repent before the Buddha, and after a century, you may regain your freedom. Tugging at his ear, Su Chen replied with palpable impatience, Old bald donkey, where did you crawl out from? Is my business any of your concern? You claim to be a monk. Instead of devoutly feasting and reciting scriptures in the temple, you prattle on here. Be cautious, or I shall find a few women to shatter your Buddhist heart, condemning you to eternal damnation. Su Chen could sense that this old monk had already attained the realm of merging with the heavens, known as the celestial being realm. Do not grow arrogant, disciple. The old monk, incensed, erupted with waves of sacred Buddhist energy, lotus blossoms forming beneath his feet as he began to cast his seals. Whem! The resounding chant of the Buddha rolled forth, parting the rain around them. The surging Buddhist energy coalesced into the ancient symbol of the swastika, hurtling towards Su Chen. Heaven bestows grace upon all life. I shall not subdue you today, but should you resist, you will suffer the consequences. Fury ignited within Su Chen as he recognized that the old monk was clearly seeking confrontation, aiming to drag him back to the Buddhist path for repentance. Cursed immortal, old bald donkey, I will slay you today. With a thunderous strike, he unleashed a punch, colliding violently with the swastika seal, the explosive shockwave radiating outward. The convergence of souls in the Wheel Sea revealed that the old monk had indeed broken through to the Wheel Sea realm, explaining his audacity to provoke. The monk, taken aback, had not anticipated such formidable strength from a mere celestial being. His swastika seal shattered under the onslaught. As the old monk recited the scriptures, a phantom Buddha emerged behind him, illuminating the earth. Great might heavenly dragon, earthly treasure of the Xianxiagarbha and the Prajna Buddhas, with supreme Buddhist might. Suppress all evil in the world. The chants of the Buddhist scriptures resonated, mingling with the thunderous roars that echoed through the skies, enveloping the sword sect in a torrential downpour. An overwhelming wave of Buddhist might surged forth, forming an immense swastika that began to spin, its radiance spreading outward. With each step upon the lotus, the old monk advanced towards Su Chen, intent on delivering a crushing blow. The Buddha suppresses all evils. The primal force of the supreme bone within Su Chen roared to life, a chilling, killing intent surging forth, rampaging against the encroaching Buddhist might. Hell's Yamahand. Old bald donkey, I shall send you to hell. The bloodthirsty demon's sword in his grasp unleashed a barrage of malevolent sword energy, tearing through the rain-soaked space. Two opposing forces, one of darkness and one of light, began to clash violently, shattering the rain and unleashing chaos across the heavens. Is that the supreme bone? The old monk's expression shifted dramatically as he sensed the overwhelming pressure emanating from it. He understood all too well the implications of the supreme bone. The vast, surging Buddhist energy coalesced once more as the monk summoned all his strength to subdue Su Chen. You possess the supreme bone, which signifies you are not an evil person. If you are willing to return with me to the Buddhist path today, I promise to grant you your freedom within 10 years. Return to your Buddha? Old bald donkey. Spare me the platitudes. Today, I shall slay you. With a mere flick of his wrist, the bloodthirsty demon sword pointed skyward, its blood-red sword energy stretching for miles, shattering layers of Buddhist energy that sought to constrain him. The chilling sword energy roared like an ancient beast, shaking the very fabric of existence. Under the oppressive weight of the sword energy, the old monk's countenance shifted continually, realizing that the overwhelming power of the supreme bone could indeed bridge the gap in their realms. Ordinarily, a celestial being would be nothing but fodder before one in the Wheel Sea, easily extinguished with a mere flick of the wrist. This was indeed the underlying reason why the old monk had never regarded his opponent with any respect. And what was the outcome? Contrary to his expectations. Since the benefactor remained obstinately ignorant, he could not blame the old monk for being merciless. With a thunderous chant of great might heavenly dragon Buddhist seal converge, the old monk unleashed a cacophony of Buddhist chants that coalesced into an ethereal dragon, rampaging above his head. Waves of Buddhist energy surged forth, rolling like a tsunami. As a powerful figure within the xianxia realm, the old monk found himself standing atop the illusory dragon, with lotus flowers transforming into an imposing Buddha image, emanating a sacred light that invoked an instinctive urge to worship. Truly a spectacle that shook the heavens and the earth. The manifestation of the supreme bone erupted, instantly transforming into a towering shadow, its overwhelming presence stirring the clouds for miles, as if the very gates of hell had descended upon the realm. Boom! The netherworld arrived, clashing with the gathered Buddha seals. Beneath the shroud of rain, a cataclysmic collision ensued, causing the earth to tremble and mountains to sway. As the terrified thunder retreated into the clouds, blood spilled from the old monk's mouth as the illusory dragon beneath him shattered into oblivion, his eyes filled with disbelief. As a dignified master of the xianxia realm, found himself vanquished by a mere celestial. Oh, old bald donkey, do you still dare to act pretentious? How audacious! Before the Buddha's teachings, how can you be so arrogant, unwilling to accept defeat? The old monk began to ignite his prayer beads, 108 beads in total, each one combusting into a swirling force of Buddhist energy that converged before him, forming an ocean of Buddhism. The chants echoed through the heavens, the boundless sea of Buddhas morphing into a river of time and space, manifesting 100-foot-tall Buddha figure standing amidst the rain, as the dragon once more coalesced, the lotus forming the swastika seal. Truly, a display of grandiosity. Even in the presence of the supreme bone, he remained unafraid. Before the supreme bone, the oppression must still be enforced. Supreme manifestations, slaying gods and exterminating Buddhas. The immense shadow of the supreme bone loomed over the world, a stark contrast akin to a helpless infant against a mighty adult, utterly incomparable. Supreme manifestations, slaying gods and exterminating Buddhas. In that moment, feeling the overwhelming pressure emanating from the supreme bone, the old monk's complexion darkened. At this juncture, even if he wished to concede, it was impossible. He would not slap his own face. Cursed be the Buddha, you old bald donkey. You meddlesome fool. Today I shall confine your Buddha spirit within the depths of the sword sect's hell, preventing your reincarnation for eternity. Even if it means mutual destruction, I will send you into the Azura realm. With hands clasped in prayer, he chanted the sutras, his 100-foot Buddha figure stepping upon the dragon, integrating with the burning prayer beads to roll forth in suppression. This move represented the old monk's most formidable technique, having consumed his precious prayer beads. In the old monk's eyes, even if this child possessed the supreme bone, he would be unable to withstand the suppression of the Buddha's teachings and was destined to perish. You shall not descend into hell. Who then will? There are no demons in hell. I shall recite sutras daily to aid your transcendence, hastening your reincarnation. Boom. The 100-foot ocean of Buddhas converged and pressed down, instantly enveloping Su Chun, yet the shadow of the supreme bone remained manifest in the celestial rain, undiminished. Truly, the supreme bone was formidable. Even in death, it did not dissipate. I hail from the Buddhist realm. Should you choose to follow me in the future, I assure you, I shall never tarnish your supreme reputation. One day, we shall tread the path of dominion together. Boom. Under the shock and fury of the old monk, the towering shadow of the supreme bone coalesced into an enormous hand, the middle finger conspicuously raised, an unspoken gesture of disdain. Is the supreme bone mocking me? This was an affront the old monk could not accept. Your master has been subdued by me, proving that I am stronger. You should align with the powerful. Strong? You shameless old bald donkey. You have no sense of shame whatsoever. In this world, you would waste precious air. In the old monk's astonished gaze, the ocean of Buddhas began to dissipate. From within the rain, a figure emerged from the endless sea of Buddhas, still strikingly handsome, free from any dust. His handsome visage marked by a chilling, murderous intent. The towering hand of the supreme bone, with its middle finger raised in derision, remained. Su Chen scoffed, old bald donkey. Even the supreme bone disdains you. What purpose do you have in living? You might as well end it all, so you do not squander air in this world. The old monk was utterly dumbfounded. He had believed this child to be subdued by his ocean of Buddhas. Watching the youth emerge from the sea, the old monk's demeanor shifted entirely. With hands clasped, he smiled and said, Benefactor, your talent is unparalleled in my lifetime. Regarding the sword sect's slaughter, I shall no longer intervene. Farewell. He turned to leave, unwilling to linger for even a moment. The burning prayer beads and the amassed ocean of Buddhas could not suppress this child. This could only indicate one thing. Although this child was of the celestial realm, his power far surpassed his own. Continuing the battle would lead to his inevitable defeat. Buzz. Blood-colored sword energy sliced through the rain, obstructing the old monk's retreat. A fleeting glint of ferocity flickered in his eyes as he slowly turned back, hands clasped in prayer, pondering, "Benefactor, what do you desire? I hail from the Buddhist realm. Your origins are of no concern to me. Even if you emerge from a latrine, that is your affair. However, if you trouble me, then it is my turn to trouble you. Wait. Supreme manifestations, slaying gods and exterminating Buddhas, suppress." Without further ado, Su Chun had not unleashed his full power previously, merely seeking to gauge the might of the Wheel Sea realm. The celestial realm is centered on merging the soul with the heavens, while the Wheel Sea realm focuses on gathering the soul within the wheel. Boom. The colossal shadow of the supreme bone behind Su Chun transformed into the supreme divine might, carrying an earth-shattering momentum, descending upon the old monk with ferocity. Great might heavenly dragon seal, converge. Taken aback, the old monk hastily recited the Buddhist scriptures, as streams of Buddhist energy surged forth. However, when half of the swastika seal had formed, it was shattered by the towering shadow of the supreme bone. Blood spewed forth, staining his robe. At that moment, the old monk was genuinely alarmed. He had never imagined that he, a dignified practitioner of the Wheel Sea realm, would meet his demise at the hands of a mere celestial. This was a complete miscalculation. "Benefactor, please show mercy. I hail from the sacred land of Buddhism. Should you seek to annihilate me, the sacred land will not spare you." Despite the old monk's frantic threats, he was still forcibly suppressed by the towering supreme bone. His Buddha form shattered, transforming into a mist of blood, his very soul vanishing without a trace. "Should you dare to provoke me again, I will not hesitate." The supreme bone merged within Su Chun's body, and he remarked with satisfaction, "You are quite loyal, well done." Su Chun had not anticipated that the supreme bone had developed its own consciousness, even outright rejecting the old monk's temptations. Very well. The sword sect had been decimated. Rivers of blood flowing under the rain's cover, the acrid scent of blood somewhat diluted by the downpour. Su Chun understood that the son of the sword sect's master possessed not only the defiant Song Tian physique, but had also become the holy son of the totem clan. He recognized the significance a holy son held for a first-rate sect. It seemed the news of the sword sect would soon reach the totem clan. If all went as expected, this so-called holy son would descend upon the imperial family with formidable allies. A cold smile crept upon his lips. Su Chun was unconcerned. Should they dare to come, they would find it a one-way trip. For hours after Su Chun's departure, in the distant, boundless void, 5 dark specks suddenly emerged, drawing closer from afar until they hovered ominously above the sword sect. The once silent sword sect lay shrouded in a cloak of blood. The thunderous roars had ceased, and the torrential rain had vanished, leaving only a pervasive stench of blood that lingered in the air. The sword sect had been decimated. Such ruthlessness! Clenching his fists tightly, a tempest of murderous intent surged within the somber gaze of xianxia as he breathed heavily, resembling a beast in a state of furious wrath. "Junior brother, please accept my condolences. This time, upon departing from the totem clan, Master instructed us to look after you. Rest assured, regardless of who the perpetrator may be, we shall avenge you. They annihilated the sword sect. We shall return the favor 100-fold. His father had perished, his sister was gone, and the entire sword sect had been obliterated. At this moment, xianxia could not fathom how a mere imperial dynasty could harbor such formidable celestial warriors, brazenly wielding their power to annihilate the sword sect with a mere flick of the wrist, leaving no one behind. Such ferocity, such decisiveness. Upon returning from the totem clan, to ensure absolute certainty, Master had dispatched 4 senior brothers, each at the celestial realm, whose combined strength would undoubtedly sweep away any opponent of equal rank, let alone face those of the extraordinary 6th realm. If you dare to extinguish my sword sect, I shall eradicate your dynasty entirely. The flames of anger transformed into a roaring tide of murderous intent. In this instant, xianxia could no longer contain the boundless urge for slaughter, bellowing, "Brothers, accompany me to the Su dynasty." Without hesitation, they took flight, 5 streaks of light soaring towards the Su dynasty. Just as they departed, beneath the suppressed remnants of the endless supreme bone, a wisp of the old monk's soul gradually coalesced, enveloped in Buddhist essence. Thankfully, the burning of the precious Buddhist beads had allowed me to retain a shred of my residual soul. I must return to the Buddhist sect. I will undoubtedly suppress you in the endless cycle of hell. The remnants of the soul, gathered in Buddhist essence, floated away languidly. The sword sect had been slaughtered, with the sect master and 2 elders perishing, their corpses forming a mountain of bones, the rivers flowing red with blood. The news sent shockwaves throughout, prompting the Chengtian sect to dissolve at breakneck speed. They had believed that with the sword sect as their backing, they would surely avenge their master. Who could have anticipated that not only would they not seek vengeance, but they would also sacrifice the entire sword sect? From that moment on, the Su dynasty not only unified the 5 major dynasties, but also became the most coveted second-rate sect in the East Wilderness after consecutively annihilating both the Chengtian sect and the sword sect. Though still far from the status of a first-rate sect, this news swiftly reached the imperial court, where the nation erupted in jubilation, hailing the emperor as a divine being, an invincible god of war. At this instant, having returned to the dynasty, Su Chen immediately issued his first decree: no one is to leave the palace. Close the city gates. Based on Su Chen's conjecture, it was likely that the totem clan would dispatch someone upon receiving the news. All he needed to do was wait for the lamb to walk into the wolf's den. One comes, kill one. Two come, annihilate both. Seizing the opportunity while awaiting their arrival, Su Chen wasted no time, beginning to cultivate the chaotic Tao within him under the enhancement of his unparalleled talent and the supreme bone, hoping to break through to the celestial realm and step into the Wheel Sea realm. Chapter 11. The Terror of Confinement in the Su Dynasty. The empty imperial city appeared desolate, devoid of any presence, akin to a ghost town. The silence was terrifying. Whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, 5 figures pierced through the void, their speed reaching its zenith, swiftly arriving before the imperial city. Gazing at the corpses hanging from the high walls, Yu Qianjue's face darkened further. His fists clenched so tightly that the bones creaked. The desecration of his brother-in-law's corpse, his sister's choice to self-destruct in the emptiness of the imperial city, and his father's swift demise by a single sword stroke. What a ruthless Su dynasty it was. The massacre of the sword sect stained the boundless void with blood. The hatred within Yu Qianjue could not be concealed, his icy gaze fixated upon the imperial city before him. His purpose for coming was clear: to annihilate the dynasty, leaving none alive. Junior brother, wait. Yu Qianjue's curiosity was piqued as he turned to his 4 senior brothers. He simply could not understand. The Su dynasty was only defended by a peak celestial. Yet, his 4 brothers were all celestial realm warriors, invincible when united. What was there to fear? They could directly slaughter the Su clan. Junior brother, do you not find the Su imperial city a tad too quiet? No one enters or exits. It resembles a dead city. It seems the Su clan has anticipated our arrival. Perhaps we should retreat. Retreat? Hearing his senior brother's words, Yu Qianjue appeared astonished and enraged. His parents, sister, and brother-in-law had met tragic ends, and the sect had been utterly slaughtered. He had come for vengeance, yet they suggested retreat? Such a notion was utterly inconceivable. Yu Qianjue could not suppress the urge for slaughter, nor could he betray the memory of his deceased family. If my senior brothers are afraid, then please leave. Today, even if I must face death, I will not retreat a single step. With bitter smiles, the 4 exchanged glances filled with helplessness. How could they depart alone? Their junior brother possessed the celestial body of the heavens, a cherished gem of both their master and the entire totem clan, and must not suffer even the slightest mishap. Since our junior brother is so resolute, we shall accompany you to the death. However, you must remain here while we 4 first destroy the royal family and capture the instigator, leaving you to deal with them as you see fit. How does that sound? The 4 were exceedingly cautious, ensuring that their junior brother would not encounter any mishap, not even the slightest accident. Deeply moved, Yu Qianjue clasped his fists in gratitude towards his 4 brothers, saying, Qianjue, thanks the 4 senior brothers. Do not mention it. Let us go. In unison, the 4 stepped forward, making their way toward the desolate imperial city. The eerily quiet streets seemed particularly pale, and the dim clouds cast a suffocating atmosphere, making it hard to breathe. Something felt amiss. Alas, our junior brother has been blinded by hatred. We can no longer persuade him. We can only assist him in his quest for vengeance and safely return him to the clan. If anything were to happen to the Holy Sun, they could not face their master or the totem clan. Even knowing the situation was strange, they had no choice but to press on. Such was the disparity of status. With no other options, they continued forward step by step, cautiously navigating the eerie streets. Just then, a terrifying aura descended, as if the heavens themselves conspired to ensnare the 4, and with the frenzied compression of space, they felt as if they had been frozen in time. The totem clan had only dispatched 4 celestial warriors. This seemed rather weak. A contemptuous voice resonated within their minds. Startled, they lifted their heads, yet were met with an empty void, the disembodied voice echoing ominously. The 4 dared not move, for they sensed that even the slightest motion could lead to their instantaneous demise. The fusion of soul and earth, the peak of power. It bore the same physical prowess as their junior brother. Who are you? We come from the totem clan, under the guidance of the Elder of Jotian. We kindly request you reveal yourself. Silence. The cold, desolate streets exuded a murderous aura, and as time passed within the stilled space, the eyes of the four grew increasingly filled with dread. Sweat poured down, and my body trembled slightly. Despite being at the same celestial level, they could not fathom why the opponent's soul merged with the might of heaven and earth was so terrifying, a feat that even those in the Wheel Sea realm could not achieve. My soul was already beginning to shatter. If this continued, the four of us would undoubtedly face soul fragmentation and fall here. What could we do? I could not muster any power. The essence of heaven and earth was imprisoned, leaving us with no chance to resist. Break and then stand anew. I will ignite my soul, and the three of you should seize the opportunity to break free. Remember, do not linger for a moment. Do not concern yourselves with me. Just take the Holy Sun and return to our clan. Eldest brother, no? The eldest among them, disregarding all caution, began to ignite his soul, hoping to harness the power of the soul's flame to instantly break the confinement of energy, allowing his three brothers to escape. Amidst the furious roars of the three, the eldest's soul ignited, unleashing a terrifying power that surged against the energy confinement like a tsunami, shaking the very foundations of the earth. Boom! The violent collision struck the surrounding energy confinement, yet it vanished without a trace, as if a stone had sunk into the ocean, leaving the four completely dumbfounded. Chapter 12. The Burning of the Celestial Body. The burning of the soul could not pierce through the energy confinement. What kind of might was this? They watched helplessly as their eldest brother met a tragic end, driving the three into utter madness. Even in death, we shall drag you down with us. I will avenge our eldest brother. How dare you, you cowardly rats? Hide in the shadows. They roared, their murderous intent surging as their eyes turned crimson. Such a reality was beyond their comprehension. They had initially believed that facing a mere small dynasty, their combined strength was sufficient to obliterate anyone in an instant. Would a celestial warrior truly emerge from a dynasty? It was utterly laughable. Yet, the impossible had come to pass. I have always been here. It's just that you for clowns failed to see me. Before the three, a figure gradually materialized from the void, his handsome visage adorned with a hint of disdain. Shaking his head, Chen lamented. The disciples of the totem clan are but this. The beastly bloodline within you is merely a product of foundational cultivation. In the face of true power, it is nothing. Thus, the energy confinement ensnared the four of them. One must first ascertain the condition of their bodies. It was rumored that when the disciples of the totem clan reached the pinnacle of foundational cultivation, they would forge their foundation with beastly blood, wielding the might of beasts. It seemed, however, that this was merely the case. Who exactly are you? The one you seek to kill, so mysterious. I can no longer discern your true strength. Clearly just a celestial being. To the three, the youth before them appeared shrouded in ambiguity. We hail from the totem clan. Do you not fear the wrath of the totem scorching the royal family? Totem wrath? Chen chuckled. Are all villains so lackwit? Even facing death, you still attempt to issue threats. Have you not considered that since I dare to suppress you four, I have no fear of the totem clan? Casting a scornful glance at the four, Chen was unwilling to engage in further trivialities. Having discerned the intricacies of the totem clan's bloodline, there was no need to waste time. If you dare to kill us, the totem clan will surely wash the Sioux royal family in blood. Totem burn? Burn you, sister. With a single hand tightly clenched, the three who were about to ignite their souls found their bodies disintegrating, their roars vanishing into silence. Having dispatched the four, it was now time to turn to the totem Holy Sun. Chen was eager to discover what the celestial body truly entailed. Outside the city, as time slowly slipped away, Yu Qianjue's unease grew increasingly intense. Under normal circumstances, with the strength of the four senior brothers and the time elapsed, they should have already begun suppressing the Sioux royal family. After all, the combined might of four celestial beings was sufficient to obliterate anyone effortlessly. Even if it were true that a celestial warrior resided within the Sioux dynasty, what then? The strength of the four senior brothers could easily dominate their peers. After all, the bloodline power of the totem clan was quite formidable. Are you the totem Holy Sun? The son of the sword sex master? Startled by the sudden appearance of the youth, Yu Qianjue's eyes turned icy, and his heart raced with dread. It seemed the four senior brothers had met with misfortune. Was it you? Indeed. Boom. Without further ado, an astonishing aura erupted from Yu Qianjue, and a shadow began to materialize behind him, exuding an overwhelmingly tyrannical might that surged like a tsunami. Is this the so-called celestial body? Chen was astonished. The power unleashed by Yu Qianjue's celestial body was indeed formidable, yet Yu Qianjue's cultivation was far too weak to contend against a celestial being at the extraordinary sixth realm, especially one like himself. Even with the celestial body, the gap was insurmountable. You are far too weak. Haha, I know you are a celestial being. But no matter who you are, today I shall avenge the sword sect. Is that so? What can your celestial body do? Before absolute strength, any physique is but nonsense. Unless truly wielded by a formidable warrior. With the aid of the Supreme Bone, he could easily suppress an old bald man of the Wheel Sea realm. Could this so-called totem holy son achieve the same? His disdain for xianxia stemmed from a profound confidence in his own might. As the fury of the celestial body raged, the entire void began to reverberate with roars, the swirling clouds threatening to collapse entirely. Xianxia was determined, for he understood that even the combined might of the four senior brothers could not match this individual. One could only imagine the extent of this person's strength. He had no choice to avenge his parents, his sister and brother-in-law, and indeed the entire sword sect. The only option was to ignite the celestial body and vanquish this foe. Xianxia was not one to hesitate. He was acutely aware of the current situation. The totem clan could not reach him, and even if they sought to save him, it was already impossible. If he did not ignite the celestial body, the ultimate outcome would merely be his own annihilation, and he might as well take this person down with him. At the very least avenging his family and the sword sect. Chapter 13. Congealing the Wheel Sea. Opening the Yuan Mansion, the Supreme Bone devours the celestial body. To ignite the celestial body? Quite resolute. Yet Su Chen remained utterly unfazed, his composure unbroken as he quietly observed. He was well aware of the devastating power unleashed upon igniting the celestial body. However, would he grant Xianxia the opportunity to ignite his physique? The answer was a resounding no. Be suppressed. A towering shadow of the Supreme Bone materialized, standing resolutely between heaven and earth. Waves of profound essence, imbued with the terrifying might of the celestial realm, enveloped the vast river. It forcibly suppressed the burning celestial body. You actually possess the Supreme Bone. A look of incredulity spread across Xianxia's face. He would never have imagined that his opponent possessed such an extraordinary treasure. What a remarkable fortune for a mere minor dynasty. No wonder this person was so formidable. Truly, a master of restraint. As a subordinate dynasty of the Chengtian sect, the Su dynasty has always been exceedingly obedient, yet they never anticipated that they would suddenly make a remarkable impact. The Su dynasty's actions were entirely deliberate. However, their own sect and family became the fallen souls beneath their adversary's sword. I am unwilling to accept this fate. Without the opportunity to further ignite the celestial dominance body, he found himself utterly powerless in the face of overwhelming strength, deprived even of the chance to burn with fervor. In this battle, he faced a complete and utter defeat. From the moment he awakened the celestial dominance body and was designated as a holy son by the totem tribe, he had never imagined that he would one day suffer such a lamentable loss, without even the opportunity to strike back. Discontent, frustration, rage, yet he found himself utterly helpless. If only his cultivation could reach the realm of the celestial being, merging his soul with the cosmos beneath him, even without igniting the celestial dominance body, he could still use its power to suppress his opponent. But now, he had no opportunity whatsoever. He could hardly believe that within the diminutive Su dynasty, there existed a celestial being martial artist with supreme bones. Had he known earlier, he could have requested his master to dispatch a martial artist from the Wheel Sea realm, or even the Yuan Mansion realm, to ensure absolute victory. With a single step forward, Su Chen instantly appeared before Xianxia, his overwhelming power binding his opponent, rendering the extraordinary sixth realm utterly incapable of retaliation. No matter who you are, I will not spare you even if I become a ghost. You likely won't even have the chance to become a ghost. He commenced his assault to obliterate Xianxia and forcibly devour the celestial dominance body within him. It must be acknowledged that Su Chen was indeed reckless. Attempting to consume the celestial dominance body using the supreme bones was, quite frankly, futile. For the celestial dominance body was scarcely inferior to the supreme bones. Should he forcibly consume it, the backlash from the celestial dominance body would be catastrophic. Others would never dare undertake such a perilous endeavor, yet Su Chen, without a moment's hesitation, resolved to devour the celestial dominance body to elevate the level of the supreme bones. Daring to dream, daring to act, daring to fight. High rewards demand high risks. Both the supreme bones and Su Chen were imbued with a certain madness. For the capability to consume a celestial dominance body of the same rank undoubtedly filled them with boundless excitement and anticipation. Thunderous roars erupted as the celestial dominance body resisted fiercely, yet Su Chen maintained a relentless grip, allowing the supreme bones to feast upon it. Su Chen promptly seated himself cross-legged, forming a whirlwind of dust and debris around him, completely enveloping the scene. Having successfully subdued the celestial dominance body was one matter, but consuming it was another. With Su Chen's assistance, the supreme bones began its frenzied consumption. The rhythm of the Tao surged within him, and Su Chen felt a wave of pain emanating from the supreme bones, as if it were on the verge of collapse. He had to endure. To place oneself in a position of absolute danger was the path to rebirth. With a billion-fold enhancement to his innate talent, Su Chen did not forget to cultivate. Seizing the opportunity to consume the celestial dominance body and break through to the Wheel C realm. His soul coalesced within the cycle, shattering his limits in the process. First level of Wheel C realm. Second level of Wheel C realm. Third level of Wheel C realm. Ninth level of Wheel C realm. Peak of Wheel C realm. As his cultivation soared, Su Chen was elated to discover he could accelerate the rate at which the supreme bones consumed the celestial dominance body. Utilizing the foundation established by the Tao, Su Chen's base was extraordinarily robust. Even the celestial dominance body could not break free from the foundational Tao. How formidable this was! Upon opening the Yuan Mansion, the realms of celestial being include Celestial Being Realm, Will See Realm, Yuan Mansion Realm, Tao Palace Realm, Creation Realm, and Void Realm. With the foundation of the Tao, Su Chen commenced forcibly opening the Yuan Mansion within the soul's Wheel C, the rolling aura enveloping his very essence. Under the enhancement of a billion-fold innate talent, others might require months or even years to open their Yuan Mansion, yet Su Chen accomplished it in a mere 10 minutes. First level of Yuan Mansion Realm. Second level of Yuan Mansion Realm. Third level of Yuan Mansion Realm. Ninth level of Yuan Mansion Realm. Peak of Yuan Mansion Realm. Just as Su Chen was preparing to press on towards the Tao Palace Realm, the formidable Supreme Bones, aided by the foundation of the Tao, successfully consumed the celestial dominance body. With the consumption complete, the subsequent time would be devoted to the Supreme Bones gradually refining and integrating the celestial dominance body. He felt an immense joy, for the Supreme Bones consuming the celestial dominance body promised to render it even more powerful in the future. Strictly speaking, he ought to express his gratitude to this totem Holy Sun. Chapter 14. The Wrath of Totemic Thunder. He was indeed thankful to the totem Holy Sun. Had Yu Qianjue not approached him willingly, he would never have had the chance to consume the celestial dominance body. This was of utmost importance for the Supreme Bones. Following the refining and integration of the celestial dominance body, its level would undoubtedly rise significantly. With his cultivation having successfully broken through to the peak of Yuan Mansion Realm, he was merely a step away from reaching the Tao Palace Realm. Lifting his gaze towards the boundless void ahead, his deep, icy eyes seemed to penetrate the endless river of time, landing squarely upon the Totem Tribe. As a premier sect of the Eastern Wilderness, the depth and strength of the Totem Tribe were far beyond what the Sword Sect could compare to. The Totem Tribe would not take kindly to the slaying of their holy son. Su Chen understood that for the Su dynasty to truly stand firm in the Eastern Wilderness, they must confront the Totem Tribe. Thus, he decided to make another journey. To ensure the safety of the royal family, before departing, Su Chen deliberately conveyed a message throughout the Eastern Wilderness. The Totem Tribe, as a first-class race of the Eastern Wilderness, has shamefully lowered themselves to attack the Su dynasty. The world bears witness. The Su dynasty fears not the Totem Tribe and vows to protect the dynasty with unwavering resolve. As the news spread, it sent shockwaves throughout the entire Eastern Wilderness. In a world where the strong prey upon the weak, the annihilation of the weak by the strong is a common occurrence. However, what left everyone utterly astonished was that the Su dynasty had actually slain the holy son of the Totem Tribe. This was a direct affront to the Totem Tribe's most sensitive pride, for the holy son held paramount significance to them, especially one endowed with the celestial dominance body. Within the majestic hall of the Totem Tribe, the atmosphere was tense. The tribe leader, Li Zhua, wore an exceedingly grim expression, his cold gaze ablaze with a tumultuous flame of wrath. Elder Luo, I require you to provide an explanation to the tribe. Li Zhua was genuinely furious. The esteemed holy son of the Totem Tribe had been slain in the Eastern Wilderness. While the deaths of other holy sons could be overlooked, the demise of Yu Qianjue, the one with the celestial dominance body, was intolerable. 3 years prior, the Totem Tribe's discovery of the celestial dominance body had stirred the entire Eastern Wilderness, prompting the elders to vie fiercely for the holy son, leading to one elder suffering severe injuries in the process. Ultimately, Yu Qianjue had become a disciple of Luo Jiutian, only to meet a tragic end at the hands of the Su dynasty, inflicting grievous losses upon the Totem Tribe. Luo Jiutian harbored deeper resentment than anyone else. For 3 years, he had regarded Yu Qianjue as his own son, hoping that this disciple would one day bring fame to the Totem Tribe and lead them to conquer the continent, becoming a paragon of existence. With a deep sigh, Luo Jiutian, filled with both fury and sorrow, addressed the tribe leader. This time, it was my oversight. I never anticipated that within such a small dynasty, there existed a celestial being martial artist. I take full responsibility for Qianjue's fate. You take responsibility? Can you bear the weight of that? The elder with fiery red hair glared fiercely, his visage ablaze with anger as he bellowed. Had the Holy Sun chosen to kneel before me back in the day, he would not have found himself in such dire straits today. Luo Jiutian, do you comprehend the significance of the celestial tyrant body? For countless eons, the Eastern Wasteland has never seen a celestial tyrant body. The Holy Sun, endowed with unparalleled talent and possessing the celestial tyrant body, would surely rise to supremacy over the Eastern Wasteland in the future. The Totem Clan's millennia of opportunity has been squandered through your actions, rendering you a pariah within the clan. I shall observe how you confront the ancestral spirits of our lineage henceforth. His words bore a heavy weight, igniting the ire of the elders, who were visibly incensed by Luo Jiutian's actions. The loss of the Holy Sun was irretrievable for the Totem Clan. With a wave of his hand, Li Zhuo attempted to quell the elder's fury, sighing inwardly. The deed had been done. Elder Luo felt an even deeper anguish and regret than the rest of us. Regardless, the Holy Sun remains our totem Holy Sun, and this grudge shall be avenged. Clan leader, I shall personally descend upon the Su dynasty and purge the entire dynasty in blood. The red-haired elder could no longer suppress the murderous intent within him. How dare such a trifling dynasty provoke the Totem Clan? If we do not annihilate the dynasty, what face shall we have left? News had already spread from the Su dynasty, merely to elevate our clan in the eyes of the Eastern Wasteland, fearing our retribution against their dynasty. Li Zhuo stated coldly, convey my orders. No one is to act against the Su dynasty. First, we shall capture Su Chen. I intend to suppress him before all of Eastern Wasteland. As for the Su dynasty, others will handle that for us. The Su dynasty has produced a formidable emperor, as long as the Totem Clan first subdues this individual. The subordinate sects and families of the Totem Clan will undoubtedly rush to obliterate the dynasty without us needing to intervene directly. Under the cover of night, the pitch-black void was speckled with stars, and the desolate mountains and wilds exuded a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Su Chen sat quietly, cross-legged, using the earth and sky as his bed. The foundational Tao rhythm coursed through his body, and as he practiced the chaotic Enlightenment technique, a faint mist enveloped him. The emanating Tao rhythm caused the flora surrounding him to grow wildly, as if infused with boundless vitality. Not far away, a golden dragon, 5 to 6 meters long and covered in shimmering scales, gradually emerged beneath the night sky, its cold eyes gleaming with avarice as it approached Su Chen. What a ferocious aura! Suddenly, Su Chen opened his eyes wide, a colossal head filling his vision. The golden scales glistened under the moonlight, and a tempestuous energy surged forth. Chapter 15. Dragon meat from the heavens, donkey meat from the earth. A dragon? Su Chen was utterly bewildered. He had never anticipated being targeted by a divine dragon. Before his transmigration, he had only heard of such creatures in legends. Indeed, in this fantastical realm, dragons truly existed. The dragon, appearing to be a juvenile, was likely a youngling. Su Chen could not fathom why this golden dragon had fixated on him. From the dragon's gaze, he discerned a profound greed. It turned out that the Chaos Enlightenment egg he had consumed had transformed into chaotic energy, aiding him in establishing his chaotic foundation. Unbeknownst to him, the chaotic aura he had been radiating had attracted this young golden dragon. Saliva? How absurd. Su Chen realized that he had been regarded as a meal by the golden dragon. What a foolish creature. Judging by the aura emanating from the golden dragon, it seemed to be at the heavenly gang realm, yet it had not yet fused its soul with the world. Before Su Chen could prepare himself, the golden dragon had already opened its gaping maw and lunged to devour him. Boom. The terrifying pressure descended, suppressing the golden dragon to the ground. Enveloped in the Tao rhythm, the golden dragon was blinded by the overwhelming force. In that moment, fear flickered in its eyes as it frantically twisted its dragon body, attempting to escape. The pressure of the Yuanfu realm is not something a heavenly gang realm beast can withstand. Su Chen chuckled, as if gazing at a freshly baked loaf of bread. You wish to eat me? The golden dragon shook its head violently. Damn this Tao rhythm. Had I not sensed it, I would not have underestimated the prowess of a human warrior. Regret marred the dragon's countenance. You wish to consume me, and I desire to devour you. It is only reasonable. I trust you will not regret this. The golden dragon became increasingly frantic, yet the terrifying pressure pinned it firmly to the ground, rendering it immobile. With the bloodthirsty demon's sword appearing in his hand, Su Chen grinned and remarked, "It is my first time eating dragon. In my homeland, there is a saying, heavenly dragon meat and earthly donkey meat. I have relished donkey meat countless times, but have never had the pleasure of tasting dragon meat. Please indulge me just this once." What? Indulge you? The golden dragon roared in fury. If I indulge you, I shall meet the king of hell. Realizing the futility of his protests, Su Chen declared, "Unfortunately, the initiative lies with me, and you must endure." As soon as the words left his lips, The bloodthirsty demon sword surged forth, unleashing waves of crimson brilliance beneath the night sky, effortlessly slicing through the golden dragon's scales. In an instant, the dragon's blood gushed forth. The dragon race is renowned for its formidable defenses, yet before the bloodthirsty demon's sword, its scales were as fragile as tofu, easily severed. Poor golden dragon. It had no chance to utter a cry before its life was extinguished. Su Chen proceeded to strip the dragon of its scales, peel its hide, extract the tendons, and slice the flesh into pieces. Gathering wood to kindle a fire, he placed the dragon meat and tendons over the flames. And soon the air was filled with a mouth-watering aroma. Taking a deep breath, Su Chen marveled, "Truly, this is heavenly dragon meat. The fragrance is intoxicating." Eagerly, he began to feast on the freshly cooked dragon meat, praising its exquisite taste with each bite. Suddenly, a dragon's roar reverberated through the void, sending shockwaves of turbulent air through the night, akin to a frenzied tsunami. A golden dragon, measuring dozens of meters in length, burst forth from the void, its aura of slaughter palpable as it beheld the blood-soaked ground and the roasted dragon meat. It let out a furious cry, "You dare slay my son? Today, I shall rend you limb from limb." The chilling roar echoed as if it originated from the depths of an endless hell. The golden dragon exuded an overwhelming presence, clearly having reached the Yuanfu realm. Its violent dragon breath surged forth, tearing through the night as it sought vengeance for its offspring. Unable to accept that its son had been roasted and consumed by a human. "Just as well, I was still hungry. I'll roast you as well." With a swift motion, the bloodthirsty demon's sword cleaved through the air, unleashing a surge of blood-colored sword energy that soared into the heavens. The blood-colored energy could devour blood, including that of dragons. In the Yuanfu realm, as the golden dragon sensed the astonishing might emanating from the human warrior, it felt no fear, for within the same realm, the strength and defenses of the dragon race far surpassed those of human warriors. The dragon's might was unparalleled, its massive form eclipsing the sky as its breath shattered the tranquility of the night. The surrounding beasts, sensing the turbulent dragon breath, immediately turned to flee. Boom. The golden dragon had believed its defenses sufficient to withstand the sword energy, only to discover the golden dragon's claw was forcefully severed by the sword's energy, and dragon blood cascaded from the void like a magnificent waterfall. A mournful dragon's roar echoed in despair as the golden dragon's visage contorted with fear and disbelief, seemingly unable to comprehend that the sword wielded by a human could wield such overwhelming power to sever its claw. "You wretched child, I shall remember the vengeance for my son. One day, I will roast you alive in tribute to him." Chapter 16. You are merely a more formidable reptile. Unable to contend with such might, the golden dragon made a swift decision. Flee. The sword in the human's grasp was far too tyrannical. It effortlessly cut through dragon claws, all while the dragon remained at a lower realm. The colossal dragon form blotted out the sky, its furious roar resonating through the night. Waves of energy surged forth, rolling and expanding. Witnessing its offspring being roasted by a human ignited a fiery rage within the dragon. Thinking of escape? A cold laugh escaped its lips. Su Chen's bloodthirsty sword sliced through the air, unleashing crimson sword energies that spanned the horizon, blocking the golden dragon's retreat. It was as if hell itself had descended, a terrifying aura consuming the golden dragon's blood. Bloodthirsty? The golden dragon was wholly thrown into disarray. It could distinctly sense that under the shadow of the crimson sword energies, its dragon blood surged uncontrollably within, as if possessed. Its face was etched with horror, and its terrified eyes reflected boundless dread. The more it struggled, the less the golden dragon dared to linger. Its massive form collided violently against the barrier of sword energy. A desperate act of defiance. Whoosh. The crimson sword energies, shrouded by the night, appeared particularly chilling and horrific. The dragon's immense body was unable to evade the sweeping sword energies. With a piercing sound, the dragon's scales were easily sliced open by the sword energies, and blood gushed forth. "Human, even in death, I shall drag you down with me." The frenzied roars erupted. For the golden dragon had never anticipated that its opponent would possess such overwhelming strength. It found itself bereft of any opportunity for resistance. Unwillingness, unfathomable rage, all transformed into a torrent of burning fury as the entire dragon form charged fiercely towards Su Chen. Together they would perish, a mutual destruction. The dragon race was proud. Even in death, they sought dignity. If they were to die, they would take their enemies with them into the afterlife. Yet Su Chen merely smiled. If it wished for mutual destruction, he would see if it possessed the strength for it. Suppression. The force emanating from the Yuanfu realm contained boundless Taoist resonance, and the power of the supreme bone surged forth, converging into a cage that began to suppress the golden dragon fiercely. Boom, boom, boom. The golden dragon, unwilling to be subdued, battered against the massive cage with its colossal body. The thunderous noise rang like a death knell through the void, excruciatingly sharp to the ears. Die, you lowly human. Its furious roars ravaged the heavens as the golden dragon collided with the cage of condensed power, intent on perishing alongside Su Chen. Alas, the golden dragon faced Su Chen, a human warrior far superior in strength. The outcome was already sealed. The golden dragon could not reverse its fate. It could only writhe its immense form, suppressed by the power, trapped within the cage, its roars piercing through layers of void, resonating across the vast skies. The tranquility of the desolate mountains was utterly shattered. Countless beasts trembled in fright, unaware of what had transpired, wondering who had provoked this ancestral dragon. Under the weight of the suppression, the golden dragon's form plummeted from the void, crashing into the ground and creating a deep pit, its senses spinning, its aura in chaos. Like a raging tempest, lazily approaching the deep pit, Su Chen looked down upon the dazed golden dragon, a smile gracing his lips. In your eyes, dragons are exalted beings. Yet before me, you are merely a more powerful reptile. I now ask you, are you willing to submit to me? The thought of taming a golden dragon as a steed was indeed an enticing prospect. The dragon race has always stood atop the pyramid of the beast world. While the golden dragon held a somewhat lower rank among its kin, it was still formidable enough for Su Chen's current self. Haha, lowly human. Do you believe you are worthy of my submission? We dragons are the sovereigns of the heavens. You pathetic humans can only kneel before us. Today, I may concede. But one day, a mere member of my kind will effortlessly suppress your eternal reincarnation. Would the lofty dragon race ever consider submission? Impossible. Even in death, it would never choose to bow down. Not surprisingly, Su Chen anticipated the golden dragon's rejection. The haughty dragon race would never willingly submit to a mere human. Gripping the bloodthirsty sword, Su Chen's gaze turned increasingly frigid, dismissing the golden dragon's threats as if they were inconsequential. In this fantastical realm, the struggle lay in the might of one's fists and the strength of one's power. Once his strength was sufficiently formidable, he could annihilate the entire dragon race. And yet it dared to threaten him. Lowly human, if you release me now, perhaps I could grant you a swifter demise. A reptile is but a reptile. Even its threats lack intellect, deserving of its own demise. The terrifying pressure bore down upon the golden dragon, as the bloodthirsty sword eagerly anticipated the complete consumption of the dragon's blood. Boom. Su Chen relinquished his grip, and the bloodthirsty sword emitted a jubilant howl, soaring toward the golden dragon in the pit, radiating an unsettling and malevolent intent. Lowly human, my dragon race shall not let you escape. Chapter 17, Blood-Refining Godlock Array. The bloodthirsty sword rampantly devoured. Filled with fury and terror, the golden dragon thrashed its massive form. Yet, the gigantic dragon body was firmly suppressed within the pit, unable to stir even an inch, left to allow the bloodthirsty sword to feast upon its dragon blood. Roars of rage pierced through layers of void, reverberating across the expansive skies. The burning fury gradually dissipated within the roar. The golden dragon's eyes slowly closed, its dragon blood vanishing in an instant. The golden dragon fell. The bloodthirsty sword seemed to have indulged in a feast, returning to Su Chen's hand with a sense of satisfaction, as if to convey, the dragon blood was delectable. Gently stroking the bloodthirsty sword in his grasp, Su Chen felt no turmoil within. He had offered the golden dragon a chance. Had it chosen to submit, he would have refrained from striking it down. Alas, the golden dragon, believing itself to be a lofty creature, would never deign to submit to a human warrior. Refusing to bow, it met its swift demise. Such were Su Chen's principles. He would not leave himself with any troubles. After all, the golden dragon of the Yuanfu realm possessed immense strength. Should it forcibly invade the imperial dynasty, who could withstand it? The totem clan, in a bid to maintain their dignity, would surely first target him, subsequently annihilating his imperial lineage with the aid of subordinate sects and families. Yet, the golden dragon would not be so considerate. Dignity held no value for the golden dragon. Without lingering on this matter, Su Chen resumed his meal of dragon flesh. Ding. The system detects that the 7-day instant kill timer has expired and is currently executing a random instant kill. The mechanical, icy voice of the system echoed in his mind. Finally, it had arrived. Su Chen eagerly anticipated the system's flash sales each time, for the items on offer were invariably exceptional. Particularly memorable was the previous sale, where he obtained the chaotic Enlightenment egg, which directly established a chaotic foundation for his cultivation, laying a solid groundwork for his martial arts. Suddenly, a system interface materialized in his mind. Item: Blood Refinement Godlock Array, God Level Killing Formation. Price: 1 Spirit Stone. Item description: The blood refinement godlock array, crafted through the meticulous efforts of thousands of array masters, embodies the quintessence of supreme formations, possessing the formidable power to slay gods through blood refinement. Time limit, 1-minute flash sale. This time, the randomly selected item was a formation. Chen was well aware of the might of formations. They not only rendered one invincible among peers, but also allowed a single practitioner to vanquish legions. A powerful formation like this could potentially annihilate the heavens and the earth. The collective effort of thousands of array masters in creating a formation capable of blood refining and god-slaying indicated its terrifying nature. He promptly produced a spirit stone and completed the purchase. In an instant, a wealth of information regarding the array surged into his mind, merging seamlessly with his consciousness. The blood refinement godlock array could lock gods, demons, Buddhas, and monsters alike. Once ensnared, any formidable being would be subjected to the array's sacrificial refinement, ultimately transforming into a mere pool of blood. The array's terrifying power would also scale with its master's cultivation level. Satisfied, he nodded in approval, recognizing that the most fearsome aspect of the blood refinement godlock array lay in its disregard for the time constraints that plagued other formations. While others required spirit stones and considerable time to set up their arrays, this one could be deployed effortlessly in an instant, marking it as truly formidable. The Great Xia dynasty stood as a staunch supporter of the Totem clan, its overall strength comparable to the Sword sect. With the backing of the Totem clan, the dynasty boasted a transcendent being at the celestial realm, thereby elevating itself above other dynasties. The dynasty's favor from the Totem clan was largely due to the emergence of a holy son. Although he did not possess a body as formidable as Xianxia's, he exhibited an extraordinary talent, having entered the Totem clan a decade prior, with no news since. It was widely understood that the Great Xia dynasty's ascendance was due to the Holy Son status. Chen's figure appeared within the imperial city of the Great Xia dynasty. At present, he remained unaware of the Totem clan's overall strength or who among them was the mightiest. He was reluctant to take unnecessary risks. Although he had advanced to the Yuanfu realm, he did not consider himself invincible. Thus, it was prudent to know both himself and his adversaries. He intended to tread cautiously, using the Great Xia dynasty as a means to gauge the Totem clan's capabilities. Today marked the emperor's grand birthday celebration, drawing officials from across the land into the palace to offer their congratulations. The entire imperial city buzzed with discussions regarding the emperor's longevity. I just heard that the Holy Son will personally return from the Totem clan to celebrate His Majesty's birthday. Is that true? Since the prince was taken by the Totem clan a decade ago, he hasn't returned. It's truly unexpected that he would come back to honor the emperor on this occasion. The prince is remarkably filial. Our dynasty has attained its current status thanks to the prince's identity as the Holy Son of the Totem clan, alongside the emergence of a celestial realm warrior within the royal family. Just days ago, another dynasty that dared to challenge us was obliterated. On the emperor's birthday, hundreds of dynasties come to pay their respects, and even the Totem clan will dispatch envoys to accompany the Holy Son back. The Totem clan truly honors him, and the entire dynasty shares in this glory. Listening intently, Chen realized he had arrived at a fortuitous moment. Another Holy Son of the Totem clan was set to make an appearance. Killing one Holy Son was a task, yet slaying two was equally feasible. Their animosity had escalated to irreconcilable heights. Xiaoyao, he committed the name of this Totem Holy Son to memory, draining his cup of tea before rising and gazing toward the palace. The emperor's grand birthday celebration could just as easily become a day of mourning next year. In the Great Xia dynasty, Emperor Yiqing wore a beaming smile, utterly astonished that the Totem clan had sent a guardian to attend his birthday. The guardians of the Totem clan were all formidable beings of the Wheel-Sea realm. My child, I wish you good health and eternal prosperity for our dynasty. My son, please rise. Having a son like you brings me immense satisfaction. Xiaoyao, dressed in flowing white garments, exuded an air of nobility that captivated many young ladies. Father, let me introduce you to Protector Chen. Protector Chen is a warrior of the Wheel-Sea realm. The Totem clan's decision to send a guardian alongside the Holy Son spoke volumes about their regard for him. Yiqing could hardly contain his delight upon meeting Protector Chen. There is no need for such formality, Your Majesty. The Holy Son's filial piety is truly commendable, came the sycophantic response. As it was well understood that Xiaoyao held a high status within the Totem clan, destined to become an elder in the future, perhaps even the clan leader. If one did not curry favor now, when would they? Xiaoyao remained silent, seemingly relishing the adulation. At that moment, a guard rushed in, breathless and trembling. Your Majesty, something terrible has happened. Yiqing's expression darkened instantly. With Protector Chen present, this was a most inopportune time for such news. Nonetheless, he restrained his emotions and inquired, what has transpired? 2 esteemed individuals from the totem clan. They have perished. What did you say? Where? Right on the palace walls. Both Protector Chen and Yi Xiaoyao stepped forward simultaneously, their figures vanishing in an instant, leaving Yi Qing in a state of shock, still processing the gravity of the situation. This return, accompanied by 2 members of the Celestial Realm Enforcement Team, had encountered unforeseen calamity. The Great Xia dynasty, after all, fell within the jurisdiction of the Totem Clan. Who dared to act with such impunity, to eliminate members of the Totem Clan? This was a blatant provocation. On the palace walls, a throng of people had gathered, their gazes and murmurs forming a cacophony. Given the identities of the deceased, it was all but certain they were from the Totem Clan. Who on earth possesses such audacity to slay members of the Totem Clan and display their bodies upon the palace walls? This is a direct affront to the Totem Clan. On a day meant for celebration, such an incident would be challenging to explain to the Totem Clan. Hush, the Holy Sun has arrived. In rapid succession, Yi Xiaoyao and Protector Chen appeared, soon followed by the hurried arrivals of Yi Qing and others. Upon seeing the 2 bodies hanging from the palace walls, still dripping blood, the expressions of Yi Xiaoyao and the others darkened to the utmost. With a solemn voice, Protector Chen proclaimed, "There are words." The blood mist surrounding the 2 corpses coalesced, gradually forming blood characters that read, "Congratulations to the great Xia Emperor on his birthday. This modest gift is offered as a token of respect." The 16 blood characters were hauntingly vivid, each imbued with a chilling aura of slaughter. Everyone inhaled sharply, for gifts could be countless. Yet presenting a corpse as a tribute was unprecedented. This was not merely a gift, but an ominous curse upon His Majesty. The shocking offering nearly provoked Yi Qingyao into a furious outburst, as the presence of Protector Chen loomed large, his face a tempest of anger, fists clenched tightly. Humph! Protector Chen uttered a heavy scoff, his voice laced with fury, regardless of the identity of this individual. "Anyone who dares to slay a member of the Totem Clan shall find no rest in death." Yi Xiaoyao, however, regarded the throngs before him with a chilling gaze, stating, "He is among the crowd." "Holy Sun, what do you mean? If you dare to act, why not reveal yourself?" Yi Xiaoyao had already attained the pinnacle of the Wheel Sea realm and was poised to breach the Yuanfu realm within 2 years, ranking among the top 5 within the Totem Holy Suns. His voice resonated like a tsunami, sweeping across the square, compelling countless onlookers to scan their surroundings for the true culprit. No one dared to question the Holy Sun's words. In the Great Xia dynasty, the moment Yi Xiaoyao was designated as the Holy Sun by the Totem Clan, his renown eclipsed that of the Emperor, becoming a living legend within the dynasty. "Yi Holy Sun, are you satisfied with the gift I have brought for your father?" At that moment, a detached voice emerged from the crowd, causing everyone to part, revealing a figure cloaked in black, his extraordinary visage adorned with a faint smile. Chapter 19. Kneel or Die. Who is this person? Why would he send a corpse as a gift? The crowd gazed upon the striking young man, their minds swirling with questions. "Who are you?" Yi Xiaoyao refrained from impulsively attacking, realizing that the adversary was well prepared, knowing his identity, yet daring to act so brazenly. The one delivering the gift smiled, his dark eyes igniting with a smoldering intent to kill. "Do you know whom you have offended?" "The Totem Clan." "No? Then it is intentional." Protector Chen's murderous intent surged as he thundered, "If you are aware, then you are deliberately provoking us." Before he could finish, Protector Chen stepped forward, channeling the powers of heaven and earth to suppress the young man. Boom! Having once cultivated with the blood of the demon moon wolf, he wielded the power of the wolf, a manifestation of a more feminine energy. The temperature plummeted instantly, plunging the surroundings into an icy abyss. All retreated in haste. Though they were unaware of this Totem Clan powerhouse's true strength, the overwhelming pressure was beyond what ordinary individuals could withstand. Caught in the crossfire, even the reasoning had vanished. Su Chun remained rooted, offering no resistance to the force bearing down upon him, yet it felt as though he vanished into the depths of the ocean. All present were rendered speechless, eyes wide as they beheld the young man before them. Protector Chen's heart sank. He had never anticipated that his power would be met with such defiance. "Peak Will Sea Realm." Gritting his teeth, incredulity tinged his voice. "Peak Will Sea Realm?" Upon hearing Protector Chen's words, Yi Xiaoyao felt his heart plummet. His expression morphed into one of astonishment as he inquired, "Might I ask if you hail from the Su dynasty?" "So, the Yi Holy Sun is aware of my existence. It would be strange if I were not. Recently, the Emperor Su Chun of the Su dynasty has created a stir in the eastern wilderness. First, he beheaded the leader of the Chengtian sect, then annihilated the Sword sect, and slaughtered the Totem Holy Sun, Yu Qianjua. Su Chen's name has already entered the Totem Clan's blacklist. The Totem Clan, constrained by their status, had refrained from confronting the Su dynasty directly, opting instead to eliminate Su Chun first before leveraging their allied dynasties and sects to resolve subsequent matters. Yi Xiaoyao had not anticipated that Su Chen would abandon the Su dynasty and venture into his great Xia dynasty. He was contemplating the time when his clan would eliminate this individual, and he would persuade his father to lead the great Xia alliance in extermination, thus offering a token of goodwill to his clan. Although his cultivation vastly surpassed that of Yu Qianxia, he was certain it could not compare to Su Chen's. May I inquire if your visit to the great Xia dynasty bears any significance? I have already stated, I am here to celebrate your father's birthday. Regardless of whether the great Xia royal family is pleased, I, Su Chen, adhere to my own principles. My gift has been presented, and you, ye father and son, must kneel in gratitude. Almost forgetting, you must also reciprocate my gesture. At these words, the crowd fell into a stupor, having witnessed arrogance before, yet never such unabashed hubris. So he is the emperor of the Su dynasty, daring to come to the great Xia dynasty. What could his intentions be? It was said that this individual possessed extraordinary talent, yet had long remained dormant, only rising to prominence following the annihilation of the 5 great dynasties. He had even slain the totem holy son, Yu Qianxia, who wielded the celestial overlord body. Would he seek to eliminate the Yi holy son as well? Speculations swirled regarding Su Chen's purpose for coming. Could he truly be so audacious as to have slain a holy son of the totem clan and now seek to slay another? Suppressing the fury boiling within, Yi Xiaoyao retorted coldly, "Are you not being excessive? Excessive? I think not. If you too refuse, I can only interpret this as your provocation and disrespect towards me, and I shall resolve this in my own manner." Clearly, he was seeking conflict. Protector Chen stepped forward, fuming, "Su Chen, do not presume too much. As a holy son of the totem clan, I am not to be humiliated at your whim." Boom. As soon as Protector Chen finished speaking, his body erupted, transforming into a mist of blood that spread through the air, the acrid scent of blood shocking everyone into disbelief. Such dominance, such brutality, the decisiveness in slaughter, even slaying 3 members of the totem clan. A flicker of fear crossed Yi Xiaoyao's gaze, vanishing as quickly as it came. While others may not understand Protector Chen's strength, he knew all too well, at the 7th level of the Wheel Sea realm, even he could not achieve an instant kill. Such ferocity. "Su Chen, what do you truly desire? Kneel, or die?" The voice, laden with murderous intent, pierced through layers of void, echoing throughout the imperial city, leaving many in a state of shock. Su Chen's domineering presence and arrogance were unlike anything they had ever witnessed. After all, Yi Xiaoyao was a holy son of the totem clan, his status commanding respect. To kneel would not only strip him of his dignity, but would also bring shame upon the totem clan. This was precisely the outcome Su Chen sought. Chapter 20. Yi Holy Son understands the situation well. It is time to return the favor. Outside the imperial palace. Silence. Everyone held their breath, eyes fixed on the totem holy son. Yi Xiaoyao, a prince of the great Xia dynasty and the holy son of the totem clan, held dual esteemed identities. How could he kneel? As the holy son representing the totem clan, he bore the weight of his lineage. The numerous warriors of the dynasty dared not meet Su Chen's gaze. To annihilate Protector Chen, such formidable prowess was capable of sweeping through the great Xia royal family. Does the holy son refuse? I, Yi Xiaoyao, harbor no enmity with you. This matter is a result of the great Xia dynasty's inadequate hospitality. I implore King Su to show mercy. He had yielded, under the overwhelming pressure of absolute strength. Yi Xiaoyao ultimately chose to bow his head. He was unwilling to fall. Even less so to witness the imperial dynasty bathed in blood. A chorus of sighs arose from the crowd, watching in disbelief as the holy son retreated. This was indeed a world where the strong held sway. Those with iron fists could dictate everything. What of the royal family? What could the holy son accomplish? Su Chen chuckled, shaking his head, a hint of disdain etched on his face as he coldly declared, "My time is limited. I implore the holy son to seize this opportunity. Should you fail to kneel within 3 breaths, I will unleash a bloodbath upon the great Xia dynasty." And the countdown begins. He would not accept submission. Su Chen's intent was unmistakable, to publicly humiliate the totemic holy son. To defy him would mean the slaughter of the dynasty. Xiaoyao, the dynasty is paramount. When you return to the totem clan, you may reclaim your honor 100-fold without sacrificing your life in vain. Listening to his father's voice echoing in his mind, Yi Xiaoyao felt his fury transform into a torrent of bloodlust, yet he suppressed it fiercely, daring not to show a flicker of emotion. Must he truly kneel? Yi Xiaoyao understood all too well that with this act of submission, both his and the totem clan's dignity would be trampled. It was evident that Su Chen was deliberate in his actions. His public humiliation masked a deeper desire to disgrace the entire totem clan. Clenching his fists tightly, gritting his teeth, Yi Xiaoyao found himself in a fierce internal struggle. Which was more important, honor or the dynasty? He had but 3 breaths to decide. An oppressive silence enveloped the scene. Everyone, including Emperor Yi Qing, turned their gaze to the totem Holy Sun, eager to see his choice. The two corpses hanging from the palace walls, along with the 16 blood-red characters formed from coagulated blood, not only remained, but grew more vivid. Exuding a nauseating stench of blood, each character resonated with a chilling aura of impending doom. At that moment, the atmosphere outside the palace felt particularly surreal. The heavy oppression suffocating all present. 3 breaths felt like an eternity. Su Chen's voice slowly broke the silence. The time has elapsed. It seems the Holy Sun is unwilling to kneel, so the entire dynasty must accompany you. Thud. Before Su Chen could act, all eyes were fixed on Yi Xiaoyao as he knelt, his face contorted with rage and resentment, his eyes blazing like a wild beast. I beseech you, Lord Su, to show mercy and spare the great Xia dynasty. Here was the totem Holy Sun, kneeling in public to plead for mercy. Tears welled in Yi Qing's eyes, forcing him to turn away. How could the totem clan provoke such a madman, drawing his wrath upon the great Xia dynasty? It seemed fate had dealt this blow, unavoidable. Yet, it was a grievous injustice to his son. Yi Xiaoyao, as the Holy Sun of the totem clan, held a position of immense prestige, destined to become a pivotal figure in the clan. Yet, before overwhelming power, he chose to kneel, prioritizing life and the dynasty over his dignity. Such an individual was truly excessive. While not daring to provoke the totem clan, he brazenly sought trouble with our great Xia dynasty. If I possessed supreme strength, I would tear him to shreds. Who could deny it? The prince is the hope of our great Xia dynasty, destined to lead the empire to triumph and secure its place atop the eastern wilderness. The humiliation he faced today will surely be repaid 100-fold in the future. Hush! Are you not afraid he will hear you? Nonsense. We are speaking so softly that even I am unsure of what I am saying. He lacks supernatural hearing. How could he possibly overhear us? Bang! Bang! The conversing individuals, before they could comprehend the situation, found their bodies exploding under a terrifying pressure, turning into clouds of blood mist that sent those nearby scrambling in fear, clueless as to what had transpired. Cold, indifferent gazes radiated with the wrath of hell, sweeping over everyone, an icy, tyrannical aura enveloping them all. Su Chen scoffed, I care not what you think, nor whether you sympathize with him. This is my domain. Dare to speak, and I shall make your body explode. Those unafraid of death may certainly test their luck. Su Chen's dominance left the crowd both astonished and enraged. Yet they dared not utter a word, lowering their heads in trepidation, fearful that they might share the same fate as those who had perished. None wished to embrace death. Under the iron-fisted suppression, no one dared to utter another syllable, the acrid scent of blood mist lingering in the air. Yi Xiaoyao cursed vehemently in his heart. But all his resentment could only be suppressed. As long as he could return to the totem clan unscathed, that would be the day he would obliterate Su Chen. He must endure. He must survive. Indeed, the Holy Sun seems to be quite astute, but I have already sent a gift to your father. Should you not return the favor? What could Su Chen possibly desire? Quite simply, I present to your father 2 corpses. You shall return the favor with 2 corpses in kind. Is that too much to ask? Chapter 21. Refining the Great Xia Dynasty, assisting the Su Dynasty's ascendancy. This return gift is somewhat oppressive. The emperor is celebrating his longevity, and you choose to offer 2 corpses, hung prominently on the palace walls. And now you demand 2 corpses in return? This is clearly bullying. Who would dare to protest? Would Emperor Yi Qing dare? Would the totem Holy Sun Yi Xiaoyao dare? No one. No one at all. Faced with a relentless madman, provoking him is akin to inviting one's own demise. Yi Xiaoyao, as the Holy Sun of the totem clan, would rather kneel in disgrace than risk his life and the dynasty, naturally reluctant to provoke further. He must endure. Clenching his fists tightly, Yi Xiaoyao's eyes brimmed with boundless hatred and murderous intent, yet it was forcibly concealed. He dared not reveal it. What corpses might Su Chen desire? Upon returning to the totem clan, he would demand 100-fold retribution. In Yi Xiaoyao's eyes, Su Chen was already a dead man. Let this dead man revel for a few more days. Su Chen smiled and said, I have no interest in anyone else. All I require is for the Holy Sun to present the corpses of Yi Qing and Yi Xiaoyao as a return gift, and I shall depart immediately. Would that not suffice? Upon hearing this, an uproar ensued. No one had anticipated that the return gift Su Chen sought would be the corpses of the emperor and the prince. Why not simply strike them down? Why waste time and breath? This was nothing less than a mockery of Yi Xiaoyao and the great Xia royal family. Truly outrageous. The crowd could only think such thoughts, too fearful to voice them. Having witnessed the fate of those who spoke out, who would dare to comment? Their bodies would instantly explode into blood mist. The mere thought of such a scene was terrifying. Su Chen resembled a harbinger of death, wreaking havoc with impunity. You desire the corpses of my father and me? With a sudden lift of his head, Yi Xiaoyao's eyes ignited with a tsunami of murderous intent. If mere gazes could kill, Su Chen would have perished countless times by now. He endured and endured, seeking to preserve his life and protect the dynasty, waiting for the day he could return to the totem clan to exact revenge. Yet, what was the outcome? Su Chen had never intended to spare him or the great Xia dynasty. The entire charade was a humiliation aimed squarely at him. Su Chen, you did this on purpose. Haha, it seems the holy son of the totem clan has finally caught on. I was perplexed. As the esteemed holy son of the totem clan, how could you be so naive? To eradicate the root of the problem, to eliminate future threats, Su Chen would not allow himself to be burdened with any troubles, especially considering that Yi Xiaoyao had the totem clan as his formidable backing. To release the tiger back into the mountains would inevitably lead to great calamity. Yi Xiaoyao, having risen from his kneeling position, unleashed a torrent of murderous intent, akin to a raging sea. There was no longer a need for patience. Su Chen had no intention of forgiving him or sparing the great Xia dynasty. Even if he continued to kneel and plead for mercy, it would only result in an even more callous humiliation. Su Chen, do you not fear the bloodbath of your dynasty through your blatant provocation of the totem clan? This was a question that perplexed Yi Xiaoyao. As a premier sect in the eastern wilderness, the totem clan was not to be trifled with, especially not with repeated provocations. Su Chen's actions had already crossed the line drawn by the totem clan. Once truly angered, the totem clan would not concern themselves with face or reputation. Could the Su dynasty withstand the bloodbath from the totem clan? Our Su dynasty will one day look down upon the eastern wilderness, forever treading upon the totem clan. But alas, you will not witness that day. Yi Xiaoyao found it hard to believe. While Su Chen's strength was formidable, matching the totem clan was nearly impossible. The disparity was too great, lacking any comparability. A direct confrontation would only result in Su Chen's ultimate defeat, leaving him shattered and without a grave. Emperor Yi Qing stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Su Chen, stating, Lord Su, the grievances between you and the totem clan have nothing to do with my great Xia dynasty. I, Yi Qing, swear in the name of the emperor that if you are willing to spare the dynasty, I shall certainly follow your lead in the future. I implore you, Lord Su, to show mercy. Summoning the terrifying power of the hellish Yama, an immense palm of energy tore through the void, seizing the furious Yi Xiaoyao within its grasp. Su Chen, my soul will watch over you in the cycle of reincarnation. I hope you can endure for a few more days, he laughed ominously. Without resistance, Yi Xiaoyao understood the futility of struggling against Su Chen's might. Any attempts would merely waste time and effort. As he faced death, he felt a pang of regret. Regret for kneeling before Su Chen, for casting aside his dignity and the honor of the totem clan. He felt shame towards himself and the totem clan. Whether your soul can witness my downfall in the cycle of reincarnation, I am uncertain, but I now invite you to behold the destruction of your dynasty. I shall refine the great Xia dynasty, devouring its imperial aura to elevate the fortunes of my Su dynasty. Yi Xiaoyao's expression shifted drastically. If anyone else had made such a claim, he would have dismissed it with scorn, utterly refusing to believe it. Yet, faced with this man, witnessing Su Chen's unwavering confidence and madness, Yi Xiaoyao's heart plummeted. His body was trapped within the grasp of the immense palm. In that moment, Su Chen stood proudly in the void, his cold gaze fixed upon the royal family. None could hinder the rise of the Su dynasty. Since the great Xia dynasty stood at the pinnacle of all dynasties, it would be consumed to bolster the fortunes of the Su dynasty in the eastern wilderness. As he began to form seals with his hands, he invoked the blood refinement locking array that had previously obliterated his foes. Chapter 22. You even have the chance for soul refinement blood sacrifice. The blood refinement locking array was designed to refine the entirety of the great Xia royal family. The concept of fortune is shrouded in mystery. To Su Chen, the great Xia dynasty, as the foremost among dynasties, had reached the zenith of imperial fortune in the eastern wilderness. By refining the great Xia dynasty, he would invisibly guide its fortune into the Su dynasty behind him. With fortunes rising, who could stand in his way, even against the totem clan? As long as the Su dynasty's fortune was formidable enough, he believed the totem clan would find it impossible to eradicate the Su royal family for various reasons. The ground trembled. As he continued to form seals, a terrifying aura surged forth, enveloping the entire royal family in an instant. What was he attempting to do? It was obvious. He intended to wash the royal family in blood. Quite ruthless, indeed. Given the circumstances, would he leave it to cause future troubles for himself? To eradicate the roots of the problem was the only way to prevent future complications. Bang! The body of Emperor Yi Qing exploded like a watermelon. Blood mist dispersing in all directions. Father! Yi Xiaoyao watched helplessly as his father was slain. He struggled frantically, hoping to break free from the confinement, but to no avail. The power of the Yuanfu realm was far beyond his capacity to escape. The rolling blood mist was merely the beginning. Under the terrifying influence of the blood refinement locking array, the royal family erupted with endless screams. Those enveloped by the aura of the array had no chance to resist or flee, their bodies bursting apart. In an instant, the royal chamber was suffused with a thick, acrid blood mist. All were aghast, their faces filled with terror as they gazed at the young figures standing proudly in the void. Such ruthlessness! Such a method of slaughter was beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. As the great Xia royal family was bloodily cleansed, the blood refinement locking array directly engulfed the royal family, and Su Chen's expression grew increasingly grave. Blood refinement locking god, condensed the imperial aura, gather. As his cold voice resonated through the void, a faint yellow aura began to rise within the royal family, appearing as a thin mist, eerily mysterious. Stepping forth, Su Chen entered the void of the bloodied royal family, and the faint yellow aura surged into his body, rolling forth like a tempest. This intangible fortune could assist the rise of the Su royal family, propelling them to the pinnacle of the eastern wilderness. In the next moment, the Yuanfu within Su Chen's mind erupted with a roar, beginning to coalesce into a Tao palace. The transformation of the Yuanfu into a Tao palace marked the attainment of the so-called Tao palace realm. Under the enhancement of boundless talent, Su Chen unexpectedly utilized the refinement of the great Xia dynasty's fortune to aid his own advancement. In an instant, he broke through the Yuanfu realm, solidifying his Tao palace in his mind. First level Tao palace realm, second level Tao palace realm, third level Tao palace realm, ninth level Tao palace realm. He finally stabilized at the pinnacle of the Tao palace realm, the Su dynasty. Su Hen was engaged in cultivation, designated as a prince by the emperor, barring unforeseen circumstances. He would become the next emperor of the Su dynasty, shouldering immense responsibilities. Just then, an invisible aura enveloped the Su dynasty, with Su Hen being the first to sense it, astonished as he looked up. What was this? The entire Su royal family seemed to be shrouded in a faint yellow halo. Under this glow, Su Hen joyously discovered that his cultivation was rapidly breaking through. With no bottlenecks to impede him, not only Su Hen, but everyone within the royal family sensed a unique aura enveloping them, their realms swiftly ascending. This was the rise of fortune, having devoured all the fortunes of the great Xia royal family, elevating the Su royal family's fortunes to the apex among the dynasties of the eastern wilderness. The swirling blood mist was completely consumed, and the imperial aura of the great Xia royal family was entirely refined and drained by Su Chen, aiding not only his own breakthrough to the Tao Palace realm, but also integrating into the Su dynasty, propelling its fortunes to ascend. Before the might of fortune, even the totem clan could not alter its course. Watching the royal family and his father be slaughtered to near extinction, Xiaoxiao gradually ceased his struggles. His face contorted with rage, transforming into boundless desire for vengeance, stirring the clouds for miles, his voice echoing as though it emerged from the depths of an endless hell. Su Chen, I, Xiaoxiao, shall transform my essence and blood into a hellish curse through the ritual of soul sacrifice. You and your dynasty shall meet a wretched demise, destined for a grave without a marker in days to come. As Xiaoxiao commenced the burning of his soul and essence, he invoked a blood curse upon Su Chen. Fate and misfortune are but ethereal concepts. However, Su Chen firmly believed in their tangible existence. For instance, the rise and fall of a person, a dynasty, or a sect hinge upon the whims of fortune. Absent fortune, even the mightiest dynasty or sect shall crumble. Without fortune, even the strongest warriors are doomed to fall. What audacity, to seek to transform soul and blood into a curse upon oneself and the dynasty. Xiaoxiao was merely at the Wheel Sea realm. What right had he? As his cultivation smoothly ascended to the pinnacle of the Tao Palace realm, he began to forcibly suppress Xiaoxiao, denying him any opportunity to ignite his essence and soul. As he was ruthlessly subdued, the boundless resentment of Xiaoxiao echoed through the void. He was filled with hatred for his own impotence. Unable to ignite his essence and soul, forced to witness the downfall of his father and dynasty, and to see his own body slowly shatter. Amidst endless roars of fury and despair, Xiaoxiao's body did not explode as he had anticipated. Instead, it was firmly grasped by a colossal palm. Yet, Xiaoxiao had already lost all vitality, and everyone held their breath, witnessing the unfolding scene. In that moment, Su Chen resembled a deity of death, accompanied by the very essence of hell, wantonly slaughtering countless beings. Chapter 23. The 9 eagles bear the coffin to deliver the corpse, the totem clan's wrath. A bloodbath in the great Xia imperial family. The entire dynasty was plunged into turmoil. As Su Chun enacted the blood refinement god-locking formation, he forcibly refined the royal family's fortune, accelerating the great Xia dynasty's decline. Within a mere day, numerous families defected. All the affiliated dynasties and sects began to encroach upon the territory of the great Xia dynasty. The totem clan, with 8 disciples stationed at the entrance, appeared languid and listless. This was the totem clan, a place where no one had dared to stir trouble for a century. Who would wish for an early demise? Just then, from the void, 9 majestic hunting eagles bore a coffin, swiftly approaching the totem clan. In an instant, it was upon them. What was that? Boom. The coffin was forcefully placed upon the ground, and the 9 eagles let out a piercing cry before soaring into the sky, vanishing in an instant. Delivering a coffin? How audacious, to dare bring a coffin to our totem clan. A clear invitation to death. Let us open the coffin and see. The 8 disciples immediately pried open the coffin. A wave of blood-stained odor assaulting their senses, imbued with a chilling indifference that sent shivers down their spines. Xianxia, gazing upon the corpse within the coffin. The disciples were left utterly dumbfounded. The totem clan boasted several holy sons, and Yi Xiaoyao was among them. Did Xianxia not return to the great Xia dynasty to celebrate the emperor's longevity? Enough with the chatter. We must swiftly inform the clan leader and the elders. Yes, Xianxia has fallen, and his body has been returned. This is a provocation against the totem clan. In the totem clan's palace, clan leader Li Zhuo and others gathered. Each one gazed at the coffin before them, the atmosphere seemingly frozen in that instant, a deathly silence enveloping the space. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The elderly figure in red, who had previously scolded Luo Jiutian, was Yi Xiaoyao's master. A powerful figure at the Dao Palace realm. His fists clenched tightly, his cold gaze brimming with a tumultuous desire for vengeance, fixated on the corpse within the coffin. As if unable to accept the grim reality, his only disciple, a holy son of the totem clan, had been slaughtered, and his remains returned. A provocation? Who was responsible for this? On the surface, Li Zhuo appeared calm, but internally he was seething with rage, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Humph. Do I even need to ask? It must be Su Chun, that cursed being, who first slaughtered my totem clan's holy son, Yu Qianjue, and now has taken my disciple. It seems he intends to sever the roots of my totem clan. I vow not to rest until he is dealt with. Elder Hong, do not be hasty. I have gathered information about Su Chun. Speak swiftly. Destroy the coffin, Elder Hong. Ensure my disciple receives a proper burial. Luo Jiutian, with a hint of resignation, remarked. The overall strength of the Su dynasty has indeed increased significantly. However, even an average second-rate sect could easily annihilate it. Be precise. Luo Jiutian rolled his eyes and continued. The emperor of the Su dynasty has passed, and the heir, Su Chun, of mediocre talent, was not regarded highly by anyone. Yet, when the 5 great dynasties dispatched 1,000,000 troops to conquer, Su Chun suddenly rose, annihilating the 1,000,000 in an instant. You are all aware of what transpired next. Elder Luo's implication was that Su Chun had acquired the legacy of a powerful being. There are 2 possibilities. Either he obtained the inheritance of a strong entity, or he was resurrected by a strong entity's soul. Li Zhuo nodded, stating, only these 2 scenarios could explain how an individual of mediocre talent suddenly became a celestial powerhouse. Clan leader, what shall we do now? Do not act against the Su dynasty for the time being. Continue to track Su Chen's movements. Luo Jiutian and the others sighed deeply, understanding the clan leader's intent. He was unwilling to lower their status to suppress a mere dynasty. For the totem clan, face and reputation held greater significance. To engage a small dynasty personally would render the totem clan a laughingstock across the eastern wilderness. They held no objections to the clan leader's decision for a simple reason. The totem clan's honor was of utmost importance to each member, valued even above their own lives. Even after losing 2 holy sons, they were unwilling to jeopardize the foundational essence of the totem clan for the sake of a minor dynasty. Elder Hong, rising from his seat, declared, I shall take matters into my own hands. By heaven, I refuse to believe I cannot find this man. Whether he has obtained a powerful inheritance or not, anyone who dares to slay my disciple shall pay with their life. As a Dao Palace powerhouse, Elder Hong was known for his fiery temper. Watching his disciple meet a tragic end, he could not simply swallow his anger. No one dared to stop him. An elder took action, and this matter would undoubtedly be resolved swiftly. Atop the desolate peak, Su Chen sat quietly, having delivered the coffin to the totem clan. The 9 celestial hunting eagles ensured the corpse would be safely transported. He pondered the possible reactions of the totem clan upon seeing Yi Xiaoyao's lifeless body. Would they be enraged? Consumed by a frenzied desire for vengeance? With his cultivation successfully breaking through to the pinnacle of the Dao Palace realm, he chose to take the initiative rather than remain passive. Although he was uncertain of the strongest existence within the totem clan, Yi Xiaoyao's master, Elder Hong, was merely at the Dao Palace realm. As anticipated, they were coming. Observing the crimson cloud approaching the totem clan, a cold smile gradually crept across Su Chen's lips. His suspicions were confirmed. By returning Yi Xiaoyao's corpse, he had thoroughly provoked the totem clan. Chapter 24. A game of cat and mouse. The red cloud swirled. Elder Hong, consumed with rage, could hardly contain the torrent of murderous intent within him. His disciple had met a tragic end, and as the master, he was duty-bound to avenge him. He set forth towards the Su dynasty. Even if he did not personally annihilate the dynasty, he would at the very least compel Su Chen to reveal himself. Those who provoke the totem clan shall meet their demise. The individual before him is none other than Yi Xingzi's master, the red-haired monster. Upon encountering the unexpectedly obstructive youth, the red-haired monster halted his advance. His mane of crimson hair appeared as if electrified, and his thick brows furrowed as he coldly inquired, "Who are you? Have you left the totem clan, not to seek me? You are Su Chen." At the mention of Su Chen, the red-haired monster's expression shifted slightly. He never anticipated that as he prepared to make his way to the Su royal family in search of Su Chen, the latter would already stand before him. The vendetta for his fallen disciple was one that could not be overlooked. The red-haired monster chuckled. "You, young man, are the most audacious individual I have encountered. It seems you have inherited a legacy of power." Su Chen was well aware of the implications regarding the totem clan. However, he had not received the so-called legacy of power, but rather acquired a system that allowed him to eliminate foes with a single strike. Rising from the ashes of countless talents, a wicked smile crept across his handsome visage as he replied, "Your disciple is too weak to fulfill my requirements for strength. You seek vengeance for him? Then perish." Without further verbal sparring, the red-haired monster, consumed by the memory of his disciple's tragic demise and the return of his lifeless body to the totem clan, could no longer suppress the urge for slaughter. He stepped forward, launching an assault against Su Chen. Empowered by the essence of the sky-blocking fire sparrow, the red-haired monster wielded fire-based abilities that surged forth like a volcanic eruption, manifesting as illusory fire shadows that engulfed the surroundings. Level 6 Dao Palace Realm? Too feeble. A scornful voice echoed within the red-haired monster's mind. In the midst of his astonishment, Su Chen began to weave hand seals, invoking the blood refinement locking god array. Waves of blood-tinged energy enveloped the fire shadows, fiercely refining and suppressing them. Boom. The red-haired monster, having just initiated his attack, sensed an unsettling shift. This individual's prowess seemed far from ordinary. A formation? The ability to casually set up a formation. What extraordinary skill. It is well known that while formation masters are immensely powerful, they possess a fatal flaw. No matter how formidable they are, the setup of a formation requires time, and a powerful adversary would never grant them such an opportunity. The ability to deploy a formation with a mere flick of the wrist surpassed the red-haired monster's comprehension. Before the battle had even commenced, doubt began to creep into his heart. In confrontations among the powerful, one's mindset is paramount. Little did the red-haired monster suspect that not only could his opponent instantaneously establish a formation, but he had also reached the Dao Palace realm. It was no wonder he dared to be so brazen and provoke the totem clan. Boom, boom, boom. The two surging forces clashed violently, and under the suppression of the formation, the red-haired monster found himself retreating, increasingly alarmed with each exchange. The realization that he could have effortlessly eradicated Su Chen now fueled his anger. Who would have thought that his opponent's strength far surpassed his own? Reluctantly, he acknowledged that if this battle continued, his defeat was inevitable. In a moment of clarity, the red-haired monster turned to flee, his speed reaching its zenith. For the only one who could save him now was the clan leader, Li Zhua. The overwhelming strength of his opponent pressed down upon him. And just as he sought to escape, the power of the blood refinement locking god array surged dramatically, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble. Red-haired monster, did you not yearn to avenge your disciple? I stand right here. Why must you flee? Do the members of the totem clan only know how to run? The words were tainted with ridicule. As a Dao Palace powerhouse and an elder of the totem clan, he had never endured such humiliation, being firmly suppressed and insulted. The blood refinement locking god array had completely subdued him. No matter how he struck, he could not breach its defenses, and his confidence crumbled further. Su Chen, do you truly wish for an irreconcilable conflict with the totem clan? The red-haired monster bellowed in a frenzy. In truth, at this moment, he was utterly panicked. Pinned down without a chance to escape. Was he truly destined to perish here? The confidence he had once possessed had dissipated, leaving only the urgent need to preserve his life. Thoughts of vengeance for his disciple were now secondary. As Su Chen continued to weave seals, it was as though he were toying with a mouse, the pitiful red-haired monster flailing like a headless fly, aimlessly darting about. observing coldly. Su Chen could extinguish him with a mere flick of his wrist, should he so choose. Boom, boom, boom. As time wore on, the red-haired monster finally grew weary. Beads of sweat cascading down his brow as he gazed at Su Chen with frustration. He had never imagined he would encounter such a situation, where even the chance to flee was denied him. How stifling. Ceasing his attacks on the formation's defenses, the red-haired monster came to realize that his adversary possessed the strength to easily subdue him. He had merely been playing a game of cat and mouse, unwilling to strike. Ultimately, it dawned on him that this was intentional, a deliberate humiliation. What do you want? What do you want? The red-haired monster's question should have been posed by Su Chen, not the other way around. Under the guise of avenging his disciple, he sought to eliminate Su Chen. Yet now he inquired about Su Chen's desires? Chapter 25. The Totem Clan has cowered. Vengeance. The red-haired monster was deeply troubled. He had left the Totem Clan brimming with confidence, intent on compelling Su Chen to reveal himself to avenge his disciple, Xiaoyao. Yet what was the outcome? He encountered Su Chen midway, mistakenly believing the youth was delivering himself to his demise. Who could have predicted that Su Chen's strength had escalated to such staggering heights, and that he could effortlessly set up formations? In this battle, the red-haired monster had not a single opportunity, suffering a crushing defeat. Su Chen, the victor shall reign while the vanquished shall be cast aside. I, Li Zhua, the leader of the Totem Clan, am a powerhouse of the creation realm. Do you believe you can contend with my clan? The 6 realms of celestial beings, Celestial Realm, Will See Realm, Yuanfu Realm, Dao Palace Realm, Creation Realm, and Cave Void Realm. There was no surprise at all. It was hardly astonishing that even the elders of the Totem Clan were at the Dao Palace Realm, with the Creation Realm powerhouse overseeing them. Yet Su Chen merely smiled. What do you find amusing? The red-haired monster, observing the peculiar smile on Su Chen's face, was inexplicably filled with foreboding. Su Chen's demeanor was far too composed. Under normal circumstances, upon hearing that the Totem Clan boasted a Creation Realm powerhouse, one would expect a drastic change in expression. Trembling with fear at the prospect of their oppression, why then did Su Chen appear so indifferent and untroubled? He could assert with certainty that Su Chen had not yet breached the Creation Realm. He remained in the Dao Palace Realm. Was he feigning calmness? Such a notion was somewhat implausible, yet the more he considered it, the more uneasy the red-haired monster felt. I laugh at your foolishness. Do you believe I fear the Totem Clan? If he was not afraid of a Creation Realm powerhouse, why did Su Chen not simply charge into the Totem Clan? Ultimately, it was due to his fear of the clan leader. Fate was sealed, and there was no way to reverse it. The red-haired monster refrained from begging for mercy. Finding solace in his own carelessness, he could blame no one but himself. Su Chen, you have acquired tremendous power through fortuitous circumstances. Yet there will inevitably come a time when your ascent must pause. The eastern wilderness is vast and boundless, and my Totem Clan does not reign supreme alone. For millennia, countless alliances have been forged. Can you truly stand against the entirety of the eastern wilderness? I advise you, should you choose to cease your endeavors now, I, in my capacity as an elder of the Totem Clan, can assure you that past grievances may be expunged. What say you? Shaking his head, Su Chen responded with a smile. The time has come. With a thunderous rumble, he wasted no further time. His hands began to weave intricate seals, summoning the dreadful blood refinement locking god array to suppress his foe, offering no chance for the red-haired old monster to self-destruct. It was time to return. After vanquishing the red-haired monster, Su Chen refrained from heading directly to the Totem Clan. Firstly, the clan leader, Li Zhua, is a warrior of the Creation Realm. Should he escape without being decisively subdued, it could spell trouble for the imperial dynasty. Secondly, Su Chen had yet to fully ascertain the depths of the Totem Clan's strength, uncertain if they possessed more than one warrior of the Creation Realm. Should there be a Void Realm powerhouse among them, his reckless approach could lead to peril. Su Chen was not reckless. He would never engage in ventures where he lacked certainty. The body of the red-haired monster was also returned by the 9-headed celestial falcon, as Su Chen sought to instill fear within the Totem Clan, making them wary of his might. The imperial dynasty required growth and could not afford to contend against the entirety of the Totem Clan. Just as Su Chen had surmised, he observed the corpses strewn before him. The Totem Clan leader Li Zhua, along with dozens of elders, fell into a profound silence. Even the Dao Palace elder had been annihilated by Su Chen, leaving them in the dark as to the extent of his strength. Speak your thoughts, Li Zhua urged. Feeling a deep sense of helplessness regarding the loss of the red-haired elder, an outcome he found difficult to accept. The demise of one elder and 2 holy sons was a staggering blow to the Totem Clan. Luo Jiutian lamented, since our Totem Clan established itself in the eastern wilderness, such an event has never transpired. Our ancestor has been in seclusion for a millennium. Even if we were to summon him, he would likely ignore us. This individual has slain an elder, yet has not set foot in the totem clan. The only explanation is that he fears our ancestor. Are you implying that Su Chen has been possessed by a powerful being and knows our ancestor, thus refraining from entering? Indeed, clan leader. I propose that from this moment forth, we cease hostilities against this individual and await our ancestor's emergence to ensure absolute safety. Li Zhuo turned to the others. I concur with Elder Luo. This person is far too enigmatic, and there is no need to take unnecessary risks. I agree. Agreed. Indeed. All the elders voiced their agreement. The foundation of the totem clan was paramount. As the saying goes, it is not a fear of 1 in 10,000, but rather the fear of the unforeseen. Should an unexpected occurrence arise, the totem clan could face annihilation. Li Zhuo nodded, declaring, "Convey my orders. From now on, no one is to provoke the Su clan dynasty. Regardless of their development, we shall avoid confrontation." As the leader of the totem clan, Li Zhuo felt profound helplessness and guilt in making such a decision, yet found himself with no alternatives. Su Chen was too mysterious, having risen to prominence in such a short time and possessing the capability to slay a Dao Palace elder. The only explanation being that he was under the influence of a powerful entity, possibly even familiar with their ancestor. The foundation of the totem clan must take precedence as they awaited the ancestor's emergence. Li Zhuo's gaze pierced through layers of space, imbued with a chilling intent to kill. Su Chen, regardless of who has possessed you, should you provoke my totem clan, you shall pay the price. Chapter 26. Annihilating the Life Spirit Garden, Turning Stone to Gold. In the Eastern Wilderness, the Su clan dynasty's rise was solidified as the totem clan willingly submitted, heralding the true ascendance of the Su clan dynasty. Even first-rate sects trembled before the Su clan. Who would dare to obstruct or provoke them? The Chengtian sect, the Sword sect, the Great Xia dynasty, including the 2 holy sons and an elder from the totem clan, all were slain by the emperor of the Su clan. In the span of merely 1.5 months, the Su clan dynasty surged forth, shaking the entire eastern wilderness. Upon his return to the dynasty, Su Chen's first decree was to immediately consolidate resources from various dynasties and forcibly obliterate the 3 dynasties that possessed spiritual veins, burying the veins beneath the imperial grounds. Utilizing various spiritual materials as a foundation, he began to arrange the blood refinement locking god array. The dynasty's foundation was too weak as it developed. It was imperative to fortify its defenses. The blood refinement locking god array was the optimal choice, and in the days to come, he would continually enhance its defensive capabilities. In a tranquil courtyard, seated upon a stone bed with a dragon motif, Su Chen had received news from the totem clan. In other words, the totem clan had voluntarily yielded. However, Su Chen did not believe that the totem clan was genuinely afraid. Rather, they were simply uncertain of their own strength. Hesitant to act impulsively, this was not entirely unfavorable. The totem clan's submission provided an opportunity for himself and the dynasty to develop. Beep. The system has detected that the 7-day annihilation time has arrived. Random annihilation will now commence. As the cold, mechanical voice of the system reverberated in his mind, Su Chen, who had been casually reclining on the stone bed, immediately sat up. At last, the time for annihilation had come. Each time the 7-day annihilation approached, anticipation surged within him. The system interface appeared in his mind. Item: Life Spirit Garden. Price: 1 spirit stone. Item description: a garden formed from the life tree. Any spiritual herbs planted within will experience rapid growth, with both their age and grade significantly enhanced. Time limit: 1 minute to purchase. Without hesitation, he retrieved a spirit stone to complete the purchase. Success. Su Chen discovered a lush garden brimming with vitality within his dantian, its expanse seemingly endless. It appeared he would soon embark on the path of agriculture. Chuckling to himself, he recognized that the life spirit garden he had acquired through this annihilation was undoubtedly a treasure. For instance, he possessed a Millennium Snow Lotus. Once planted in the life spirit garden, not only would its maturation accelerate, but its grade could also potentially elevate to that of a 10,000-year snow lotus. Such potential was formidable indeed. Come, Your Majesty, convey my decree. From now on, any spiritual herbs shall be sent directly to me. Yes, Your Majesty. Su Chen attempted to use the royal eye, but found it cumbersome. He preferred the more straightforward eye, perhaps due to his unfamiliarity with his new identity. With the totem clan's voluntary submission, the expansion of the Su clan dynasty accelerated dramatically. Within a mere 10 days, several dynasties had already been eradicated, establishing the Su clan as the preeminent power in the eastern wilderness. The name of Su Chen began to resonate throughout the region. However, this emperor of the Su clan, who had risen to prominence in just 2 months, was now focused on cultivating spiritual herbs within the royal confines, diligently advancing his own development. Gazing at the panlong blood mushroom in his hand, Su Chen inhaled deeply. The rich scent of blood invigorated him. Even though he was already aware of the life spirit garden's potential, witnessing the actual product of his labor left him in awe. A moldy panlong blood mushroom, once acquired by the royal family through chance and preserved with reluctance, had long been deemed incapable of growth. Yet here it was. This moldy seed not only sprouted but also significantly enhanced the age and grade of the panlong blood mushroom. If presented publicly, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation. The successful cultivation of the first seed prompted Su Chen to take immediate action. He wasted no time in planting all the spiritual herbs and seeds acquired from the dynasty into the life spirit garden, eagerly awaiting their maturation. Possessing the life spirit garden was akin to wielding the divine ability to transmute stone into gold. Any spiritual herb or seed, even those that were moldy, could be transformed into something miraculous simply by planting them within this sanctuary. The annihilation system he had received truly defied the heavens, enabling him to execute 6 consecutive instant kills, with each item procured bringing immense satisfaction. In just 3 days, he would have the opportunity to continue this spree of instant kills. In his past, he had often watched his mother fervently engaging in instant kills, scoffing at her enthusiasm. Now, however, he found himself eagerly awaiting the day of instant kills, wishing for it to arrive swiftly, even if it meant waiting just a minute longer was unbearable. Under the cloak of night, Su Chen sat cross-legged, quietly attuning himself to the cosmos, seeking the opportunity to break through to the creation realm. I have already taken control of the dynasty for you, vanquished the 5 major dynasties, and eradicated the Chengtian sect and the Sword sect. Why does your obsession remain so potent, refusing to dissipate? Slowly opening his eyes, Su Chen inquired with curiosity. He had seized the soul, and the original self had completely vanished, yet the lingering obsession persisted. Logically, as he aided the Su dynasty's rise, the original self's fixation should have faded away. But it stubbornly lingered. Did the original self still harbor unfulfilled wishes? In his mind, he swiftly searched for all information regarding the original self. He must have overlooked something. The Lin dynasty, Lin Xianxia. It became evident that the original self's enduring obsession was entirely due to matters of romantic affection. Resigned, Su Chen rose and declared, "I will claim your soul and help you fulfill your final wish." Chapter 27. Instant kill of the dragon capturing ring. Proposal from the Purple Emperor sect. The final wish must be fulfilled. The lingering obsession would undoubtedly obstruct and influence his martial path. Through the merging of memories, Su Chen comprehended the emotional entanglements of the original self. Lin Xianxia. 3 years prior, Lin Wan and his daughter, Lin Xianxia, had been pursued and found refuge in the Su dynasty. The emperor of the Su dynasty had intervened to save them, and out of gratitude, Lin Wan had pledged his daughter's hand to Su Chen. The duo had stayed in the Su dynasty for a full 3 months, during which they developed mutual affection. However, upon their departure, they vanished without a trace. The Da Yin dynasty, where Lin Xianxia resided, lay to the west of the eastern wilderness, while the Su dynasty was situated to the east, separated by vast distances. Feeling somewhat helpless, Su Chen was utterly vexed. To eradicate the lingering obsession of the primordial spirit, he had no choice but to journey to the Da Yin dynasty. Before departing, Su Chen summoned numerous ministers to relay a few matters. The dynasty was protected by the blood refinement locking spirit formation. Even a being of the creation realm would find it impossible to breach the array. As dusk descended, Su Chen left the royal residence and set forth toward the Da Yin dynasty. The journey was exceedingly long, taking him 3 full days to traverse merely half the distance. Under the scorching sun, Su Chen reclined upon a massive rock. The instant kill event had yet to commence. Hurry up, he had calculated the time precisely, waiting with an eagerness that dulled his sense of travel. Instant kills were indeed a torment, akin to the incessant scratching of a cat in his heart. Ding. The system has detected that the 7-day instant kill period has arrived, commencing random instant kill now. A cold, emotionless voice echoed in his mind. Finally, it had arrived. Su Chen instantly perked up, opening the system interface in his mind. Item: Dragon Capturing Ring. Price: 1 Spirit Stone. Item description: The Dragon Capturing Ring, birthed in conjunction with the Chaos Dragon clan, is a bane to all dragons. Once ensnared by the Dragon Capturing Ring, any dragon may be slaughtered at will. Time limit: 1 minute for purchase. Astounded, Su Chen understood exactly what the dragon race represented in the world of fantasy. The 2 golden dragons he had encountered earlier were merely the most basic form of divine dragons. Producing a spirit stone, he swiftly completed the purchase, and in an instant, a golden ring appeared in his hand, palm-sized, adorned with intricate patterns and designs he did not recognize. Gripping the dragon capturing ring tightly, Su Chen was quite taken with this treasure. Though he had yet to encounter a divine dragon, thus uncertain of the ring's true power. He stretched languidly and promptly collapsed onto the rock, falling into a deep slumber. The Daiyan dynasty, situated in the western region of the eastern wilderness, ranked among the top 5 dynasties. Due to geographical constraints, the events unfolding in the Su dynasty had yet to reach the western territories, and thus the Daiyan dynasty remained oblivious. The Lin family, one of the premier families in Daiyan City, resided within an expansive estate, partitioned into sections. The elegantly designed pavilions were surrounded by rockeries and flower pools, accompanied by the melodious chirping of birds and the fragrance of blooming flowers, creating an ethereal ambience akin to paradise. A young girl donned in a sky-blue gown sat by the poolside, her countenance clouded with sorrow as she gazed at the fish swimming playfully in the water. Even her makeup could not conceal her unparalleled beauty. Her exquisite features were flawlessly proportioned, neither plump nor slender. She was Lin Xianxia. Alas, Brother Su, I am sorry, she lamented. At that moment, footsteps echoed, and Lin Wan appeared at the pool's edge, sighing as he gazed at his treasured daughter. Xianxia, news has arrived from the Purple Emperor sect. Someone will come to escort you tomorrow, and in 3 days, on the day of your wedding at the Purple Emperor sect, our Lin family will be merged with them. The Purple Emperor sect, a top-tier sect in the eastern wilderness, was populated with formidable beings capable of obliterating entire dynasties, including the Lin family, with a mere flick of their hands. The more he pondered, the more his anger and regret swelled. 3 months prior, while she was out shopping, she had inadvertently crossed paths with Xiaoke, the sole heir of the Purple Emperor sect, who had instantly fallen for her and promptly returned to his sect to propose. The conditions set forth were simple. As long as Lin Wan agreed to the proposal, the Lin family could immediately merge with the Purple Emperor sect, becoming a subsidiary family with a status elevated above that of the Daiyan dynasty. Such an offer was impossible for the family to refuse. The intimidation from the Purple Emperor sect left his father with no choice but to acquiesce. Father, you have already betrothed me to the Su dynasty. Have you forgotten? How could a father forget? Yet, the might of the Purple Emperor sect does not permit me to refuse. If they learn of your engagement to the Su dynasty, it would undoubtedly bring calamity upon them, including the annihilation of Su Chen. Upon hearing these words, Lin Xianxia trembled slightly. She understood that her father was not deceiving her. The Purple Emperor sect possessed such strength that, as a premier sect in the eastern wilderness, even the Su dynasty and its ruling Chengtian sect would pale in comparison. To refuse would incite the wrath of the Purple Emperor sect. The news of her engagement would certainly bring disaster upon the Su dynasty. She could not bear the thought of anything happening to Su Chen. Father represents the family and the Su dynasty, including Su Chen. I earnestly implore you to accept the proposal from the Purple Emperor sect and obediently go to them tomorrow. As she spoke, Lin Wan bowed deeply to Lin Xianxia. Father, what are you doing? It is I who am at fault toward you. I beg of you. Lin Wan let out a deep sigh and rose to depart. Chapter 28. This affection was ultimately misplaced. The air became thick with tension. Silence. As she gazed at her father's forlorn figure retreating, Lin Xianxia released a profound sigh. Father, family, Brother Su. If she were to reject the engagement, it would undoubtedly incite the wrath of Xiao Quebec. As the sole heir of the Purple Emperor sect, Xiao Kei's status within the sect was indisputable. Lin Xianxia contemplated taking her own life, but could not bear to implicate those she loved. A solitary tear trickled down her cheek. Brother Su, I am truly sorry. If there is a next life, I shall surely be your wife. The following day, the morning light pierced through layers of mist, enveloping the entire earth. Under exceedingly grand circumstances, Xiao Kei, the son of the Purple Emperor sect, personally arrived at the Lin residence to escort the bride. Moreover, the Purple Emperor sect issued a decree. On the day of the wedding, 3 days hence, the Lin family would be absorbed into the sect, becoming one of its branches. This news sent shockwaves throughout the entire Daiyan Empire. As a premier sect of the eastern wilderness, the Purple Emperor sect was undeniably the sovereign of this region, capable of effortlessly annihilating any dynasty or family at a whim. With the Lin family merging into the Purple Emperor sect, they would soar to unprecedented heights, their power and status surpassing that of the Daiyan Empire. Truly, it echoed the saying, when one person ascends, their entire household rises. After several days of relentless travel, Su Chen finally arrived at Daiyan Imperial City, eager to resolve matters concerning Lin Xianxia and eliminate the lingering obsessions. The original's fixation persisted, obstructing and affecting his martial path, potentially undermining its very foundation. You truly are a worthless being. Had it been me, I would have taken her 3 years ago, consummating the union, and would not have remained estranged for 3 long years. If Lin Xianxia marries another, you shall bear the consequences. Cursing the original self inwardly, Su Chen understood the original's plight and insecurity. Even as a prince of the royal family, in a world where martial prowess reigned supreme, Lacking exceptional talent could indeed be disheartening, particularly when merged memories revealed Lin Shirshir to be an unparalleled beauty from a respectable lineage. The original always hesitated to take that crucial first step. I comprehend your lingering obsession. However, we had an agreement. It is out of the question to share a bed with Lin Shirshir. I can only assist in conveying your sentiments. Su Chen was a rather conservative individual. Regardless of a woman's beauty, if he had no affection for her, he would never consummate the relationship. The acknowledgement of the fixation pleased Su Chen, who nodded in satisfaction. At the Lin residence, 2 guards yawned, anticipating that with the eldest daughter marrying the young master of the Purple Emperor sect, the Lin family would soon ascend to greatness and leave the imperial city to settle in the sect. Halt. This is the Lin family estate. I wish to see Lin Shirshir. See the eldest daughter? She has already gone to the Purple Emperor sect and is not at home. The Purple Emperor sect? Unfamiliar with its particulars, Su Chen inquired. I am a friend of your eldest daughter. Could you direct me to the way to the Purple Emperor sect? Damn. The 2 guards silently cursed. Our eldest daughter is to marry the young master of the Purple Emperor sect in 3 days. I suggest you do not go. Everyone wishes to forge connections. You must consider whether our eldest daughter even knows you. Marrying into the Purple Emperor sect? What is the situation? Su Chen's expression darkened instantly. Regardless of Lin Shirshir's willingness, even if she were to wed, a message should have been sent. It was as if the original self did not exist. The poor original self was still waiting in the Su Empire. Even after being forcibly reborn, the obsession refused to dissipate. This affection was ultimately misplaced. Where did everyone go? They must have left. Don't mind him. I'm dead tired. I was thrilled all night. In the Lin family hall, Lin Shirshir was taken away by the Purple Emperor sect that morning. Even the Emperor of the Dayan Empire, Yang Tai, personally bowed to escort her. Lingering in the Lin residence to share tea and converse with the family head, Lin Wan. Due to the Purple Emperor sect, the normally lofty emperor now lowered his status, treating Lin Wan as an equal, speaking with utmost caution. Brother Lin, my Dayan Empire cannot do without your Lin family. Even if your family merges with the Purple Emperor sect, you need not relocate. I can assure you that as long as the Lin family remains in the imperial city, you may occupy land at will, and my royal family will provide unwavering support. Lowering his tone, Yang Tai spoke almost pleadingly. He understood precisely how vital the Lin family was to the royal family. As long as the Lin family stayed, the Dayan Empire could leverage the power of the Purple Emperor sect to expand its territory and strengthen itself. Should the Lin family depart, the royal family would lose all benefits. As the emperor, Yang Tai had a far-reaching vision. Your Majesty is too polite. Lin Wan was acutely aware of the emperor's intentions. The Purple Emperor sect has issued a stringent decree. 3 days hence, my Lin family must migrate entirely to the Purple Emperor sect, with no member permitted to remain. Your Majesty should understand my predicament. Remaining in the imperial city would only stifle the Lin family's growth. Sacrificing my daughter's happiness for the family's ascendance is a bitter truth that Lin Wan also recognized. You are Lin Wan, the head of the Lin family? The sudden entrance of a youth caused both Yang Tai and Lin Wan's expressions to darken. Who dared to call out the Lin family head's name so brazenly? Completely unaware of the repercussions? Presumptuous. Who are you to speak here? Slap. Before Yang Tai could finish his words, a resounding slap from Su Chen sent him flying. Chapter 29. This matter was initiated by your Lin family's indiscretion. Blood mingled with teeth fell from Yang Tai's mouth as he stood in shock. As the emperor of the Dayan Empire, a figure exalted above all, he had never before been subjected to such humiliation. You dare strike me? Choosing to ignore the emperor's status, Su Chen strode into the hall and sat down casually. Addressing the middle-aged man across from him, he inquired, Are you Lin Wan, the head of the Lin family? You are Su Chen. Lin Wan's face shifted with surprise, as he vaguely recognized Su Chen's altered appearance. The youth was undoubtedly Su Chen. Lin Wan had never anticipated that Su Chen would traverse such a distance. Could it be for Shirshir? It seemed the family head still remembered his little nephew, evidently. His memory was quite sharp. With a deep sigh, Lin Wan felt trepidation at the thought of the Su family arriving, especially since he and his daughter had once been adrift in the Su Empire. Had it not been for the Su family, they would not have survived to return. Your Majesty, I sincerely apologize. May I have a few words with him? Yang Tai, boiling with rage, forced himself to remain composed. In the current Dayan Empire, the Lin family's influence outweighed his own, and he dared not provoke them. Brother Lin, please, remain silent. Gazing at the youth before him, Lin Wan sighed deeply. As the head of the Lin family, all actions must prioritize the family's interests. The Purple Emperor sect is a prestigious sect, and since the young Master Qiao Ke favors Shirshir, I cannot refuse. I had initially planned to visit the Su Empire in a few days to clarify matters with your father. My father has passed away. He has passed away? Lin Wan's face instantly revealed a profound sadness, one that was genuine rather than feigned. Were it not for the Su Emperor back in the day, he would not have been able to survive until now. Su Chen, growing increasingly impatient, found little concern for whether the other's sorrow was heartfelt or merely a facade. He had come primarily driven by the lingering attachments of his former self. What was the intention of the Lin patriarch? Lin Wan sighed deeply, expressing his resignation. When I betrothed Xianxia to you, it was purely an act of gratitude. In retrospect, it seems rather hasty. In 3 days, Xianxia will wed the heir of the Xihuang sect, and your engagement with her was merely verbal, thus it holds no weight. Does it hold no weight? Su Chen chuckled. This ploy is painfully cliched. The Lin family merely covets the might of the Xihuang sect. Seizing the opportunity presented by the affection of the Xihuang sect's young master for Lin Xianxia to elevate themselves, there was no clear right or wrong. Perspectives diverged. And from the Lin family standpoint, Lin Wan's actions were not without justification. After all, it is human nature to seek higher ground, just as water flows downward. Yet from Su Chen's viewpoint, the Lin family had acted treacherously, ungrateful, and capricious, their words as insubstantial as mere wind. Dear nephew, I understand that the Lin family has wronged you. I, Lin Wan, hereby pledge that the Lin family will protect the Su dynasty in the future. You may bring the Su dynasty here, and I will ensure Xianxia helps you find someone suitable within the Xihuang sect. What do you say? Are you attempting to make amends? Speak freely. I am prepared to acquiesce to any terms you propose. Lin Wan had resolutely decided to break the engagement. The Su dynasty could not compare to the Xihuang sect. Ending the engagement was undoubtedly worthwhile. By aligning with the powerful Xihuang sect, the Lin family could soar to great heights, surpassing even the Dian royal family, which was merely the first step. In Lin Wan's eyes, he only needed to compensate Su Chen and the Su dynasty to a certain extent. His affable demeanor stemmed from the gratitude he felt for the past assistance from the Su family. Otherwise, he would have long since dealt with Su Chen in a far more severe manner. Patriarch Lin, whether or not you regret the engagement is your concern. One I cannot dictate. You have your aspirations, and I possess my boundaries. The Lin family's actions have crossed mine, thus I must resolve this issue in my own way. I only hope the Lin family does not hold it against me, for it was your family that initiated this disgraceful behavior. Impudent. Lin Wan could no longer contain himself. He had spoken kindly, hoping to maintain cordial relations and spare the deceased some dignity, particularly with the impending marriage of Xianxia and Xiao Quebec. At such a critical juncture, he wished to avoid unnecessary complications that might tarnish the Lin family's reputation. Yet, this man was utterly shameless. Delivering a slap to the emperor's face and then relentlessly pressing forward, issuing threats. Anger born of humiliation? This was your true nature, an ugly facade indeed. A mocking derision played upon Su Chen's lips. He had nearly been deceived by Lin Wan's act of righteousness. Su Chen, your father saved me. I shall repay the Su dynasty tenfold. Yet you, a frog desiring to consume swan meat, must be reminded of your unworthiness. Your talents are mediocre, and you shall never achieve greatness in the martial realm. With your status as a prince of the Su dynasty, do you truly believe you can thrive here? Xiao Ke is the son of the Xihuang sect's master, blessed with exceptional gifts, already at the celestial realm, destined to inherit the Xihuang sect. And you? Your Su dynasty holds no standing before the Xihuang sect, not even the right to carry their shoes. Su Chen, I advise you to know when to withdraw, lest this matter reach Xiao Ke's ears, leaving you with no chance of returning alive. I am only looking out for your well-being. Pleasantries had proven ineffective. A firmer stance was now required, and Lin Wan's anger had indeed flared. He viewed Su Chen as utterly ungrateful, believing him to be naive enough to think he could be bullied. Having offered a commendable recompense, any sensible person would have chosen to retreat rather than persist, especially with such an arrogant demeanor. Chapter 30. The sins of heaven may be forgiven, but those of one's own making cannot. As the conversation escalated, Lin Wan struggled to maintain his composure. He was growing impatient. With furrowed brows, he exclaimed, Su Chen, if you believe my family to be at fault, then there is nothing more to discuss. You may leave. From this moment forth, the Su family shall have no further dealings with the Lin family. Should you dare to pursue Xianxia, I will take your life. This threat was made with intent. He would not allow Su Chen to jeopardize the Lin family's future. As the young master of the Xihuang sect, Xiao Ke's affection for Xianxia must not face any complications. Su Chen remained seated, merely gazing coldly with a hint of disdain at Lin Wan. Your shamelessness astounds me, Lin. It seems that even saving a dog would have been a more worthy endeavor than rescuing you. Brother Lin, this man is far too insolent. We must imprison him in the dungeon to prevent any disruption on the day of the wedding. Then I must trouble your majesty. This time, Lin Wan offered no further objections. Su Chen's audacity left him no choice but to adopt a stern demeanor. The wedding must go off without a hitch. Any unforeseen event could spell disaster for both the dynasty and the Lin family. His gaze grew increasingly cold, and Lin Wan even harbored thoughts of eliminating Su Chen. If Su Chen were to perish, it would be of his own making. Guards, take this man to the dungeon. Should he resist, kill him. As the emperor of the Dian dynasty, he had been dealt a slap in the face. Were it not for the sake of Lin Wan's reputation, Yang Tai would have erupted long ago. The opportunity had arrived. Even Lin Wan was beginning to contemplate violence. Once this man was confined to the dungeon, his fate would be determined solely by Lin Wan. The sins of heaven may be forgiven, but those of one's own making cannot. Su Chen, should you die within the imperial city, when you reach the underworld, tell your father I shall take good care of the Su dynasty. Dozens of guards rushed in, aiming to seize Su Chen. Yang Tai sneered. Lin Wan's expression remained impassive. Su Chen's life or death was inconsequential to them, provided he did not disturb the wedding preparations in 3 days. Boom, boom. In the astonished gazes of the two, the bodies of the palace guards exploded in succession, transforming into clouds of blood mist, the acrid scent of blood permeating the grand hall. Su Chen, it seems you are resolute in seeking death. So do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Yang Tai understood Lin Wan's intent and gestured angrily. Kill him. No sooner had the words left his lips than 2 figures materialized from thin air, both practitioners at the Gathering Cauldron realm. As for Yang Tai, he himself was not a martial artist. The royal guards at the Foundation Establishment realm were stationed within the palace. Yet even the 2 Gathering Cauldron realm warriors could not approach Su Chen, their bodies exploding into blood mist. At that moment, Lin Wan and Yang Tai were utterly bewildered. Especially Lin Wan. You were said to be incapable of cultivation? During the time they had spent with Su Chen in the Su dynasty, they had learned that his potential was exceedingly mediocre, unlikely to break through even to the body refinement realm in this lifetime. Yet now, even 2 Gathering Cauldron realm warriors could not draw near to Su Chen. Something was undeniably amiss. Without responding to Lin Wan's inquiries, Su Chen turned to Yang Tai, his expression one of utter indifference as he spoke. I am a person who values reason. If you wish to kill me, I can only return the favor. I am the emperor of the Dian dynasty. Dare you to slay me? Are you not afraid of the annihilation of the Purple Emperor sect? As the chilling aura of murderous intent radiated from the young man, Yang Tai retreated repeatedly, unable to suppress a flicker of fear upon his countenance. Lin Wan, on the other hand, fixated his gaze upon Su Chen, realizing that the reason this man had traveled thousands of miles was that he had long since attained the ability to cultivate, capable of obliterating those at the Gathering Pill realm. Conservatively estimating, Su Chen should be at the Foundation Establishment stage. Su Chen, it seems you have encountered some fortuitous opportunity. However, I must still caution you. Your journey to this day has been fraught with challenges, and the gap between you and the young master of the Purple Emperor sect is insurmountable. Depart now, and I shall treat today's events as if they never transpired, ensuring they do not reach the ears of the Purple Emperor sect. Nevertheless, from this day forth, you are forbidden to set foot here again. Take heed of my words. Yang Tai appeared as if he wished to voice a protest, yet ultimately chose to remain silent. An expert of the celestial realm is indeed not to be trifled with by the dynasty. Su Chen, however, remained seated, unmoved. What if I choose not to leave? Lin Wan chuckled, amusement flickering in his eyes as he mockingly replied. Su Chen, do you truly believe you can contend with the Purple Emperor sect? He chose to ignore Lin Wan entirely. The pitiful original self clung to its obsessions, unwilling to dissipate, only to be met with such a result. Taking a step forward, Su Chen's figure finally vanished. Brother Lin, releasing this tiger back to the mountain will lead to endless troubles. If he causes a scene at the wedding in 3 days, I fear it will incite the wrath of the Purple Emperor sect. Lin Wan nodded thoughtfully, stating, Su Chen's strength has changed dramatically. We are already powerless to stop him. I will notify the Purple Emperor sect and forewarn the young master. If he dares to disrupt the wedding, he shall deserve his fate. I have done all I can. If he seeks death, let it be on his own head. Indeed. Boom. At that moment, the entire Lin family began to tremble violently, as if the earth were quaking beneath them. The great hall shook fiercely, and terrified screams echoed from every corner of the Lin estate. What is happening? This was the first question that sprang to the minds of Yang Tai and Lin Wan. Chapter 31, Blood Sacrifice of the Lin Family. Boom. A terrifying force enveloped the entire Lin family. Lin Wan and Yang Tai stepped outside, and at first glance, they beheld Su Chen standing defiantly in the void, his hands weaving intricate seals. What is he doing? A torrent of brutal carnage surged forth, one by one. The bodies of the Lin family members erupted, and a thick mist of blood filled the air, a stench most pungent. Su Chen, what do you intend to do? Should you act recklessly, the Purple Emperor sect will not spare you, and you shall find no resting place in death. Fool, even at such a time, He dares to issue threats. Su Chen disregarded the original self's obsessions, indifferent to the rightness or wrongness of the situation. In his eyes, Lin Shishir had betrayed the original self, and Lin Wan was ungrateful. This was a transgression that crossed his threshold. With hands weaving seals, he unleashed the blood refinement locking god formation, the rolling tide of horrific slaughter enveloping the entire Lin estate. The bursts of blood mist erupted like fireworks, with even the chickens and dogs unable to escape. As the acrid scent of blood filled the air, Yang Tai and Lin Wan were thrown into utter panic. Su Chen was completely unhinged. Look, what is happening at the Lin family? Is that blood mist? What a pitiful wail. What has befallen the Lin family? Witnessing the ever-growing blood mist and the harrowing cries, all who passed by were struck with horror. The Lin family had changed beyond recognition. With Lin Shishir's marriage into the Purple Emperor sect, the Lin family had merged with it, their status and strength elevated tremendously. Under such circumstances, who would dare provoke the Lin family? With a mere flick of his hand, Su Chen annihilated the entire Lin family, his expression devoid of any emotion. I am the emperor of the Dine dynasty. Bang! Before Yang Tai could finish his words, his body was shattered into a mist of blood under the onslaught of slaughter. From that moment forth, only Lin Wan remained in the Lin family, staring blankly at the scene before him, his eyes filled with despair. He had once believed that with Shishir's marriage, the Lin family would soar to great heights, evolving into a prominent family in the eastern wilderness. Yet now, they had been obliterated, slaughtered to the last man. Su Chen, you will face the unending wrath of the Purple Emperor sect. Not only you, but the Su dynasty behind you will be bathed in blood. I, Lin Wan, will ensure you pay 100-fold for this. Watching his family's destruction, he found himself utterly powerless. Su Chen was nothing short of a madman. With a cold snort, his icy gaze settled on the seemingly dazed Lin Wan. Su Chen expressed no pity, coldly stating, "You brought this upon yourself." He directly imprisoned Lin Wan and took a step forward, vanishing into a sea of blood mist. It was only the following day that someone, mustering their courage, ventured into the Lin estate, only to be struck dumb by the scene before them. The entire Lin family lay shrouded in blood mist, resembling a mystical realm enveloped in clouds, yet stained crimson, the nauseating scent of blood lingering heavily in the air, driving all who approached to hastily retreat. Soon, news of the massacre of the Lin family spread throughout the imperial city. Who could be responsible? This was the question on everyone's lips, for the eldest daughter of the Lin family had just married the young master of the Purple Emperor sect. Who would dare to slaughter the Lin family at such a pivotal moment, openly challenging the Purple Emperor sect? Could it be the Purple Emperor sect? Are you a fool? The young master of the Purple Emperor sect just married the Lin family's eldest daughter and publicly declared their union. Why would they seek to wipe out the Lin family? If it's not the Purple Emperor sect, then who could annihilate the Lin family under these circumstances? Do they not fear the wrath of the Purple Emperor sect? Most importantly, even the emperor has been slain. This is truly brutal. I am terrified. Everywhere, whispers of the Lin family and the emperor's obliteration spread, especially in light of the eldest daughter's recent marriage into the Purple Emperor sect. Was this deliberate? Or was it an affront to the Purple Emperor sect, entangling the Lin family in turmoil? In the desolate mountains under the shroud of night, Lin Wan was carelessly discarded to one side, while Su Chen sat upon the ground, examining a fruit he had just plucked from his life spirit garden, a monkey fruit. The monkey fruit, an ordinary fruit, was deliberately cultivated in the life spirit garden by Su Chen to ascertain whether the most mundane of items could be nurtured into something extraordinary. A century-old monkey fruit. Its flavor was indeed delightful, imbued with the essence of life. Biting into it, Su Chen was pleasantly surprised. It seemed his conjecture was correct. Even the most commonplace fruit, when cultivated in the life spirit garden, not only extended its longevity, but also infused it with vitality. Consuming a century-old monkey fruit would undoubtedly prolong the life of an ordinary person. Upon returning to the dynasty, he would earnestly commence large-scale cultivation to elevate the overall strength of the dynasty in a short time. The Su dynasty, under his formidable influence, was expanding at an astonishing pace, necessitating an enhancement of the dynasty's overall strength. Su Chen, do you truly fear not the wrath of the Purple Emperor sect? Su Chen, Shishir is about to officially marry Xiaoke. You will have no further opportunities. My Lin family's grievances will soon be repaid 100-fold. Your father's emperor saved me only because he sought the status of my Lin family. Otherwise, he would not have shown such kindness. You are nothing but a waste. Utterly incomparable to Xiao Quebec's slap. Condensing his palm in midair, Su Chen struck Lin Wan fiercely across the face with a resounding blow. In the stillness of the night, the sound of slaps echoed relentlessly, crimson blood mixed with scattered teeth, staining Lin Wan's entire face. He longed to speak, yet found himself utterly voiceless. His throat was filled with blood, allowing only painful, stammering cries to escape. Chapter 32. Lin Shirshir, do you remember me? Wails filled with blood. All his teeth had been forcefully knocked out. Lin Wan's eyes radiated a venomous hatred. The Lin family, once poised for greatness, had been annihilated by Su Chen, leaving only him and Shirshir alive. How could he not harbor such resentment? Feeling the malice and hatred in Lin Wan's gaze, Su Chen remained unfazed. His tone indifferent as he stated, "Whom Lin Shirshir marries is your prerogative, and I shall not interfere. However, you have already betrothed her to me. To allow my woman to marry another is to doubt my intellect and challenge my limits." Su Chen had no intention of claiming Lin Shirshir, for the original soul had already been usurped by him. His presence here was solely to fulfill the original's final wish, to dissipate the lingering obsession that resided within him. Nevertheless, Lin Wan's grotesque demeanor repulsed him. The bloodshed of the Lin family was merely a preliminary step. The wedding day of the Purple Emperor sect would mark the second act, the true spectacle. Whether to dispel the original's obsession or because he now identified as Su Chen, he would not tolerate anyone challenging his boundaries, not even in the slightest. In 3 days, I shall take you to the Purple Emperor sect to witness the prowess of the sect's young master, who you claim is vastly superior to me. Bound and imprisoned, Lin Wan gazed incredulously at Su Chen. Had he lost his mind? The annihilation of the Lin family did not equate to his ability to confront the Purple Emperor sect. As a top-tier sect in the Eastern Wilderness, the Purple Emperor sect was teeming with formidable individuals. Did Su Chen dare to venture there? 3 days later, as dawn broke through layers of clouds, the Purple Emperor sect was already abuzz with activity, as hundreds of royal families and sects flocked to the venue. Today was the grand wedding of the sect leader's son. As a premier sect in the Eastern Wilderness, the strength of the Purple Emperor sect required no further elaboration. All affiliated sects and royal families, including emperors and sect leaders, were obliged to attend, along with numerous others coming to pay their respects. Xiao Ke, the sole son of the sect leader and a prodigy, had been designated as the Holy Son by the Purple Emperor sect, destined to ascend to the leadership position. This was undoubtedly a matter of utmost significance for the region. Who would dare to abstain from attending? Who would dare to show disrespect? Inside the chamber, was the news contained? Yes, young master. All matters regarding the Dian Imperial City have been sealed off, ensuring that Miss Lin will not hear of it. Xiao Ke nodded in satisfaction, a flicker of ruthlessness crossing his handsome face, his deep-set eyes exuding an air of cunning. He was infuriated. Lin Shirshir had agreed to marry him, and the Lin family was on the verge of merging with the Purple Emperor sect. Yet, at this moment, someone had the audacity to obliterate the Lin family. What did this mean? It was a direct affront to the Purple Emperor sect. Who could it possibly be? Young master, the auspicious hour has arrived. The sect leader requests your presence. Very well. Under the blazing sun, the expansive square was adorned with crimson lanterns. The ground laid with layers of red carpets, as all members of royal families and sects obediently awaited, not daring to utter a word. The stone platform, already constructed, was enveloped in red fabric, with Xiao Jingshan, the sect leader of the Purple Emperor sect, and all the elders seated prominently. Xiao Ke and Lin Shirshir emerged slowly. Donned in auspicious red attire, their expressions concealed beneath the fabric, though Xiao Ke radiated sheer joy. He felt an instant infatuation for Lin Shirshir, coercing her into marriage through the Purple Emperor sect's might. Xiao Jingshan rose to address the gathered crowd, exuding warmth as he proclaimed, "Today, my son Xiao Ke weds. I, Xiao Jingshan, am grateful for your esteemed presence at the Purple Emperor sect. Thank you all. Master Xiao is too kind. We simply wish to bask in the young master's glory. Congratulations on your wedding." A wave of congratulations surged through the Purple Emperor sect, resonating like a tsunami. Xiao Jingshan and his companions were immensely satisfied. The current prestige and influence of the Purple Emperor sect were the fruits of years of diligent efforts by their predecessors. Master, the auspicious hour has arrived. Shall we commence? Xiao Jingshan gazed fondly at his son, pride evident in his eyes. His son had not disappointed him. Just 3 days prior, Xiao Ke had reached the pinnacle of the celestial realm, mere steps away from the Wheel Sea realm. His unparalleled talent eclipsed all his peers in the Purple Emperor sect. And with such a rapid progression, he believed that within 30 years, his son would surpass all expectations. At that time, he could confidently pass the mantle of leadership to Xiao Ke and immerse himself wholeheartedly in martial cultivation. I hereby declare the wedding to commence. The crowd erupted into applause, their claps resonating like a tidal wave, elevating the Purple Emperor sect's presence to its zenith. At that moment, the sound of swords echoed through the sky. A blood-red sword aura cleaving through the layers of air, tearing apart the clouds as if the entire firmament had been painted crimson. A figure descended from the heavens, rapidly enlarging from a distant speck. In an instant, a young man clad in black robes, with a resolute and strikingly handsome visage, appeared, holding a half-conscious middle-aged man in his grasp. Who was this person? Why had he appeared at the Purple Emperor sect? What audacity did he possess to act so brazenly? Questions flooded the minds of the onlookers. xianxiaaudiobooks, do you remember me? Chapter 33. This is the consequence of betrayal. xianxiaaudiobooks, do you remember me? His voice thundered, ripping through the layers of the void, resonating across the vast sky. Chen stood proudly amidst the clouds. Lin Wan, bound and immobilized, could only watch in disbelief. As the crowd stared, perplexed by the unfolding events, the young master of the Purple Emperor sect's wedding had been audaciously interrupted. One word encapsulated the sentiment: incredible. Removing the red cloth from her head, Lin Xiaoxia's breathtaking features were instantly awash with tears. Brother Su, he has come. Fixating on the figure standing in the void, Lin Xiaoxia's heart held an everlasting memory of her brother Su. She had yearned for him for 3 long years, hoping for his return. I once believed you had forgotten me. Her voice was laced with sorrow, the bitterness and helplessness within her finally spilling over. He had not forgotten her. Yet she had already pledged herself to another. Ultimately, Chen had referred to himself as he, rather than I. Although he had claimed the original soul and was reborn, he was never truly the original, particularly when it came to matters of the heart. This moment, however, was unforgettable. Lin Xiaoxia understood that from the moment she decided to marry Xiaoke, she was no longer bound to Su Dage. For the sake of her family, for Su Chen, she had to consent to the marriage with the Purple Emperor sect. Why have you come? Having clearly chosen to forsake yourself, why do you still appear here? Lin Xiaoxia was perplexed. Although she had resigned herself to her fate, the emergence of Su Chen ignited a flicker of hope and anticipation within her. Lin Wan was unceremoniously cast aside, landing directly beside Lin Xiaoxia. Father, are you all right? Sure. He has annihilated all members of the Lin family. What? Upon hearing these words, Lin Xiaoxia stood frozen, her heart churning violently, nearly causing her to faint. She could scarcely believe this was true. Would her father deceive her? The answer was undoubtedly no. The Su Dage she had longed for had, in fact, brought about the destruction of her family, erasing all her kin. Is this real? Su Chen remained utterly unmoved. In his eyes, regardless of Lin Xiaoxia's reasons for marrying the Purple Emperor sect, it was still a betrayal of her original self. Betrayal is betrayal, devoid of justification. Even if Lin Xiaoxia possessed a myriad of reasons, they were incomprehensible to him. A cold voice echoed, "This is the consequence of betrayal." Stumbling backward, Lin Xiaoxia felt a trickle of blood seep from her lips. She had never anticipated Su Chen's heartlessness. "Xiaoke, help me kill him." Xiaoke nodded, his somber gaze directed at the young man in the void. He had faintly guessed the situation but was taken aback that the other dared to cause a disturbance on the eve of his wedding. "You are truly ruthless. Annihilating the Lin family, and then causing a ruckus at my Purple Emperor sect." He chose to ignore Xiaoke entirely. Su Chen turned his gaze to Lin Xiaoxia and said, "For 3 years of longing, I have not forgotten you in death. I speak on his behalf. You are unworthy of him." Perhaps he was speaking to himself. Su Chen murmured, "Only the spring moon is filled with affection, especially illuminating the fallen blossoms for the lonely. Indeed, there are those in this world consumed by passion. This hatred is indifferent to the winds and moon. You are unworthy of him. The only thing I can do for you is this. You may leave now." As soon as the words left his lips, it seemed to elicit a response. Su Chen could distinctly sense the lingering sentiment within him vanish, and with a profound sigh, he pondered. Who is right and who is wrong? As the original soul, he would inevitably stand in its stead. Lin Xiaoxia's betrayal of the original was indeed a transgression. Is this person perhaps a bit deranged from love? Why do I feel he is acting foolishly? Look at him. He seems to be talking to himself. Yet he is truly ruthless, having wiped out the entire Lin family. Who could disagree? If you love someone, even if Lin Xiaoxia marries another, you should blame your own lack of strength. Exterminating an entire family is unthinkable, and to dare to stir trouble at the Purple Emperor sect, truly oblivious to the consequences. Various discussions erupted. No one held high hopes for this individual, believing that his audacity to disrupt the Purple Emperor sect would lead to his certain demise. The Purple Emperor sect, with its multitude of powerful cultivators and the presence of Dao Palace realm experts, would not tolerate such insolence. Especially on the day of the young master's wedding, it was a blatant affront to the Purple Emperor sect. Even ordinary individuals would not endure such disrespect, let alone the esteemed Purple Emperor sect. With the sentiment dissipated, Su Chen felt a sense of helplessness. You have no further ties to him. Considering his affection for you over the past 3 years, both you and your father may live. He collapsed to the ground. Lin Xiaoxia misunderstood Su Chen's intentions, believing he was addressing her while referring to him in the third person, unaware that this Su Chen was no longer the one she held in her heart. The purpose of this exchange had been fulfilled. With the original sentiment entirely vanished, Chen knew that the sole obstacle to his martial path had dissipated, and it was time to complete the final task for the original. You must be Xiao Ke? Indeed, I am Xiao Quebec Xiao Ke, demonstrating a degree of grace. Refrained from interrupting while Chen spoke to Lin Shishir, granting her the respect she deserved. For he held deep affections for her and desired to take her as his wife. You marry Lin Shishir, whether you are right or wrong, before me. You are in the wrong, and thus I sentence you to death, to be executed immediately. Uft! Xiao Ke nearly burst into laughter, his face etched with scorn. Utterly disbelieving the words spoken, he had encountered arrogance before, but never to this extent. To attempt to slay him in front of the Purple Emperor sect? To pronounce a death sentence upon himself? By what right? With a disdainful smile, Xiao Ke coldly inquired, May I ask who bestowed upon you such confidence? Chapter 34. Pride of the Purple Emperor sect. With a face full of contempt, Xiao Ke did not regard the other with any seriousness. The weight of the Purple Emperor sect's authority was not to be trifled with. To cause a disturbance on the day of his wedding was destined to lead to tragic consequences. Moreover, Shishir had expressly pleaded with him. This matter must be addressed. The seated sect leader, Xiao Jingshan, along with the elders of the Purple Emperor sect, remained silent. This incident was a blatant provocation to the sect. It was best left in the hands of the young master to salvage their dignity. Thunderous. An overwhelming surge of might erupted from Xiao Ke, akin to a flood submerging the heavens and earth, crashing forcefully towards Chen. Lin Shishir lowered her head, gritting her teeth, tears streaming down her cheeks. Her father was gravely injured, her family annihilated, and the Su Dade she cherished was long gone. The man she loved had ruined her life. She could never forgive Chen. Lin Shishir resolved that once Chen was slain by Xiao Ke, she too would take her own life in the Purple Emperor sect. Who was right and who was wrong no longer mattered. Perhaps 3 years ago, she should never have fallen for Chen. Sudage, I am sorry. The tsunami-like assault crashed upon Chen, instantly engulfing him. Is that all? Everyone was taken aback. How could someone possess such strength and yet dare to create havoc at the Purple Emperor sect? Truly, they were oblivious to the danger. What a fool. I thought he was formidable. It appears he is all bluster, easily dispatched by the young master in a single strike. Perhaps he merely sought fame, indifferent to the consequences of life and death. Wait, something seems off. Many, including Xiao Jingshan, began to sense the underlying issue. Under normal circumstances, with Xiao Ke's assault, the opponent should have been vanquished. Yet now, the attack lingered, coalescing into a cloud of mist, resembling a massive cocoon, which was exceedingly peculiar. The esteemed young master of the Purple Emperor sect appeared surprisingly weak. This was a case of reputation exceeding reality. Bang! As the words fell, the gathered mist shattered, revealing the young man standing enscathed in the void, leaving everyone aghast. The young master was at the pinnacle of the celestial realm, mere steps away from the Wheel Sea realm. This individual appeared not yet 20. Had he already surpassed the young master? Xiao Ke's talents in the Purple Emperor sect were already unparalleled among his peers. Individuals who could rival the young master were few and far between. What an astonishing talent! The ability to effortlessly neutralize the young master's assault spoke volumes. This person is formidable. Today, I shall make it known how weak you truly are. To be so thoroughly disparaged, how could Xiao Ke possibly endure it? Just as he was about to take action, Xiao Jingshan, who had remained silent until now, raised a hand to halt his son. Standing up, Xiao Jingshan cast a cold, indifferent glance at the young man, his eyes brimming with an icy killing intent, and spoke. Do you wish to engage in a life and death struggle with my Zhuang sect? Lin Shishir, suddenly lifting her head, looked at Chen with a face full of disbelief. 3 years prior, she had witnessed Chen's mediocre talent, unable to advance even to the body-refining realm. How? In such a short span, had he grown to such an extent? Had he encountered some fortuitous opportunity? Life and death struggle? Chen's voice was devoid of emotion, dismissing the words of the Zhuang sect's leader. His disruptive arrival at the Zhuang sect's wedding had already irrevocably provoked them. There was no turning back. For the sake of the original body's obsession's dissolution, and for his own dignity, he would not take a step back. Even if a being of the creation realm resided within the sect, he would press forward without hesitation. It seemed the sect leader was also a man of reason. A life and death struggle was of little consequence. If the Zhuang sect would publicly execute Xiao Ke and acknowledge their wrongdoing, then Chen would let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, he would unleash a bloodbath upon the Zhuang sect. At these words, an uproar ensued. Everyone gazed at the young man as if he were a fool. To threaten a bloodbath against the Zhuang sect, did they not realize how many powerful warriors resided within? The sect leader, Xiao Jingshan, was a formidable expert of the Dao Palace realm. More importantly, There were not just one but several such experts within the sect. How could one speak of a bloodbath? Merely uttering such words? If it were that simple, every person present could claim the same. Some mocked and cursed, while others remained silent, fixating their gaze on the young man. Truly absurd. To speak so shamelessly, threatening a bloodbath. Soon, he would find himself on the receiving end of such violence. The youth was indeed overly arrogant. Who dares to believe this? This person cannot possibly be so reckless without reason. Could he also be of the Dao Palace realm? Of the Dao Palace realm? Do you think that is possible? At such a young age, to break through to the Dao Palace realm? It's utterly ludicrous. Even with extraordinary talent, cultivation requires time and experience, not merely innate ability. Many gazes were filled with a mix of anticipation and uncertainty. The young man did not appear insane. Even if he wished for death, he would not choose such a reckless path. The only explanation was that he truly possessed strength. Even Xiao Jingshan felt a heavy weight in his heart. The other party's demeanor was too calm and confident. The more he displayed such composure, the more uncertain Xiao Jingshan felt. Brash youth, do not be so arrogant. Today, I shall be the one to bury you here. Chapter 35. You are weak. A chillingly furious voice erupted. Protector Tong, a formidable expert of the Yuanfu realm, with a face etched in deep wrinkles and a head large, his eyes like sesame seeds, and thinning hair that seemed on the verge of baldness, stepped forward. The entire world began to roar in response. Protector Tong was about to strike. It was said that Protector Tong, a Yuanfu realm expert, could potentially eliminate this young man in one blow. Curiosity sparked among the onlookers. They were eager to ascertain the young man's true strength. There are two types of arrogance. The first is the foolish kind, who, after being thoroughly beaten, still tries to act tough despite lacking strength. The second is the kind that possesses genuine strength and looks down upon all. Which category does Su Chen belong to? As Lin Shishir clenched her fists tightly, Lin Wan, who had just risen from the ground, glared with boundless hatred. His family had been destroyed. He yearned to tear Su Chen apart, piece by piece. Shishir, this is the man you have liked for 3 years. He has slaughtered all of my Lin family. Remember, he is our enemy. Lin Shishir remained silent, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. Under the gaze of all, Protector Tong surged towards the young man. Even before his arrival, the intent to kill was palpable. To dare cause a ruckus in the Zihuang sect, death awaited. The might of the Yuanfu realm enveloped the void, with a thunderous onslaught crashing down like a tsunami, roaring relentlessly. Yet, Su Chen remained unmoved, quietly observing. Was this excessive arrogance? Was he truly ignoring the imminent danger, or had he already been locked in and unable to evade? No one knew. All held their breath, their eyes fixed, fearful of missing a single moment. Boom, boom, boom. The domineering assault rained down upon the young man, a barrage of punches exploding with ferocity. Even a man of iron would find no refuge under such relentless strikes. Protector Tong, a true Yuanfu realm expert, unleashed an overwhelming force that made the air itself tremble. It was said that he had once faced 4 Yuanfu realm beasts simultaneously and managed to overpower them all, earning his fearsome reputation. Those who had just mocked Su Chen fell silent. In this situation, only a fool would remain oblivious. The very fact that this young man could disregard Protector Tong's assault spoke volumes of his formidable strength, undoubtedly surpassing that of the Protector. Even if he could overcome Protector Tong, there were still several Dao Palace realm experts within the Zihuang sect. It was rumored that sect leader Xiao Jingshan had reached the 8th level of the Dao Palace realm. Could he possibly defeat the sect leader? 8th level of the Dao Palace realm? My heavens, what a powerful existence. The Zihuang sect is truly formidable. This young man must also be of the Dao Palace realm. Yet he lacks restraint. With such talent and youth, he could rise to the highest echelons and, in a few years, sweep through the Zihuang sect. What a pity. Su Chen's formidable strength far exceeded the comprehension of those around him. No one could have anticipated that even the guardian of the Yuanfu realm, Tong, would be unable to contend with this individual. One word suffices: powerful. Tong could not accept this harsh reality. Like a frenzied beast, he continued to launch relentless assaults, his fists converging into a net of force that enveloped the entirety of the void, causing onlookers to shudder in disbelief. The thought of such a barrage striking him was unfathomable. As for Su Chen, he appeared unfazed, merely observing Tong with a cold gaze, allowing the latter's strikes to rain down upon him without inflicting even a single hair's breadth of harm. Such indifference was nothing short of contempt. With a splatter, Tong coughed up blood, his rage surging through him as his body swayed precariously. He had inadvertently injured himself with his own attacks. You have unleashed 3,899 punches. I will now deliver but a single palm strike. Should you manage to withstand it, you may depart alive. Such arrogance. Despite the terror surging within, Tong's visage remained a mask of fury. He felt compelled to endure at least one blow from his adversary, lest he lose face. Chapter 36. The Bloodbath of the Purple Emperor Sect. Countdown commences. A single palm? All held their breath in anticipation, eager to witness whether Tong could withstand this individual strike. Had this been before, none would have believed the youth capable of such feats. They would have dismissed him as a braggart. However, now, with Tong's attacks failing to even graze him, the spectators comprehended the vast chasm in strength between them. Lord, this individual is at the Dao Palace realm. Tong is no match for him. Allow me to intervene. Waving his hand dismissively, Xiao Jingshan, the master of the Purple Emperor Sect, wore an expression as dark as thunderclouds. Since the establishment of the sect in the eastern wilderness, such an incident had never occurred. Regardless of whether Tong could defeat this foe, he must withstand this palm strike. It was imperative for the dignity of the Purple Emperor Sect. After years of standing tall, their face could not be tarnished today, especially not during the grand wedding of his son, where all dynasties and sects had gathered to offer their congratulations. A single palm? Tong laughed derisively. Youngster, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Do not be overly arrogant. Today, I shall receive your palm strike and see what you are truly capable of. Clinging to pride at the expense of reason, Tong, fully aware that he was no match for his opponent, resolved to endure the palm strike in order to preserve the face of the Purple Emperor Sect. The momentum could not falter. The honor must not be lost. Was he not young enough to be reckless? How audacious! How domineering! As they gazed upon the youth standing imperiously in the void, exuding an aura of unparalleled arrogance, many felt a sense of exhilaration and admiration. They were but vassal sects and dynasties of the Purple Emperor Sect, not members of it. Wherever they roamed, they worshipped the strong and trampled the weak. With a casual gesture, Su Chun unleashed a single palm, devoid of any ostentation or power. It was so unremarkable that not even a ripple was stirred, leaving the onlookers utterly astonished. Yet, no one dared to mock. A person who could disregard Tong's onslaught had already demonstrated their formidable prowess. Buzz. Tong summoned all his strength to brace for impact. Eyes wide as he beheld the palm descending upon him, he did not resign himself to fate, but instead retaliated with full force. However, contrary to expectations, the clash did not unleash cataclysmic forces. Not a single tremor was felt, as if a drop of water had vanished into the ocean, leaving no trace behind. Bang! To the horror of the spectators, the body of the mighty guardian Tong, a formidable figure of the Yuanfu realm, exploded into a mist of blood, cascading down from the void. Everyone was left utterly dumbfounded. It was apparent that Tong could not withstand the strike. Yet they had not anticipated that such an unassuming palm could obliterate him. What an astounding display of strength. Master, Xiao Jingshan was equally astonished. Tong had been considered unbeatable among his peers, yet he had been vanquished in an instant. Clearly, this youth was at the Dao Palace realm. Xiao Jingshan clasped his fists. His tone icy. So you are indeed of the Dao Palace realm? I am humbled. Dao Palace realm? It was indeed a formidable opponent. Although many had speculated that the youth might possess such strength, the confirmation from Xiao Jingshan sent a shudder through the crowd. Su Chun, appearing so youthful, was already a being of the exalted Dao Palace realm, rivaling the sect master of the Purple Emperor Sect. What an extraordinary talent to achieve such heights. Lin Wan's resentment began to wane, replaced by a flicker of regret. Had his choice of the Purple Emperor Sect over Su Chen been a mistake? He knew he had been left with no option. To refuse Qiao Ke would have invited the wrath of the sect, and the Lin family would have faced annihilation regardless. Such was the fate of the weak. If only the Lin family had a protector of the Dao Palace realm, who would dare to act recklessly. Lin Shishir had long since dried her tears, her expression vacant. Regardless of Su Chen's immense power, their paths had irrevocably diverged. After this day, they would be as strangers, no longer even acquaintances. Caught between family and the one she loved, she was paralyzed by indecision, unable to confront her own feelings. Su Chun, however, was indifferent, as if he had just slain a mere dog. The wind carried away the acrid scent of blood, and he coldly declared, Purple Emperor Sect, I offer you one final opportunity. If you do not surrender the corpse of Qiao Ke within 3 breaths, I shall commence a bloodbath of the Purple Emperor Sect. The countdown begins now. All were momentarily stunned. Even a Dao Palace realm expert should not be so brazen, especially considering that the Purple Emperor Sect also boasted its own protectors of the Dao Palace realm, with its master being an 8th-level Dao Palace expert. Could Qiao Ke, the esteemed young master of the Purple Emperor Sect, truly be eliminated and his body surrendered by Xiao Jingshan? Such a notion was utterly absurd. As the saying goes, a tiger does not eat its cubs, whether out of familial bonds or pride. The Purple Emperor Sect could not possibly acquiesce to such an outrageous demand. Xiao Jingshan chuckled. The 6 elders rose in unison, each radiating an awe-inspiring aura, roaring like a tsunami, their voices echoing as if they aimed to tear apart the heavens themselves. The 6 elders, representing the pinnacle of strength within the Purple Emperor sect, were a formidable force indeed. Presumptuous. Do you believe you are anything special? Mere Dao Palace realm. And you dare to bully my Purple Emperor sect? You disrupt a wedding and slay our guardian. Regardless of who you are, you shall pay 100-fold for your transgressions. Without waiting for the allotted 3 breaths, the 6 elders of the Purple Emperor sect were eager to test the youth's prowess. They hoped he would not disappoint them. Their combined might surged to unprecedented heights, manifesting into a tempest that swept across the realm, causing the onlookers to hastily retreat, their faces etched with terror. The collaboration of 6 Dao Palace realm elders was indeed a sight to behold, their combined strength capable of reshaping the very fabric of existence. Would the youth be able to withstand such an onslaught? Chapter 37, Utterly Disgusted. The 6 elders glared furiously, their murderous intent coalescing into monstrous beasts that roared defiantly toward the heavens. The dignity of the Purple Emperor sect was not to be trampled upon. They would annihilate this individual. The combined might of the 6 Dao Palace realm elders bore down upon Su Chen, the battle imminent, and the stakes of life and death about to be unveiled. No one dared to leave. All eyes were fixed upon the scene, breath held in collective anticipation, unwilling to miss a single moment. For millennia, no one had dared to provoke the esteemed Purple Emperor sect in such a manner. Su Chen was undeniably the first to do so. In that instant, a smile graced Su Chen's lips as he cast a disdainful glance at the 6 elders before him, disregarding the overwhelming oppressive aura that bore down upon him. His voice resonated like thunder, echoing through the vast expanse. It seems that Sect Master Qiao is reluctant to relinquish his people. And what of it? Qiao Jingshan regarded him with cold indifference, the murderous intent emanating from him now uncontrollable. Then let us commence with the 6 elders. No sooner had he spoken than Su Chen's figure vanished from sight. In the blink of an eye, he materialized before the 6 individuals, his aura surging forth, overpowering their combined might and forcibly suppressing it. Purple Yuan slash. 9 consecutive annihilation of the heavens. Cleaving through the 8 desolates, the 6 elders simultaneously unleashed their most formidable attacks, eager for a swift resolution. For their opponent was also a practitioner of the Dao Palace realm. Hell's Yamahand. The cold voice seemed to emanate from the depths of an endless abyss, accompanied by a murderous roar. A terrifying colossal hand swiftly coalesced, piercing through layers of space to appear before the 6 elders. Boom, boom, boom. As the relentless bombardment ensued, the 6 felt a wave of lethal energy rebound towards them. Their inner energy surged tumultuously, nearly shattering their souls. Peak Dao Palace. You are actually at the Peak Dao Palace. The terrified cries of the 6 elders left everyone, including Qiao Jingshan and his son, utterly astonished. Each person understood the profound implications of reaching the Peak Dao Palace realm, an existence perilously close to the realm of creation. It was no wonder this individual dared to act so brazenly against the Purple Emperor sect. He surpassed even the sect's leader in strength. Clearly, the Purple Emperor sect was in grave peril. Did he truly dare to massacre the sect? Why should he not? Do you not know who stands behind the Purple Emperor sect? The ancient clan of Heavenly Bones. Indeed, one of the overlords of the East Wilderness. The ancient clan of Heavenly Bones. The mere mention of these 4 words caused the man's complexion to pale drastically. Lin Shishir's gaze remained transfixed on the unfolding battle. The figure of Su Chen imprinted in her mind, refusing to fade. In just 3 short years, he had ascended to such heights, single-handedly subduing the Purple Emperor sect, even surpassing its leader. I am no longer worthy of him. A deep sigh escaped Lin Shishir's lips, a wave of melancholic sorrow enveloping her being. For she understood the truth. After today's wedding, she and Su Chen could never be together. In stark contrast, Lin Wan watched helplessly as Su Chen's strength grew, regret gnawing at him to the core. Had he known Su Chen possessed the power to suppress the Purple Emperor sect, he would have never acquiesced to their demands. Even at the cost of offending them, it would have been worth it for the Lin family. Su Chen, I am willing to marry Shishir to you. The previous matters were forced upon us by the Purple Emperor sect. What utter shamelessness. Upon hearing this, everyone cast scornful glances at Lin Wan, the head of the Lin family, who had proven himself to be utterly devoid of honor. He had previously been compelled to marry off his daughter to the Purple Emperor sect, despite her existing engagement, and now, witnessing Su Chen's power to decisively suppress the sect, he immediately shifted his stance. To stoop to such depths of shamelessness is truly remarkable. Lin Shishir looked at her father in disbelief. She could hardly fathom his words. Father, he has slaughtered our Lin family. What is there to fear from slaughter, as long as you can marry him? The Lin family could make a resurgence, even supplanting the Purple Emperor sect. Unable to contain her feelings of injustice and sorrow, Tears streamed down Lin Shirshi's cheeks. With such a father, how could she not lament the separation from her beloved? She knew Su Chen's character well enough to understand that after this incident, he would never forgive her, and she would have no face left to marry him. From the moment she chose to marry Xiao Ke for the sake of her family, her fate with Su Chen had reached its conclusion. Rumbling, the colossal hand descended violently upon the six elders, carrying a tsunami of murderous intent. Despite their full efforts to counter and defend, they were brutally struck away. Spitting blood, the six elders resembled kites with severed strings, crashing violently to the ground, their bodies drenched in blood. Shameless. Casting a disdainful glance at Lin Wan, Su Chen felt a wave of disgust wash over him. How could one be so devoid of dignity? His father had truly been blind to save such a person. If his father were to witness this now, would he not feel regret? Gathering his palm energy, Su Chen delivered a resounding slap across Lin Wan's face, sending him flying. Father! Bang! Lin Wan was nearly knocked unconscious. Crashing to the ground, utterly dazed, Lin Shishi rushed to her father's side, glancing at Su Chen in the distance, feeling no resentment. For the fault lay with her father's actions and words. Chapter 38. Sword Qi traverses thousands of miles. A profound sense of loathing washed over Su Chen. With the dissipation of his original self's attachments, he found himself devoid of any lingering feelings for Lin Shishi. At most, she was a familiar stranger. People like Lin Wan were so repugnant that speaking another word would only tarnish his own dignity. Were it not for the sake of his former self, he would have long since sent Lin Wan flying with a single slap. The six elders struggled to rise, their bodies drenched in blood. The expressions on their faces were filled with disbelief. The earlier arrogance had vanished entirely. They dared not speak further, casting their gaze upon the sect master for guidance. No need to continue. As the opponent stood at the peak Dao Palace realm, even the sect master could be suppressed, let alone they. Waves of tumultuous emotions surged within them as Qiao Jingshan fixed his gaze upon the young man before him. The peak Dao Palace realm. How could he possibly be at the peak Dao Palace realm? A deep sense of resignation settled upon him. He had no choice but to bow his head. Regardless of his inner reluctance, faced with such a disparity in strength, Qiao Jingshan clasped his fists and declared, "The Purple Emperor sect has erred. I hereby announce that the wedding is hereby concluded, and on behalf of the Purple Emperor sect, I extend my sincerest apologies to you." With that, he deeply bowed in a gesture of contrition. Witnessing the apology from the sect master of the Purple Emperor sect, everyone was left in a state of astonishment. In a world governed by the law of the jungle, this was the harsh reality. What did it matter how powerful the Purple Emperor sect was? When confronted with a peak Dao Palace realm expert, even they had to lower their proud heads and publicly apologize. To refuse to back down or offer an apology would only lead to the merciless annihilation of the Purple Emperor sect. The dignity of the Purple Emperor sect had suffered a severe blow. Since its establishment and dominance in the East Wilderness, such an occurrence had never transpired. Alas! At that moment, anguished cries erupted from the six elders, akin to the wails of tormented souls from the depths of hell, enduring the most excruciating tortures. A blood-red longsword, imbued with a mist of sanguine energy, pierced through layers of space, descending upon each elder, cleaving their throats with merciless precision. The bloodthirsty demonic sword feasted upon the life essence of the six elders, consuming them entirely in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the once vibrant six elders had been reduced to desiccated corpses that fell heavily to the ground. How ruthless! Master Qiao has already apologized. Yet this man ruthlessly slaughtered six elders, exhibiting a chilling decisiveness and a heartless brutality. Such individuals are the most terrifying. One should never provoke such a person. Watching helplessly as the six elders were massacred, Xiao Jingshan was filled with both fear and rage. He never anticipated that even after his humble apology, the other party would dare to execute the elders. "Father, save me. Please, save me." Before Qiao Ke stood a blood-red longsword, the very bloodthirsty magic sword wielded by Su Chen. Paralyzed with fear, Qiao Ke sensed instinctively that any movement on his part would result in him meeting the same fate as the six elders. Terrified and drenched in sweat, his eyes were filled with despair. "I beseech you, show mercy." Xiao Jingshan immediately clasped his fists and pleaded. He could not bear to witness any harm come to his only son. Sure, for the sake of my genuine affection for you, please intercede on my behalf. I implore you, Lin Shishi, hurry. If you help me plead for mercy, I promise I will no longer pursue you." In that moment, Qiao Ke felt an overwhelming sense of despair, the murderous intent emanating from the sword making him feel as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. Lin Shishi turned her head away, refusing to plead. She felt a deep sense of guilt towards Su Chen and lacked the courage to ask for mercy, especially since her heart was filled with hatred for Qiao Quebec were it not for this young master of the Purple Emperor sect, and his so-called love at first sight. None of this calamity would have transpired. She would have married Brother Su, and her family would not have faced annihilation. Everything would have been so beautiful. And all of it was ruined because of Xiao Kei's interference, leveraging the Purple Emperor sect's power to force her family into a marriage. Her entire happiness had been buried at this man's hands. How could she possibly plead for him? She secretly wished for Xiao Kei's demise. Observing Lin Shishir's indifference, Xiao Kei seemed to grasp something and roared in fury, "You wretched woman! I adored you so much, even merging the Lin family with my Purple Emperor sect. And yet you are so heartless. You are nothing but a harlot. Su Chun, I fear you not. Even in death, I shall not let you off the hook." Witnessing the deranged Xiao Kei, everyone was taken aback. Who could have imagined that the esteemed young master of the Purple Emperor sect would be driven to such desperation? Truly, there are always greater mountains beyond the hills. You may be formidable, but there are those even more formidable than you. Father, save me. Hearing his son's anguished cries for help, Xiao Jingshan felt a surge of resentment but dared not act recklessly, fearing his son would be slain instantly. He must endure. He could not afford to be rash. I implore you to heed my words. If you cease your actions here, our Purple Emperor sect will treat this as if nothing has occurred. What say you? And if I refuse? The arrogance on his face nearly drove Xiao Jingshan to the brink of madness, yet he forced himself to remain composed. His son's life was at stake. Furthermore, the adversary was at the peak of the Dao Palace realm, while he was merely at the 8th level of the Dao Palace realm, in a life-and-death struggle. He had no confidence whatsoever. Our Purple Emperor sect is backed by the Ancient Bone Clan. I ask you to show them some respect, and end this matter here. The mention of the Ancient Clan triggered faint memories in his mind. He knew it was a true pinnacle force in the Eastern Wilderness, a dominant sect. So, the Purple Emperor sect had the Ancient Clan as its backing. But what of it? Haha, Master Qiao, I have arrived late. The laughter rolled in like a tidal wave as a middle-aged man with a prominent belly stepped into the air, arriving in an instant. Observing the 6 corpses on the ground and the blood-red sword trained on Xiao Kei, the middle-aged man's expression shifted slightly. Master Qiao, what has transpired? Guardian Tian, I implore you to save the Purple Emperor sect. Guardian Tian, hailing from the Ancient Bone Clan, the true overlord of the Eastern Wilderness, is indeed our sect's backing. Nodding, Guardian Tian turned to the youth. Who are you? And who might you be? The youth replied defiantly. How brazen. It seemed he was not overly concerned. Guardian Tian coldly stated, I hail from the Ancient Bone Clan and am a close friend of Master Qiao. I have come on behalf of the clan to congratulate the Purple Emperor sect. Upon hearing the 4 words Ancient Bone Clan, everyone was filled with awe. With the arrival of the guardian from the Ancient Bone Clan, the Purple Emperor sect was assured safety. In the Eastern Wilderness, who would dare offend the Ancient Bone Clan? As one of the absolute pinnacle forces in the Eastern Wilderness, the might of the Ancient Bone Clan needs no elaboration. Xiao Jingshan finally breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly said, Guardian Tian, please save my son. Guardian Tian had already noticed the blood-red sword and remarked, regardless of the circumstances, let us first put away the sword. Are you ordering me? Guardian Tian's brow furrowed tightly. The other party was being excessively arrogant. Despite having introduced himself, he was still treated with such disregard, which was a blatant insult to the Ancient Bone Clan. Yet he suppressed his rising anger. If you believe that, then I am left with no options. Whoosh. Before Guardian Tian's words had fully left his lips, Xiao Kei, still unprepared, found a blood-red sword shadow flash before him, a gash appearing on his neck. As disbelief and terror washed over him, his body slowly crumpled to the ground. Xiao Jingshan was stunned. Guardian Tian and Lin Shishir were both left dumbfounded. Everyone was in a state of shock. No one had expected that in front of the guardian from the Ancient Bone Clan, Su Chun would dare to publicly execute Xiao Quebec. How audacious. Truly. He showed no respect even for the Ancient Bone Clan. The youth was excessively ostentatious. This was not a wise position to take. Offending the Ancient Bone Clan meant there would be no sanctuary for him in the vast Eastern Wilderness. The tall tree attracts the wind. Whispers filled the air as everyone regarded the youth with shock and horror. How reckless. You dare kill my son. Today, I shall have you torn to shreds. Gesturing dismissively, Guardian Tian prevented the furious Xiao Jingshan from roaring in anger. With a cold gaze, he spoke with palpable murderous intent. You are exceedingly presumptuous. I have already instructed you to sheath your sword. The bloodthirsty magic sword returned to Su Chen's grasp as he smiled indifferently. Sword pointing to the heavens, his voice boomed. I previously offered the Purple Emperor sect a chance, but it was Master Qiao who failed to seize it. Your words are but empty noise, while mine shall not be retracted. Thus, I commenced the bloodbath of the Purple Emperor sect. Ha ha ha, young man. Do you think you can bloodbath the Purple Emperor sect in front of me, Tianji? Today, I shall suppress you within the Purple Emperor sect, and see whether your words hold any weight. Before Guardian Tian could finish, Su Chen unleashed the xianxiadrama hand. A colossal hand of 100 feet coalescing, bringing with it an overwhelming tide of slaughter, reminiscent of ancient ferocious beasts roaring in rage. You seek death. Interrupted and furious at the audacity of the attack, Guardian Tian could no longer contain his fury. First, the Purple Emperor sect is a subordinate sect of the Ancient Bone Clan. To bloodbath the Purple Emperor sect is to provoke the Ancient Bone Clan. As the saying goes, one must mind the master when beating the dog. Second, he had personally requested the other party to sheath their sword. Yet this person not only disregarded it, but even went so far as to slay Xiao Ke before his eyes, showing utter contempt for him. In front of so many witnesses, how could he maintain his dignity? How could the Ancient Bone Clan maintain its dignity? The speed of the colossal hand was utterly astonishing, tearing through layers of space in the blink of an eye, offering the Guardian Tian no opportunity to retaliate before it struck him with tremendous force. A scream resounded, akin to that of a slaughtered pig, as the unfortunate Guardian Tian, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, was reduced to a mist of blood. Witnessing the demise of Guardian Tian at the hands of a single blow left everyone utterly dumbfounded, their faces etched with horror as they beheld the scene unfolding before them. They had encountered arrogance before, but none had ever witnessed such brazen audacity as that displayed by Su Chen. My goodness, I must take my leave. This person is a madman, and I would rather not be caught in the crossfire, with no recourse for reasoning. I am leaving too, wait for me. Many from various dynasties and sects opted to retreat, as the impending bloodbath of the Purple Emperor sect loomed. And even members of the ancient clan of Heavenly Bones were mercilessly slain. Remaining was far too perilous. Who could tell whether they would be next? Yet, some bold souls chose to stay, eager to see if indeed this individual would carry out the promised slaughter of the Purple Emperor sect. Speaking of bloodshed is simple, but enacting it is an entirely different matter. Su Chen, do you truly believe you have secured victory? Is there any possibility of a comeback? Within the Purple Emperor sect, it was unequivocal that no beings of the transcendental realm were present, a conclusion Su Chen could firmly assert. He had already vanquished 6 elders, Xiao Ke, and Guardian Tian from the ancient clan of Heavenly Bones. If the Purple Emperor sect indeed had a powerhouse of the transcendental realm, they would have revealed themselves long ago, rather than remaining hidden until now. With my blood, I shall perform a blood sacrifice to the Purple Emperor and awaken the Purple Emperor's soul bell. Xiao Jingshan had begun to burn his own essence, transforming it into a web of intricate patterns that enveloped the entirety of the Purple Emperor sect. A resonant hum echoed, akin to the tolling of a funeral bell, reverberating throughout the vast expanse of the Purple Emperor sect. In the astonished gazes of all present, the tolling rang out across the miles of cloud-covered sky, initiating the seal of the Purple Emperor through a blood sacrifice. Legend spoke of an evil spirit artifact sealed within the Purple Emperor sect, known as the Purple Emperor's soul bell, which could only be wielded by those of the sect's purest bloodline, requiring a blood sacrifice to break its seal. Was Xiao Jingshan truly attempting to awaken the Purple Emperor's soul bell? We must leave at once. Should the Purple Emperor's soul bell manifest, all beings within the sect would be refined, becoming food for the bell. Is that true? Indeed it is. We must hurry. Chapter 40. The bell shatters. The fall of the Purple Emperor sect. The tolling of the death knell resonated throughout the vast void of the 9 heavens, lingering ominously. All were driven into a frenzy, fleeing in every direction. The Purple Emperor's soul bell was evidently quite notorious. Su Chen too felt a twinge of surprise. Having not anticipated that such a malevolent treasure lay sealed within the Purple Emperor sect, requiring the sect leader's essence to break its seal, he did not retreat. Instead, he was intrigued to witness the true might of this so-called Purple Emperor's soul bell. Su Chen, today you shall meet your end beneath the Purple Emperor's soul bell. With blood ignited to fuel the sacrifice, Xiao Jingshan was resolute, willing to risk everything to ensure that his foe would be torn to shreds. The 6 elders, his son Xiao Ke, and Guardian Tian from the ancient clan of Heavenly Bones, all had perished at the hands of this man, leaving him unable to contain the boundless fury surging within. At that moment, a colossal black bell coalesced in the void, manifesting a towering silhouette that resonated with a haunting sound, as if capable of shattering souls. A cacophony of despair echoed across the vast cloud layers. Relentlessly suppressing Su Chen's spirit, he immediately summoned the Supreme Bone, which materialized in a magnificent form. The Supreme Bone, having absorbed the celestial tyrant body, had risen in rank, emanating a power that overshadowed the tolling of the Purple Emperor's soul bell entirely. Is this the Supreme Bone? Xiao Jingshan, who had already commenced the blood sacrifice, was left in utter disbelief upon witnessing the towering bone's silhouette emerge behind the young man. He was acutely aware of what the Supreme Bone signified, Thus, he could hardly fathom that Su Chen possessed such a force within him. The tremors that had begun to shake his soul under the tolling of the bell were swiftly quelled beneath the Supreme Bone's overwhelming presence. Without uttering a single word, Su Chen commenced the suppression of the Purple Emperor's soul bell with the aid of the Supreme Bone. It could be said that the Supreme Bone was the very nemesis of the Purple Emperor's soul bell, especially considering it had absorbed the celestial tyrant body, rendering the act of suppression wholly unambiguous. The once mighty Purple Emperor's soul bell, which had exuded dominance, now quivered in terror, letting out a frightful wail. Boom, boom, boom. The Supreme Bone unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. Xiao Jingshan was rendered completely bewildered. The Purple Emperor's soul bell was the very foundation of the Purple Emperor sect, requiring the sect leader to initiate a blood sacrifice every time it was unleashed, capable of sweeping away any warrior in its path. Who could have foreseen that this individual harbored the Supreme Bone, the very bane of the Purple Emperor's soul bell? He immediately sought to retract the Purple Emperor's soul bell. Losing such a treasure would spell the utter ruin of the Purple Emperor sect. Yet, his intentions were thwarted by those unwilling to relent. Crack! The Purple Emperor's soul bell began to shatter, piece by piece, before the horrified eyes of Xiao Jingshan, disintegrating into countless fragments that scattered across the ground, collapsing to the earth. Drenched in blood, Xiao Jingshan seemed unable to accept the reality that the very foundation of the Purple Emperor sect, the Purple Emperor's soul bell, had been shattered by the Supreme Bone. Is this even possible? Is this real? Regardless of his willingness to believe, the truth lay starkly before him. Su Chen himself felt a sense of astonishment. He had initially intended to prevent the Supreme Bone from wreaking havoc, but found himself utterly unable to control it. As the Supreme Bone seemed to have gone berserk, relentlessly assaulting the Purple Emperor's soul bell without granting him any opportunity. He had hoped to harness the Supreme Bone to claim this legendary treasure, which was indeed remarkable, given its sinister nature targeting the soul. As for why the Supreme Bone harbored such animosity towards the Purple Emperor's soul bell, Su Chen was not entirely certain. The sole undeniable fact remained. The foundational treasure of the Purple Emperor sect, the Purple Emperor's soul bell, had been irrevocably shattered, reduced to countless shards scattered across the ground. The Purple Emperor's soul bell was utterly ruined. Su Chen, you dare to annihilate my Purple Emperor sect, slain Guardian Tian? The ancient clan of Heavenly Bones will not let you escape. Do not presume that your mastery of the pinnacle Dao Palace realm renders you invincible. Within the ancient clan of Heavenly Bones, not only are there beings of the transcendental realm, but there also exist formidable powers of the void realm. You shall perish. You will pay for your actions today. Xiao Jingshan was engulfed in despair. The fact that even the Purple Emperor's soul bell could not subdue this individual signified that the fall of the Purple Emperor sect was inevitable and could not be prevented, unless a powerhouse from the ancient clan of Heavenly Bones intervened. Such a scenario seemed nearly impossible. The ancient clan of Heavenly Bones could not possibly learn of this matter in an instant and dispatch aid in time. The demise of the Purple Emperor sect left him with only the hope that the ancient clan of Heavenly Bones would seek vengeance on behalf of the Purple Emperor sect. Yet he himself would not witness it. A threat to him, Su Chen remained unfazed. If he feared the so-called ancient clan of Heavenly Bones, he would never have dared to strike down Guardian Tian. He would simply confront whatever came his way. Without further ado, Su Chen ascended into the void and initiated the blood refinement locking array, commencing the blood refinement of the entire Purple Emperor sect. Thunderous roars erupted. In an instant, the entire Xihuang sect erupted with a cacophony of roars, engulfed by a terrifying tempest. Anyone who dared to touch this maelstrom would instantaneously have their bodies shattered, dissolving into plumes of crimson mist. Helplessly witnessing the massacre of his sect, Xiao Jingshan screamed in a frenzy, "Su Chen, may you suffer a most wretched fate. Even in death, I shall return as a vengeful spirit, haunting you day and night." Behind the Xihuang sect stands the ancient Tiangu clan. Prepare for their wrath. Overwhelmed by the disregard shown towards him, Xiao Jingshan succumbed to madness, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. However, due to the recent blood sacrifice and the collapse of the Xihuang soul-suppressing bell, he was grievously injured and unable to contend with Su Chen. He could only watch in despair as his sect was obliterated, utterly powerless to intervene. Under the blood refinement locking divine array, even the various imperial dynasties and sects that had failed to evacuate the Xihuang sect fell victim to the chaos, including Xiao Jingshan himself, all perishing atop Xihuang Peak. Chapter 41. Su Chen's Frenzy Xihuang Sect. Every individual was subjected to blood refinement, leaving none unscathed. The air was thick with the pungent scent of blood, lingering ominously. Su Chen sat quietly atop the clouds, gazing into the boundless void. Following his annihilation of Guardian Tian and the Xihuang sect, he knew the Tiangu clan would not let this transgression go unpunished. Xiao Jingshan had already warned him that within the Tiangu clan dwelled not only beings of the creation realm, but also those of the void realm. Preparations must be made in advance. It seemed prudent to recruit some allies to confront the impending threat of the Tiangu clan. Rising to his feet, Su Chun had initially intended to first dismantle the Zihuang sect, then develop his dynasty before gathering followers. Now, however, that plan must be expedited. Without further hesitation, he soared into the skies, departing in a flash. Lin Shishir and Lin Wan had already been whisked away by Su Chun before the blood refinement locking divine array could take effect. A courtesy extended for the sake of his former self. Shishir, I am deeply sorry, Lin Wan lamented. Lin Shishir had grown numb. The events had transpired, and regret was futile. The moment she decided to marry Xiao Ke of the Zihuang sect, her bond with Su Chun had been severed. Father, I wish to retreat into seclusion. Very well, I shall accompany you. The Lin family was obliterated, and the Zihuang sect extinguished. Regardless of how the Tiangu clan might respond, they were now beyond the reach of their gaze. Seclusion might indeed be the wisest choice. Observing his daughter's vacant expression, Lin Wan sighed deeply. A single misstep had led to a cascade of errors from which there was no turning back. The destruction of the Zihuang sect sent shockwaves throughout the region. Who was Su Chun? No one knew. All they understood was that he was a youth not yet 20, who had already ascended to the pinnacle of the Dao Palace realm, having not only decimated the Zihuang sect, but also effortlessly slain Guardian Tian of the Tiangu clan. Such audacity, such arrogance. Cold-blooded and decisive in his slaughter, he harbored no reservations. A figure as formidable as this was indeed terrifying. Many emperors and sect leaders from the dynasties heading towards the Zihuang sect were caught in the crossfire, meeting their demise there. Yet, none dared to seek vengeance against Su Chun, lest they invite annihilation upon their own kin. The Tiangu clan, one of the preeminent forces in the eastern wilderness, convened in a grand palace. The clan leader, Sima Outyen, occupied the highest seat, listening in silence to the reports from his disciples, his countenance betraying no emotion. Yet, the temperature in the air plummeted, and it was clear to all present that their leader was seething with anger. The demise of Guardian Tian was a minor issue. The loss of face for the Tiangu clan was of paramount importance. As one of the sovereign powers of the eastern wilderness, the prestige of the Tiangu clan demanded respect, and never before had anyone dared to provoke them in such a manner. Silence. What are your thoughts? A detached voice echoed, revealing no hint of Sima Outyen's fury. The elders exchanged helpless glances, each astonished that such an event could unfold so abruptly. Clan leader, we must clarify 3 matters immediately. Speak. After a moment's contemplation, an elder continued. Firstly, we must dispatch someone to uncover the identity of this individual and ascertain whether he hails from another ancient clan. Secondly, we need to investigate the entire sequence of events to understand precisely what transpired. Thirdly, should we determine that this individual is not from another ancient clan, we must annihilate him with the utmost swiftness. Sima Outyen remained silent, and the hall fell into a profound stillness. His mind raced with various concerns, fearing that this incident might be linked to other ancient clans, which would complicate matters significantly. Go and see to it. Yes, clan leader. In the realm of demonic beasts, the Dragon Clan was undoubtedly among the most supreme existences. The Dragon Clan comprised many branches, with the Eastern Wilderness's branch being a colossal entity that none dared to provoke. Among equals, the strength of the Dragon Clan far surpassed that of human warriors. According to legend, within the Dragon Clan resided divine dragons of the Void Realm. In the context of the Eastern Wilderness, a being of the creation realm was already considered a peak powerhouse. Is this the Dragon Valley? Su Chen mused, gazing at the massive valley shrouded in mist before him, a smile gracing his features. His intent was simple: to recruit a cadre of followers to safeguard his dynasty and assist in its stable development. Otherwise, should they encounter the Tiangu clan or the Totem clan, along with other ancient clans and sects, the dynasty would be left vulnerable. He could not remain at the dynasty's side at all times. In the event of an unforeseen crisis, there would be no opportunity for regret. The only solution lay in continually bolstering the dynasty's power, which required time for development. During this process, a protective force was essential. The Dragon Clan was precisely the ally Su Chen envisioned. Throughout the Eastern Wilderness, the might of the Dragon Clan was undeniable. Should he secure their allegiance, they could surely intimidate the myriad sects of the Eastern Wilderness, facilitating rapid growth and expansion for the dynasty. The entire Dragon Valley was enshrouded in mist, appearing to rest atop the clouds, a truly magnificent sight. If you dare to come, I shall not fear. With a single stride, Su Chen crossed into the valley's entrance. Waves of draconic aura surged toward him, roaring like a tsunami. Having previously slain 2 golden dragons in the wild mountains, He wondered if there were more golden dragons within the clan. Golden dragons were considered a relatively low-tier branch of the dragon clan, merely slightly stronger than green, red, or blue dragons, albeit of a higher rank. Su Chen's goal in visiting the dragon clan was to subdue the entire clan as his followers. He had no interest in merely a solitary divine dragon. Should such an ambition be widely known, he would undoubtedly be branded a madman. After all, the dragon clan's strength was evident to all who would dare to provoke them, let alone seek to subjugate the entire clan as followers. It was, indeed, a preposterous notion. Chapter 42. A slap for a slap, directly returning the favor. In the Dragon Valley, divine dragons spiraled in various locations. Some were several meters long, while others stretched for dozens of meters, with some even reaching lengths of several dozen meters. Upon entering the Dragon Valley, Su Chen's eyes were immediately drawn to a divine dragon coiling in the distance, its entire body covered in shimmering golden scales. Indeed, a golden dragon. Human? You are a human? How did a human enter the Dragon Valley? Two divine dragons, each several meters long, scrutinized Su Chen, detecting no trace of draconic essence emanating from him. They instantly identified him as a human intruder, broadcasting a thunderous dragon's roar that reverberated throughout the Dragon Valley. In an instant, waves of draconic aura surged forth, akin to a tsunami crashing upon the shore, as divine dragons appeared before Su Chen. A myriad of divine dragons gathered. The Elder has arrived. To Su Chen's astonishment, the dragon of the Dao Palace realm was none other than a golden dragon, indicating that the dragon clan possesses a considerable number of golden dragons. A golden dragon, measuring over 20 meters in length, approached Su Chen, its eyes brimming with palpable hostility and a murderous intent, yet it refrained from attacking immediately. Instead, it inquired, "Who are you, and what brings you to my Dragon Valley?" The dragon's intellect was remarkably high, rivaling that of humans. How could an ordinary human dare to intrude upon the Dragon Valley? "I am Su Chen, and I have come to seek your clan leader. Please summon him." Su Chen stated. "You seek the clan leader?" The leader of the dragon clan holds an exalted position, revered throughout the dragon lineage. "Do you really believe you can simply meet him at your whim? You, a mere insignificant human, dare to come to my dragon clan? Do you not fear being struck down so thoroughly that even your mother would fail to recognize you? Kneel quickly, for the dragon elder is about to unleash his wrath." The chorus of furious dragon roars echoed around them. The dragon clan fundamentally looked down upon humans, believing themselves to be the sovereigns of the eastern wilderness and the entire continent, relegating humans to the status of mere slaves. Choosing to ignore the enraged dragons, Su Chen turned his attention to the golden dragon elder and declared, "If the clan leader does not appear, I shall be compelled to take matters into my own hands." The prospect of confronting dragons had once been a distant fantasy for him. Now, not only had he slain two golden dragons, but he was on the verge of unleashing his might upon them. The thought alone filled him with exhilaration. Impudent, arrogant, you truly possess a brazen audacity. Today, let your dragon elder witness your true capabilities. 3 or 4 furious dragons surged forward, seemingly unwilling to indulge Su Chen's words any longer, unleashing a fearsome breath of dragon energy upon him. The golden dragon elder made no effort to intervene. Rather, he too was eager to gauge the strength of this audacious human. To dare cause a disturbance in the Dragon Valley and expect to meet the clan leader so easily was an affront to the dignity of the dragon clan. With a resounding slap, Su Chen sent the 4 dragons hurtling back as if they were kites caught in a tempest, their descent halted by the elder's powerful aura. Had Su Chen not held back, those 4 dragons would surely have met their demise. "You dare to strike? Bring it on. Eliminate this insignificant human." The golden dragon raised a claw to restrain his furious kin, his expression darkening to an extreme. As the saying goes, a master reveals their prowess with a single move. This human strength was no trifling matter. Even the elder could not discern his full capabilities. "Please," Su Chen nodded in satisfaction, recognizing the golden dragon elder's keen intellect in refraining from reckless action. Otherwise, he would have faced a severe thrashing at Su Chen's hands. Following the golden dragon elder, Su Chen maintained an air of confidence, unperturbed by the intimidating presence of the numerous divine dragons surrounding him. For others, stepping into the Dragon Valley and confronting such an assembly of divine dragons would surely induce terror. Even Dao Palace realm warriors would hesitate to venture into the Dragon Valley, fearing they would never return. What was truly happening? Why did the elder not simply annihilate this insignificant human? Was he genuinely going to escort him to meet the clan leader? Such a notion seemed humiliating. "Silence. If you know not what you speak, refrain from uttering foolishness." The elder's caution suggests this individual's strength is extraordinary. He likely seeks to avoid casualties by escorting him to meet the clan leader. Indeed, with the clan leader's unparalleled power, Even if this person is of the creation realm, he could be subdued with ease. Speculation buzzed among the dragons as they pondered the human's true strength and why he had dared to enter their domain. In a vast, open expanse, a divine dragon, measuring over 100 meters, coiled in a display of gold and crimson. Upon hearing footsteps, the dragon lazily opened its eyes, emanating a fearsome aura that sent shivers down one's spine. A human? The dragon's surprise was evident as it surveyed the approaching figure. Clan leader, he wishes to see you. This is our clan leader, Long Yuan. Chen regarded the haughty visage of the dragon clan leader with indifference. From the terrifying aura radiating from Long Yuan, Chen surmised that this clan leader was at the pinnacle of the celestial realm, specifically in the void realm. It appeared he had come to the right place. With the entire dragon clan, including its leader, under his command, who would dare to provoke the Su imperial dynasty? From this day forth, the dragon clan shall follow my lead. Long Yuan's disdainful gaze fixated upon the human before him. You dare enter my dragon clan. You possess quite the audacity. Chen deliberately unleashed his own aura. Not only did Long Yuan feel it, but even the golden dragon elder recognized the human's formidable cultivation, peak Dao Palace realm. Such strength dared to tread into dragon territory? It was a foolish endeavor. Within the dragon clan, a mere divine dragon of the creation realm could effortlessly subdue this human. Clan leader, I have come to request your assistance, Chen stated with a smile. Why should I assist you? Long Yuan's voice dripped with contempt, devoid of any semblance of warmth. The dragon clan stood exalted, and the insignificant humans were but refused beneath their feet. Assistance? Do you believe you are worthy? The golden dragon elder scoffed derisively, taunting. Human, from the moment you stepped into the dragon clan, your fate was sealed. You will not leave alive. As for assistance, you may as well seek help from the king of hell once you descend into the underworld. In the eyes of these two divine dragons, Chen was already a dead man. Peak Dao Palace realm was nothing but a joke in the face of the dragon clan. Unperturbed, Chen continued to smile. The dragon clan has existed in the eastern wilderness for countless years, yet you have confined yourselves to the Dragon Valley. It is an affront to the very name of the dragon clan. Impudent. You seek death, you insignificant human. The golden dragon elder's massive form lunged towards Chen with a fierce swipe. The dragon's tail, imbued with murderous intent, caused the very air around them to tremble. With a prison circle appearing in his grasp, Chen hurled it with great force. Bang! Before the golden dragon elder could react, he was struck forcefully by the prison circle, blood gushing from his wounds and staining his scales crimson. You dare strike before me? Long Yuan's gaze sharpened, an overwhelming killing intent surging forth. The fearsome power of the void realm enveloped the space around them, while a dark void began to coalesce behind Long Yuan. The prison circle in his hand emitted a faint glow. Chen stood before the dragon clan leader, undeterred by Long Yuan's void realm strength. If I were you, I would cease my actions immediately. Something felt amiss. Long Yuan's eyes fixated on the yellow circle in the human's hand, an unsettling premonition gnawing at him. This person, merely at the peak Dao Palace realm, dared to confront the dragon clan alone. There was something profoundly wrong with this situation. Now, emboldened by the yellow circle, he had the audacity to challenge Long Yuan. It was hard for him to believe there was no trickery involved. What do you truly intend to do? The more assertive and composed Chen appeared, the less secure Long Yuan felt. The esteemed dragon clan leader found himself unnerved by Chen's presence. The treasure I possess is known as the Dragon Prison Ring, a formidable artifact capable of vanquishing any divine dragon at will, even those of the void realm. Should the clan leader harbor doubts, he may certainly put it to the test, though you shall have but one opportunity. Regardless of the deeply furrowed brow of Long Yuan, Chen continued, my purpose for coming here is quite straightforward. From this day forth, the dragon clan shall follow my lead. Follow your lead? Long Yuan chuckled, as if he had just heard the most ludicrous statement imaginable. The illustrious dragon clan, brimming with powerful beings, and he himself a master of the void realm, stood as one of the pinnacle existences in the eastern wilderness. Even the ancient clans of humanity dared not provoke the dragon clan at will. What could possibly compel them to submit to a mere mortal? A trivial yellow ring, perhaps? Though a flicker of trepidation crossed Long Yuan's mind, submission was an unthinkable option, especially for the entire dragon clan. They were a proud lineage, forever perceiving humanity as beneath them. How could they ever choose to yield? Unwilling, are we? What do you think? You, an insignificant human, are truly indulging in fanciful dreams. Allow me to make it abundantly clear, for the dragon clan to submit to you is utterly impossible. With a body stretching over 100 meters, Long Yuan coiled in agitation, the void behind him swirling ominously, as if intent on consuming the very heavens. This was the terrifying power of a void realm master. Yet, Su Chen remained undaunted, a faint smile gracing his indifferent visage. He nodded and remarked, I had hoped to engage in a civil discourse with you. But since you choose to be so obstinate, it appears I must resort to force to instill some fear within you. Can you? Long Yuan's icy eyes brimmed with scorn, his derisive voice dismissing Su Chen entirely. If the Dragon Clan were to submit to any random human, they would have perished long ago. Die. Impatient. Long Yuan unleashed the swirling void behind him, powered by a tempestuous dragon breath, crashing forth like a tsunami. The ground beneath them fractured, spreading a multitude of cracks like an immense spider's web. Standing firm, Su Chen observed coldly as he hurled the dragon prison ring, which rapidly expanded to several hundred feet, voraciously consuming the dragon breath unleashed by Long Yuan. What is this? Long Yuan's countenance shifted dramatically as he felt an oppressive force emanating from the yellow ring, specifically designed to subdue divine dragons. No wonder this man dared to be so audacious, relying on such a treasure to subjugate the Dragon Clan. Furious, he thought. Even with such an artifact, would he ever choose to submit? The notion of the Dragon Clan bowing to humanity was unheard of across the continent. He could never agree to such a fate. With a single step, Su Chen's figure appeared before Long Yuan, the massive dragon body ensnared within the dragon prison ring. Its power instantly shackled. Long Yuan's face blanched in horror. What sorcery is this? Why is my strength confined? Panic reverberated throughout the void. At that moment, Long Yuan was utterly bewildered. The dragon prison ring, the nemesis of the Dragon Clan. The dragon prison ring? Long Yuan was taken aback. He had never heard of such a treasure. Not even the most powerful dragons on the continent could withstand its binding. The eastern wilderness dragons were insignificant in comparison to the entirety of the dragon lineage. Clenching his fists, Su Chen regarded Long Yuan with a mocking glint in his eyes. I shall commence my assault now. Should you find it unbearable and wish to submit, you may simply cry out stop, all right? Is that clear? Before Long Yuan could respond, Su Chen's dominant fists came crashing down. He unleashed a flurry of blows, eager to test the resilience of the divine dragon's defenses against the might of his own strikes. Ah, you dare to strike me? I shall take your life. Long Yuan roared, vowing vengeance for the Dragon Clan's dominance over the continent. Ignoring Long Yuan's wrathful howls, Su Chen continued his relentless assault. The once mighty Golden Dragon Elder, having just risen, was completely taken aback by the scene before him, dramatically rubbing his eyes with his claws. He questioned his own vision. Surely, he must be hallucinating. The illustrious clan leader, a powerful beast of the Void Realm, could not possibly be subdued and beaten by a mere mortal of the Dao Palace realm. Witnessing the clan leader, bloodied and battered, the Golden Dragon swallowed hard. Unable to intervene, the beating was too severe. Cries of anguish echoed throughout the Dragon Valley, bringing tears to onlookers and sorrow to listeners. Just then, a mechanical voice resonated in Su Chen's mind. Ding. The 7-day instant kill time has arrived. Random instant kill begins now. Caught up in the exhilaration of his assault, Su Chen had forgotten about the instant kill timer. Ceasing his punches, he eagerly anticipated what the system would offer this time. He promptly opened the system interface in his mind. Item, Godslayer Bone Nail. Price, 1 Spirit Stone. Item description, the Godslayer Bone Nail, forged from endless corpses. Composed of numerous divine and demonic remnants, crafted in the fires of hell, consists of 99 nails designed to slay gods and demons, a true weapon of annihilation. Time limit, 1 minute for purchase. Gazing at the system interface, Su Chen found himself momentarily stunned. 99 Godslayer bone nails, capable of slaughtering gods and demons. Even the name invoked an overwhelming sense of dread, as if his soul were ensnared in hell, enduring unending torment. Producing a spirit stone, he quickly purchased the instant kill item. Success. In his hand appeared a collection of nails, each the length of a finger, intricately engraved with complex patterns. Exactly 99 Godslayer bone nails. Yet, as if by some twist of fate, all but one of the nails vanished, leaving him with a solitary Godslayer bone nail. Apologies for the delay. I was momentarily preoccupied. Now let us continue. Continue? You insolent wretch. If you dare strike me again, I shall burn my dragon soul and ensure we both perish. Long Yuan, clearly battered and bruised, bore the marks of his punishment, scales shedding, blood staining his mighty form. A truly gruesome sight. This time, Su Chen refrained from using his fists, instead toying with the Godslayer bone nail in his hand. With a smile, he remarked, I have just acquired a remarkable treasure. I wonder how formidable it truly is. Your dragon body is quite resilient. Why not serve as my test subject? Test me? You dare use my body for such a purpose? Long Yuan roared, sensing the chilling aura emanating from the nail in the human's grasp. But alas, the dragon prison ring held him captive, rendering him incapable of summoning a shred of his power. As the ominous nails drew closer to his body, Long Yuan unleashed a frenzied roar, his voice echoing with threats and curses that reverberated through the void. The elder of the Golden Dragon dared not utter a word, and even the patriarch of the Cave Void realm found himself utterly powerless against this human's overwhelming might. The sheer terror of this being was beyond comprehension. With a faint scraping sound, the god-slaying bone nail made contact with the dragoness body. In Su Chan's astonished gaze, the seemingly impenetrable dragon scales were effortlessly sliced open, akin to tofu, and blood gushed forth like a fountain. "Ah, you shall not die well." Long Yuan was consumed by dread. The nail in the opponent's hand not only breached his defenses with ease, but possessed a fearsome ability to devour blood. It felt as though his entire dragon form had plunged into the depths of hell, tormented by an endless onslaught of vengeful spirits. The horror of the situation escalated, twisting the expression on his dragon visage into a ghastly distortion. "If I were to forge armor from your dragon scales, could you craft a legion of dragon-scaled iron warriors for me, encompassing your entire clan?" Dragon blood is a prized commodity, capable of enhancing the strength of the imperial lineage. Dragon meat is delectable. The golden dragon I previously consumed was rather tough. I wonder how the golden blood prison dragon would taste. Long Yuan, as the clan leader of the dragon tribe, is the embodiment of the golden blood prison dragon, a rare variation of divine dragon. It is said that dragon tendons are the most exquisite, offering a delightful chewiness. Dragon claws can be used to make broth, and I wonder if a dragon's tail could be of service to a man. Dragon eyes could be fashioned into luminous pearls, conveniently embedded on either side of the bed for nightly ease. Dragon hide can be transformed into exquisite gelatin, beneficial for women. All such treasures. Greed filled Su Chen's eyes as he fixated on the formidable 100-meter-long golden dragon form before him. Chapter 45. Running errands and handling trivial matters. Su Chen was undoubtedly deliberate in his actions, his face awash with avarice, nearly drooling at the sight of the massive dragon body. The god-slaying bone nail in his hand grazed the dragon's scales, effortlessly tearing them apart, staining the ground crimson with blood. Ignoring Long Yuan's anguished cries, the entire Dragon Valley was shrouded in a heavy atmosphere of despair. Numerous divine dragons flocked to witness the unfolding scene, left utterly speechless. Who would dare intervene? Long Yuan, the patriarch of the dragon tribe, a formidable beast of the Cave Void realm, stood as the supreme entity of the Eastern Wilderness dragon tribe. Even such a powerful leader had no means to resist this human. One could only imagine the depths of this human's prowess. As patience wore thin, Su Chen's gaze grew increasingly frigid, the god-slaying bone nail emanating a chilling aura of murderous intent. "I shall commence the extraction of your dragon tendons now." What? Extract dragon tendons? The tendons were the most vital part of a divine dragon. Forcibly removing them would render one either dead or crippled. The cruelty of this individual was palpable. Upon hearing the threat to extract his tendons, Long Yuan's body shuddered violently, a flicker of terror finally crossing his face. He could not doubt the gravity of the threat posed. The slaughter of dragon tendons would lead to rivers of blood for the entire dragon tribe. Choosing to submit filled him with deep resentment. They were dragons. Even if merely a branch of the continental dragon lineage, they were still the Eastern Wilderness dragons, exalted above all other beings. Gritting his teeth, he wrestled with his inner turmoil. Fall into ruin? Submit? How should he decide? Hundreds of divine dragons watched intently, none daring to utter a word. The scent of blood permeated the air. Su Chen was unwilling to linger in anticipation. He indeed desired the dragon tribe to serve him, to run errands and handle menial tasks, as one cannot do everything by oneself. However, if the dragon tribe resolutely refused, he would have no choice but to massacre them. Grasping the god-slaying bone nail, he sought the location of the dragon tendons upon the vast dragon form. There, at a specific point on the back, he declared, "Here it is, dear patriarch. Extracting your tendons might cause some discomfort, so bear with me. Afterward, we shall peel off your hide and meticulously slice your scales to forge armor." His cold voice resonated as if echoing from the depths of hell, causing every divine dragon-esque countenance to pale in fear. "My lord, it was our folly for not recognizing your might. Please spare our patriarch. We are willing to offer all our treasures in service to you. Have mercy, I implore you." They pleaded for clemency, too frightened to act. If even the patriarch was powerless against this individual, how could they dare to intervene? Ignoring their pleas, Su Chen commenced the incision upon the dragon scales. Resolute in his intentions, even if it meant incapacitating the patriarch, he must instill fear within the dragon tribe to have a chance at subjugation. While losing the patriarch was regrettable, sacrifices must be made for gains. He could no longer afford to concern himself with other matters. The harsh sound of the scraping challenged Long Yuan's mental fortitude, his fear deepening. He could sense the ferocity of this human. It was no jest. What choice was left to him? Was he truly to choose submission? Throughout the continent, no dragon lineage had ever yielded to humans. Was he to be the first? To submit or to become a martyr, vowing never to surrender? As he felt the heart-wrenching pain radiating from his back, Long Yuan was on the verge of tears. As the patriarch of the dragon tribe, a dignified powerhouse of the cave void realm, he found himself humiliated by a mere human. Such disgrace was unprecedented. Release our patriarch. You lowly human. My dragon tribe is the mightiest race on the continent, and you humans are but fit to be our slaves. A towering emerald dragon, spanning dozens of meters, emerged, exuding the formidable aura of the cave void realm, charging towards Su Chun with rage, showcasing the proud spirit of the dragon tribe. Boom. No sooner had the emerald dragon spoken than its entire form erupted in a massive explosion of blood mist. The overwhelming stench of blood causing the other divine dragons to retreat in horror. Their eyes widened with fear. The display of power was terrifying. As a being of the cave void realm was dispatched in an instant, and this human's ruthlessness left no room for mercy. You dare slaughter my kin. Long Yuan roared in fury, helplessly witnessing the massacre of his kin while his own strength was shackled, wishing fervently to tear this human apart. With a disdainful snort, Su Chen coldly replied, "You brought this upon yourself. Do not blame me." Having completely lost patience, Su Chen fixed his gaze upon the massive dragon head before him, icily asking, "I will ask you one last time. Are you willing to follow me? Think carefully. A refusal will result in not just your demise, but a bloodbath for your entire clan." Long Yuan's expression shifted dramatically. The slaughter of his kin was an unbearable reality. Submission was equally impossible. "I shall grant you 3 breaths to consider. Time begins now." The atmosphere seemed to freeze as all eyes were on the patriarch and the human. This human sought the dragon tribe's subservience, and there was no anger, only dread and the weight of the patriarch's impending decision. As it pertained to the survival of the dragon tribe, what would the patriarch choose? Chapter 46, Soul Sacrifice. 3 breaths. For the entirety of the dragon tribe, it felt as though they had endured countless reincarnations. All the divine dragons awaited the patriarch's decision with bated breath. No dragon wished to die. Moreover, they are subjected to the extraction of their tendons, the peeling of their skin, and the draining of their blood. The mere thought of it sends shivers down the spine. Long Yuan's countenance shifted through a spectrum of emotions as he wrestled with his inner turmoil. He harbored a desire for survival, yet he refused to submit. It was evident that this human sought to subjugate the dragon race. As time elapsed, it seemed the clan leader remained obstinate, prompting me to refrain from wasting further time with you. The voice, frigid and devoid of emotion, summoned a series of god-slaying bone nails that materialized, suspended in the void. The annihilation of the entire dragon lineage was imminent. Some dragons, paralyzed by fear, crumpled to the ground, their faces as pale as parchment, their bodies trembling violently. "I am willing." Ultimately, Long Yuan chose to yield. He would rather perish than witness the slaughter of his kin. Thus began the sacrificial offering of souls. With a heavy sigh within, he understood that choosing to offer his soul was tantamount to true submission. Regardless of his internal hesitations, Long Yuan ultimately acquiesced to the soul sacrifice. All the divine dragons bore no resentment. Instead, they felt a profound relief. None desired to meet their doom. 10 minutes later, Master Long Yuan, as the chieftain of the dragon clan, found that with his submission, the entire dragon race followed suit. Master, every divine dragon bowed their noble heads. They had witnessed their master's formidable prowess firsthand. 3 words to encapsulate it: utterly formidable. With a satisfied nod, Su Chun gestured dismissively, instructing, "You may depart to prepare for the exodus from Dragon Valley." Yes, none of the dragons dared to utter another word, all turning to leave. "Master, where are we headed?" The dragon clan's self-recovery was remarkably potent, as the wounds on Long Yuan's body healed at an astonishing rate. A deep-seated fear of this master filled Long Yuan's heart, especially after the soul offering, which had instilled an unwavering obedience born from the depths of his soul. "Now, I shall assign you 2 tasks. Listen carefully." "Yes, master." Su Chun gazed into the boundless void, seemingly piercing through layers of space to the expanse above the Su dynasty. "The first task, you will lead the entire dragon clan, along with all treasures and spiritual herbs within your domain, to the location I provide. You are to obliterate the totem clan, leave not a single soul behind." The heavenly boned ancient clan was fortified by its own experts. Su Chun could not guarantee the presence of even more powerful warriors. Thus he would refrain from confronting them for the time being. However, the totem clan must be eradicated. The Su dynasty resided within the totem clan's territory. With such a malignant presence nearby, there was no telling when the totem clan might launch a surprise attack. To ensure absolute safety, the most prudent course of action was to annihilate the totem clan, root out the threat entirely. Rest assured, I am familiar with the totem clan. Their strongest member seems to only be at the Dao Palace stage. Long Yuan exuded confidence. A mere totem clan was no match for his dragon race, which boasted the strength to contend with ancient clans. As one of the pinnacle races of the Eastern Wasteland, the overall might of the dragon race was not to be underestimated. Nodding in agreement, Chen certainly believed the dragon clan could accomplish this. The totem clan was merely a first-rate sect within the Eastern Wasteland, significantly inferior to the true overlords, the ancient clans. The dragon race's obliteration of the totem clan posed no potential issues. The second task, once you have vanquished the totem clan, return to the Su dynasty. I shall follow shortly. Yes, master. These were the two most crucial assignments. He could not remain within the royal family indefinitely, should he depart. There was a risk that someone might seize the opportunity to strike, potentially leading to the royal family's downfall before it could fully mature. The safest strategy was to have the dragon race settle within the dynasty, safeguarding the Su lineage, thereby ensuring its security. Long Yuan. Martial practitioners are classified into the 6 realms of transcendence and the 6 realms of celestial beings. What lies beyond that? With immense innate potential, Chen possessed absolute confidence in his ability to ascend to the pinnacle of the void realm in a short span. As for what lay beyond the void, he remained uncertain. As the leader of the dragon clan, Long Yuan was well aware and articulated, Master. Above the 6 realms of celestial beings are the 6 realms of revered ones and the 6 realms of emperors. The realms of revered ones include Revered Realm, Supreme Realm, Celestial Revered Realm, Great Revered Realm, Ancient Revered Realm, and Cataclysmic Revered Realm. As for the 6 realms of emperors, even Long Yuan was not entirely clear, as he had yet to reach that height. The dragon clan was merely a branch of the Eastern Wasteland's dragon race, in the grand scheme of the entire continent. They were hardly significant. Master, does the dragon capturing ring in your possession truly have the power to subdue any divine dragon? Even now, Long Yuan felt a pang of astonishment. The thought of the dragon capturing ring, a veritable nemesis to the dragon race, which could instantaneously seal one's power, left him in awe. I cannot say for certain. Based on Chen's conjecture, the dragon capturing ring, acquired through the system, should be capable of restraining any divine dragon of the revered realm. As for its efficacy against those of the emperor realm, that remained to be seen. The dragon capturing ring was indeed a treasured artifact. With such a heavenly entity at his disposal, Chen could undoubtedly subdue all dragons across the continent, turning them into his loyal subordinates. With a wave of his hand, countless divine dragons would march across the continent. The thought alone ignited a surge of excitement within him. It seemed imperative for him to promptly break through to the revered realm, then depart the Eastern Wasteland to subjugate other dragon races, thereby leading the Su dynasty to become the most formidable presence on the continent. Chapter 47. The Battle of the Emperor Realm, the Ultimate Annihilation. Having secured the dragon clan, Chen did not linger. Given the speed of the dragon race, it would require at least 2 days for them to prepare for departure. He needed to scout and discern the true nature of the heavenly bone ancient clan. As one of the overlords of the Eastern Wasteland, their strength was certainly beyond that of the totem clan. Strolling leisurely, Chen appeared rather lackluster. At that moment, the entire realm began to tremble violently, as though it were on the brink of collapse. The fabric of space warped, and countless fissures erupted, engulfing the vast void. What in the world? Observing 2 figures emerging from the void, Chen took a decisive step, instantly vacating his original position. Boom. The ground beneath was enveloped in a terrifying force, and Chen, having materialized, felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. Such was the level of combat power that it possessed the capacity for such devastation. A man and a woman were engaged in a fierce battle. The woman was so ethereal that she seemed a celestial being, a rarity in the mortal realm. Since his arrival in this fantastical world, Chen had encountered numerous beauties, such as Lin Shishir. Yet, in comparison to the violet-clad woman battling in the void, they appeared as mere trifles. The woman's skin glistened, smooth as jade, her exquisite features devoid of any blemish. With hands as delicate as white jade and a figure of perfect proportions, the cold aura emanating from her further accentuated her otherworldly beauty. Akin to a fairy descended from the heavens, her allure was so captivating that even Chen found himself momentarily entranced. Dugaluo, how dare you ambush this emperor? Today, I shall send you to the underworld. Haha, Huangji, among the 7 palace masters of the Celestial Illusion Palace, you, the Grand Master, are indeed the fairest. If you were to join me, with the alliance of the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Celestial Illusion Palace, we would be invincible. Go to hell. Boom. Huangji's assault grew increasingly domineering, as countless palm prints rained down like a deluge, seemingly set to shatter the clouds for miles around. It turned out both were formidable beings of the Emperor realm. Su Chen was astonished, but chose to remain and observe the battle unfold. Should the two engage in a mutually destructive struggle, I might seize the opportunity to benefit from their conflict. With a resolute demeanor, Su Chen settled onto a nearby stool, crossing his legs as he observed the unfolding spectacle. It was a rare occasion for him to witness a life-and-death duel between two formidable figures of the Emperor realm, an event undeniably awe-inspiring. As Su Chen had surmised, both combatants were indeed Emperor realm experts, hailing not from the eastern wilderness but from the mainland. The ferocity of their clash was such that even the very fabric of space struggled to withstand it, continually fracturing and yielding to the violent forces unleashed by their confrontation. Dougal Luo was clearly beginning to falter, yet the severity of Huang Ji's injuries, a result of a previous ambush, was becoming increasingly dire. Ha ha ha, Huang Ji. The essence of my corpse energy has infiltrated your very organs. Should it reach your soul, even I would be powerless to save you. If you allow me a taste tonight, I vow to treat you like royalty henceforth. What say you? A wave of weakness surged through Huang Ji as she recognized the insidious nature of Dougal Luo's assault. The terrifying force of his corpse energy had pervaded her body. And if this continued, she would surely succumb to his malevolent designs. Death did not frighten her, but the thought of being defiled by Dougal Luo was utterly abhorrent, a fate far worse than death. Do not entertain thoughts of self-destruction. I have a particular fondness for corpses. Ha ha. Even Su Chen found himself taken aback by the sheer malevolence of Dougal Luo's words. Indeed, the wickedness of an Emperor realm expert was staggering. Dougal Luo's taunts only served to fuel Huang Ji's fury, transforming her revulsion into increasingly formidable attacks. Ha ha ha, Huang Ji, you are but a frightened bird now. I await your arrival with bated breath. I nearly forgot to mention, during my earlier ambush, I infused your body with the colorless and odorless heavenly fragrance yin-yang powder. In half an hour, if you do not break free, you shall rot away entirely. Perhaps you would consider yielding to me. I assure you, I will treat you with utmost care. Upon hearing Dougal Luo's words, Huang Ji's countenance shifted dramatically. She understood all too well the implications of the heavenly fragrance yin-yang powder. Was she truly destined to decay and perish, or worse, to be sullied by Dougal Luo? She dared not contemplate further, as an intense heat enveloped her, an undeniable sign that the powder was taking effect. Ha ha ha, Huang Ji, are you beginning to feel unwell? Fear not. Should you wish, I can relieve your suffering immediately. As Su Chen observed the unfolding drama, a sense of familiarity washed over him, reminiscent of scenes depicted in numerous films. It appeared that Huang Ji's defeat was inevitable. Dougal Luo's treachery was indeed remarkable. Should he intervene? After some contemplation, he decided against it. The notion of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress was not suited to his character. With the heavenly fragrance yin-yang powder wreaking havoc within Huang Ji, her strength was rapidly waning, and her imminent defeat would yield catastrophic consequences. Boom, boom, boom. Dougal Luo had evidently abandoned direct confrontation with Huang Ji, deliberately stalling for time as he awaited her collapse to exploit her vulnerability. Was this shamelessness? In a world governed by the survival of the fittest, notions of shamelessness held little weight. All that mattered was the defeat of one's foe and the attainment of victory. Once dead, who would concern themselves with such matters? It was the height of absurdity. At that moment, Huang Ji erupted with a cataclysmic force, her visage paling, devoid of color, her body teetering on the brink of collapse. This was her ultimate technique. As the overwhelming aura surged forth, Dougal Luo's expression shifted dramatically. He had never anticipated that Huang Ji would risk her life to unleash such a devastating attack. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to flee, yet still, he was caught in the wake of her ultimate technique, blood spilling from his mouth as he nearly plummeted from the void. Huang Ji, even if you do not submit to me, you are still doomed. Once I recover from my injuries, I shall lay waste to your immortal illusion palace and claim the remaining 6 palace masters for myself. Chapter 48. Have I just acquired a wife? Dougal Luo, grievously wounded, retreated in disarray. Huang Ji's body swayed unsteadily, blood staining her form as she could no longer endure the strain, plummeting from the void. Su Chen, witnessing the unexpected turn of events, could hardly believe his eyes. Huang Ji had indeed played her cards close to her chest, proving herself ruthless even in the face of death. With a swift stride, he stepped forward, catching the descending figure of the woman in purple, enveloping her in his arms. A delightful fragrance filled the air. What a lovely scent! He exclaimed. Release me, or I shall slay you. He promptly hurled the purple-clad woman away, muttering in disbelief. You deserve to fall. No good deed goes unpunished, he thought, as he had merely intended to assist, only to be met with threats. However, he failed to notice that the woman, now on the ground, had eyes ablaze with fury, reminiscent of 2 blazing flames. Rumbling sounds reverberated as the surrounding air thickened and congealed, a series of terrifying tornadoes erupting, ensnaring Su Chen in their grasp. What is happening? Turning to see the state of the purple-clad woman, Su Chen understood the gravity of the situation. The heavenly fragrance harmonizing powder was now fully active within Huangji. Beyond his control, did she require an antidote? This scenario felt eerily familiar, as though he had encountered it before. Yes. In the film adaptation of The Deer and the Cauldron, Wei Xiaobao had faced a similar predicament, seizing the opportunity to capture the leader of the Divine Dragon sect. Long ere, was he destined for a similar fate? The absurdity of it all overwhelmed him. He had never envisioned himself entangled in such a narrative. Instinctively resisting, he soon realized that under the binding power of an Emperor Realm expert, he could not even summon his supreme bone. The following day, as dawn broke through layers of mist, illuminating the earth, Su Chen stretched languidly, feeling utterly defeated by the turn of events. He had unwittingly lost his virtue. A most regrettable cost. You are Huangji? She inquired, her complexion ghostly pale. Though the effects of the heavenly fragrance harmonizing powder had dissipated, her injuries remained grievous. The ambush from Dugaluo having nearly cost her life. The indignation of having her essence taken by this man burned within her. Yet she recognized that the fault lay not solely with him. And you are? I hail from the Su imperial dynasty. I am Su Chen. I do not hold you accountable for last night's events. As for responsibilities, they are of little consequence. If you wish, you may accompany me in the future. If not, we shall part ways here. What do you think? Su Chen understood that a being of her caliber possessed a certain pride. Losing her essence did not necessarily mean she would consent to accompany him. He was forthright enough not to dwell on it. Take responsibility? Huangji nearly spat blood in disbelief. This man was truly shameless. Her internal condition was dire, and should Dugu Luo return, she would undoubtedly face grave trouble. First, take me back to the Su imperial dynasty. We shall discuss other matters later. What benefits are to be had? Seeking benefits, are we? She thought, incredulous that he would ask for favors. What do you desire? I seek an emperor-level martial art. Despite having acquired the system's annihilating martial art, the hellish Yamapalm, he still yearned to obtain an emperor-level technique from Huangji. Huangji's pallid complexion darkened as she replied coldly, I shall teach you an ultimate technique. But it bears a fatal flaw that inflicts significant harm upon oneself. Do you dare to learn it? Indeed, I dare. What is there to fear? Very well. Under the tutelage of the illustrious Huangji, Su Chen's mind was illuminated by a profound martial skill, a divine technique known as the Supreme Killing Move, a pinnacle of imperial martial arts. It was precisely this technique that had enabled Huangji to severely wound the formidable Duga Luo the previous day. Your disbelief does not equate to that of others. Su Chen possessed unwavering confidence in his innate talent, augmented by myriad gifts. He could undoubtedly derive and refine the Supreme Killing Move, eliminating any self-inflicted harm. With the grievously injured Huangji at his side, Su Chen prepared to return directly to the dynasty. This journey to the Dragon Valley had serendipitously led him to a beautiful wife. Fate had a curious way of unfolding, for he had never envisioned that his first experience in this other world would transpire in such a manner. In the Totem clan, the chieftain Li Zhuo and others, including Luo Jiotian, reveled in the surging aura of their clan, their eyes alight with anticipation. The ancestral elder was finally emerging from his seclusion, heralding the arrival of a powerful figure within the realm of transformation. Even if they could not reach the heights of the ancient clans, at the very least, they could dominate amongst the first-rate sections. At last, he emerged. Boom. The entire mountain crumbled as an elder stepped forth from the swirling dust, his presence seemingly capable of subduing the heavens and the earth. Upon sighting him, all bowed in respect, exclaiming in unison, We pay our respects to the ancestor. Congratulations on your breakthrough into the realm of transformation. This elder was indeed the totem ancestor, who had chosen to enter seclusion over a century ago in pursuit of this very breakthrough. Within the first-rate sects, it was rare to find a master of the transformation realm. The emergence of such a figure from the totem clan could undoubtedly propel the entire clan into prominence, establishing it as a peak first-rate sect. With eager anticipation, Li Zhuo immediately spoke. Ancestor, a genius has appeared in the Su dynasty, named Su Chen. He has slain our holy son and elders. We beseech you to take action. The totem ancestor's expression darkened instantly as he inquired, Su dynasty? A second-rate dynasty under the banner of the Chengtian sect. According to our investigations, this individual was likely reborn through soul theft, and may even be acquainted with me. Oh, the totem ancestor replied coldly, regardless of who he may be, anyone who dares to slay our holy son and elders shall face my wrath. I shall personally pay a visit to ascertain his identity and eradicate him if necessary. At that moment, The distant sound of dragon roars echoed through the void. A terrifying dragon's breath surged forth, and to everyone's astonishment, dragons began to appear within the totem clan's sight. Chapter 49. You have provoked the wrong individual. Divine dragons? From whence do so many divine dragons come? As they beheld the throngs of dragons surging forth, the totem ancestor and others were left utterly dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. The dragon clan was undoubtedly a top-tier existence within the eastern wilderness, their collective might rivaling that of any ancient clan, if not surpassing it. Sensing the murderous intent contained within the dragon's breath, it became apparent they had not provoked the dragon clan. Which among you has offended the dragon clan? Ancestor, how could we dare provoke the dragon clan? Then what is the meaning of this? Thousands of divine dragons spanned the skies, descending upon the totem clan's vast expanse, their formidable forms casting shadows over the land. The turbulent dragon breath cascaded down, enveloping the entire totem clan, leaving all its disciples in a state of shock. Under normal circumstances, witnessing even a single divine dragon was an extraordinary event. Who had ever seen such a multitude of divine dragons simultaneously? The totem ancestor approached Long Yuan with a respectful bow, smiling as he inquired, Lord Long Yuan, may I ask what brings you and the dragon clan to the totem clan? With utmost reverence, the earlier arrogance had vanished without a trace. Even with the emergence of a master in the transformation realm, the totem clan remained insignificant before the dragon clan. Should the dragon clan so desire, they could obliterate the totem clan at any moment. With a disdainful gaze directed at the members of the totem clan, Long Yuan remarked, Transformation realm? I did not expect such a being to arise within the humble totem clan. Alas, your days of fortune are at an end. Today, my dragon clan intends to annihilate your entire lineage. You have no objections, I trust? Annihilation? And we cannot voice our dissent. The totem ancestor and the others were left in a state of shock. Truly, what one fears most comes to pass. The totem ancestor managed to force a smile, saying, My lord, our totem clan has not offended the dragon clan. I do not understand the reason for your actions. You have not offended my dragon clan, but you have provoked someone you should not have. My master is rather displeased and wishes to quench his ire with the blood of your clan. Cursing inwardly, the totem ancestor wished to strike the foolish dragon dead. The thought of extracting dragon tendons, skinning dragons, and drinking dragon blood was merely a fantasy, for they dared not act. The dragon clan was far too powerful. Even the mighty Long Yuan, the dragon lord, could easily sweep through the totem clan. And even the various ancient clans of the eastern wilderness would not dare to provoke the dragon clan lightly. Pray, who is your master? If there has been any offense, our totem clan is willing to extend our sincerest apologies in person. The totem ancestor shot a furious glare at those behind him, bewildered as to which of these imbeciles had angered such a formidable figure that they had drawn the ire of the dragon clan. Li Zhua and the others were thoroughly bewildered, their minds racing as they pondered whom they had offended. The mere thought of a figure powerful enough to command the dragon clan sent shivers down their spines. Yet, they knew that in the eastern wilderness, even the leaders of the ancient clans could not summon the dragon clan. Suddenly, Li Zhua had an epiphany. Could it be him? Ancestor, could it be Su Chen? Who is Su Chen? He is the emperor of the Su dynasty, the one who killed our holy son and elders. Recently, our totem clan has had conflicts only with him. Upon reflection, this seemed absurd. No matter how formidable Su Chen might be, he could not possibly command the dragon clan. If he were capable of mobilizing such power, why had he not acted sooner to eradicate the totem clan? This timing seemed illogical. You are not yet worthy to know my master's name. You only need to understand that the fortune of your totem clan has run dry, and you have brought this upon yourselves. This time, before the totem ancestor could continue his futile protests, Long Yuan let out a thunderous dragon roar that pierced through layers of space, soaring to the heavens, while the thousands of dragons simultaneously echoed his call, their terrifying breath engulfing the entire totem clan. Everyone hastily fled. The totem ancestor was thrown into a panic, utterly unprepared for the dragon clan's immediate and merciless response, leaving them no opportunity for explanation. With the combined might of thousands of divine dragons, alongside the dragon lord Long Yuan of the Void Realm and several divine dragons in the Transformation Realm, the totem clan had no chance of resistance. They could only flee, counting their escape as a small victory. Long Yuan sneered, directly targeting the totem ancestor, for a being of the Transformation Realm stood no chance against one of the Void Realm. Who is your master? The totem ancestor, suppressed by Long Yuan, frantically howled in terror, desperate to uncover the identity of the one who sought to annihilate the totem clan. He could not die without knowing who had brought such calamity upon them. Fool! With a disdainful smile, Long Yuan crushed the totem ancestor's body underfoot. The pitiful totem ancestor, who had just emerged from seclusion and attained the Transformation Realm, had believed he could lead his clan to greatness, only to discover that the pinnacle was also an endpoint. With the eradication of the totem ancestor, the myriad dragons began to sweep across the entire totem clan. No one could withstand their might, including Luo Jiotian and numerous elders, all left with naught but the fate of slaughter. The totem clan lies in ruins, with corpses heaped like mountains and rivers of blood flowing, the acrid scent of carnage lingering in the air, refusing to dissipate. The slaughter persisted for a full hour, sparing not even a single chicken, as the devastation wrought by the myriad dragons enveloped the totem clan in an abyss of despair. Not far from the scene, 3 young men, burdened with their packs, approached the remnants of the totem clan. "Thank you, Brother Chen, for your assistance this time. Without you, my brother and I would have never had the chance to join the totem clan." The youth addressed as Chen smiled and replied, "It's nothing. We are from the same village and have grown up together. How could I possibly enter the totem clan alone? How wonderful it is to become disciples of the totem clan. We shall bring glory to our ancestors." One exclaimed, "Look, is that a divine dragon?" As they gazed into the sky above the totem clan, a multitude of divine dragons relentlessly bombarded the area, leaving the 3 youths, who had intended to enlist, utterly stunned. "Am I seeing things?" one wondered. "You are not imagining it. The totem clan has been annihilated by the dragon clan. Then perhaps we should reconsider our plans to join the totem clan. I would rather return home to tend to the fields than become fodder for the divine dragons. I too shall return to farming. Wait for me." Chapter 50, Breaking Life and Death, Entering the Cycle of Rebirth, Treading the Bridge of Reincarnation. The totem clan was nearly exterminated, its blood staining the clouds for miles. The sanguine streams flowed from the totem clan, transforming into countless rivulets that spread outward, sending shockwaves throughout the eastern wilderness. No one could have anticipated that the destroyers of the totem clan would be the dragon clan from the beast realm. At that moment, a throng of monks, numbering over 100, appeared within the eastern wilderness, all clad in pristine robes, hands clasped in prayer, moving with an apparent slowness that belied their lightning speed. Suddenly, a figure coalesced. If Chen were present, he would undoubtedly recognize the old monk as the one he had obliterated, Buddha Chen. "Buddha Chen, does this body fit you well?" inquired the white-haired old monk, with drooping ears resting upon his shoulders and piercing eyes beneath sparse brows. "Master, this body is indeed a perfect fit. Thank you for your benevolence." Buddha Chen nodded, proclaiming, "Amitabha, you previously mentioned encountering the Supreme Bone. Is that truth? I would not dare deceive you, Master. I have thoroughly investigated this individual. His name is Chen, the emperor of the Su dynasty, of mediocre talent until he ascended the throne, at which point he must have obtained the Supreme Bone, rapidly increasing his strength. He is likely now at the reincarnation realm." Buddha Chen harbored a deep-seated animosity, having nearly been subdued by Chen. This grudge must be repaid with interest. He intended to slay him and seize the Supreme Bone. In Buddha Chen's view, Chen's meteoric rise was undoubtedly due to the acquisition of the Supreme Bone. "Amitabha, we of the Heavenly Buddha sect have searched for the Supreme Bone for many years. Heaven rewards the diligent, and we have finally found it. I have come at the behest of the abbot to lead the 100 monks in welcoming the Supreme Bone back to the Heavenly Buddha sect." The Heavenly Buddha sect stands as one of the foremost powers in the eastern wilderness, on par with the ancient clans. It is but a branch of the mainland's Buddhist sections. The scriptures of the Buddhist canon record all concerning the Supreme Bone. Legend has it that if a Buddha of the sect can merge with the Supreme Bone, they will achieve the innate Buddha body and, in time, surpass the realm of emperors, becoming the sovereign of the continent. The sect had been in search of the Supreme Bone, yet had failed to find it for long. Now, with Buddha Chen's residual soul returning to the Heavenly Buddha sect, bearing news of the Supreme Bone, the abbot rejoiced. He promptly informed the mainland Buddhist sect while dispatching Buddha Chen to lead the 100 monks to welcome the Supreme Bone back. "Have you uncovered the details of the Su dynasty?" Buddha Chen immediately responded, "Master, I have thoroughly investigated. The Su dynasty is an inconsequential dynasty, rising to prominence solely due to Chen's possession of the Supreme Bone. Amitabha, let us proceed to the dynasty to welcome the Supreme Bone." Yes. Upon successfully returning to the Su dynasty, Chen first ensured the well-being of Huangji before summoning his ministers to establish a Dragon Valley, to be situated within the dynasty itself. The Dragon Valley was designated as a forbidden zone, with strict orders that no one was to tread upon it. Those who disobeyed would face execution without mercy. Receiving news of the totem clan's obliteration, Chen merely smiled with indifference. In the serene solitude of his courtyard, Chen sat cross-legged, contemplating the Supreme Bone within him. The Supreme Bone devours the celestial tyrant body, and under the augmentation of myriad talents, he began to grasp the martial path. Life is death, death is life. The cycle of life and death persists, a perpetual reincarnation. The Tao births life and death, merging them to propagate the cycle, transforming the cycle into the duality of yin and yang, which in turn begets life and death, nurturing the chaotic rhythm of the Tao. Under the enhancement of countless talents, Su Chen felt his comprehension and reproduction taking shape. The Tao rhythm within him churned. Having traversed into this fantastical realm, Su Chen gradually assimilated his identity and adapted to the brutal realities and bloodshed of this other world. Ultimately, it was merely the cycle of life and death. Thus, he resolved to perceive through the lens of life and death, using the chaotic Tao rhythm within as a foundation to forge his own divine abilities. His innate divine ability, a manifestation of his essence. Buzz. At that moment, intricate patterns surged within Su Chen's mind, merging the profound truths of life and death with the cycle to form a pattern. An intangible radiance erupted from Su Chen's consciousness, cleaving through the heavens, shattering layers of celestial fabric as space itself was rent asunder. Unperturbed by joy or sorrow, Su Chen felt the awakening of his divine ability and declared, through the understanding of life and death, through the cycle of reincarnation, with the chaotic Tao rhythm as a foundation and the supreme bone as a support, this innate divine ability shall be known as the reincarnation divine pattern. Creating his own innate divine ability, the reincarnation divine pattern, to break life and death. To enter the cycle, one must first tread the bridge of reincarnation, built upon the cycle of life and death. With a single hand, he gently grasped the void before him. In an instant, 7 ethereal black and white bridges coalesced, exuding the essence of life and death, merging to form the aura of reincarnation. Based on the reincarnation divine pattern, Su Chen simultaneously created his own innate martial technique, the bridge of reincarnation. The bridge of reincarnation can perpetuate infinitely. Presently, Su Chen could only manifest 7 such bridges. Should he manage to conjure millions of bridges of reincarnation in the future, he could easily plunge the entire continent into the cycle, with all souls entering reincarnation. This is not mere conjecture. Su Chen had faith in himself and his self-created bridge of reincarnation, believing that he would eventually achieve such proliferation. The reincarnation divine pattern, a glimpse into eternity. The bridge of reincarnation, where life and death converge, cycles through rebirth. Stretching languidly, he marveled at the formidable augmentation granted by myriad talents. Such comprehension of innate talents could hardly be achieved otherwise. Yet even so, to successfully create the reincarnation divine pattern and the bridge of reincarnation would still require the foundational chaotic Tao rhythm within him, along with the supreme bone and other prerequisites. In the ensuing days, Su Chen observed Huang Ji executing her innate ultimate move, which severely wounded Dougal Luo, igniting his interest in this martial technique. Chapter 51. Awaiting the day I ascend the continent. Huang Ji's injuries were grave, with no signs of improvement over 2 days. Gazing at her lying in bed, Su Chen inquired, "How may I assist you?" Huang Ji exudes an aura of coldness, akin to an icy mountain, perpetually maintaining an indifferent demeanor. However, perhaps due to prior events, Huang Ji has shown a degree of kindness towards him, though her stance remains unexpressed. Su Chen can perceive that Huang Ji has begun to accept reality within her heart. With an exceedingly pale complexion, Huang Ji gazed at the seed in her hand and remarked, "This is the seed of the bone flower, which I fortuitously acquired long ago. Once it matures, it can heal my injuries." With a deep sigh, she looked at the bone flower seed with resignation, shaking her head and lamenting. The maturation of the bone flower takes far too long. 10 years, a century, perhaps even several centuries. I simply cannot afford to wait that long. Given the severity of my injuries, I can only endure for a maximum of 3 years. In 3 years, the bone flower seed will hardly bloom. Give me the bone flower seed. What do you intend to do? Extending his hand, Su Chen took the bone flower seed from Huang Ji and turned to leave. Bewildered, Huang Ji refrained from intervening, knowing full well that Su Chen would not forcibly take the seed from her. The value of the bone flower is self-evident, as mere seeds. They hold no true utility. With another deep sigh, she gently closed her eyes. Upon returning to the courtyard, Su Chen promptly planted the bone flower seed in the garden of life. He immediately channeled his internal energy to accelerate the growth of the garden, hoping for the swift maturation of the bone flower. Within a mere day, the bone flower seed had blossomed and fully matured. When Huang Ji beheld the bone flower that Su Chen presented, she was utterly stunned, seemingly in a daze, unable to comprehend how he had accomplished such a feat. In just 1 day, the seed has bloomed? Su Chen, how did you manage this? Planting. Su Chen nodded, explaining, I possess a fine plot of land suitable for cultivating various flora, and your seed is of exceptional quality, hence its rapid growth. Rolling her eyes, She recognized this as an obvious evasion. Noticing Su Chen's reluctance to divulge more, Huang Ji chose not to press further, understanding that everyone harbors their own secrets, herself included. Su Chen, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Speak. After a moment of contemplation, Huang Ji said, what has transpired cannot be undone, and I shall not shy away from it. I hope you understand that in this world, strength will always reign supreme. Su Chen remained silent, listening intently, as he too would not evade the truth. I am the Grand Mistress of the Immortal Illusion Palace, a practitioner of the Emperor Realm. My future husband must also be of the Emperor Realm. As she paused, leaving her statement unfinished, Su Chen grasped her implication. In the future, when I ascend to the continent, I shall personally seek you out at the Immortal Illusion Palace. Rest for now, I have matters to attend to. Watching his retreating figure, Huang Ji sighed deeply, murmuring to herself, have I wounded his pride? The Emperor Realm, a coveted pinnacle that countless warriors aspire to reach, yet how many can truly attain it? Nonetheless, her status and realm dictate that she cannot simply choose any man. She must confront not only the Immortal Illusion Palace, but also her own self-worth. After departing, Su Chen did not dwell on the matter. With the augmentation of immense talent and the system's weekly offerings, what does the Emperor Realm signify? It is all but a trivial challenge. Su Chen was acutely aware that Huang Ji had already accepted him at a profound level. Otherwise, she would not have spoken thus. He would not grovel, for the world is merciless. When one dominates the realm, women will naturally gravitate towards him. If one remains stagnant, they will inevitably lose respect for themselves. Your Majesty, is the Dragon Valley prepared? Indeed, Your Majesty. The entirety of the Dragon Valley has been arranged, and an edict has been proclaimed to the dynasty. No one is permitted to step into the forbidden grounds, and all the divine dragons have returned to the Dragon Valley. The guard knelt on one knee, his voice trembling slightly. It was his first encounter with the divine dragons, thousands of them, having taken residence in the forbidden grounds established within the imperial city. Very few are aware of the existence of the Dragon Valley. Feeling satisfied, Su Chen waved his hand, and the guard slowly rose and retreated. First, I shall break through to the creation realm. As his cultivation progressed, Su Chen gradually discerned a pressing issue. Despite the augmentation of immense talent and the support of the Supreme Bone, the pace of his advancement slowed considerably as he ascended. Ultimately, the comprehension of martial arts demanded ever higher standards. In the realm of martial arts, talent and external forces are secondary. The understanding of martial arts is paramount. Returning to his courtyard, Su Chen immediately entered a state of cultivation. Sitting cross-legged, he activated the chaotic understanding technique, allowing waves of Taoist essence to circulate throughout his being, enveloped by the augmentation of immense talent. To ensure a successful breakthrough, Su Chen retrieved over 100 various spiritual herbs that had just matured from the Garden of Life. Chapter 52. The 100 Buddhas arrive, treading upon divine dragons to dominate the firmament. The spiritual herbs were consumed one by one, causing the power within him to surge violently. Under the influence of the Taoist essence, Su Chen heard a crack within his body as he instantaneously shattered his bottleneck. Officially advancing from the pinnacle Tao Palace realm into the creation realm, enveloped by the augmentation of immense talent, Su Chen's cultivation soared rapidly. Level 1 Creation Realm. Level 2 Creation Realm. Level 3 Creation Realm. Level 9 Creation Realm. Pinnacle Creation Realm. Once his cultivation stabilized at the Pinnacle Creation Realm, there was no further slackening of his realm. At this moment, Su Chen slowly opened his eyes, realizing that external forces would be required to comprehend the true essence of martial arts and break through to the void realm. Nevertheless, he was still immensely satisfied. Oh, the aura of creation? Su Chen lifted his head, seemingly taken aback to discover a creation realm warrior within the imperial city. It appeared trouble was looming. Taking a step forward, Su Chen's figure vanished in an instant. In the imperial city, many pointed and whispered as they observed 100 monks entering. Monks were a rare sight in the imperial city, and to see such a large contingent was even more unusual. These monks were anything but ordinary. Indeed, their auras are well concealed, particularly the monk at the rear, who is an exceptional master. Are they here to cause trouble for the royal family? Goodness! The current royal family stands as a behemoth in the eastern wilderness. Who would dare provoke them? Unless they are courting death. The prestige of the royal family had reached its zenith. With Su Chen's rise, they had successively destroyed the Chengtian sect, the sword sect, and even the totem clan had been obliterated in a haze. Now, in this region, the Su dynasty stands as the most formidable force. The monk Buddha Zong, accompanied by Buddha Chen and others, had fully entered the imperial city. Master, should we directly annihilate the royal family, or first seek out Su Chen? Amitabha, I sense your malice growing stronger. I, the Buddha, am compassionate. But should this continue, I fear you may fall into the path of demonic ways, unable to extricate yourself. Buddha Chen was immediately alarmed, quickly replying, Master, I was mistaken. Upon our return to the heavenly Buddhist sect, you shall seclude yourself and recite scriptures before the Buddha until your malice is entirely purged. Understood. The Buddhist monk, with hands clasped in reverence and a countenance radiating benevolence, donned a pristine robe unblemished by dust. He proclaimed, the Buddha embodies the virtue of compassion. Should Chen willingly relinquish the supreme bone, this humble monk shall escort him back to the heavenly Buddhist sect and allow him to take refuge under our teachings. Inwardly seething, Chen cursed silently, for he had hoped that summoning his master would enable him to vanquish Chen and avenge his grievances. Little did he anticipate that his master sought to guide Chen towards enlightenment and return him to the heavenly Buddhist sect. Suddenly, a commotion erupted. Look, what is that? By the heavens, a divine dragon. My word, a divine dragon has appeared in the imperial city. A figure stood atop the dragon's head. It is His Majesty. His Majesty rides the divine dragon. Such majesty. A colossal golden dragon, stretching hundreds of meters, approached, its rolling breath enveloping the entire imperial city, casting a shadow that felt overwhelmingly oppressive. Cheers resonated throughout the vast expanse, as all gazed in awe upon the figure atop the dragon's head, their emperor. With such a sovereign, who could doubt the imperial dynasty's dominance, destined to reign supreme in the eastern wilderness? Amitba, I am the monk Fo Zong from the heavenly Buddhist sect. May I inquire if you are Chen, the emperor of the Su dynasty? With hands united in prayer, Fo Zong wore a smile of serene composure. You old bald donkey, how is it that you still draw breath? Truly, your luck is remarkable. However, those who bring ruin upon themselves seldom live long. I hope you can leave the imperial city alive this time. Fo Chen's expression darkened. Barely able to contain his rising fury, his malevolence saturating him as he bellowed, Chen, do not be so audacious. With my master present today, you shall not act with impunity. Considering your arduous cultivation, if you surrender the supreme bone within you, my master shall escort you back to the heavenly Buddhist sect, allowing you to become a disciple of the Buddha. Kneel and express your gratitude for my master's great mercy. Fo Zong, a being of transformative strength, could effortlessly subdue a warrior of the Wheel Sea realm. Fo Chen could not fathom what audacity Chen possessed to behave so defiantly. Was it merely because of this divine dragon? Waving his hand, Fo Zong halted his furious disciple, stating, Su, I perceive a connection between you and the Buddha. I am willing to assist you in taking refuge in the Buddha's teachings, and should you wish, you may also become my disciple. As the monk spoke, the onlookers comprehended the unfolding situation, their gazes filled with ire. The audacity of this old monk, wanting to bind their emperor under the Buddha's banner, was utterly shameless. Their emperor, a once-in-a-millennium prodigy, was far too illustrious to be associated with such a meager sect. Let me observe how these bald donkeys meet their demise, they thought. Chen, revered by the entire dynasty, possessed a stature that dwarfed any previous emperor, achieving unparalleled prestige. It could be said that nowadays, should Chen merely pass gas, it would be deemed fragrant by all. The dragon roared, shattering the layers of the void, glaring fiercely as it rebuked, Old bald donkey, look at your foolish visage. You think someone as dim-witted as you can accept my master as a disciple? Do you believe I will not crush you with a single claw? Unfamiliar with Long Yuan, and sensing no aura emanating from him, Fo Zong believed that with his transformative power, he could suppress the divine dragon. Chapter 53, The Fireworks Display Commences. Master? The divine dragon addressed Chen as its master. Not only Fo Zong, but everyone present was taken aback, for it was known that the divine dragon is the proudest of all celestial beasts, and it had never been heard of anyone taming a divine dragon to serve as a steed. Long live His Majesty! The crowd gazed at their emperor riding the divine dragon, filled with admiration. Such a ruler was truly a blessing for the dynasty. Fo Zhang's eyes hardened, anger simmering as he declared, the heavenly Buddha sect and the dragon clan have always maintained a respectful distance. Should you continue to speak recklessly, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Buzz, buzz. A chorus of monks began to chant sacred verses, the sound resonating through the air. As the verses flowed, countless symbols of the swastika coalesced, enveloping the imperial void in a vast, overwhelming presence. I do not wish for any living being to perish. I hope you will reconsider and take refuge in the Buddha. 100 swastikas surged toward the divine dragon in a bid to suppress it. Curse it, old bald donkey. You truly have no shame. Today, I shall slaughter 100 bald donkeys. The dragon let out a thunderous roar, and a phantom black hole materialized, engulfing the vast clouds above. Under the pressure of this illusory black hole, the swastikas began to collapse, dissipating into scattered light. The dragon's roar drowned out the echoes of the Buddhist chants. The void realm, feeling the terrifying pressure emanating from the illusory black hole, Fo Zong was rendered utterly dazed. The heavenly Buddha sect also had its stronghold in the void realm. Yet he was astounded to discover such a formidable presence within a mere dynasty. His body trembled slightly, as Fo Zong hastily added, "Su, this is all a misunderstanding. I have come at the behest of the abbot to ascertain whether the Su dynasty requires the protection of the Buddha. I neglected to mention that our abbot is also a void realm expert." Under the dragon's overwhelming presence, Fo Zong was thoroughly intimidated. All prior bravado vanished. Now, merely surviving to return to the Buddha sect was a stroke of good fortune. He cursed Fo Chen inwardly, lamenting that this foolish disciple sought vengeance without understanding the situation. Though the Su dynasty appeared insignificant, it boasted a dragon of the void realm as its guardian, standing atop Long Yuan. Su Chen looked down at the 100 monks below and inquired, "Are you threatening me?" "I dare not. You worry too much, Su. Whether the heavenly Buddha sect has a presence in the void realm is inconsequential to me. If you desire my supreme bone, I shall grant your wish." No sooner had he spoken than Fo Chen's body erupted into a mist of blood, his very soul consumed entirely. "Su, you dare? Huh? What is there to fear?" Fo Zhang's countenance darkened. The dragon's power was formidable. Only the abbot could contend with it. Even if they united, they would not withstand a single blow from the dragon. He had miscalculated. Originally, he believed the appearance of 100 monks would suffice, had it not been for the supreme bone. He would not have needed to come in person. Yet, who could have foreseen that within this small dynasty lay a guardian of the void realm? "Old bald donkey, do you know what fireworks are?" "I do not. Please enlighten me." Nodding, Su Chen replied indifferently, "I have not witnessed fireworks in a long time, especially not special ones. Allow me to show you now. I trust it shall be an unforgettable sight for you." Upon hearing this, Fo Zong felt an ominous premonition and quickly said, "Su, you are too kind. I must return to the heavenly Buddha sect immediately. The abbot will surely visit the dynasty on another day to discuss matters with you. Farewell." As Fo Zong turned to leave, he saw the 100 monks forcibly restrained, each one drawn into the void and rendered immobile. The black hole's ominous presence suppressed Fo Zong to the point where he could not muster even a sliver of strength. This was the terror of the void realm. In that moment, the Buddhist burial felt an overwhelming heaviness in his steps. Even a single stride seemed more arduous than ascending to the heavens. In the presence of the cosmic realm, the opportunities for redemption were utterly non-existent. In a moment of urgency, the Buddhist burial intoned, "Su benefactor. My heavenly Buddha sect is one of the paramount forces of the eastern wilderness, and the Buddhist order governs the continent. I implore you to ponder your actions carefully, lest you invite calamity upon yourself, leaving no room for regret." Was this a threat from the Buddhist order? Su Chen remained unfazed. If the 100 Buddhas dared to storm in, it was only because he had recently broken through in cultivation and had the Dragon Abyss as his stronghold. Would the 100 Buddhas spare the imperial dynasty? The laws of survival in this fantastical world can be encapsulated in 8 words. The strong prevail, while the weak become prey. The might of one's fist determines who reigns supreme. To avoid being bullied, one must continually enhance their strength and eradicate any potential troubles without leaving a trace. Dear bald monk, please indulge in the fireworks display meticulously prepared by the Su dynasty. Let it commence. Without allowing the Buddhist burial to speak further, a series of explosive sounds erupted. One by one, the bodies of the Buddhas were forcibly immobilized in the void. Under the influence of the black hole's illusory power, they began to explode, resembling a brilliant display of fireworks, staining the clouds crimson as far as the eye could see. "Father, what is that?" "I don't know." But His Majesty was quite clear. "This is a fireworks display, albeit rather bloody. You, dear child, should not watch. Return to your room." "Why can't children watch?" Those bald monks dared to trouble His Majesty. They deserve to be slain by him. "This is my first time witnessing His Majesty's fireworks. It has a peculiar aesthetic. Indeed, they appear to be compassionate, yet their hearts are as venomous as a scorpion's. Long live His Majesty." Chapter 54, Forging the Dragon Warrior's Army. Is this what one calls a fireworks display? Using the bodies of the 100 Buddhas to create a spectacle of blood mist? The Buddhist burial finally comprehended it. His face ablaze with fury, glaring intensely. Su Chen was nothing short of a madman. Such a performance could only be conceived by someone utterly deranged. "Su Chen, you dare to openly challenge my heavenly Buddha sect? One day, the abbot shall personally come to your dynasty to annihilate your entire lineage. Is that so?" Under the power released by the Dragon Abyss, the Buddhist burial's body was forcibly restrained, slowly floating in the void. Reincarnation, divine pattern. An invisible stream of energy surged forth, penetrating layers of space and invading the Buddhist burial's mind. There were no screams, no wars. The Buddhist burial, now calm, slowly closed his eyes as his soul was forcibly extracted and tightly held in Su Chen's grasp. Su Chen, what do you intend to do? I am an elder of the Heavenly Buddhist sect. You shall pay for your actions. I will refine your soul. You dare. Su Chen chose to disregard the threat entirely. Utilizing the reincarnation divine pattern to strip the Buddhist burial of his soul, he prepared to forcibly refine it. Curious if he could enable others in the dynasty to merge with it. The imperial dynasty had expanded its territory rapidly, yet its overall strength remained somewhat lacking. Merely having the protection of the dragon clan was insufficient. True strength was the undeniable truth. Master, I have a suggestion. Speak on. The dragon abyss replied with an ingratiating demeanor. Master, my dragon clan now boasts over 10,000 members. We can forge equal contracts with those of the royal family, allowing them to become dragon warriors. I believe this will significantly enhance our strength in a short period. Equal contracts? Dragon warriors? Su Chen was completely captivated. He had never contemplated this matter before. Now that the dragon abyss proposed it, it indeed seemed to be the quickest and most effective solution. If the entire royal family, numbering in the thousands, signed contracts with the 10,000 dragons, their overall strength would surely leap several tiers in a short time. Combined with the effects of his life spirit garden, the results would be extraordinary. This matter is entrusted to you. Expedite the process. Yes, Master, simply watch me. The Heavenly Buddhist sect, one of the apex forces of the Eastern Wilderness, stood alongside the ancient clans. A magnificent Buddhist temple towered majestically, its serene chants echoing faintly. While a towering statue of Buddha loomed, hands clasped in prayer, a visage of compassion. The dawn heralded the end of night. Two young monks opened the temple doors, each wielding a broom as they stepped outside, stretching lazily. Day after day, year after year, when will we become true disciples of the Buddhist order? Those who joined us at the Heavenly Buddhist sect have already entered the inner sanctum for cultivation, while we remain here sweeping the grounds. It is truly disheartening. Hush. The Buddhist order promotes tranquility. We must focus on our duties and trust that one day, the order will recognize our sincerity. Do you believe that? I certainly do not. Brother, do you see that? Is that a dragon? A dragon? Where would a dragon come from this early in the morning? Are you seeing things? As they turned their gazes to the distance, a golden dragon over 100 meters long soared towards them, swiftly dropping a corpse before turning to depart. The golden dragon elder did not linger in the Heavenly Buddhist sect, for there were also experts of the cosmic realm stationed there, should a slaughter ensue. They would have no recourse to plead their case. This task is arduous, yet I cannot refuse. I must proceed with trepidation. The corpse floated down, landing steadily before the two monks. Is this the body of the Buddhist burial elder? We must report this immediately. Within the Buddhist hall, the abbot of the Heavenly Buddhist sect, Buddha Zhen, gazed darkly at the corpse on the ground and inquired, what transpired? Reporting to the abbot, we were merely sweeping the grounds when a divine dragon descended rapidly, dropped the elder's body, and then departed. Why did you not intercept it? Intercept it? The two were utterly dumbfounded by the elder's words. They were merely ordinary Buddhists. How could they be expected to stop a divine dragon? Damn it! They cursed silently, constrained by the elder's status, unable to voice their frustrations. The elder waved dismissively. You two may leave. Yes, abbot. Once the two departed, the abbot mused. It appears that those with the supreme bone possess formidable strength, and the dragon clan is involved in this matter. How shall our sect respond? The abbot, seated upon his mat, bore a face as dry and fluctuating as the weather. The supreme bone is of utmost importance to our sect. We cannot relinquish it so easily. Even with the dragon clan's involvement, my Heavenly Buddha sect shall not relent. Dispatch the Heavenly Buddha edict. Once we ascertain the identity of the individual, instruct them to bring the supreme bone forth. Inform them that as long as they are willing to convert to Buddhism, our sect will not hold any grievances against them, and I shall gladly accept them as my personal disciple. Understood, abbot. The body of the Buddhist burial elder was returned, sending shockwaves throughout the Heavenly Buddha sect. As one of the top forces in the Eastern Wilderness, who would dare to provoke the Heavenly Buddha sect? Not even the other ancient clans would dare to do so. Meanwhile, the Su dynasty was in an uproar, as His Majesty announced that anyone who remained steadfastly loyal to the dynasty and passed the talent and potential tests could become a dragon warrior. Outside the Dragon Valley, countless warriors formed long lines, eagerly awaiting their tests, each face brimming with anticipation, for everyone wished to become a dragon warrior and serve as guardians of the Su dynasty. I just saw the Black Tiger pass the test and enter the Dragon Valley. Is that true? Of course. I heard His Majesty issued a decree that the tests are not overly stringent, but absolute loyalty is essential, as we are all subjects of the Su dynasty. I was born a subject of the dynasty, and I shall die as a ghost of the dynasty. I would gladly lay down my life for the dynasty. As would I. All right, let's first pass the test. It's my turn now. Chapter 55. the dragon of death burying the heavens. For a full 3 days, over 10,000 martial artists successfully completed their tests and entered the Dragon Valley to forge contracts with the divine dragons. Chen, meanwhile, was not idle. He commenced extensive cultivation of spiritual herbs within his internal realm of life. The intention was straightforward: to swiftly assemble an army of over 10,000 dragon warriors, sweeping across the eastern wasteland and establishing the Su dynasty as the true sovereign of the region. In the tranquil courtyard, Chen languidly reclined on the stone bed shaped like a dragon, dismissively listening to the so-called heavenly Buddha order delivered by the ministers before him. He scoffed at it, deliberately sending the remains of Buddha Zong to the heavenly Buddha sect, whether as a provocation or a tit-for-tat. His grievances with the sect were already firmly established. Your Majesty, the heavenly Buddha sect is a pinnacle existence in the eastern wasteland. How shall we respond? The minister quaked in fear, unable to utter a word. Once an unremarkable prince, he had now become the most sought-after figure in the dynasty and the entire eastern wasteland, capable of obliterating first-rate sects with a mere flick of his hand and leaving 100,000 corpses in his wrath. Convey my decree to the heavenly Buddha sect. They have 10 days to submit to the dynasty. Should they fail to comply, my army of 1,000,000 shall trample their sect to the ground. Indeed, according to Chen's calculations, a preliminary assembly of the Dragon Warrior Army would require no more than 10 days. Provided they could eliminate the top-tier powers of the heavenly Buddha sect, the Dragon Warriors would easily sweep through their ranks. With the formidable rise of the Su dynasty, many sects and dynasties willingly chose to submit, becoming vassals of the Su royal family. Chen did not regard the heavenly Buddha sect with any concern. While he busily cultivated spiritual herbs and trained his army of dragon warriors, he also sought to comprehend martial arts, aiming for the Void Realm. On the morning of the 3rd day, upon seeing the sudden appearance of a woman clad in purple, Chen slowly opened his eyes, stretched languidly, and inquired, "Is there something you need?" His tone was neither warm nor cold, lacking any flavor. Huang Ji inwardly cursed, perplexed by Chen's demeanor. Given her unparalleled beauty and status, shouldn't he be striving to win her favor after their unexpected encounter? Yet now, aside from presenting her with the bone flower, he had not once shown himself. Women are like this. The more one seeks to please them, the more they put on airs. When ignored, they become somewhat unsettled. A chilling aura began to emanate from her, as if she had descended into an icy abyss. "I am leaving," she declared. "Understood," came his indifferent reply. Huang Ji cursed inwardly again. As a dignified emperor-level powerhouse and the grandmaster of the illusionary palace, she was a goddess in the hearts of countless men. When had she ever been so disregarded? "Will you not try to keep me here?" As she spoke these words, regret washed over her. What was happening to her? Was it due to their prior encounter? "Should I plead for your stay? Would you agree to remain?" Before Huang Ji could respond, Chen coldly stated, "You have already expressed that your expectations of a husband must surpass your own. Therefore, I shall seek you out at the illusionary palace when I dominate the continent. What do you think?" He was resolute in never becoming a sycophant. Chen was acutely aware of the fate that awaited those who did. Most crucially, there was no emotional foundation between him and Huang Ji. Their connection was merely a consequence of an accident. Can you truly achieve that? If not, then I shall not go to the illusionary palace. Her frustration was palpable. Huang Ji seethed inwardly, thinking, if you can never conquer the continent, must I wait for you a lifetime? I have already given you my first time. Can I marry another? As the grandmaster of the illusionary palace, the thought of her actively pursuing someone was utterly unfathomable. Humph. With a light snort, Huang Ji chose not to elaborate further and turned to leave, disappearing without a trace. In the imperial forbidden ground, within the Dragon Valley, martial artists stood in the air beside the divine dragons. Since the signing of contracts, coupled with the continuous provision of cultivation resources from Chen, the training speed of the over 10,000 martial artists soared like a rocket. The dragon warriors possessed strength that could effortlessly sweep away their peers. The thought of an army of 10,000 dragon warriors was a terrifying prospect. All the divine dragons and martial artists stood in unison, awaiting the arrival of one individual. The emperor has arrived. Chen descended gracefully before the multitude of dragon warriors, clad in a flowing black robe that danced with the wind. His deep-set eyes could instill awe, seemingly capable of piercing through the very fabric of time and space. Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! All the dragon warriors and divine dragons knelt, faces filled with reverence as they gazed upon their sovereign. The rise of the Su dynasty to its current stature was entirely attributed to the emperor, and they believed that under his leadership, the dynasty would ascend to the pinnacle of the eastern wasteland, gazing down upon the vast skies. Observing the army of over 10,000 dragon warriors before him, Chen nodded in satisfaction. "Are you willing to follow me into battle against the eastern wasteland?" To conquer the continent? Willing. You must remember, warfare in the eastern wasteland and across the continent may cost you your lives. Are you afraid? Not afraid. The only promise I can make to you is that I will protect you with my life and lead you to stand atop the continent, becoming the nightmares of all. To follow the Emperor unto death. From this moment forth, you shall be known as the Dragon of Death, burying the heavens. Dragon of Death, burying the heavens. I hope you will ensure that the words Dragon of Death, burying the heavens echo in every corner of the continent, and you shall not disappoint the Emperor's expectations. The resounding voices of thousands of warriors and dragons reverberated through the layers of the void, echoing throughout the vast clouds for miles. Chapter 56, A Triumvirate Alliance. Swearing to suppress the Su dynasty. Dragon of Death, burying the heavens. The dragon warriors and divine dragons gazed upon their emperor with excitement and admiration. With such a ruler at the helm, they firmly believed that Dragon of Death, burying the heavens would one day resonate throughout the continent, its name feared across the lands. The roars of dragons, intertwined with their cries, resounded through the clouds, lingering in the air. In 3 days, we shall march against the Heavenly Buddhist sect. The Heavenly Buddhist sect will be the first top-tier power to face the wrath of the Dragon of Death, burying the heavens. Your Majesty is majestic. Each individual brimmed with excitement, eager to showcase their prowess, especially considering that the Heavenly Buddhist sect was one of the most formidable forces in the Eastern Wasteland. From within his internal realm of life, Su Chen procured various spiritual herbs he had cultivated, distributing them among each dragon warrior and divine dragon. When the moment arrived for him to unleash his power, it would be the day they set forth to battle the Heavenly Buddhist sect. Upon receiving the decree from the Su dynasty, the abbot of the Heavenly Buddhist sect turned as dark as thunderclouds, having first slain Buddhazong. Now they were provoking the Heavenly Buddhist sect. If this matter were not resolved, how could the Heavenly Buddhist sect maintain its reputation in the Eastern Wasteland? Abbot, why not we march directly to crush the Su dynasty and demonstrate to the world that the Heavenly Buddhist sect is not to be trifled with? Elder Du Su's words resonated with conviction. The Su dynasty, emboldened by their possession of the supreme bone and the support of the dragon race, dares to ignore the Heavenly Buddhist sect. This is the greatest provocation, and we must not let it go unchallenged. The fact that the Su dynasty does not dare approach us indicates their fear of the Heavenly Buddhist sect. The Buddha shook his head, his palms pressed together. Yet within him brewed a profound bitterness. The Su dynasty was of little consequence. With the might of the Heavenly Buddhist sect, it could undoubtedly suppress the Su dynasty. However, the pressing issue lay in the fact that the Su dynasty was backed by the Dragon clan, capable of subduing the Buddha's burial elders. And it was highly likely that a formidable being of the Void Realm existed among them. Long Yuan, the chieftain of the Eastern Wilderness Dragon clan, was also a master of the Void Realm. Upon hearing the mention of the Dragon clan and the Void Realm, the expressions of the elders of the Heavenly Buddhist sect shifted dramatically, for they understood all too well what the Void Realm signified. It represented the pinnacle of existence in the Eastern Wilderness. How could the illustrious Dragon clan lower itself to mingle with the Su dynasty, regardless of the circumstances? The audacity of the Su dynasty to act so recklessly stemmed solely from its alliance with the Dragon clan to subdue the Su dynasty. One must first contend with the Dragon clan. The Buddha's countenance darkened as he declared, Amitabha, the Su dynasty must be suppressed, and we must welcome the supreme bone back to the Buddha sect. I shall personally visit the Tianyin ancient clan. The Tianyin ancient clan, one of the venerable clans of the Eastern Wilderness, stood as a pinnacle of power, rivaling the Buddhist sect. Beneath the waterfall, the head of the Tianyin ancient clan, Dong Yu, was harnessing the forces of the void within him, hoping to transcend his limits and elevate his cultivation. Observing the Buddha approaching on a lotus, Dong Yu was taken aback yet rose to his feet, smiling as he spoke. Ah, it is an honor to receive the esteemed abbot. I beg your pardon for not welcoming you sooner. The abbot, in turn, wasted no time, detailing the situation concerning the Su dynasty, including the involvement of the Dragon clan. Dong Yu was astonished. He had not anticipated that a seemingly insignificant dynasty could rise to such heights. I was puzzled as to why such a minor dynasty dared to act so brazenly. It turns out they have the Dragon clan backing them. Would you be willing to join forces, clan leader Dong? Dong Yu fell silent, fully aware of the implications of the Buddha's words. However, he understood that even united, they might not have complete confidence in subduing Long Yuan alone, whose strength was formidable. Are you perhaps harboring reservations, clan leader Dong? Asked the Buddha. Dong Yu nodded, stating, Abbot, we have been friends for many years, and I must be candid. The strength of Long Yuan is indeed formidable. Neither of us alone could contend with him. And even together, we cannot guarantee victory. I fear we may end up with a mutually destructive outcome. I have gathered intelligence that previously, Su Chen eradicated the Purple Emperor sect and slew a protector of the Tiangu ancient clan, likely provoking their ire. If we both approach the Tiangu ancient clan, once the three of us unite, I cannot believe the Su dynasty will withstand such pressure. The Tiangu ancient clan? Dong Yu's eyes brightened, and he smiled. If the Tiangu ancient clan joins us, with our combined strength, we could indeed forcefully suppress the Dragon clan's chieftain. However, I must stipulate that once we suppress the Su dynasty, the Tianyin ancient clan will require Long Yuan. It is clear what you seek. To take Long Yuan as your mount, I shall agree to your terms. Let us not delay. We must hasten to the Tiangu ancient clan and ascertain whether Sima Outyin is willing to ally with us. When they sought out Sima Outyin, he readily agreed to their proposal with minimal conditions. The reasoning was straightforward. The Su dynasty's audacity to obliterate the Purple Emperor sect and slay an ancient clan's protector was a blatant provocation. Initially contemplating an immediate annihilation of the Su dynasty, they were taken aback to discover the backing of the Dragon clan. Yet, what could the Dragon clan do? Now, with the triumvirate alliance of the Tianyin ancient clan, the Tiangu ancient clan, and the Buddhist sect, even the Dragon clan would have to tread carefully. Should the Dragon clan continue to favor the Su dynasty, one word would suffice: kill. In the tranquil courtyard, Su Chen felt a tinge of frustration. Despite the enhancement of his innate talent by billions of times, he remained unable to break through the bottleneck into the void realm. This impasse had persisted for a full 7 days. Feeling somewhat lethargic, Su Chen reclined on his stone bed, opting not to continue his cultivation but instead to bask in the sunlight. Beep. The system has detected that 7 days of countdown to a flash sale has concluded. Commencing random flash sale. The cold, emotionless voice of the system echoed, prompting Su Chen to sit upright. It was time for the flash sale once again, and he felt a swell of anticipation. Since acquiring the flash sale system, he had never been let down by the items on offer, and he hoped this time would be no different. He immediately accessed the system interface in his mind. Item: Refining Desolation Pot. Price: 1 Spirit Stone. Item description: The Refining Desolation Pot is forged from chaos fragments, containing the power to refine all things. As the host's realm increases, so too does the pot's refining capability, ultimately allowing it to refine an entire world. Time limit: 1 minute to purchase. Without hesitation, he retrieved a spirit stone from his pocket and completed the purchase. The transaction was successful, and instantly, a palm-sized black pot appeared in his hand, its peculiar form engraved with intricate patterns, and its spout elongated. The Refining Desolation Pot, with the potential to enhance its refining power in tandem with his cultivation, could one day wield the ability to refine an entire realm. The thought alone was exhilarating. He resolved to find a residual soul to test the pot's efficacy. In his hand, he conjured a vibrant green orb of light, the soul of Buddha's burial. Initially intending to refine Buddha's burial soul for the benefit of the royal family and others, it now seemed that unless one possessed a special secret technique, the refinement would be straightforward, but the act of allowing others to consume the refined soul for cultivation would be exceedingly challenging. The consequences of suffering a soul backlash were dire. Su Chen, you will face the suppression of the heavenly Buddha sect. I, Buddha, shall not spare you. In the days to come, you will descend into the 18 layers of hell, your soul eternally denied the cycle of rebirth. The furious roar echoed from the soul, resounding with palpable terror. Choosing to disregard it, Su Chen smiled and said, I would like to request your assistance. I trust you won't refuse. Assist? In what manner? The soul of Buddha's burial felt a chill, having witnessed Su Chen's madness firsthand when he obliterated the 100 Buddhas, proclaiming it a fireworks display. I refuse. I'm afraid you have no right to refuse. You shall meet a miserable end, destined for Avicii hell, tormented by vengeful spirits. Ignoring the soul's protests, Su Chen cast it into the Refining Desolation Pot. In mere seconds, a remnant soul emerged from the pot, reduced to a speck of green light no larger than a fingernail, devoid of impurities, leaving Su Chen pleasantly surprised. He had previously contemplated how to refine a warrior's soul, consolidating power for the purpose of bolstering the strength of his dynasty's army, unless one practiced a special secret technique, which was notoriously difficult to acquire. He had not expected that the very item he had just acquired, the Refining Desolation Pot, could achieve this. It was truly fortuitous. Possessing the ability to refine the desolate cauldron allows one to continuously refine souls, thereby consolidating the necessary power to accelerate the overall enhancement of the dynasty's strength. Your Majesty, I have matters to discuss. Enter, came the reply. General Nangong slowly pushed open the door, stepping inside with trepidation. He dared not meet the Emperor's gaze. Immediately kneeling upon both knees, respectfully proclaiming, Your Majesty, I have just received news that the Heavenly Buddha sect has allied with the Heavenly Sound Ancient Clan and the Heavenly Bone Ancient Clan. gathering over 1,000 sects and millions of troops, preparing to wage war against our Su dynasty. Perspiration beaded on his forehead. Each encounter with the emperor brought an intangible pressure. An alliance? Su Chen dismissed it without concern. What could 3 superpowers accomplish together? One would fall, and if 3 came, he would eradicate them all in one fell swoop, sparing himself the trouble of hunting them down one by one. Your Majesty, how shall our dynasty respond? Despite the emperor's presence, General Nangong's expression remained grave. After all, 3 superpowers leading millions of soldiers could not be taken lightly. What do you propose? I dare not say. He replied. No matter, the emperor said. After a moment's contemplation, General Nangong suggested, I believe our dynasty should temporarily retreat until we accumulate sufficient strength, at which point we can annihilate them. It must be said, the strategy proposed by General Nangong was indeed the most prudent. However, Su Chen shook his head, asserting, when soldiers come, we shall block them. When water flows, we shall dam it. If they dare to come, we shall engage in battle. After this war, our Su dynasty shall dominate the Eastern Desolation. Dominate the Eastern Desolation? General Nangong dared not respond. Regardless of his personal beliefs, anything the emperor declared was truth, and thus it could be achieved. Su Chen's reputation within the dynasty had reached its zenith. Even if he claimed divinity, no one would doubt him. Summon the troops. We shall confront the Triad Alliance. Yes, Your Majesty, I take my leave. Gazing into the endless expanse of clouds, a profound, killing intent glimmered in Su Chen's eyes, as if piercing through the river of time. I hope you do not falter. Chapter 58. The creation breaks, the void condenses. In the tranquil courtyard, Su Chen languidly reclined upon the dragon-throned stone bed, plucking grapes from a platter and savoring them one by one. Their fragrant sweetness, tinged with hints of rose, was indeed a testament to the unique flavors cultivated within the life-spirit garden. Truly delightful, the taste is simply exquisite. Before him, Su Hen sat cross-legged, cultivating with dragon blood. Suddenly opening his eyes, he immediately knelt, exclaiming with elation, Your Majesty, I have successfully established my foundation. Su Chen nodded with satisfaction. You have devoured the soul of the Buddha's burial and successfully established your foundation with dragon blood. I believe your martial path will shine brightly in the future. Thank you. Your Majesty, I am deeply grateful. Su Hen felt as though he had been reborn, unable to fathom that, in the past, only the emperor had reached the foundational realm. And now he too had become a foundational master, a surreal dream come to life. I have notified Long Yuan. You may now sign a contract with the Golden Dragon to become a Golden Dragon warrior. He is of the creation realm. Thank you, Your Majesty. Go now. I take my leave. Suppressing his boundless excitement, Su Hen gradually rose and departed. His talent was commendable. Su Chen was quite pleased. With his assistance and the signing of a contract with Elder Golden Dragon, Su Hen was destined to achieve the Void Realm in due course. Ultimately, he would leave one day. It was imperative to cultivate a successor soon. Meanwhile, he would remain the supreme emperor behind the dynasty, which was not without its merits. The small Eastern Desolation could no longer satisfy Su Chen's ambitions. He aimed to conquer the continent, leading the Su dynasty to become the supreme ruler. I have just received news that over 1,000 sects and dynasties have dispatched millions of troops heading towards our dynasty. Is that true? Does His Majesty not know of this? Do you think it possible he is unaware? Then why has the royal family made no move? Damn! Has the million-man army frightened you so? With the emperor's presence, even if 1 billion troops approached, he could annihilate them effortlessly. What is there to fear? In times past, not even 1 million soldiers would have failed to send the Su dynasty into a panic. But now, ever since Su Chen's formidable rise, having decimated the Chung Tian sect and the Sword sect, he instilled absolute confidence in the entire dynasty. Even if an army of thousands surged forth, their emperor could resolve it with ease. The entire royal city remained undisturbed, as tranquil as ever. The more so, the less concern the people felt. The following day, the morning sun pierced through layers of clouds, enveloping the entire realm. Rumbling, a vast army marched upon the ground, causing the earth to tremble and dust to swirl. Stopping approximately 500 meters from the dynasty, the million-strong army halted their advance. The abbot of the Heavenly Buddha sect, Fo Zhan, the chieftain of the Heavenly Sound Ancient Clan, Dongyu, and the chieftain of the Heavenly Bone Ancient Clan, Sima Outyin, 3 Void Realm powerhouses hovered in the air. Their avarice and murderous intent laid bare in their gazes as they surveyed the Su dynasty before them. In the world of the Eastern Desolation, the fundamental law of survival is one of the strong preying upon the weak. If you are weak, you will be devoured. If you are strong, you may act with impunity. This is the harsh reality. The Su dynasty's meteoric rise had severely disrupted the stability of the Eastern Desolation, particularly for the Heavenly Bone Ancient Clan and the Heavenly Buddha sect, who felt their own dominance severely threatened. compounded by the heavenly Buddha sect's desire for the supreme bone, leading the three to temporarily ally. The Su dynasty alone required no such alliance. Any single superpower could easily obliterate it. Yet, unbeknownst to them, a dragon clan had appeared behind the Su dynasty, and more importantly, the clan leader, Long Yuan, was also a powerhouse of the Void Realm. Only by uniting the three Void Realm masters did they hold hope of suppressing Long Yuan and annihilating the Su dynasty. Su Chen, Long Yuan, come forth at once. The thunderous voice pierced through the layers of void, exploding across the royal city's clouds. Within the royal palace, Su Chen sat cross-legged, having just consumed several spiritual herbs gathered from the life spirit garden, along with some of Long Yuan's essence blood. The Tao rhythm surged within him as the power of the supreme bone merged and coursed throughout his body. Most importantly, under the enhancement of countless talents, Su Chen was striving to break into the void realm. Creation breaks, void condenses. An emotionless, cold voice resonated slowly. Gradually, a phantom black hole formed behind Su Chen, emanating an extraordinarily terrifying aura. He surged through the creation realm and ascended to the void realm, his cultivation rapidly skyrocketing. First level void realm, second level void realm, third level void realm, ninth level void realm, peak void realm, merely a step away from the sixth realm of the venerable. Slowly opening his eyes, Su Chen gazed at the explosive clouds from whence the voice had come. Su Chen, Long Yuan, come forth at once. The three superpowers had finally arrived. Su Chen stood, stretching languidly, and smiled. Heavenly calamities may be survived, but self-inflicted calamities cannot. Since you are so eager for death, I shall grant you your wish. Chapter 59. With a wave of the hand, millions of troops perish. The heavens trembled. A multitude of divine dragons surged forth from the imperial city, an overwhelming spectacle. Tens of thousands of dragon warriors stood proudly, their feet planted firmly in the void upon the backs of these celestial beasts. From a distance, the vast and dense assembly of the dragon army blotted out the sun. The dragon clan, indeed, commanded a formidable legion of divine dragons. I am astounded. The Su dynasty has managed to forge such a mighty dragon army. This is utterly audacious. Yet, even with such a force, what of it? The alliance of the three supreme powers leaves no room for doubt that the Su dynasty can be vanquished. Thousands of dynasties and sects are reluctant to intervene, hesitant to wade into these murky waters, for the Su dynasty has risen to a stature that few can contend with. Though they are unwilling, they dare not refuse. Who would be audacious enough to openly defy the commands of the three supreme powers? The Tianyin ancient clan, the Tiangu ancient clan, and the Tianfu sect, each capable of annihilating all forces with ease. Indeed, it is the dragon clan. It is beyond belief that such a prestigious clan, at the pinnacle of the eastern wilderness, would willingly submit to the Su dynasty. Truly, one must admire their audacity. Neither Long Yuan nor Emperor Su Chen made their appearance. The million-strong army maintained a vigilant watch, while the three supreme powers grew increasingly impatient. Were it not for their apprehension towards Long Yuan and the entire dragon clan, they would have surely commenced their assault without hesitation. Buddha Zhen took a step forward, his hands clasped in prayer, and as he stood upon the lotus of Buddha, his voice resonated through the void like rolling thunder, imbued with a sacred aura. Su benefactor, I implore you to reveal yourself. If you are willing to renounce your murderous ways, I shall gladly accept you as my disciple, and none within the Su dynasty shall fall. With compassion in his heart and righteousness in his stance, Su Hen stood atop the head of the golden dragon elder. Upon hearing Buddha Zhen's words, he could no longer contain the fury within him. Old bald donkey, I curse your Buddha clan. You presume to advise His Majesty to turn back? Do you think you are a donkey, to speak such foolish words with impunity? Speak like a human, not like a donkey. A chorus of over 10,000 dragon warriors echoed his sentiment, their voices reverberating through the vastness. Preposterous. Buddha Zhen was nearly overcome with indignation. Even with his calm demeanor, witnessing the collective provocation of so many stirred his ire. Why should the abbot be angered by them? Once we eliminate Long Yuan and Su Chen, the Tianfu sect, with its compassion, shall refrain from further violence. The carnage will be left to our two clans. Su Hen laughed heartily. Old bald donkey. You speak of the Tianfu sect, yet instead of remaining at home to chant and meditate, you venture forth to meet your demise. When His Majesty descends, you shall find all your bald brethren condemned to hell. This incessant provocation pushed Buddha Zhen to the brink of fury. Today, I shall guide you into reincarnation. No sooner had he spoken than a terrifying power began to coalesce in the void above the million-strong army, forming illusory colossal bridges that spanned the heavens. 1 illusory bridge. 2 illusory bridges. 3 illusory bridges. 4 illusory bridges. 5 illusory bridges. 6 illusory bridges. 7 illusory bridges. 100 zhang of illusory bridges materialized in the air, radiating a chilling aura of reincarnation, as if embodying the very essence of life and death. What is this? An extraordinary phenomenon from the heavens. Could a treasure have emerged? It appears that the Su dynasty resides in a land of fortune. No wonder Su Chen has risen so swiftly. The geomancy here must be exceptional. Fools. Buddha Zhen and his companions gazed solemnly at the 7 illusory bridges forming in the void, sensing that something was amiss. What do you make of this? Everyone, retreat at once. Use all your strength. Before the 3 powerful beings could react, the 7 illusory bridges descended upon the million-strong army. Under the veil of life, death, and reincarnation, the soldiers became ethereal, their forms bursting into endless blood mist, devoured entirely by the bridges. All present were left dumbfounded. They watched as the illusory bridges acted like grim reapers, mercilessly harvesting the lives of millions, sweeping through without restraint. The 3 supreme powers unleashed their might, manifesting void energies behind them, striking fiercely at the illusory bridges, but it was too late. The million-strong army gone? As they beheld the vanishing troops, everyone was rendered speechless, including Su Hen and his companions. Could such terrifying power truly exist? The Tianyin ancient clan, the Tianfu sect, and the Tiangu ancient clan. Are you satisfied with this retribution? A disdainful, indifferent voice echoed, lingering in the vast void of the heavens. Su Chen descended upon the scene, his gaze cold and mocking, akin to a sovereign surveying the realm of mortals. Behold the might of my emperor. The dragon warriors roared in unison, their voices shaking the very heavens, as they obliterated millions with a mere flick of the wrist. Who could achieve such a feat? Buddha Zhen, hands clasped, struggled to contain the boundless killing intent within him. Still intoning, Su benefactor, do you not fear the wrath of my Buddha, that you might be condemned to the abyss of Avicii, suffering the torments of reincarnation for your slaughters? Su Chen, do you truly believe that with the Dragon Clan as your backing, you can face 3 foes and reign supreme in the eastern wilderness? It is a tragedy for the entire Dragon Clan that they have lowered themselves to serve the Su dynasty. I wonder how they would feel if they knew of this disgrace. Various insults and mockeries flew forth, and even Buddha Zhen's companions felt a shiver of trepidation. For the power of the 7 illusory bridges was indeed formidable. Long Yuan bellowed in rage, "You speak nonsense. To serve my master is my honor. While you 3 bald donkeys could kneel and beg for submission, and my master would still look down upon you. Long Yuan, today I, Sima Outyin, shall strip your dragon skin, extract your dragon tendons, and tear your dragon scales from your body. Amipa, with compassion, I, the Buddha, wish to spare the Dragon Clan. If any among you wish to turn from darkness to light, we shall not hold past grievances against you." The 3 supreme beings stood resolute in the void, their backs radiating terrifying pressures that swept through the heavens, akin to ancient beasts roaring in defiance. Buddha Zhen seemed unwilling to relent, reciting softly, "Su benefactor, recognizing the difficulty of your cultivation, I hope you avoid the path of destruction. Should you succumb to madness, there will be no turning back." Nonsense from the Buddha? The Buddha sect is the most nauseating, a bunch of hypocritical bald monks. I hereby declare that from this moment forth, there shall be no Tianfu sect, Tianyin ancient clan, or Tiangu ancient clan in the eastern wilderness. Ha ha ha. Su Chen, do you think you are someone of importance? Today, I shall show you that even with the Dragon Clan as your shield, you will still meet your demise. Not just you, but the entire dynasty shall accompany you to the grave. Amipa, since you remain obstinate, do not blame the monk for extinguishing the demon. Chapter 60, Life and Death. Reincarnation, your fate is sealed. The 3 supreme beings glared in fury. Su Chen, emboldened by the Dragon Clan's support, exhibited such arrogance and recklessness, showing utter disregard for the alliance of the 3 supreme powers. It was nothing short of provocation and contempt. Before their very eyes, countless armies were annihilated in a mere flick of the wrist. If they chose to retreat, what semblance of dignity would remain for the 3 great powers? Thus, the Su dynasty must inevitably face destruction, and the city shall be slaughtered to instill terror across the eastern wilderness. With a single step forward, the true Buddha continually formed hand seals, reciting sacred scriptures, as waves of profound Buddhist sounds surged forth, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of Buddhist essence, culminating in the formation of the swastika, radiating an immense and boundless Buddhist might. Great wielding dragon, earthly Buddha Kitagarbha, Prajna Buddhas, obliterate the evil. Buzzing, the resonating Buddhist chants echoed. The colossal swastika, forged from the gathered Buddhist essence, descended like a tsunami, exerting a crushing pressure that left Wan Long and all dragon warriors feeling profoundly oppressed. A cataclysmic aura erupted from Su Chen, enveloping everyone in its devastating embrace. Boom, boom, boom. The continuously coalescing swastikas pounded against the protective barrier, akin to stones sinking into an ocean, producing not even the slightest ripple. The true Buddha was taken aback. He never anticipated Su Chen to be so formidable, a being of the void realm. So, you too are a master of the void realm. Not only the true Buddha, but even the figures of Sima, Outyin, and Dongyu behind him were equally astonished. No one had expected that Su Chen was also a bona fide master of the void realm. How old could Su Chen be? Not even 20. A newly crowned emperor, who within mere months had propelled a mediocre dynasty to prominence, attaining the void realm himself. What celestial fortune must he have encountered to reach such heights? Long live our emperor! Long live our emperor! The thousands of dragon warriors roared in exhilaration, realizing that their emperor was indeed a master of the void realm, the mightiest existence in the eastern wilderness. Under his leadership, the dynasty was destined to dominate the eastern wilderness. Amitba, the esteemed Su is an unparalleled genius who emerges once in a millennium. Why must you ruin your own future? Rather, put down the sword and embrace the Buddha. I, the monk, can assure you that should you wish to join our Buddhist realm, I can recommend you to the holy land of Buddhism on the continent, where you shall surely become a revered monk in the future. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's expression darkened. The meaning behind this old bald monk's words was to shave his head and become a monk. Old bald monk, how dare you suggest my master become a monk? If you dare to seek women in a brothel, I shall become a monk dragon. How about that? Ha ha ha, a monk seeking women. Perhaps this old bald monk frequents the brothels every night. Such irreverent mockery was unrestrained, with neither the divine dragons nor the warriors concealing their disdain. With their master and clan leader present, they felt no fear towards the three great superpowers. Outrageous. The dignity of the Buddhist sect cannot be trampled upon by the likes of you. I shall cast you all into the abyss. The true Buddha, thoroughly enraged, no longer bore the aura of sanctity. His once benevolent visage was now replaced by frost and ice. As the abbot of the heavenly Buddha sect and a master of the void realm, to be subjected to such unrestrained ridicule and humiliation was an affront he had never before encountered. Removing a string of prayer beads from around his neck, he hurled them forward with ferocity. Each shattered bead transformed into a roaring sword of Buddhist essence, hurtling towards all dragon warriors and divine dragons. Humph! With a cold snort, Su Chen replied, "You cannot allow others to enter reincarnation, yet I can determine your life and death, ushering you into the cycle of rebirth." This light snort reverberated in the true Buddha's mind, as if the ocean were being diverted, drowning his very soul. His body trembled, his eyes filled with horror, as he fixated on the youth before him, utterly unwilling to accept the overwhelming strength he possessed. The Buddhist essence, swords, forged from the collapsing prayer beads, were suddenly frozen in midair, emitting pitiful cries as if suppressed by an unseen force. Life and death, reincarnation, I decree your entry into the cycle of rebirth today. The reincarnation divine patterns rippled forth, condensing the essence of life and death into the path of reincarnation, surging from Su Chen's mind, penetrating the fabric of time and space, and instantly invading the true Buddha's consciousness. Life and death reincarnation. A chilling sound echoed through the void. The true Buddha's eyes dimmed. His body began to transform into two distinct essences, one black and one white, a faint luminescence enveloping him. As he gradually faded from view in the astonished gazes of all present. Peak of the void realm. Mastery over life and death reincarnation. Witnessing the true Buddha being obliterated by the cycle of life and death, both Dongyu and Sima Outyin were left in utter shock. The distinction between the first tier of the void realm and the peak of the void realm was an entirely different concept. Su Chen was not merely an ordinary master of the void realm. He was at its pinnacle, merely a step away from the revered realm. An absolute powerhouse in the eastern wilderness. It was no wonder he showed no fear towards the alliance of the three superpowers. Relying on the Dragon Clan's support? A complete farce. Did he need the backing of the Dragon Clan? It became clear why the Dragon Clan chose to submit to the Su dynasty. Su Chen's strength had reached such an extraordinary level. Moreover, he had grasped the legendary power of life and death reincarnation, a power that felt ethereal, merely whispered in tales. And even upon witnessing it firsthand, they found it hard to believe. Run. Having seen the true Buddha unable to withstand even a single strike. Both of them realized that in a one-on-one confrontation, neither held the confidence to defeat the true Buddha. Did this not imply they would equally be unable to withstand a single blow from Su Chen? Terrifying. The more they pondered, the greater their dread grew. Had their minds become muddled? What foolishness had prompted them to provoke such a harbinger of doom? With no remedy for their regrets, they could only hasten their escape and return to their clan. A deathly silence ensued. All warriors and divine dragons fell silent. their faces filled with admiration as they gazed upon their emperor. This was their ruler, once a newly crowned monarch facing peril both from within and without, and now, in mere months, the Su dynasty stood atop the eastern wilderness, as if in a dream. As the two who had just turned to flee sensed a chilling murderous intent descend upon them, they shivered involuntarily, daring not to move an inch further. They had an instinctive feeling that should they dare to act, they would meet the same fate as the true Buddha. The life and death reincarnation that Su Chen had just demonstrated was far too terrifying to be resisted. Your Majesty Su, we have failed to recognize your greatness and have offended you. We implore your Majesty to show mercy and allow us to depart. I, xianxiaaudiobooks, vow here that from this day forth, my Tiangu ancient clan shall no longer dare to oppose the Su dynasty. Chapter 61. All superpowers must bow in submission. A storm of emotions surged within them. Xianxiaaudiobooks and Dong Yu were filled with trepidation. At this moment, they remained utterly bewildered. No one had anticipated that the esteemed abbot of the Void Realm, the true Buddha, would be vanquished in a single stroke by Su Chen, who wielded the terrifying power of life and death reincarnation. Originally, they believed that Su Chen's audacity in challenging the three superpowers stemmed from the backing of the Dragon Clan. Yet, the reality was far different. His own strength had reached the pinnacle of the Void Realm, standing at the zenith of martial prowess in the eastern wilderness. Unless a revered being descended, none could suppress him. Indeed, there existed revered beings in the eastern wilderness. But where could one find them? Sire Su, both of us have been deceived by that old bald donkey, Buddha Chen. He has offended you, sire, and it bears no relation to us. We have no intention of becoming your adversaries. We humbly beseech you to spare our lives. Bang! The warriors of the three supreme powers began to explode, their bodies disintegrating into clouds of crimson mist that swiftly engulfed the surroundings. They dared not utter another word, only sighing in resignation, lamenting their ill-fated decision to provoke such a formidable force. They had cursed Buddha Chen 1,000 times in their hearts, had he not suggested an alliance. They would not have come, suffering immense losses, with their survival now hanging by a thread. Are you satisfied? Indeed. Do you have any objections? Dare not. Su Chen's countenance was utterly impassive, yet his gaze bore an unsettling aura of murderous intent that even the two men could not meet. Thud. Xianxiaaudiobooks and Dong Yu could no longer maintain their composure. Promptly kneeling before him, they pleaded, Sire Su, I implore you to show mercy. I have an elderly mother to care for, as well as a 6-year-old grandson to raise. I hope you will grant us this opportunity. Sire Su, the Tiangu ancient clan will never dare to offend you again, and from this moment forth, we shall follow the Su dynasty as our leader. You command, and I shall not dare to dissent. You order us east, and I shall not venture west. We beseech your grace. As they continued to bow and plead, everyone held their breath, gazing in awe at their sovereign. Once upon a time, the ancient clans and the Tianfo sect towered above them. Entities so powerful that even a casual stomp from any of the three supreme forces could shake the entire eastern wilderness. And now, the clan heads of the Tiangu ancient clan and the Tian-in ancient clan knelt publicly before the emperor, signifying that the Su dynasty truly stood unparalleled in the heavens and dominated the eastern wilderness. Long Yuan, with his colossal form, turned to depart, followed by countless divine dragons. Offering no response, as they vanished entirely, including Su Chen, the two men were left bewildered, pondering the meaning of it all. To kill? Or to spare? What were they to do now? They dared not leave. Who could fathom Su Chen's intentions? If they were to rise and inadvertently provoke him, their demise would be assured. Uncertain, they acknowledged that Su Chen was far too enigmatic. Caution was their best course. Indeed, they felt utterly ensnared by Buddha Chen, that old bald donkey, who deserved his fate for bringing harm to both others and himself. Alas, they could not comprehend how an inconsequential dynasty could rise to such prominence in merely a few months. Yes, Buddha Chen had mentioned that Su Chen was once an ordinary person with mediocre talent just months ago, and the Su dynasty had nearly been consumed by other dynasties. Yet, seemingly in an instant, Su Chen had ascended, suggesting that he must have encountered some fortuitous opportunity or perhaps had been reborn through the intervention of a revered being. Such an explanation would account for their misfortune. They hoped fervently that Su Chen would spare their lives. At that moment, Su Chen, standing atop the golden dragon elder, coldly remarked, Gentlemen, please remain kneeling here. Should you dare to rise, well. What does well imply? They dared not question. As long as Sire Su can quell his anger, we shall remain here on our knees. Ha ha, the Tianyin ancient clan and the Tiangu ancient clan indeed possess spirit. I commend you. Watching the departing youth and divine dragons, the two men longed to rend him to pieces, but dared only to entertain such thoughts. With a deep sigh, they recognized that to survive, they must obediently comply and remain kneeling. Throughout the Su imperial city, word spread of the emperor's ability to annihilate millions of troops and subdue the three supreme powers, with the abbot of the Tianfo sect being directly obliterated, while the clan leaders of the Tiangu and Tian-yin ancient clans knelt outside the city. Truly, His Majesty is extraordinary. Though I know not what the Dongsu realm entails, I have heard it is the pinnacle of existence in the Eastern Wilderness. Our Su dynasty is undoubtedly the current sovereign of the Eastern Wilderness, and to be part of this dynasty is an honor for us all. Come, let us go out and witness the two ancient clan leaders. In the tranquil courtyard, Su Hen reported, Your Majesty, I have instructed them to remain kneeling outside and not to rise. He knelt on one knee, head bowed, having witnessed His Majesty's overwhelming might in annihilating millions of troops. Even the leaders of the three ancient clans trembled before him. What adversary could possibly rival such an emperor? Su Hen, your command? I have inquired about the matter you requested. Without a hint of hesitation, he replied, Your Majesty, apart from the Tianfo sect, the Tiangu ancient clan, and the Tian-yin ancient clan, there are an astonishing 26 other top-tier forces in the Eastern Wilderness. So many? Su Chen was somewhat taken aback, seemingly unaware that the Eastern Wilderness harbored such a multitude of top-tier forces. He had thought that a count exceeding 10 would be considerable, yet here, there were a full 26, not including the Tianfo sect and others. Draft the edict and deliver it to each of the 26 supreme forces. They must arrive within 3 days to submit and pay homage to the dynasty. Instantly shocked, Su Hen could hardly believe His Majesty's audacity. The notion of compelling all supreme forces in the Eastern Wilderness to submit was nothing short of madness. His admiration for His Majesty grew exponentially. Trembling, Su Hen replied, Your Majesty, I shall attend to this at once. Good. Once Su Hen departed, Su Chen gradually closed his eyes, allowing the rhythm of the Tao to circulate through his body as he commenced his cultivation. With his cultivation successfully breaking through to the pinnacle of the Dongsu realm, the time had come to strive for the revered realm. The 6 realms of the revered realm, supreme realm, heavenly revered realm, great revered realm, ancient revered realm, cataclysmic revered realm. The revered realm is merely the first step. Amidst the augmentation of his immense talent, Su Chen harvested suitable spiritual herbs from the life spirit garden within his dantian, consuming them in hopes of swiftly surpassing his limits and reaching the revered realm. Chapter 62, The Eastern Wilderness Legend, a prodigious genius. With a mere gesture, he obliterated millions of troops. With a single strike, he vanquished the abbot of the Tianfo sect, a Dong-Su realm powerhouse, instilling such fear that the leaders of the two ancient clans knelt outside the imperial city in acknowledgement of their wrongdoing. This battle established the Su dynasty's unparalleled reputation throughout the Eastern Wilderness. Su Chen's name resonated across the expanse of the Eastern Wilderness, known to all. A legendary figure, an extraordinary genius. Tales of Su Chen's unparalleled feats circulated widely, each with its own rendition. Version 1. Su Chen ascended to the throne, his talent unremarkable, facing internal and external strife, ultimately awakening a gift of defiance and rising with power. Version 2. Su Chen was reborn through the soul of a powerful being, no longer merely the emperor of the Su dynasty, but a superlative force incarnate. Version 3. Su Chen is the reincarnation of a mighty being, who remained low-key in his cultivation until the dynasty faced peril, at which point he rose to sweep across the Eastern Wilderness. Each version is articulated with conviction. In short, one word, impressive. Throughout the entire Eastern Wilderness, no such extraordinary genius has ever emerged. Su Chen is destined to be unparalleled in both past and future. At the same time, all 26 top-tier forces in the Eastern Wilderness received an edict, its message clear: all clan leaders, sect masters, and heads of families must proceed to the Su dynasty to submit and pay homage. The Eastern Wilderness Palace, the true sovereign of the Eastern Wilderness, ranks first among all powers. Without exception, in the Eastern Wilderness Palace, a decree from the Su dynasty was received, demanding compliance within a mere 3 days, mandating attendance and submission to the imperial court. The magnificent hall, adorned with lifelike landscapes etched upon its stone walls, seemed to resonate with the essence of martial arts in every stroke. Seated in the prominent position was a middle-aged man, his features resolute and his stature commanding, his brows arched like fierce swords, exuding a formidable aura. This man was none other than Xianxiafans, the master of the Eastern Wilderness Palace, a half-step venerable and widely acknowledged as the foremost figure in the Eastern Wilderness. Surrounding him on either side were 10 elders, all powerful beings of the Void Realm. As he perused the decree, Xianxiafans exhibited no signs of the anticipated fury. Instead, he remained remarkably composed, as if the edict bore no significance to the Eastern Wilderness Palace. Esteemed elders, I trust you are all aware of the decree issued by the Su dynasty towards our eastern wilderness palace. What are your thoughts? Bah, what is there to discuss? Let us simply strike and annihilate them. One elder retorted vehemently. A dynasty that rose through fortune or the subjugation of the strong believes that slaying the Buddha Xian allows them to provoke our eastern wilderness palace. We must act to eradicate and instill fear in the eastern wilderness. Master, our eastern wilderness palace has remained dormant for many years, and the world has nearly forgotten us. This is the perfect opportunity to assert our dominance and remind the eastern wilderness that we are the true sovereigns. Anyone who dares to provoke us shall meet the same fate as the Su dynasty, another elder declared, their indignation palpable. The elders bristled with anger at the audacity of the Su dynasty's rise. Initially, they had dismissed it as inconsequential. For the ebb and flow of power was a natural cycle. No sect remained eternally dominant, nor did new forces remain perpetually subdued. However, the Su dynasty's hubris was excessive, demanding that all 26 of the top-tier powers, excluding the Tianyin ancient clan, the Tiangu ancient clan, and the Tianfu sect, pay homage, including the eastern wilderness palace itself. Void Realm? What does it matter that Emperor Su Chen is of the Void Realm? The eastern wilderness palace boasts 10 Void Realm experts, with Master Xianxiafan himself being a half-step venerable, merely a step away from true venerable status. Xianxiafan gazed thoughtfully at the decree, devoid of any anger. Rather, he found himself intrigued by Su Chen, a newly ascendant dynasty daring to provoke the eastern wilderness palace. Such an event was unprecedented in the annals of eastern wilderness history. Why not let the 10 of us make a personal visit? We shall ensure the Su dynasty regrets ever entering this world, one elder suggested eagerly. Waving his hand, Xianxiafan smiled and replied, there is no rush. I wish to observe how the Su dynasty will proceed. The elders were momentarily taken aback, uncertain of the Master's intentions. Indeed, no one dares oppose the Master's word within the eastern wilderness palace. Outside the eastern wilderness palace, the remaining 25 superpowers had all received the decree from the Su dynasty. Absent a confrontation with an external dynasty, none would have paid any heed to the Su dynasty. Yet, the circumstances had dramatically shifted. Following Su Chen's effortless dispatch of the Void Realm expert Buddha Xian, the likes of Sima Outyin and Dong Yu had knelt outside the imperial court in submission. Who would dare to provoke the Su dynasty now? Submission? Homage? The 25 superpowers, each capable of shaking the eastern wilderness with a mere stomp of their feet, were loath to yield and pay homage. Despite the rapid ascendance of the Su dynasty exceeding all expectations, some factions sought to approach the eastern wilderness palace for support, but regrettably, the palace remained aloof, exuding an air of indifference that left these top-tier powers in a quandary. To defy the Su dynasty could invite annihilation, while choosing submission would signify utter ruin, relegating them to mere vassals of the Su dynasty, who would willingly bow beneath another's heel if there existed even a sliver of hope. 3 days hence, the leaders and patriarchs of the 25 superpowers gathered outside the Su dynasty's gates, none willing to provoke the dynasty further, regardless of their internal resistance. They could only comply and pay homage. Is that Patriarch Dugu, the dignified leader of the Tiangu ancient clan, kneeling here in supplication? How pitiful. And Patriarch Dong, the Su dynasty is indeed overstepping, another murmured. Hush, the walls have ears. Be wary of being overheard by the Su dynasty. We must depart swiftly. Still kneeling, the two men watched as the other patriarchs and leaders arrived, their expressions revealing a dawning realization of what was unfolding, a mix of astonishment and apprehension. What did the Su dynasty truly intend? With their cultivation, even kneeling for a millennium would pose no issue, yet their dignity was utterly compromised. How could the Tiangu ancient clan and the Tianyin ancient clan maintain their standing in the eastern wilderness thereafter? This cannot continue. We should seize the opportunity to depart. Should we choose to submit to the eastern wilderness palace, I believe they will not turn a blind eye, one suggested. Submission to the eastern wilderness palace? It is preferable to facing annihilation at the hands of the Su dynasty. Here, we only lose face. Whether we leave alive remains uncertain. Should we choose to submit to the eastern wilderness palace, at least we can preserve our clan's dignity and perhaps one day seek vengeance against the Su dynasty with their assistance. Dong Yu shook his head in agreement. You speak truth. Remaining here is tantamount to awaiting death. Even submitting to the eastern wilderness palace is 100-fold better. Let us go. The two men rose, abandoning their kneeling position, resigned to their fate, yet determined to seek out the eastern wilderness palace. Just as they turned, they were taken aback by the figure that suddenly appeared before them, leaving them utterly speechless. Chapter 63. A master has the right to execute his own dog. In a state of complete bewilderment, the two men bore expressions of unending terror. When had Su Chen arrived? Thud. They dropped to their knees, with Dong Yu pleading. Your Majesty Su, the ancient clan has matters to attend to. I will not linger to disturb you. Your Majesty Su, my Tiangu ancient clan is willing to submit to the Su dynasty. I beg you to accept my submission. They begged fervently, having never anticipated Su Chen's sudden appearance. Initially, they believed that with their speed in the Void Realm, they would merely need seconds to escape and subsequently seek out the Eastern Wilderness Palace. With the might of the Eastern Wilderness Palace, the Su dynasty would surely retreat in fear. Without further ado, Su Chen unleashed the reincarnation divine script. Two formless symbols piercing through layers of space to invade their minds. There was no scream of agony. The bodies of the two Void Realm warriors swiftly vanished. In that fleeting moment, Su Chen forcefully extracted their souls and cast them into the refining wilderness vessel for transformation into formidable beings. In the tranquil courtyard, Su Chen reclined upon the stone bed, gazing at the 25 patriarchs and leaders before him, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction, regardless of how one viewed it. With the submission of these top-tier powers, the Su dynasty had firmly established itself at the pinnacle of the Eastern Wilderness. Your Majesty Su, my Tianhuang ancient clan wishes to submit. I, the Ghost Shadow sect, also pledge my allegiance to the Su dynasty. Having come this far, we might as well find peace in our decision. Before arriving, everyone had prepared themselves, not wishing to be extinguished by the Su dynasty. They could only choose to submit and pay homage, for seeking protection from the Eastern Wilderness Palace was nearly impossible. 3 matters, Su Chen commanded. The leaders trembled, especially after receiving news that Sima, Outyin, and Dong Yu had both been slain in an instant, 2 Void Realm experts who had not even had the chance to retaliate. Su Chen appeared as a harbinger of death, effortlessly obliterating top-tier powers as though it were as simple as drinking water or eating a meal. To claim they were unafraid would be a blatant falsehood. The first matter, each of your factions must pay tribute annually. As for the list, someone will deliver it to you in due course. The second matter, periodically, I shall dispatch disciples of the royal family to cultivate within the ancient clans, and they must be afforded the highest treatment. No clan leader or sect master shall have the authority to question this. The third matter, from this moment forth, any of you who encounter me must kneel in reverence. Upon hearing Su Chen's 3 conditions, the 25 clan leaders and sect masters were filled with indignation, as it was plainly an affront to all of them. Relying on his own formidable strength, bolstered by the support of the Dragon Clan, he acted with impunity, disregarding their dignity. Anyone present here, at random, would be a pinnacle existence in the Eastern Wilderness. Your Majesty Su, we are willing to submit to the Su dynasty, yet we refuse to be treated as mere slaves. We hope your Majesty understands this. Even the Lord of the Eastern Wilderness, the Eastern Wilderness Palace, would not impose such demands upon us. The master of the Ghost Shadow sect nodded, maintaining a respectful yet firm demeanor. I am indeed the master of the Ghost Shadow sect. We admire your Majesty's might, yet we cannot wholly agree with your methods. We hope your Majesty will refrain from trampling upon our dignity. Fear of Su Chen did not equate to allowing their dignity to be wantonly violated. They were all leaders of superpowers, and while submission was a reluctant necessity, kneeling was excessive. No one else spoke. Aside from their reluctance to be the first to voice dissent, their sentiments aligned with the middle-aged cultivators. None were willing to lower their status by kneeling. Su Chen's actions were utterly outrageous. Su Chen nodded, speaking with indifference. You are correct. I should not trample upon your dignity at will, for you are indeed prominent figures in the Eastern Wilderness. However, in my eyes, you are even less than dogs. Do you understand? Less than dogs. This statement was grave, a complete derision, rendering them as mere objects in his sight. The 25 present were seething with anger, yet dared not voice their outrage. The master of the Ghost Shadow sect, however, laughed mockingly, pointing at Su Chen with scorn. The emperor of the illustrious Su dynasty speaks so carelessly. I am thoroughly disappointed. The Ghost Shadow sect withdraws its submission. However, rest assured, I, Han, vow that the Ghost Shadow sect shall never oppose the Su dynasty in this lifetime. Farewell. As the master of the Ghost Shadow sect turned to leave, the other clan leaders and sect masters began to stir. None wished to submit. None wished to kneel. They awaited Su Chen's response. In that instant, as the master of the Ghost Shadow sect turned, a terrifying force akin to a black hole descended upon him, ensnaring him like a cage. The peak of the Void Realm. Feeling the dreadful aura, the expressions of all present shifted slightly. They understood what the peak of the Void Realm signified. Your Majesty Su, do you truly wish to stand against the entirety of the Eastern Wilderness? The entirety of the Eastern Wilderness? Su Chen sneered, glancing at the other clan leaders. Do you share his sentiments? No one spoke, not even daring to meet Su Chen's gaze. Do you see? Your views do not represent the whole of the Eastern Wilderness, and I, the Su dynasty, am not the Ghost Shadow sect, able to come and go as you please. Su Chen, the Lord of the Eastern Wilderness, is the Eastern Wilderness Palace, not your Su dynasty. Are you not afraid of inciting their wrath? The Eastern Wilderness Palace? Su Chen had already noted that the master of the Eastern Wilderness Palace had not attended among the 26 superpowers. He understood their intentions well. The sovereign of the Eastern Wilderness, possessing a half-step sovereign presence, along with 10 elders of the Void Realm, indeed wielded formidable power. Yet, he did not regard the Eastern Wilderness Palace with any trepidation. If you are unwilling to kneel in submission, you should not have come. Since you are here, it indicates your willingness to submit. To submit without kneeling is a provocation to the master, who holds the right to dispose of his own dogs. Do you not agree? How dare you? The master of the Ghost Shadow sect was utterly bewildered. Faced with such madness, to claim he was unafraid would be a lie. However, he relied on his status as the sect master, flanked by various clan leaders, believing that Su Chen would not dare to act recklessly. What happened next, however, proved Su Chen to be an unreasonable madman. Dare or not is not for you to decide. I can dispose of my own dog without hesitation. You wish to leave? As he observed the master of the Ghost Shadow sect struggling to escape, Su Chen scoffed disdainfully, gathering his energy. Releasing waves of reincarnation aura that surged forth like a tempest, sealing all avenues of escape. Before the astonished eyes of everyone present, 7 reincarnation bridges materialized, encircling and beginning to suppress the master of the Ghost Shadow sect. Su Chen, if you dare to kill me, the Eastern Wilderness Palace will not spare you. Will the Eastern Wilderness Palace save you? Even the master of the Ghost Shadow sect did not believe such words. Under the suppression of the reincarnation bridges, the body of the master of the Ghost Shadow sect gradually vanished, his soul swiftly captured by Su Chen. Your Majesty Su, I realize my mistake. Please spare my life. Witnessing the horrific scene unfold before their eyes, the remaining 24 were gripped by profound fear, their faces pale with shock. What terrifying strength this was. The master of the Ghost Shadow sect, a level 6 Void Realm powerhouse, could not withstand even a single move from Su Chen. One must possess self-awareness. Even as a dog, one must know their place. Your Majesty Su, I genuinely understand my error. Please no. The soul of the master of the Ghost Shadow sect was drawn into the refining wilderness vessel. With iron-fisted measures of suppression, Su Chen's objective was clear, to exert a formidable deterrent against the major superpowers. The reasons were simple. First, a dynasty cannot allow others to slumber beside it. As a king, regardless of whether one belongs to this world, one must embrace their role once they traverse through time. A king is a king. There can be no trace of leniency. Only through an iron will can the glorious legacy of the dynasty be secured. Second, he would inevitably leave the dynasty in the future and could not leave behind any troubles. Thud, thud, watching the master of the Ghost Shadow sect being slaughtered. The remaining individuals were rendered speechless, immediately dropping to their knees, their attitudes flipping 180 degrees. The defiance they had just displayed crumbled instantly. No one wished to face death, including these so-called titans of the Eastern Wilderness, who feared death 1,000 times more than ordinary folk. The conditions I just proposed. We are willing. Your Majesty Su, please rest assured, we shall comply. Under absolute intimidation, no one dared to defy. You may leave. Thank you, Your Majesty Su. As everyone prepared to depart, Su Chen called out, Wait. Your Majesty Su has matters to discuss. The remaining individuals were rendered utterly speechless, trembling like mice in the presence of a cat, fearful that this madman might take offense and unleash his wrath. Even the master of the Ghost Shadow sect could not withstand a single strike from Su Chen. How could they? No one could halt the rise of the Su dynasty. Why should they foolishly obstruct it? Their only hope lay in the Eastern Wilderness Palace intervening to suppress the Su dynasty. The Eastern Wilderness Palace had dominated the Eastern Wilderness for many years, yet had never suppressed any superpower, appearing as a reclusive master. Only the Su dynasty, born of imperial lineage, understood the principle that no one could slumber beside a king. Everyone was acutely aware of this. But that mattered little. The Eastern Wilderness Palace stands as the unequivocal sovereign of the Eastern Wilderness, while the Su dynasty emerges as the most formidable dark horse in its ascent. The collision of the old and the new is inevitable, and the question of who shall ultimately prevail captivates the attention of all. Prepare yourselves. In 3 days, we shall commence our siege on the Eastern Wilderness Palace. Remember, should anyone dare to show leniency or fail to exert their utmost effort, I shall personally pay a visit and purge their entire lineage. What? A siege on the Eastern Wilderness Palace? Upon hearing Su Chen's words, the chieftains and sect leaders departed with forlorn expressions. Leaving the imperial city, they pondered Su Chen's sanity. How could he expect them to attack the Eastern Wilderness Palace? Even if they were bound together, they would still be no match for the palace. The mere presence of the palace master, Xianxiafans, could sweep away the entirety of the Eastern Wilderness. It goes without saying that Chen aims to lead the Su dynasty to dominance in the Eastern Wilderness. Yet he remains oblivious to the depths of the Eastern Wilderness Palace. Thus, he sends us forth as the vanguard, mere cannon fodder, with our lives holding no significance to the Su royal family. What do you mean? Are we truly to lay siege to the Eastern Wilderness Palace? The mere mention of the palace left a bitter taste in everyone's mouths. As the undisputed overlord of the Eastern Wilderness, with a half-step venerable at its helm, any who venture forth shall meet their demise, unless they are willing to embrace the role of sacrificial pawns. Who wishes to be a pawn? Only a fool would. Alas, on one side lies the Eastern Wilderness Palace, and on the other, the Su dynasty. We cannot afford to offend either. Whichever side we choose to align with is tantamount to courting death. Those willing to fight align with the Su dynasty, while those unwilling side with the Eastern Wilderness Palace. A gamble where the stakes are life itself. Should one lose the wager, they risk vanishing forever from existence. A gamble? To take a stand now is indeed a gamble. Wagering the very fate of one's ancient clan with no semblance of choice. It is akin to betting, where one can only place their stakes on either the Eastern Wilderness Palace or the Su dynasty. None are eager to gamble, yet they find themselves bereft of options. Each person exchanged glances, revealing a profound sense of helplessness, for regardless of the choice made, the odds of peril are overwhelmingly high. Discussions ceased, as differing opinions and alliances rendered further deliberation futile. Were it not for the intimidation wielded by the Su royal family, they would never have gathered within the same dynasty. Long Yuan had just devoured a significant quantity of spiritual herbs and experienced a breakthrough in his cultivation, gazing at his master with admiration. After all, the loyalty born of soul sacrifice is indelible. Upon opening his eyes, Long Yuan exclaimed joyfully, "Master, the spiritual fruit you just administered was incredibly effective. Is there more? Can't you discern it? The fruit you just consumed was the dragon yin fruit." The dragon yin fruit? Impossible. I have consumed thousands of dragon yin fruits over the years. How could I not recognize its flavor? His dragon visage was filled with disbelief. The dragon yin tree is a sacred tree of the dragon clan, and its fruit is invaluable to them. As the chief of the dragon clan, Long Yuan frequently partook of these fruits. However, the fruit his master had just given him was unparalleled in both efficacy and flavor compared to the dragon yin fruit. How could this be? Chen smiled knowingly. Regardless of who might hear this, it would be hard to believe. He had cultivated the dragon yin tree in his own life spirit garden, and the fruits produced had undergone an astonishing transformation. Master, is this truly the case? Do you think I would deceive you? I dare not. It's just hard to believe. Master, I even suspect you might be a reincarnated deity. You are simply extraordinary. He waved his hand to halt Long Yuan's flattery. Soon, you will need to make a personal visit. Master, are you concerned that someone might defy your orders? Nodding, Chen surmised that matters would not proceed as smoothly as hoped. After all, the Eastern Wilderness Palace, as the sovereign of the Eastern Wilderness, wielded considerable strength, and the major superpowers might not all align with him. This intentional maneuver was to discern which factions were genuinely loyal, so he could eliminate any potential threats to his reign. Rest assured, I shall personally lead the Dragon Clan into battle. Any force that dares to side with the Eastern Wilderness Palace shall be eradicated. Chapter 65. The Altar, the Mysterious Black Cauldron. Chen was diligently crafting Long Yuan. He could not attend to every detail. That would be impractical. As long as Long Yuan grew powerful enough, he could lead the entire Dragon Clan to annihilate any forces that opposed the dynasty. Regarding the Eastern Wilderness Palace, Chen was already contemplating the situation. As the dominant force in the Eastern Wilderness, the palace would undoubtedly not remain passive in response to the Su dynasty's rise. Even if he refrained from striking first, it was certain that the Eastern Wilderness Palace would devise ways to extinguish the dynasty, to establish the Su dynasty's supremacy in the Eastern Wilderness. The Eastern Wilderness Palace must be subdued. The urgency of this task could not be overstated. Long Yuan promptly returned to the Dragon Clan, awaiting the results of the various factions' attitudes before setting off to eradicate the opposition. As for Chen, he did not rush to break through to the half-step venerable realm. Rather, he focused on perfecting his ultimate killing move, along with his self-created reincarnation divine pattern and reincarnation bridge. With the augmentation of his myriad talents, the Tao rhythm within Chen surged with fervor. The dual forces of life and death coalesced into an array of reincarnation bridges. 7 reincarnation bridges spanned the void, emanating a terrifying aura of reincarnation, as though one were stepping into the path of rebirth. The 8th reincarnation bridge began to form. The forces of life and death converged frantically towards the center, gradually coalescing into the 8th reincarnation bridge, standing resolutely beside the 7th. His expression brightened. Chen did not cease there, but continued to gather the power of life and death, perpetually nurturing the force of reincarnation to forge the 9th reincarnation bridge. The 10th, the 11th, the 12th, the 13th, and the 14th reincarnation bridges followed suit. When the power of life and death culminated in the formation of the 14th reincarnation bridge, Chen refrained from further attempts. This was already his limit. Even with the enhancement of his myriad talents, creating a 15th bridge within a short span was nearly impossible. His self-created reincarnation bridges could proliferate infinitely. Imagine, in the future, when he could use the power of life and death to spawn countless reincarnation bridges, completely engulfing the continent and casting all beings into the cycle of rebirth. Having successfully proliferated the reincarnation bridges to the 14th, Chen turned his attention to refining his ultimate killing move. As a top-tier martial art imparted by Huangji, he had witnessed firsthand its devastating power when Huangji employed it to severely wound Du Gu Luo. This indicated just how extraordinary this ultimate move truly was. The sole drawback was the considerable toll it took on the user, as evidenced by Huangji. However, bolstered by the Tao rhythm foundation within him, along with his supreme bone and the enhancement of his myriad talents, Chen was confident in his ability to perfect and proliferate his ultimate killing move. He proceeded cautiously, meticulously executing his ultimate killing move. Should he sense any anomalies, he would cease immediately, prioritizing safety above all else. He could not allow the move to backfire. Essentially, the ultimate killing move relied on the innate power within him, sacrificing that power to unleash a unique offensive, provided he could redirect that force. The Ancestral Shrine, the foremost forbidden ground of the Su royal family, was off-limits to all but the emperor himself, regardless of who it may be. Upon arriving at the Ancestral Shrine, Chen prepared to enter. Through the amalgamation of memories, Chen discerned that the original self had never once set foot in the Ancestral Hall throughout his life. Since his arrival in this new realm, he had been preoccupied with swiftly vanquishing foes, expanding territories, and guiding the Su dynasty toward the zenith of the eastern wilderness. He almost forgot that every emperor ascending the throne must first visit the Ancestral Hall, regardless of whether he had traversed worlds, having usurped the original's identity. He was compelled to immerse himself in this role. He was still the emperor of the Su dynasty. He would not contravene the ancestral precepts. Your Majesty, please proceed. The guard spoke not a word further as Chen approached the Ancestral Hall, whereupon they gently opened the doors. No matter what occurs, do not enter. Yes, Your Majesty. Once Chen stepped inside, the guard softly closed the door behind him. A chilling, desolate aura enveloped the entire Ancestral Hall. The dimness of the space evoking an unsettling sensation, a cold breeze brushing against him. Feeling the surging pulse of his bloodline within, Chen found himself astonished. At the deepest recess of the hall lay a stone altar, upon which were enshrined the tablets of emperors from generations past, including that of the reigning emperor, the original's father. As he stood before the tablet, Chen's expression turned grave. Entering the Ancestral Hall had instilled an uncomfortable feeling in him, particularly as the blood within him seemed poised to burst forth, which he forcibly suppressed. What was amiss? The supreme bone within him churned forth, gradually coalescing into a spectral semblance behind him. Ever since he had absorbed the celestial titan body, the rank of the supreme bone seemed to have ascended, and the power it harbored was utterly transformed. After all, the celestial titan body and the supreme bone were akin. His ability to absorb it was merely fortuitous. Buzz. A cacophony of shrill sounds erupted from each tablet, converging into a distinctive resonance that reverberated throughout the Ancestral Hall, lingering in the air. Kneel before you. Chen's countenance instantly hardened. He was not the original. Why should he kneel? Not even before heaven itself would he bow. You have long since departed. I, Chen, am the current emperor of the dynasty. How could I kneel to you? Buzz. Wrong. Ancestors or not, I, Chen, shall kneel to no one. Not even to heaven or earth. Buzz. Choosing to disregard the summons, Chen was disinclined to linger in the Ancestral Hall, which had begun to vex him. Just as he turned to leave, he was struck by a sudden realization. He pivoted sharply, fixating intently on the tablets before him. The turbulent bloodline within him had been quelled by the supreme bone, yet he still sensed its restless stirrings. Indeed, something was amiss. I apologize. He formed hand seals, an intangible current enveloping all the tablets, gently lifting them to reveal the stone altar beneath, etched with intricate patterns. At its center lay a depiction of a black cauldron, surrounded by swirling black mist, exuding an aura of peculiarity. Predictably, the agitation of his bloodline was intrinsically linked to the pattern upon the altar. The densely packed lines resembled a multitude of tadpoles. Chen's gaze fixated on the central black cauldron, particularly the encircling black mist, which evoked a profound sense of belonging. As if the pattern were inherently his, Extending his right index finger, he drew forth a drop of blood, allowing it to fall gently upon the altar's design. Given the tumult within his bloodline and the pattern's apparent culpability, he felt compelled to see what would transpire. A single drop of blood fell upon the stone altar. Silence reigned. What was happening? Had he misjudged? Perhaps he had overthought it, when suddenly, an astonishing momentum erupted from the altar. Chapter 66, Enveloping Heaven, Earth, and the Celestial Sphere, entombing gods, demons, and the universe. A cataclysmic force immediately shrouded the entire ancestral hall. The intricate patterns upon the altar appeared to come alive, all converging into the black cauldron design. Waves of black mist began to swirl, rising and howling. His expression shifted slightly as Su Chen felt the bloodline within him roil once more. He summoned the power of the Supreme Bone, fervently attempting to suppress the tumult within his blood, for he was uncertain whether this event boded well or ill. Had he been too complacent? Should he continue to repress his bloodline? Su Chen could sense clearly that under the relentless suppression of the Supreme Bone, his bloodline had sustained damage. Persisting in this manner would yield only detrimental consequences. He shook his head, ultimately choosing to cease the suppression. He wished to discern the true nature of his bloodline. As the Supreme Bone receded, the altar's formidable presence enveloped Su Chen, who felt the bloodline within him surge violently, seemingly on the verge of breaking free. Yearning to merge with the power emanating from the altar, drawn by this force, he found himself seated squarely upon the black cauldron design. Tendrils of black mist spiraled upward, akin to the branches of towering trees, entwining around Su Chen. Given the circumstances, he offered no resistance, nor did he summon the Supreme Bone again. The black cauldron design upon the altar began to roar with fervor. The spectral semblance of the cauldron slowly ascended, accompanied by swirling black mist, completely enveloping Su Chen. The bloodline within him began to churn violently, like boiling water, bubbling with crimson effervescence. What was occurring? At that moment, ancient, ethereal voices resonated in Su Chen's mind, reminiscent of the tolling of ancient bells echoing through the corridors of time. With the cauldron as the foundation, the bloodline as the supplement, enveloping heaven, earth, and the celestial sphere, entombing gods, demons, and the universe, personally testing the bloodline as divine quality. The ephemeral voices reverberated in his mind, an unknown entity imparting an aura of primeval desolation. Divine quality bloodline. Gradually, Su Chen discovered that within his dantian, his bloodline had formed a colossal black cauldron, nearly identical to the design upon the altar, save for the faint golden lines adorning it, bestowing an air of superiority. The divine quality cauldron bloodline could coalesce a divine quality cauldron, suppressing all bloodlines in existence. Incredible. Su Chen comprehended the magnitude of what he was experiencing. Evidently, the original's bloodline was extraordinary, merely unawakened due to his never having entered the ancestral hall. The original's bloodline was indeed remarkable, indirectly implying that the bloodline of the Su dynasty held secrets, an inconspicuous dynasty possessing such a prodigious bloodline. Particularly, the divine quality cauldron bloodline he had awakened could suppress all bloodlines in the world, an unparalleled dominance. As the swirling black mist enveloped Su Chen, it gradually transformed into a colossal cocoon. Instantly, Su Chen entered a state of cultivation, with the awakening of his divine quality bloodline. His instincts urged him to comprehend the significance of the bloodline and the cauldron he had manifested, both of which were undoubtedly extraordinary. Unbeknownst to Su Chen, as he cultivated within the ancestral hall, the awakening of his divine quality bloodline was inciting tremendous commotion beyond its confines. As Su Chen awakened the divine quality cauldron bloodline, the vast void of the Su dynasty began to churn wildly, black mist engulfing the entire sky, while dense golden lines tore through the clouds like thunder. Resonating throughout the dynasty, a towering, spectral black cauldron began to coalesce in the void, emanating an aura of dread, as if it sought to suppress the cycles of eternity. Look, what is that phenomenon? A celestial anomaly has descended, surely heralding the emergence of treasures or the manifestation of prodigious talents. In our imperial dynasty, only His Majesty possesses such extraordinary gifts. Could it be that His Majesty has summoned this cosmic spectacle? Is it truly His Majesty's doing? I merely speculate. The truth remains a mystery. I fervently hope it is indeed His Majesty who has invoked this celestial phenomenon. Boom. The towering, illusory cauldron radiates waves of terrifying power, stirring the clouds for miles around into a frenzied tumult. A formidable pressure envelopes the entire dynasty. The colossal form of Long Yuan appears, aghast at the sight of the extraordinary spectacle unfolding in the void, particularly the immense cauldron coalescing in the heavens. Even he cannot withstand this overwhelming force. It feels as though his very bloodline is being subdued. What could be the cause of this? Is it possible that the master has summoned this celestial anomaly? Even Long Yuan hesitates to assert certainty regarding the cauldron's manifestation. Yet, he dares not retreat, fully aware that the dynasty is the master's domain, and it must be protected at all costs. As the swirling black mist surrounding the colossal cauldron begins to spread wildly, golden patterns akin to a sovereign's descent manifest, exerting an oppressive force that directly subdues Long Yuan's massive form. With a cry of anguish, Long Yuan feels his bloodline being suppressed, and his enormous body crashes to the ground, rendered immobile. The golden patterns do not annihilate Long Yuan. Rather, they merely restrain him. As if he were Sun Wukong trapped beneath the Five Elements mountain, poor Long Yuan remains oblivious to the events transpiring around him. All he comprehends is that the cauldron's manifestation, accompanied by the golden patterns, exerts absolute dominance over his bloodline, even overpowering that of the dragon. Should the suppression continue, he is certain to be utterly vanquished without a shred of doubt. He instantly attempts to establish a connection with his master, confident that as long as the master remains within the dynasty, he would be able to sense it. Yet, despite his efforts, it seems their connection has been irrevocably severed, causing Long Yuan to break into a cold sweat. His choice of a soul sacrifice means that only if the master were to perish would their connection be disrupted. If the master were to fall, he too would follow suit, a brutal consequence of the soul sacrifice's nature. If the master has not fallen, why then is their connection severed? Master, where are you? Have you encountered some misfortune? At that moment, Su Chun finds himself enveloped by the cocoon of black mist, severing any soul connections from reaching him. Fully immersed in comprehending the cauldron's bloodline, he experiences a unique moment of enlightenment. In this state of transcendence, Su Chun has completely reached a realm of self-forgetfulness, with the cauldron formed from his bloodline aiding him in his understanding. While only a minute passes outside, within the cocoon, Su Chen's bloodline insight seems to traverse the epochs, a whirlwind of time that spans millennia. This illustrates the formidable nature of such enlightenment, especially when derived from the cauldron's bloodline, surpassing conventional understanding. Chapter 67. Such a gift, even the heavens envy. As the illusory cauldron gradually dissipates, Long Yuan, who had been suppressed by its golden patterns, suddenly feels a lightness in his body and exhales a sigh of relief. Reflecting on the experience sends shivers down his spine. It had felt as though he were on the brink of annihilation, trapped in a hellish cycle. Drenched in sweat, he gazes at the vanishing cauldron in the void, gingerly wiping the beads of perspiration from his brow with a claw. That was terrifying. I wonder how the master is faring. Meanwhile, in the royal ancestral hall, the black mist has solidified into a cocoon, tightly enveloping Su Chun. Engrossed in his bloodline insight, Su Chun has not experienced any increase in his cultivation, but has instead been deeply attuned to the cauldron formed by his bloodline. The black cauldron, surrounded by golden patterns, emits a series of roars. The cauldron within his dantian has reached a state of stability as the golden patterns slowly merge into the void. With a crack, the cocoon shatters, and Su Chun slowly opens his eyes, having gleaned a substantial understanding of his bloodline's condition. The cauldron bloodline, one of the most formidable bloodlines in existence, can coalesce into the cauldron's shadow and suppress all lower-tier bloodlines, including those of dragons. What remains unclear is the nature of the cauldron bloodline he has awakened. The original cauldron bloodline within him, combined with the altar stone table in the ancestral hall, suggests that there is more to this matter than meets the eye. After leaving the altar stone table, he gently replaces all the ancestral tablets. I shall uncover the truth behind my bloodline and assist the Su dynasty in conquering the continent, elevating it to the pinnacle of power. A low humming resonates from all the tablets, as if expressing gratitude. Turning to depart, Su Chun fully embodies the role of the emperor. His intuition tells him that the cauldron bloodline within him is anything but ordinary. Upon returning to the tranquil courtyard, the impatient Long Yuan immediately exclaims, "Master, it is such a relief to see you. Just now, a celestial phenomenon occurred, and a towering, illusory black cauldron emerged, surrounded by golden patterns that nearly subdued me." Surprised, Su Chun had not anticipated that his awakened cauldron bloodline would provoke such a cosmic spectacle. What a domineering bloodline it is. It's nothing. It was merely my cultivation that triggered it. Indeed, it was the master who invoked the celestial phenomenon. Long Yuan gazes at Su Chun with shock and reverence, though he had already suspected as much. The ability to elicit a celestial anomaly through mere cultivation speaks to the terrifying nature of the master's gifts. Could it be that even the heavens are envious of the master's abilities? Reflecting on this fills him with dread, realizing that the master remains unaware of the celestial phenomenon he has triggered. That he has survived until now is indeed a stroke of luck. What is the status of the other factions? Long Yuan promptly replies, "Reporting to you, Master, the 24 superpowers have yet to align themselves, they remain indecisive, neither daring to attack the Eastern Wilderness Palace nor contradict your wishes. I believe they are struggling with their decision. Time is of the essence. We must find a faction to annihilate. Understood. I shall proceed. As Long Yuan hesitates, Su Chen furrows his brow and inquires, "Is there something on your mind? Master, I wish to request a favor of you, if I may. Speak." Su Chen holds a degree of satisfaction with Long Yuan, regardless of the Dragon Clan's former grandeur. They have now fully integrated with the royal family, forming the formidable Yanlong Zongtian army, destined for conquest across the continent. Long Yuan grits his teeth and ultimately speaks. "Master, I implore you not to abandon me. Why would I forsake you?" Unable to contain himself, Su Chen chuckles at Long Yuan's pitiful demeanor. This is the same Dragon Clan leader who once stood imperiously in the Eastern Wilderness, a powerful figure in the Dongshu realm. The Master's gifts are such that even the heavens envy them. I believe that soon you shall tread upon the continent, stepping towards the pinnacle, becoming the most formidable presence across the land. I fear that as you grow stronger, you may choose to cast me aside. Long Yuan's concerns are straightforward. His talents and cultivation speed, if compared to others, would surely allow him to look down upon many beings. Yet, in the presence of the Master, he feels woefully inadequate. I trust that before long, he will gradually struggle to keep pace with his Master, and Long Yuan is genuinely concerned that his Master might abandon him outright. What is your true form? The Golden Blood Prison Dragon. The bitterness deepens, and Long Yuan becomes increasingly aware that his true form is of little significance among all the dragon clans across the continent. There are countless dragon forms far mightier than his. And moreover, his master possesses the dragon binding ring, a treasure that counters dragons. Su Chen smiled, understanding Long Yuan's intent. If you wish to battle for dominance across the continent alongside me, you must exert yourself in your training. I will devise a method to help you alter your innate constitution. Master, are you implying that you will not abandon me? It depends on your performance. I will strive with all my might. Please rest assured, Master. Long Yuan immediately turned to leave, his dragon face beaming with joy, shaking his head in resignation. Su Chen felt that at times, this dragon clan leader resembled a child, which was rather endearing. If there were a way, he would undoubtedly assist Long Yuan in transforming his true form. Otherwise, the Golden Blood Prison Dragon alone would not carry him far. He wondered if the desolate refinement vessel could refine the dragon body. The vessel is capable of refining souls and allowing others to ingest them. However, whether it can refine innate constitutions, including that of dragons, remains untested and uncertain. Having traversed into this world for over 2 months, Su Chen has gradually acclimated to life here. The brutal law of the jungle is harsh, yet he finds it quite appealing. At times, he does not wish to be cruel, but as an emperor and a martial artist in an alternate realm, one must be ruthless. Otherwise, the fate awaiting you is to barely survive 3 episodes. Su Chen forever remembers 2 phrases. The first, cutting the grass without uprooting it will allow it to regrow with the spring breeze. And the second, being merciful to enemies is being cruel to oneself. To survive in this alternate world, one must exhibit sufficient decisiveness in slaughter. There can be no hint of leniency, no trace of compassion. Having been reborn once, he has no desire to experience a second rebirth. Who knows if fortune would favor him with another second chance should he fall in this world. Since luck has granted him a soul rebirth, he must seize it firmly. Especially with the instant kill system that has provided him the foundation and opportunity to rise in this alternate realm. Compassion, righteousness, conscience, sentimentality, emotional attachment, all are mere clouds in the face of life and death. One must first survive to discuss anything else. Otherwise, one can only descend into hell to negotiate these matters with the king of hell. Thus, Su Chen feels no regret for his actions. Chapter 68. The separation of the human king body, nurturing a critical step. The fall of the Ghost Shadow sect's leader has thrown the sect into complete disarray. Within the span of 2 short days, the Ghost Shadow sect swiftly appointed a new leader and aligned with the Eastern Wilderness Palace, vowing to stand firm against the Su dynasty. The reasons for the Ghost Shadow sect's alliance with the Eastern Wilderness Palace are twofold. First, Su Chen's slaying of the previous sect leader has rendered him an enemy of the Ghost Shadow sect, and the new leader will undoubtedly rally support under the banner of avenging the former leader. Otherwise, he would struggle to command respect. Second, even if the Ghost Shadow sect desired to submit to the Su dynasty, the circumstances surrounding their former leader would likely dissuade the Su dynasty from accepting them. As a result, the Ghost Shadow sect ultimately chose to align with the Eastern Wilderness Palace, enumerating the various malevolent acts of the Su dynasty. The Eastern Wilderness Palace, the undisputed sovereign of the East, boasts a half-step venerable and 10 experts in the Void Realm. With the Ghost Shadow sect's allegiance, other superpowers began to follow suit. One is a well-established sect with a half-step venerable at its helm, and the other is a Dark Horse dynasty possessing peak Void Realm experts. The chasm between peak Void Realm and half-step Venerable is akin to an insurmountable gulf, utterly impossible to traverse. All 25 superpowers have aligned with the Eastern Wilderness Palace, weighing heavily upon its half-step Venerable. In their eyes, the half-step Venerable of the Eastern Wilderness Palace could effortlessly sweep aside the Su dynasty, especially since Su Chen has only recently emerged. Unless he can break through the limits of the Void Realm and also attain half-step Venerable status, he would stand little chance against the Eastern Wilderness Palace. Within the Grand Hall of the Eastern Wilderness Palace, the 10 elders of the Void Realm were seething with anger. Palace Master, the Su dynasty is utterly arrogant, openly inciting 25 superpowers to besiege us. While we are unafraid, it is truly nauseating, akin to swallowing a fly. Relying on their newfound fortune to break into the Void Realm, they dare to provoke us. We shall make them realize who the true masters of the East are. Palace Master, I have already investigated. There is no half-step Venerable within the Su dynasty. In just over 2 months, Emperor Su Chen has ascended from a mediocre ascendant to peak Void Realm, evidently having acquired some fortuitous opportunity. Due to the nature of Buddha, the news of Su Chen's possession of the Supreme Bone has not spread, remaining a tightly held secret. Xianxiafans remained impassive, listening to the elders' declarations, while inwardly contemplating his own situation. Possessing the unique human king body, had it not been for years of nurturing it, he would have already broken through the limits and attained true venerable status. This was a secret known to no one and his greatest secret. Years ago, upon discovering that his son possessed the rare human king body, he had directly severed it from his son before it awakened, integrating it into his own being. The human king body has never truly belonged to him. For years, he has had to nurture it slowly, and it has now reached a 99% completion rate, with only the final 1% remaining. Once he can fully integrate the human king body, he will break through to venerable status and face no further obstacles, advancing all the way to the highest realm of venerable status. For now, he must avoid provoking the Su dynasty unless they come to him directly. In such critical times, Xianxiafans ultimately chose to take the safe route. He did not wish for any unforeseen events to occur during the final integration of the human king body. They have come knocking, yet the Palace Master is reluctant to engage. The 10 elders were somewhat bewildered, unsure of the Palace Master's intentions. Had years of cultivation and recuperation dulled his temperament entirely? Palace Master, if we continue to avoid battle, allowing the Su dynasty to trample upon us, it will only render the entire Eastern Wilderness a laughingstock. Palace Master, if you are unwilling to act personally, we 10 can go instead. Even if he is at peak Void Realm, we can still wash the Su dynasty in blood. Please, Palace Master, do not remain passive any longer. Impatiently waving his hand, Xianxiafans stood and departed. The 10 elders exchanged glances, perplexed, uncertain of the Palace Master's state of mind. What shall we do? Should we truly allow the Su dynasty to bully us? With the Palace Master in such a state, they could only act as turtles. What else could they do? Frustrated, one elder declared, I am leaving. As Xianxiafans departed, he smiled and mused, no matter what opportunities you possess, let you prance about for a few days. Once I fully integrate the human king body and break through to venerable status, I shall ensure the eternal prison of the Eastern Wilderness Palace remains sealed. Father, I have finally succeeded in establishing my foundation. Seeing his son rushing toward him, Xianxiafans sighed deeply, feeling a profound sense of guilt, yet harboring no regrets. Severing his son's human king body would enable him to reach unimaginable heights. In his view, the sacrifice of his son was worthwhile. Come, Father will help you stabilize your foundation. Thank you, Father. The Ghost Shadow Sect, one of the paramount forces in the Eastern Wilderness, saw its leader slain on the spot by Su Chen within the Imperial City. Apart from a handful of individuals, the majority remained indifferent, not harboring any animosity towards the Su dynasty despite the death of their leader. After all, to them, the leader was eternally exalted. The newly appointed leader of the Ghost Shadow Sect, Tang Peng, a 6th-level Void Realm cultivator, stood as the strongest figure in the sect apart from the former leader, thus assuming command. Leader, the Eastern Wilderness Palace has yet to respond. Could there be a shift in their stance? Are they perhaps afraid of the Su dynasty? Tang Peng shook his head, a cold smile gracing his lips. That is impossible. The Palace Master, Xianxiafans, broke through to the semi-respected realm many years ago. Even if he has not ascended to the respected level, he is not one that any Void Realm cultivator can contend with. Tang Peng felt a flicker of curiosity and surprise. Under normal circumstances, with the formidable rise of the Su dynasty severely encroaching upon the interests and status of the Eastern Wilderness Palace, one would expect the palace to act decisively to obliterate the Su dynasty and thus solidify their dominance. Leader, what shall we do now? If the Su dynasty attacks and the Eastern Wilderness Palace offers no assistance, we will be left in a precarious position. Nodding, Tang Peng replied. We must once again seek out the Eastern Wilderness Palace and report this matter clearly, unless they wish to relinquish their position of supremacy and submit to the Su dynasty. In his view, as long as the Eastern Wilderness Palace did not desire to submit, they would surely choose to take action. Will they sit idly by? Does the Eastern Wilderness Palace wish to become a prisoner? Leader, we have a grave situation. A disciple rushed in, stumbling over his own feet. Tang Peng, incensed, bellowed. What chaos is this? What has happened? Leader, outside. Outside they have come. Get out. With a resounding slap, he sent the disciple flying. A sense of foreboding gnawing at him. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, vanishing from the great hall. Chapter 69. The Dragon of Death buries the sky. Bloodbath at the Ghost Shadow Sect. In that instant, the vast expanse above the Ghost Shadow Sect erupted with the appearance of thousands of divine dragons, each bearing a warrior upon its back. At the forefront, a magnificent golden dragon carried a banner emblazoned with the words, "The Dragon of Death buries the sky." The echoes of dragon roars pierced through the vastness, resonating throughout the Ghost Shadow Sect. The overwhelming might and murderous intent of the dragons poured forth, enveloping the entire sect. The weaker disciples could not withstand such terrifying pressure, succumbing instantly, blood flowing from their orifices as they collapsed lifeless to the ground. The air was filled with anguished cries, and fear and despair painted every countenance, a pungent scent of blood permeating the atmosphere. Tang Peng and the elders, having just exited the great hall, felt the oppressive dragon might wash over them, their expressions turning ashen. Truly, what one fears often comes to pass. From the moment they chose to side with the Eastern Wilderness Palace, Tang Peng and his companions had surmised that the Su dynasty would not let this matter rest, and they would surely retaliate. Yet, Tang Peng had held on to a sliver of hope that the Eastern Wilderness Palace would eradicate the Su dynasty before they could strike. This would not only serve as vengeance but could also earn them the protection of the palace. After all, the sooner one aligned, the stronger the indication of loyalty. However, the palace's continued silence and the rapid approach of the Su dynasty were beyond his anticipation. Dragon Clan, Su dynasty, we have reported this matter to the Eastern Wilderness Palace. If you do not withdraw, the palace's wrath will surely descend upon the Su dynasty. A domineering roar reverberated through the void. The colossal dragon circled ominously, its cold gaze surveying the Ghost Shadow Sect below. Long Yuan sneered with disdain. The Eastern Wilderness Palace is struggling to save itself. Do you think they have the luxury to concern themselves with your sect's fate? Today, my army of the Dragon of Death buries the sky shall raise the Ghost Shadow Sect to the ground. The Dragon of Death buries the sky. The Dragon of Death buries the sky. The roars of the dragons erupted, each warrior echoing the battle cry. The four characters coalesced into a tempest, sweeping across the clouds above for a prolonged period. All disciples of the Ghost Shadow Sect, including some protectors, were rendered pale by the astonishing pressure. We must flee. In the face of the Dragon Clan and the Su dynasty, our sect is utterly doomed. The Eastern Wilderness Palace might come to our aid. The Eastern Wilderness Palace? Do you truly believe they will come? If you do not wish to run, then so be it. I refuse to die here. Once the first individual fled, others quickly followed suit. Second, third, and even more disciples abandoned all semblance of loyalty, unwilling to meet their demise. Anyone who dares to flee shall be met with death. Tang Peng waved his hand, resigned. The Ghost Shadow Sect's fortunes have waned. If the Eastern Wilderness Palace wishes to serve the Su dynasty, I can only extend my congratulations to them. With a face full of resignation, Tang Peng and the others could hardly fathom that the Eastern Wilderness Palace ultimately chose not to intervene. Long Yuan grew increasingly impatient. With a flick of his dragon claw, his chilling command echoed through the void. Kill. The army of the Dragon of Death buries the sky dove downward, wielding terrifying might and murderous intent, roaring as they tore through layers of mist, engulfing the entirety of the Ghost Shadow Sect. One down, another to go, even in death. I will ensure we perish together with the Su dynasty. Su Chen's absence was a bitter pill for Tang Peng to swallow. His disdain for personally engaging in battle was evident. Merely dispatching the so-called army of the Dragon of Death buries the sky. The disparity was glaring. Boom. In an instant, the two forces clashed violently. Long Yuan zeroed in on Tang Peng, the golden blood prison dragon pinning him down with unyielding force. This battle held no suspense. The army of the Dragon of Death buries the sky dominated the Ghost Shadow Sect with absolute superiority, slaughtering the entire sect without suffering a single casualty. Corpses piled high. Rivers of blood flowed, and the stench of death enveloped the Ghost Shadow Sect, creating the illusion of being shrouded in a miasma of blood. All were consumed by the intent to kill. During this period, Chen cultivated his unique, devouring, killing intent, nurturing his own murderous aura, and imparted this technique to every member of the army of the Dragon of Death buries the sky. This method of cultivation was tyrannical. It not only rapidly enhanced one's strength, but also continuously consolidated one's killing intent. With the annihilation of the Ghost Shadow sect, the entire eastern wilderness was roused. No one had anticipated the audacity of the Su dynasty in dispatching the army of the Dragon of Death buries the sky to obliterate the Ghost Shadow sect. Firstly, with the Ghost Shadow sect's demise at the hands of the Su dynasty, the other superpowers found themselves gripped by fear. As they had all already chosen their allegiances and could not turn back, they were forced to persevere. Any wavering would lead to dire consequences, worse than anyone could imagine. Secondly, the Eastern Wilderness Palace had yet to take any action or express any stance. Regardless of the speculations surrounding the Eastern Wilderness, it seemed as though they were deep in meditation, indifferent to worldly affairs. Were they afraid? Or did they simply wish to remain uninvolved? Regardless of the intentions of the Eastern Wilderness Palace, the Su dynasty now stood at the zenith of power, with no one daring to provoke them, leaving the major superpowers in a state of trepidation, fearful of meeting the same fate as the Ghost Shadow sect. In the tranquil courtyard, Chen plucked a freshly ripened apple from the life spirit garden within his dantian. It was the size of a football, radiantly red as though stained with blood, imbued with traces of draconic essence. This is the latest invention of his in the realm of agriculture, the Dragon's Blood Apple. With the aid of the dragon blood sourced from the kin of Long Yuan, and utilizing the life spirit garden, the apples cultivated are entirely extraordinary. As he took a crisp bite, the fragrant juice filled his mouth, and Chen expressed his satisfaction, declaring, "The taste is quite delightful. Ordinary folks consuming this will undoubtedly succeed in their foundational cultivation. It seems imperative to cultivate this fruit on a grand scale." Chen resolved to plant this fruit extensively and distribute it to every citizen of the empire, ensuring that even the commoners could successfully establish their foundations, thereby augmenting the overall strength of the dynasty. Considering the time, today marks the day for flash sales. Chen retrieved a pre-prepared spirit stone, eagerly awaiting the system's announcement. The anticipation of what the flash sale might offer was exhilarating. He now understood why his mother once yearned for these sales every day. Pure exhilaration. The wait was interminable. After consuming an apple, the system's voice remained silent. Could it be that the system was still slumbering? Ding. The system has detected that the 7-day flash sale period has arrived. The random flash sale will now commence. The cold, mechanical voice resonated in his mind. And Chen's heart leapt with joy. Finally, it had come. He awaited the flash sale with bated breath, curious about what item would be offered this time. A technique? A divine ability? A treasure? Chapter 70. Flash Sale of the Dual Pupil, The Wrong Alliance. With high expectations, for the items in each flash sale were invariably remarkable. Item, Dual Pupil. Price, 1 spirit stone. Item description, Dual Pupil, also known as Celestial Pupil, is imbued with intricate symbols, its power unfathomable, possessing the might to obliterate worlds, effortlessly defeating adversaries beyond 1's level. Time limit, 1 minute to purchase. Dual Pupil? Chen was momentarily taken aback. He certainly understood what the Dual Pupil entailed, but never anticipated acquiring it through a flash sale. His face lit up with uncontainable delight as he swiftly produced a spirit stone to make the purchase. The transaction was successful, and he immediately felt the integration of the Dual Pupil. Possessing such a treasure was akin to gaining wings. What an extraordinary system. He had never imagined it would facilitate the acquisition of the Dual Pupil. He promptly settled into a meditative posture, under the amplification of countless talents, beginning to comprehend the treasure he had just obtained. As dusk fell, the massive form of Long Yuan entered the courtyard, approaching Chen with a respectful nod and a grin, saying, "Master, the Ghost Shadow sect has been annihilated. What shall we do next? Listen closely, there are 2 matters at hand. The first, since the East Wilderness Palace remains inactive, take the Yanlong Zongtian army and continue your assault. If they have chosen to align with the East Wilderness Palace, they must be prepared for their impending annihilation." Understood. Long Yuan relished the notion of exterminating sects, particularly relishing the thrill of leading the Yanlong Zongtian army in a sweeping campaign. It was exhilarating. Most importantly, the remaining 24 superpowers had all aligned with the East Wilderness Palace, leaving no room for mercy. Choosing the wrong side is a decision that comes with a corresponding price. The second matter, notify the entire East Wilderness that anyone who sides with the Su dynasty and aids in the obliteration of these powers will receive assistance from the dynasty in their rise. At once. Once Long Yuan departed, Chen rose and gazed into the boundless void. He was still uncertain of the East Wilderness Palace's depth and strength, only aware that its master, Xianxiafans, was a semi-respected figure. Knowing oneself and one's adversary is the key to victory in every battle. Su Chen was reluctant to take risks, hence he proceeded cautiously, eager to gauge the East Wilderness Palace's response. Their ability to endure was remarkable. If they wished to bide their time, he would let them. He was curious to see just how much they could endure. As long as the East Wilderness Palace took the initiative, he could respond accordingly, adapting to any situation. In the ensuing days, Su Chen's life was relatively tranquil. He dedicated his time to either cultivation or agriculture, while Long Yuan personally led the Yanlong Zongtian army in their campaigns against various factions. All major dynasties and sects, including first-rate sects, chose to align with the Su dynasty. Firstly, the Su dynasty's overwhelming might instilled fear across the East Wilderness. Following the obliteration of the Tianfu sect, the Tianyin ancient clan, and the Tiangu ancient clan, and subsequently the Ghost Shadow sect, all major sects and dynasties were engulfed in trepidation, wary of provoking the Su dynasty. Secondly, the Su dynasty's relentless advances had brought them to the very doorstep of the East Wilderness Palace, and even now, the palace had yet to intervene, indicating much about their circumstances. The only explanation was that the East Wilderness Palace had succumbed to fear. The 24 superpowers watched helplessly as the Ghost Shadow sect was destroyed, and the East Wilderness Palace remained passive, leaving them in complete disarray, cursing the palace for its inaction. They had presumed that with a respected figure at the helm, any intervention would be devastating and would surely annihilate the Su dynasty, making their alliance with the East Wilderness Palace seem like a guaranteed victory. Yet, who could have anticipated that the formidable East Wilderness Palace would remain indifferent, allowing the Su dynasty to trample upon them without uttering a word? They had been thoroughly deceived. Now, the Dragon Clan, alongside the Su dynasty's army, began their sweeping campaign, facing little to no resistance. Regardless of how desperately they sought an audience with the East Wilderness Palace, the palace simply looked on, unconcerned, as it was the Su dynasty that faced destruction, and it was of no consequence to them. Some began to defect immediately, even at the risk of being slain by Su Chen, preferring to abandon their ties to the Su dynasty rather than face annihilation. If they pleaded for mercy, at least they might have a sliver of hope. After Long Yuan led the Yanlong Zongtian army in the destruction of 4 superpowers, the remaining 20 superpowers found their leaders and clan heads utterly unsettled. The situation was dire. The Su dynasty's ferocity was terrifying, effortlessly annihilating a superpower as if it were mere child's play, without a hint of hesitation. Most crucially, even the East Wilderness Palace, the hegemon of the East Wilderness, chose to avoid confrontation. Who could possibly suppress or intimidate the Su dynasty now, unless they were forces from the mainland? But the East Wilderness was far too insignificant in the grand scheme of things for them to intervene. One by one, sect leaders and clan heads came seeking mercy, only to be met with closed doors. What does this mean, Your Majesty Su? If you intend to eradicate us, we can present ourselves willingly, easily to be eliminated. Now, with the doors closed, it seems you are granting us an opportunity. Alas, we chose the wrong side. A poor choice must be acknowledged. With a thud, they knelt on both knees, grappling with their pride, yet facing the reality of life and death, including the fate of their clans and sects. They had to select one over the other. Dignity? Life? Without exception, the 20 clan heads and sect leaders prioritized survival, casting aside their dignity. One by one, they knelt outside the imperial city, heads bowed. Regardless of their internal reluctance, the truth was undeniable. Unless the East Wilderness Palace intervened and successfully subdued the Su dynasty, they would have no chance of turning the tide. However, they could no longer afford to wait. The Su dynasty, eager to test the East Wilderness Palace and assert dominance over the East Wilderness, would offer them no opportunity, and would surely eradicate them first before ultimately confronting the East Wilderness Palace. With life and death imminent, having made one erroneous choice, they could not afford to make another. Otherwise, they would find themselves with no chance to even kneel. Look, it is said those 20 individuals are the leaders of the first-rate ancient clans and sects of the East Wilderness, yet now they all kneel outside the imperial city. Truly, Your Majesty's power is formidable. What significance does the Eastern Wilderness Overlord hold? With Your Majesty's unparalleled strength and innate talent, it is certain that before long, we shall charge into the continent, a day I eagerly anticipate. I wonder how Your Majesty will deal with these eminent figures. Previously, the patriarchs of the Tianyin ancient clan and the Tiangu ancient clan dared to flee, only to be extinguished with a mere flick of Your Majesty's finger. Now, they kneel here, compelled to obey. Any who dare to escape shall meet their demise. As for their fate, it will depend on Your Majesty's disposition. Should you be in a benevolent mood, perhaps a path to survival may be granted, but should your temper falter, it may well be that each will receive a fatal blow, sent directly to meet the King of Hell. Observing the scornful whispers directed at them, the prominent figures, with their acute hearing, absorbed every derisive comment, their expressions as pallid as liver, yet they found themselves utterly powerless. Chapter 71, An Opportunity. Kneeling outside the imperial city. The Su dynasty has emerged as the most formidable dark horse in the eastern wilderness. In the span of nearly 2 months, it has swept through various factions, leaving none unscathed. In terms of both momentum and prestige, the Su dynasty has unequivocally surpassed the Eastern Wilderness Palace. Once the unrivaled sovereign, the Eastern Wilderness Palace has now become a subject of ridicule. Having knelt for an entire day and night, within the tranquil courtyard, 20 individuals remained on their knees. Their demeanor markedly transformed from their initial visit. With utmost reverence, they resembled mice before a cat. Your Majesty Su, we were mistaken before. We implore your forgiveness. From this moment forth, we willingly pledge our allegiance to the Su dynasty, harboring no ulterior motives. We vow immediately. Without a hint of hesitation, they commenced their oaths. Uttering the most severe and binding blood oaths, terrified of being extinguished by Su Chen's hand. They had witnessed Su Chen's tyranny and audacity firsthand, as he could obliterate anyone with a mere gesture. Speaking with an air of indifference, Su Chen savored the recently plucked monkey fruit from the life spirit garden, stating, "One opportunity. Your Majesty Su, we await your command." Upon hearing Su Chen's words, the 20 individuals breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they could preserve their lives, they dared not utter any unnecessary words. Serving under Su Chen, the emperor, was akin to walking alongside a tiger. One could never predict when he might turn hostile. In the past, no emperor would have garnered their respect, yet Su Chen had led the once obscure Su dynasty to a formidable rise, slaughtering his way through, instilling fear throughout the eastern wilderness. In 2 days, I expect to see you assault the Eastern Wilderness Palace. Is there a problem? Your Majesty Su, if I may speak frankly, even if we are willing to act as cannon fodder and jointly assault the Eastern Wilderness Palace, with its formidable strength, we would hardly cause a ripple. The palace is guarded by a half-step sovereign. We are no match for them. Though they knew this statement might provoke Su Chen, they gritted their teeth and spoke out, unwilling to let any opportunity slip away, fearing for their lives. The Eastern Wilderness Palace, as the sovereign of the region, possessed the strength to easily suppress any superpower. Even united, they would not stand a chance against the palace. In their eyes, the positions of the Su dynasty and the Eastern Wilderness Palace were equivalent. A bitter realization settled in their hearts, yet they felt utterly helpless. Faced with the choice between the Eastern Wilderness Palace and the Su dynasty, either path led to death. I shall not repeat myself. Your Majesty Su, we shall prepare. In 2 days, we will simultaneously launch an assault on the Eastern Wilderness Palace. One by one, they slowly exited the courtyard, their faces etched with bitterness. They understood that Su Chen's decision not to kill them stemmed primarily from his desire to use them as cannon fodder to test the Eastern Wilderness Palace. The more they contemplated, the more they felt despondent. Outside the imperial city, they pondered, what shall we do? What can we do? Since we have already pledged allegiance to the Su dynasty, even knowing this battle may lead to our demise, we must resolutely march forward. If we falter again, the Ghost Shadow sect shall be our fate. The Eastern Wilderness Palace's reluctance to act was rooted in its fear of the Su dynasty, lacking any confidence. In such circumstances, they chose to submit to the Su dynasty, believing their chances of survival were greater. Otherwise, before they could even engage in battle, they would have been utterly annihilated. Let us prepare. In 2 days, we shall converge upon the Eastern Wilderness Palace. Agreed. In the tranquil courtyard, Su Chen stretched languidly. Only 2 days remained until he would meet the Eastern Wilderness Palace, eager to uncover its hidden depths. He was unwilling to act recklessly. Having 20 top-tier factions leading the charge would undoubtedly yield more advantages than disadvantages. Gently closing his eyes, Su Chen wasted no time and resumed his cultivation. Unhurried to break through. If the Eastern Wilderness Palace only had a half-step sovereign, he held no concerns. What difference did it make if the realms diverged? He continued to cultivate the reincarnation bridge and comprehend the reincarnation divine patterns, martial arts of his own creation, which, when unleashed by him, would yield effects far surpassing mere arithmetic. Waves of life and death energy coalesced around him as he formed seals with his hands, fervently generating the reincarnation vortex. A total of 14 reincarnation bridges span the sky, emanating a terrifying aura of reincarnation. Life and death converge, reincarnation condenses. As the chilling voice echoed, the life and death energy before Su Chen continuously gathered into a reincarnation vortex, beginning to form the 15th reincarnation bridge. The 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th, and 20th reincarnation bridges followed suit, culminating in the 21st reincarnation bridge. His expression suddenly brightened. Su Chen understood that the more reincarnation bridges he manifested, the more formidable their power would become. If he could generate countless reincarnation bridges, enveloping the continent and ushering all beings into reincarnation. The terror of such a force was unimaginable. 2 days later, 20 superpowers converged, pooling their collective strength towards the Eastern Wilderness Palace. Having learned from past experiences, none dared to hesitate, for should they truly provoke the Su dynasty, they would inevitably follow in the footsteps of the Ghost Shadow sect. The 20 factions gathered from various origins. The alliance of 20 Dongshu experts was not to be underestimated. However, with a half-step sovereign stationed at the Eastern Wilderness Palace, this battle held no suspense. Within the Eastern Wilderness Palace, the 10 elders were furious. These foolish jesters, when we have allowed them to frolic about the Eastern Wilderness without interference, now dare to act as cannon fodder for the Su dynasty, launching an assault on our palace. It infuriates me to no end. I cannot fathom the Lord's intentions. The rise of the Su dynasty will undoubtedly provoke them into action. If this continues, the Eastern Wilderness Palace shall become a laughingstock. Lord, the 10 elders bowed in unison as the Lord entered. Xianxiafans took his seat and inquired, "What is the situation?" "My lord, 20 foolish jesters have banded together to assault the Eastern Wilderness Palace. It seems the Su dynasty can no longer contain themselves and wishes to strike. My lord, if we do not act soon, we shall truly be at their mercy." The 10 elders were filled with fury and confusion, pondering why the Eastern Wilderness Palace, despite its capacity to obliterate the Su dynasty, hesitated to take action. Xianxiafans felt utterly speechless. He had never anticipated that the Su dynasty would arrive with such swiftness. Given just a few more months, he was confident in his ability to thoroughly integrate the human king body within him. First, he would eradicate the Su dynasty, and then he would merge with the human king body. Chapter 72, The Reincarnation Prison, Ascending to the East Wilderness. Outside the East Wilderness Palace, the dimly overcast sky cast a profoundly oppressive atmosphere. Beneath the heavy clouds, the entirety of 20 superpowers gathered like a formidable army, trembling as they cast wary glances towards the East Wilderness Palace not far off. They stood at the precipice of battle, yet dared not take action. As the sovereign of the East Wilderness, the East Wilderness Palace radiated an aura of intimidation. Even the palace master alone could effortlessly sweep through the entirety of the East Wilderness. Who could withstand Xianxiafans? The might of a half-step venerable was unparalleled in the East Wilderness. The palace master emerged, observing the 11 figures tearing through the void. A throng of East Wilderness Palace disciples surged forth like a tidal wave behind them. With an air of indifference, Xianxiafans regarded them as one would view mere ants. Warriors of the Void Realm? 20 top-tier powers in alliance? Before absolute strength, they were all but ephemeral illusions. You foolish jesters dare to cause a ruckus in my East Wilderness Palace. Today, I shall uproot you entirely. The elders of the East Wilderness Palace glared fiercely. An ocean of murderous intent surging forth, enveloping the vast expanse of the void like ancient ferocious beasts howling at the heavens. The might of the East Wilderness Palace was unassailable. For many years, the East Wilderness Palace had refrained from intervening in the affairs of the East Wilderness, allowing you fools to act with impunity. It is one thing to be ungrateful. Now you seek to become cannon fodder for the Su dynasty. Very well. I shall grant you that wish. The expressions of the 20 clan leaders and sect masters were grim. Had they any other choice, they would not wish to serve as pawns, who would willingly march towards death. Unless one were utterly foolish, they gritted their teeth, realizing that having chosen to side with the Su dynasty, retreat was no longer an option. Otherwise, the outcome would be far more tragic than death itself. Xianxiafans, you have dominated the East Wilderness for years. Why not submit to the Su dynasty? It would benefit both you and us. Why oppose the Su dynasty? Su Junwang is a dragon among men, destined to lead our East Wilderness in conquering the continent. By aligning with such a master, perhaps your East Wilderness Palace could achieve renown across the land. We implore you, Palace Master Xia, do not act stubbornly. The incessant proclamations of righteousness caused Xianxiafans to furrow his brow slightly. The 10 elders roared in unison, causing the very heavens to tremble. They brazenly provoked the East Wilderness Palace. Grandsons, today I shall send you into the cycle of hell. The 10 elders launched their assault simultaneously as they stepped forth. They unleashed a tempestuous fury akin to tornadoes, conjuring whirlwinds of terrifying murderous intent that howled towards the sky. Humph. The 20 clan leaders and sect masters were certainly not intimidated by the 10 elders. Rather, they feared Xianxiafans. Upon witnessing him refraining from direct confrontation, they took it upon themselves to engage the 10 elders. In an instant, 30 Void Realm powerhouses clashed furiously in the void, the echoes of their cataclysmic battle spreading outward, prompting all to retreat in fear of collateral damage. The thunderous sounds of their collision reverberated through the depths of every soul present. Whether from the East Wilderness Palace or the various superpowers, all gazed in astonishment at the chaotic melee in the void. Such a life-and-death struggle was unprecedented. The pervasive intent to kill blanketed the sky, the collapsing void scattered debris in all directions, and waves of residual force cascaded from the heavens. Xianxiafans did not intervene. He remained vigilant, for the emperor of the Su dynasty, Chen, had yet to appear. These individuals were, to put it bluntly, mere pawns of the Su dynasty, their lives of little consequence. The true adversary of the East Wilderness Palace was the Su dynasty, not these 20 superpowers. Look, what is that? The divine dragon. The Xianxiaaudiobooks army of the Su dynasty was arriving. Accompanied by the resounding roars of dragons echoing through the void, thousands of divine dragons pierced the fabric of reality, descending as the Xianxiaaudiobooks army of the Su dynasty. Ever since their annihilation of the Ghost Shadow sect, they had gained immense notoriety throughout the East Wilderness, further amplified by the deliberate embellishments of the Su dynasty, leaving no one unaware of their presence. The Xianxiaaudiobooks, an army forged from dragon warriors and divine dragons, left a barren wasteland in their wake. They were a true killing machine. Upon witnessing the arrival of the Xianxiaaudiobooks army, the superpowers were filled with delight. Their greatest fear had been to serve as cannon fodder. Now, with the Xianxiaaudiobooks army's descent, it signified that the emperor of the Su dynasty would soon follow. Haha, Su Junwang has arrived. If you East Wilderness Palace choose to submit now, you may still have time, lest you face the dire consequences of bloodshed. Speak nonsense. You sycophants of the Su dynasty. No one shall leave the East Wilderness Palace alive today. Kill. The dignity of the East Wilderness Palace faced unprecedented provocation and infringement. The 10 elders, consumed by fury, bore bloodshot eyes filled with a tempest of murderous intent, eager to devour their adversaries. In terms of momentum, the 10 elders of the East Wilderness Palace completely overshadowed the 20 present. Most significantly, with Xianxiafans, a half-step venerable, stationed within, the 12 felt a degree of trepidation and burden. Under such circumstances, it was astonishing that they could even achieve a stalemate against 20. Without Su Chen, gazing at the multitude of divine dragons and the dragon warriors upon them, Xianxiafans discerned that the individual he awaited was not among them. While the enemy remained still, I shall remain still. Xianxiafans felt a tinge of apprehension, typically, with his presence as a half-step venerable. Even the pinnacle of the Void Realm would not dare to provoke the East Wilderness Palace, let alone dare to brazenly approach. Such actions could only arise from two possibilities. The first possibility, Su Chen was either mentally deficient or exceedingly arrogant, believing that with his peak Void Realm strength, he could contend with a half-step venerable, oblivious to the vast chasm in power between them. Attempting to test the strength of the East Wilderness Palace by sending the 20 superpowers as fodder. The second possibility, Su Chen had concealed his own cultivation and had indeed broken through to the half-step venerable realm, possessing the same strength as Xianxiafans, yet lacking absolute confidence in defeating him, thus seeking to gauge Xianxiafan's true capabilities. Regardless of either possibility, as long as he maintained his composure, he could adapt to any changes. He was eager to see what tricks Su Chen had up his sleeve. Buzz. As the 30 Void Realm powerhouses engaged in their chaotic battle, an overwhelming aura of life and death surged forth, beginning to coalesce the powers of reincarnation. In the astonished gazes of all, ethereal giant bridges began to form, stretching across the void. 1 reincarnation bridge, 2 reincarnation bridges, 3 reincarnation bridges, 21 reincarnation bridges. The bridges radiated a terrifying aura of reincarnation, sealing off all directions, enveloping the 10 elders like a colossal cage. Retreat quickly. Having witnessed the horror of the reincarnation bridges, the 20 clan leaders and sect masters, unwilling to linger any longer, hastily withdrew. Chapter 73, One Strike to Annihilate 10, Shocking the East Wilderness Palace. The 10 elders of the East Wilderness Palace did not retreat. The 21 reincarnation bridges spanned the sky, effectively sealing off their surroundings. These bridges emanated an exceedingly terrifying aura of reincarnation, roaring towards the 10 individuals. An aura of life and death. What a formidable supernatural technique. Could it be that Su Chen has arrived? The foremost powerhouse of the Su dynasty, without a doubt, is Emperor Su Chen. According to the intelligence they have gathered, this emperor has reached the pinnacle of the Void Realm, merely a step away from becoming a half-step sovereign. What does it matter if Su Chen arrives? Today, with our 10 united as one, I cannot believe we cannot slay this man. Boom. The 10 elders did not remain idle. What of the pinnacle of the Void Realm? Before he even shows himself, do they truly believe they can resolve their predicament solely through the divine powers they exhibit? Is that possible? Xianxiafans sensed the illusory bridges spanning the heavens, but refrained from making a move. his brow furrowed, his expression growing increasingly grave. Even at this moment, he had failed to lock on a Su Chen's aura. A dragon's roar resonated through the void. The massive form of Lan Yuan suddenly materialized in the air. Upon the dragon's back stood a young man, arms crossed behind him, his icy gaze surveying all before him. The majesty of a sovereign surged forth, imposing and overwhelming. Silence. The chilling voice seemed to emanate from the depths of an endless abyss, as the 21 coalescing reincarnation bridges began to rush towards the 10 elders with ferocious intent. Su Chen, do you dare? Feeling the terrifying reincarnation aura erupting from the illusory bridges, Xiaofantian's heart sank in alarm. The transformation of power occurred too swiftly, leaving him no opportunity to react. Choosing to disregard, Su Chen sneered. Did he dare to come here merely to congratulate the Eastern Wilderness Palace? Truly, the palace master is a fool. As he perceived the surrounding illusory bridges suddenly roar to life, resembling ancient ferocious beasts, the expressions of the 10 elders transformed entirely. Too fast. In the next moment, before Xiaofantian could intervene, the 10 elders were enveloped by the reincarnation bridges, their bodies gradually vanishing before the horrified and terrified gazes of all present, their souls consumed by Su Chen. One move to annihilate 10 elders? What manner of technique is this? Stunned into silence, all present gawked at the young man standing atop the dragon's form, most of them having never encountered Su Chen before, now profoundly intimidated. So formidable. This method is utterly defiant of the heavens. The 10 elders of the esteemed Eastern Wilderness, effortlessly extinguished with a mere flick of his hand. An eerie stillness blanketed the scene. This display of power by the sovereign king was utterly terrifying. The Eastern Wilderness Palace had suffered a grievous loss today. Our ancient clan's decision to submit to the Su dynasty was indeed the right choice. Just look at how the clan leader is pale with fear. Of course, after witnessing the annihilation of the 10 elders, one would be afraid. Xiaofantian, watching helplessly as the 10 elders were obliterated, felt a tumultuous wave within him. He could clearly sense that the opponent was indeed at the pinnacle of the void realm, yet had not crossed that final threshold. However, the techniques employed by Su Chen had genuinely instilled fear in Xiaofantian. He could feel the unfathomable power contained within the illusory bridges that had just traversed the sky. You are the master of the Eastern Wilderness Palace, Xiaofantian? The voice was indifferent, a mask of apathy that left Xiaofantian astounded. Why does Sovereign King Su persistently press? The Eastern Wilderness Palace has not obstructed the rise of the Su dynasty. This aspect puzzled Xiaofantian somewhat. In his view, the Eastern Wilderness Palace had been steadily enduring, refraining from intervening, even in the face of repeated provocations from the Su dynasty. Under normal circumstances, the Su dynasty should continue its robust ascent. Why the need to force the issue? Does Su Chen truly believe that with his peak void realm strength, he can defeat a half-step sovereign such as myself? Moreover, he possesses the unique body of the human king, a rare constitution in this realm. In the Eastern Wilderness, the Su dynasty stands alone. If the Eastern Wilderness Palace wishes to survive, two conditions must be met. Before Xiaofantian could speak, Su Chen continued. First, the Eastern Wilderness Palace must choose to submit to the Su dynasty, and in the future, there will be no Eastern Wilderness Palace, only the Su dynasty's subordinate sects, with all disciples unifying under the dynasty's command. Second, Xiaofantian, the master of the Eastern Wilderness Palace, must kneel in submission and offer his soul to Su Chen. If the palace master agrees to these two conditions, the dynasty will immediately withdraw its forces. Upon hearing Su Chen's terms, the expressions of all present shifted slightly, including the 20 clan leaders and sect masters. Such conditions left no room for refusal from the Eastern Wilderness Palace. They could either submit or face direct conflict. Everyone felt helpless, viewing Su Chen as a madman. Fortunately, they had chosen to align themselves with the Su dynasty, for had they not, facing the recent events would have led to unpredictable consequences. Ha! Xiaofantian suddenly erupted into laughter, his voice laced with boundless mockery. Abruptly, the laughter ceased, as he glared furiously, exclaiming, Su Chen, do you truly believe yourself invincible? Today, I shall witness how this peak void realm of yours can defeat me, a half-step sovereign. He could not fully see through the other's facade. In just a few months, his human king body would be fully integrated, at which point he would break through to sovereign, ensuring absolute victory. Alas, Su Chen was unwilling to wait. However, in Xiaofantian's perspective, even if the techniques deployed by Su Chen were formidable, the absolute disparity in realms would allow him to suppress this foe. The voice of Lan Yuan echoed through the void of the Eastern Wilderness Palace, resonating in every ear. Those willing to break away from the Eastern Wilderness Palace would be spared by the Su dynasty, should Xiaofantian fall. A bloodbath would ensue in the Eastern Wilderness Palace. Betray? Abandon the Eastern Wilderness Palace? The people of the Eastern Wilderness Palace exchanged glances, fully aware of Su Chen's intention. Even if some were terrified and wished to leave, none dared to do so. The authority of Palace Master Xianxiafans loomed large. Who would dare betray the Eastern Wilderness Palace? If the master fell, the Eastern Wilderness Palace would face annihilation. Conversely, should the Su dynasty falter, the master would likewise unleash a bloodbath upon them. They still chose to gamble on their master's victory, for after all, Palace Master Xianxiafans was a formidable half-step sovereign. The chasm between the Void Realm and a half-step sovereign was simply insurmountable, rendering comparisons futile. Who would risk it? Especially in the matter of such grave betrayal against the Eastern Wilderness Palace. To the death, we stand with the Eastern Wilderness Palace. One of the guardians felt a sudden shock. Su Chen's intent was clear, aimed at sowing discord within the Eastern Wilderness Palace. He immediately shouted, "To the death! We stand with the Eastern Wilderness Palace." All members of the Eastern Wilderness Palace echoed in unison. Even those who might have contemplated betrayal found themselves too intimidated to act in such a situation. Chapter 74. The Human King Body and the Supreme Bone appear together. Very satisfactory. Xianxiafans regarded Su Chen coldly, remaining silent. To sow discord within the Eastern Wilderness Palace while he was stationed there was nearly impossible. Su Chen, I can also grant you an opportunity. His gaze icy, his face etched with derision. Xianxiafans was somewhat reluctant to initiate conflict. Su Chen's presence felt too elusive. Even if he was merely at the pinnacle of the Void Realm, there was something inscrutable about him. The safest course would be to grant him a few more months to assimilate his Human King body. Once he broke through to Sovereign, he would feel entirely confident. Buzz. In an instant, Su Chen's figure vanished from Long Yuan's back. Accompanied by a terrifying roar of slaughter, Su Chen materialized before Xianxiafans, directly striking out with a palm. Boom. Two palm prints collided fiercely, causing the void to tremble. To the astonishment of all, Su Chen remained utterly unmoved, while Xianxiafans was forced to retreat 3 steps. A collective gasp echoed among the onlookers, as they beheld the young figure standing defiantly in the air, a testament to terrifying prowess. Su Juanwang's strength was indeed formidable. No wonder he sought to annihilate the Eastern Wilderness Palace. He could subdue Xianxiafans. It was something we should have anticipated. If he were incapable of restraining a half-step revered one, how could Su Juanwang act so recklessly? A truly monstrous existence. After this battle, the Su dynasty would become the true sovereign of the Eastern Wilderness. Let us not forget who stands behind the Eastern Wilderness Palace. The Celestial Wilderness Palace? Indeed, it is the Celestial Wilderness Palace. It is said that Xianxiafans hails from the Celestial Wilderness Palace, representing its dominion over the Eastern Wilderness. Should Su Juanwang eradicate the Eastern Wilderness Palace, the Celestial Wilderness Palace would undoubtedly retaliate. What stature does the Celestial Wilderness Palace hold on the continent? It is immensely powerful. It is rumored that it harbors celestial sovereigns within its ranks. Celestial sovereign? The 6 realms of revered beings. Revered realm, supreme realm, celestial sovereign realm, grand sovereign realm, ancient sovereign realm, and catastrophe sovereign realm. Gazing in shock at Su Chen, Xianxiafans was utterly astounded. He could not fathom how someone merely at the peak of the Void Realm could force him back. With a fierce strike, Su Chen unleashed the xianxiaaudiobooks hand towards Xianxiafans. A terrifying power coalesced into a 100-foot colossal hand, descending from the void with the might to shatter the very heavens. Boom. The massive hand bore down relentlessly. This time, Xianxiafans cast aside all disdain and summoned his innate Human King body, conjuring a towering, illusory figure. Is this the Human King body? My goodness. Xianxiafans actually possesses the Human King body. As everyone gazed at the towering illusion behind Xianxiafans, they were momentarily dazed, fully aware of the significance of the Human King body. Su Chen, too, was surprised, but soon his heart brimmed with excitement. The inability to merge perfectly indicates that this Human King body does not belong to you. Rather, it has been forcibly separated and fused, sharing a supreme bone. Su Chen could distinctly sense the Human King body within Xianxiafans, realizing it was not in perfect harmony with him. The only explanation is that this Human King body does not truly belong to Xianxiafans. What of it? Xianxiafans laughed, declaring, Su Chen, I must concede that although you are merely at the peak of the Void Realm, your strength slightly surpasses mine. With the augmentation of the Human King body, you will have no opportunity to prevail. Is that so? Observing Xianxiafan's indifferent demeanor, which suggested he had not taken Su Chen seriously, a sense of foreboding gripped Xianxiafan's heart. Surely, he was overthinking. Even if Su Chen possessed means, his Human King body was no trifling matter. Had he revealed his Human King body too soon? Are you afraid? Su Chen scoffed, discerning the growing trepidation in Xianxiafan's heart. For a powerful warrior, a collapse of one's mindset is the gravest concern. Though Xianxiafans possessed the human king body, he could not shake the feeling of dread, especially when confronted with Su Chen's calm demeanor, which exuded an air of sovereign authority that was almost suffocating. Firstly, the Su dynasty was fully aware that the Eastern Wilderness Palace had a half-step revered one stationed there, yet still dared to provoke them time and again. Su Chen's personal arrival indicated he had some reliance. Secondly, Su Chen, despite being at the peak of the Void Realm, could not only withstand a half-step revered one like himself, but could also repel him. This left Xianxiafans utterly bewildered, his confidence eroding, for even at this moment, he was uncertain of Su Chen's remaining capabilities, while his own greatest reliance, the human king body, had already been revealed. Su Chen, I am a disciple of the Celestial Wilderness Palace. The Eastern Wilderness Palace is merely a branch of the Celestial Wilderness Palace. If you withdraw your troops, I, Xianxiafans, on behalf of the Eastern Wilderness Palace, promise that the Eastern Wilderness will belong to the Su dynasty, and you shall be its sovereign. How does that sound? Reluctant to risk it all, Xianxiafans ultimately chose to retreat. If he could refine the human king body within him and break through to the revered realm, he could return to subdue the Su dynasty at a later time. There was no need for recklessness. One must always be wary of unforeseen circumstances, should anything go awry. It would spell the end for him and the Eastern Wilderness Palace. Since you fear for your life, I can provide you with an opportunity. Choose to submit. Offer your soul in sacrifice, and kneel in worship. Su Chen, do not go too far. Too far. I intend to go as far as necessary. What can you do about it? The Celestial Wilderness Palace? This was Su Chen's first encounter with the name, yet having come to obliterate the Eastern Wilderness Palace, he was prepared for any eventuality. All this time, he had pondered why, despite the Eastern Wilderness's dire state, no one on the continent sought to intervene. Now it seemed the issue lay with the Eastern Wilderness Palace. Although the Eastern Wilderness Palace was the sovereign of the Eastern Wilderness, it rarely took action, resembling a reclusive and unmatched master. It turned out there was a Celestial Wilderness Palace behind the Eastern Wilderness Palace. Based on Su Chen's conjectures, this Celestial Wilderness Palace must possess considerable strength. Otherwise, how could it deter other factions from meddling in Eastern Wilderness matters? First, he would eradicate the Eastern Wilderness Palace, then investigate the Celestial Wilderness Palace. Without further delay, the destruction of the Eastern Wilderness Palace and the slaying of Xianxiafans was imperative. Regardless of the backing of the Celestial Wilderness Palace, none could stand in his way. A surge of destructive energy swept forth, and amid the astonished gazes of all, Su Chen rapidly conjured a towering skeletal figure behind him, exuding a chilling aura. The Supreme Bone? Am I seeing things? Is this truly the legendary Supreme Bone? Xianxiafans was filled with disbelief, roaring, impossible. How could you possibly possess the Supreme Bone? Chapter 75, Devouring the Human King Body. Slay those who refuse to kneel before the sovereign. The colossal silhouette of the Supreme Bone loomed in the void, its terrifying might enveloping the clouds for miles around. In an instant, the human king body was utterly suppressed by the aura of the Supreme Bone. With a spurt of blood, Xianxiafans was left in utter shock, his panicked eyes filled with boundless dread. He never imagined that Su Chen harbored the Supreme Bone within him. This was Su Chen's greatest reliance. The Supreme Bone he possessed had achieved perfect integration, representing his true awakening, while the human king body Xianxiafans wielded was forcibly extracted before it could awaken, rendering any comparison moot. Two silhouettes stood defiantly in the void. It was evident that the aura emitted by the Supreme Bone overshadowed the human king body entirely. The atmosphere within the Eastern Wilderness Palace was one of sheer terror, as the disciples felt the oppressive aura suffusing the air. Some, filled with trepidation, began to retreat slowly, seeking to escape the Eastern Wilderness Palace. As always, in the face of life and death, loyalty to the sect becomes mere illusion. No one can overlook their own existence. Observing the Eastern Wilderness Palace's master, Xianxiafans, whose human king body was firmly suppressed by Su Chen, the 20 superpowers were filled with exhilaration. Having once misaligned their allegiances, the Ghost Shadow sect and others had been obliterated. This time, they finally chose wisely, seeking not glory but merely to avoid error. A superlative existence capable of suppressing the Eastern Wilderness Palace, who dares not provoke, unless one wishes to vanish entirely from the Eastern Wilderness. The relief of not having chosen the wrong side is palpable, each person feeling as though they have narrowly escaped calamity. As for whether the Heavenly Wilderness Palace would seek trouble, that is a matter for the Su dynasty. Given the lofty position of the Heavenly Wilderness Palace, they would not bother to contest with them. The towering Supreme Bone cast its shadow in the void, its ferocious aura firmly suppressing the human king body. Manifesting the heavy eye technique, waves of oppressive force surged forth, enveloping Xianxiafans in its grasp. Suddenly awakened, Xianxiafan dared not linger any longer and promptly turned to flee. However, Chen stepped forward, instantly arriving before Xianxiafan, his icy gaze growing increasingly indifferent. You have indeed given me a tremendous surprise. Without granting Xianxiafan any opportunity to speak, Chen forcibly confined him while simultaneously commencing the extraction of the human king body from within him. Previously, the supreme bone had devoured the celestial overlord body, significantly enhancing its level. Having learned from that experience, it now sought to continue consuming the human king body. Even if the human king body was inferior to the celestial overlord body, if this consumption continued, the supreme bone would undoubtedly become the most formidable physique in all the realms. Xianxiafan was slain on the spot, his blood staining the void, causing the members of the Eastern Wilderness Palace to retreat in terror, their faces etched with panic. The supreme bone began to devour the human king body, akin to the supreme bone and the celestial overlord body simultaneously consuming the human king body. The unfortunate human king body did not dare to resist in the slightest, allowing the supreme bone to ravenously feast. Long Yuan's indifferent voice reverberated in everyone's minds. Kill. The 20 clan leaders and sect masters were suddenly awakened, their blood-red eyes filled with madness, each resembling a beast fixated on the Eastern Wilderness Palace. It was either the Eastern Wilderness Palace's demise or their own. They had witnessed the methods of the Su dynasty firsthand. Any lapse in effort could lead to being grasped by the Su dynasty, with consequences too dire to imagine. Kill. I command you to kill. All members of the 20 superpowers charged towards the Eastern Wilderness Palace, engaging in a frenzy of slaughter, killing indiscriminately without regard for one another. Whether to demonstrate loyalty or to prove their disassociation from the Eastern Wilderness Palace, everyone was consumed by bloodlust, staining the entire Eastern Wilderness Palace crimson. Long Yuan was greatly satisfied. He believed his actions were precisely what his master wished to see. This massacre persisted for a full hour, with the Eastern Wilderness Palace virtually annihilated. At this moment, a colossal black cauldron materialized in the void, and to everyone's astonishment, the refining wilderness cauldron began to voraciously consume. The refining wilderness cauldron could refine the souls of any individual, transforming them into power for the dynasty's cultivators. The more it devoured, the greater the refined power. Watching the massive cauldron ravenously consume souls, all present stood frozen, rooted to the spot in disbelief. In the void, Chen sat cross-legged, the supreme bone behind him having completely absorbed the human king body and was in a frenzied state of fusion. The supreme bone within him consumed the celestial overlord body and the human king body, rapidly merging under the enhancement of countless times the innate talent. At the moment of fusion, his cultivation broke through its own limits, ascending from the pinnacle of the void realm directly to the half-step sovereign realm, slowly opening his eyes. I never expected that this expedition to annihilate the Eastern Wilderness Palace would yield such unforeseen delight. The continual consumption by the supreme bone greatly benefits my own cultivation. Congratulations to Sovereign Su for obliterating the Eastern Wilderness Palace and becoming the new overlord of the Eastern Wilderness. Congratulations, Sovereign Su, for ascending to the pinnacle of the Eastern Wilderness. The clan leaders and sect masters hastily bowed in reverence, their demeanor exceedingly respectful. Even Xianxiafan, at the half-step sovereign realm, was forcibly subdued, revealing the sheer might of Sovereign Su. Finally, they had not chosen the wrong side. Reflecting on it sent shivers down their spines. Who would have anticipated Chen's formidable strength, capable of directly eradicating the Eastern Wilderness Palace? The unfortunate Ghost Shadow sect, among others, had not even a moment to regret, having already been annihilated by the Su dynasty. I once stated, if you wish to be dogs, then fulfill the duties of dogs. Kneeling is the most basic requirement, and your words to me are as mere wind. It seems you do not sincerely submit. Last time you sided with the Eastern Wilderness Palace and betrayed the dynasty, I did not punish you, yet you showed no remorse and dared not kneel. Truly, those not of my dynasty are deserving of extermination. Sovereign Su, seeing the king not kneeling, what crime should he face? Kill. Chen responded, standing atop the golden dragon, his voice imbued with terrifying murderous intent. Under the continuous guidance and influence of his majesty, Hen gradually developed the heart of an emperor. What constitutes an emperor? Decisive in slaughter, trusting no one, leaving no hidden dangers, exhibiting not the slightest maternal kindness, nor an ounce of pity. This is the essence of an emperor. Compassion, emotions, mercy, benevolence, all are intolerable in the presence of an emperor. Throughout the annals of history, which emperor was not ruthless and decisive in their killings? Only thus could they instill fear in all directions and ensure the dynasty's longevity. The 20 superpowers had betrayed the dynasty once. They could surely do so again. To stabilize the dynasty, no hidden dangers could be left. Su Hen understood His Majesty's intent, hence his unhesitating response to kill. Upon hearing the command to kill, a wave of murderous intent surged forth, leaving everyone stupefied. Chapter 76. One must be ruthless enough, resolute enough, and decisive enough. Kill. 10,000 dragons roared in unison. The cries of over 10,000 warriors coalesced into a storm of slaughter that swept through the void. All were terrified, retreating in haste, their faces reflecting sheer horror. Seemingly unable to fathom such a rapid shift in the atmosphere, they had believed that by realigning themselves, they would receive the protection of the Su dynasty. Yet, who could have anticipated that Su Chen would turn against them without a hint of warning? Was it truly merely a matter of kneeling? Such absurdity. Thud. The 20 individuals immediately fell to their knees, trembling, their faces paling to the extreme. The act of discarding the donkey after it has carried the load is a common tactic among kings. Sovereign Su, we acknowledge our mistakes. We were merely too excited moments ago and forgot to kneel. Please, grant us another chance. We shall never dare again. Sovereign Su, we are willing to be your loyal servants, following the Su dynasty as our leader, submissively becoming dogs beneath your feet. Sovereign Su, it was not intentional. They repeatedly bowed their heads in supplication, having thought that realigning themselves would ensure their safety. Little did they know. Being close to a king is akin to being near a tiger. Previously dismissive, they now personally experienced the peril. Once a lowly dynasty, now it stood tall, forcing them to kneel. It was an immense humiliation, yet they dared not refuse to kneel. In the face of life and death, all notions of dignity become mere illusions. Survival must precede discussions of dignity. The power belonging to the half-step sovereign realm began to envelop them frantically as Su Chen commenced the formation of the reincarnation bridge. 1 reincarnation bridge, 2 reincarnation bridges, 3 reincarnation bridges, 21 reincarnation bridges. A torrent of reincarnation bridges surged towards the various superpowers, amidst the sounds of anguished cries. Bodies began to explode, transforming into clouds of blood mist. The refining wilderness cauldron had long awaited this moment, starting to voraciously consume the souls of all. The members of the 20 super sects were utterly annihilated, their souls consumed by the refining wilderness cauldron. Crack! Thunderous clouds converged from all directions, accompanied by a resounding roar that echoed through the void. The sky churned with ominous darkness, and in an instant, a torrential downpour engulfed the land. Rain mixed with blood coalesced into rivers, spreading wildly in all directions, the acrid scent of iron lingering in the air. Su Chen gazed upon his formidable army of Yanlong Zongtian and suddenly inquired, "Do you think this action is excessive?" Not at all. The chorus of thousands of soldiers resonated, their unified roar piercing through the layers of rain and mist, soaring to the heavens. Satisfied, Su Chen nodded. At times, he found himself unaccustomed to this feeling. Yet, traversing an alternate world and ascending to the throne of an empire, certain matters became inescapable. For a sovereign, nothing is more intolerable than betrayal. With 20 superpowers capable of betraying him once, who could guarantee they would not do so a second or third time? The most prudent course was to eliminate the roots of dissent. Moreover, the Su dynasty must expand its territories and continually rise, inevitably impacting the interests of the major superpowers. He sought to avoid all troubles and waste no unnecessary time. You are all subjects of the Su dynasty. I must ensure each of your safety. My dynasty will not only become the sovereign of the eastern wilderness, but will also conquer the continent and become its ruler. Thus, we must act with decisive ruthlessness, devoid of any sentimentality, to follow your majesty to the death. The army proclaimed as the sound of dragon roars drowned out the thunder. Su Chen led the Yanlong Zongtian army back to the dynasty. The empire deliberately disseminated news that spread like wildfire throughout the eastern wilderness. All superpowers were annihilated. The eastern wilderness hall was vanquished, and the Su dynasty emerged as the unequivocal overlord of the eastern wilderness, surpassing the hall in both strength and prestige. Upon returning to the dynasty, aside from his personal cultivation, Su Chen continuously evolved and fortified the blood-refining locking divine formation, distributing all the power refined within the refining wilderness cauldron. He resolved all troubles in the eastern wilderness. The dynasty stood at the pinnacle of the region. Yet on a continental scale, it was still far from sufficient. In the tranquil courtyard, Su Chen languidly reclined on his stone bed, his mind wandering through various thoughts. Initially contemplating passing the throne to Su Hen, he realized that Su Hen was still too young and lacked sufficient experience. It was not the right time to entrust him with such responsibility. After resolving the issues of the eastern wilderness, Su Chen aspired to explore the continent. For it was unthinkable to remain in the eastern wilderness indefinitely after traversing through worlds. According to the information he had gathered, the continent was boundless, with the eastern wilderness merely a drop in the ocean. He intended to lead the Su dynasty in a gradual conquest of the continent, ultimately becoming its sovereign. There was another reason stirring within him. Within the royal ancestral hall, he had awakened the divine bloodline of the Pan Ding through the black cauldron pattern on the altar, instilling in him a persistent intuition that his bloodline was extraordinary. Perhaps it was connected to the continent, and he needed to uncover the truth. At this moment, Su Hen entered the courtyard, kneeling respectfully and greeting, "Your Majesty," with the fall of the Eastern Wilderness Hall and all top-tier powers. All factions have chosen to submit and have sent envoys to pay tribute. I wish to inquire whether our dynasty will relocate. Su Chen understood Su Hen's implication. Within the vast expanse of the Eastern Wilderness, the territory of the Su dynasty was considered the most inferior. From Su Hen's perspective, now that the dynasty had become the sovereign of the Eastern Wilderness, the emperor should consider relocating. Relocate the dynasty? Su Chen mused. There were many splendid locations in the Eastern Wilderness, and the region occupied by the Eastern Wilderness Hall was among the most prestigious. He had contemplated moving the dynasty to another location, but ultimately dismissed the thought. Is the territory inadequate? It matters not. We need only continuously gather spiritual veins and bury them beneath the dynasty. If one spiritual vein is insufficient, we shall have two, and if that too fails, we will keep burying an endless supply of spiritual veins, with the blood-refining locking divine formation I have established. As long as we have a steady influx of spiritual veins, the formation will only grow stronger. After much contemplation, Su Chen ultimately decided against relocating the dynasty. He would remain here. Su Hen, present. Notify all factions, including sects, dynasties, and families, that any who possess spiritual veins must report immediately. Those who withhold information shall be executed. Understood. Consolidate the major powers. This task is entrusted to you. Remember, it must be ruthless, resolute, and decisive. I will remember. Go. Your servant takes his leave. Trembling, Su Hen rose. For reasons unknown, he felt immense pressure every time he visited the emperor, beads of sweat trickling down his brow. Unable to suppress it, slowly rising, he bowed and retreated. Chapter 77. Encountering a bull in a scheme. Su Chen broke through to the half-step sovereign realm. He instinctively understood that to truly transcend to the sovereign realm, he must first condense the power of the domain. In simple terms, it meant forming a domain within a specific range using one's own strength. Within his domain, he would be invincible unless suppressed by a more powerful domain. Condensing a domain is a formidable challenge. Many half-step sovereigns may never achieve it in their lifetime. However, for Su Chen, it posed little difficulty, given his prodigious talents, the assistance of the Supreme Bone, and, most crucially, the foundational Tao rhythm within him. Based on his estimations, he could condense a domain and break through to the sovereign realm within half a month. As his cultivation advanced, Su Chen gradually recognized a troubling reality. Even with his augmented talents, his cultivation speed was no longer as monstrous as it had been at the outset. In martial cultivation, talent is paramount, followed closely by one's comprehension of martial principles. The higher the cultivation, the greater the demands for understanding martial arts. Dragon Yuan's colossal form entered the courtyard, his face alight with anticipation as he inquired, "Master, have you summoned me for something?" "Delegate all matters to the elders. Tomorrow, we leave the Eastern Wilderness and head to the continent." "Master, are we truly departing?" Dragon Yuan was beside himself with excitement. His dragon clan was merely a branch of the continent, and even if they stood atop the pyramid of the Eastern Wilderness, they were insignificant on a continental scale. What of the Tianhuang Hall behind the Eastern Wilderness Hall? Do not concern yourself with them. As a continental power, even if they are angered, they will not dispatch formidable figures. At most, a few minor characters will come, and we shall ignore them. Understood, Master. I shall return to the Dragon Clan to prepare immediately. Go. Watching Dragon Yuan depart in exhilaration, Su Chen felt a surge of anticipation to witness the continent, which dwarfed the Eastern Wilderness, and to see if he could rise step by step. The following day, dawn broke, dispelling the layers of darkness that enveloped the earth. Dragon Yuan transformed into a dragon emblem, affixed to Su Chen's right arm. The Eastern Wilderness Mountain Range, the largest mountain range in the Eastern Wilderness, served as the only passageway connecting the Eastern Wilderness to the continent. Crossing the mountains would grant access to the boundless expanse of the continent. Legends spoke of countless ferocious beasts dwelling within the Eastern Wilderness Mountain Range, with formidable Void Realm beasts reigning supreme, making it rare for anyone to dare traverse through. A figure gradually emerged, showing no inclination to pause, and boldly entered the mountain range. Towering ancient trees overshadowed the sun, casting a veil over the light. Su Chen wasted no time, unwilling to delay even for a minute, as he sought to swiftly traverse the mountains and leave the eastern wasteland, entering the realm of the continent. With 4 days remaining until the next system flash sale, Chen eagerly anticipated the items that might be available for purchase. His previous experiences had been nothing short of satisfactory, devoid of any disappointment. At that moment, a 3-meter-long bull, its entire body a deep shade of black adorned with intricate patterns, approached slowly from a distance, exuding no aura whatsoever, appearing as ordinary as any cow. He paid it little mind. This was the eastern wasteland mountains, a place rife with demonic beasts, should luck turn unfavorably and a beast tide occur. Even a warrior of the cave void realm would have to retreat. As the man and the bull passed each other, the mountain-busting bull charged directly at Chen. With a swift sidestep, he evaded it in an instant. Cave void realm. Chen was astonished. He had indeed sensed no aura from the bull moments ago. Yet it now emanated a presence of the cave void, albeit faint and fleeting, but nonetheless detectable. How dare you dodge? My back has gone out, you brat. Quickly compensate me for my medical expenses, or I shall take your life today. Was this a case of extortion? Chen found it amusing. He never expected to encounter such a scenario in an alternate world, and by a bull no less. Such situations were only common in his own world, rife with various forms of deceit. Being extorted by a bull was not only a first for him, but likely an unprecedented occurrence. Are you mute? Damn. What bad luck to encounter a mute. Regardless of whether you can understand, you've injured my back, so today, I shall feast on you. It's only reasonable. The mountain-busting bull, a cave void realm demonic beast, boasted formidable offensive and defensive capabilities, charging at Chen with great ferocity. This bull had a peculiar habit. Before devouring warriors or beasts, it would first feign a pretext for its actions, essentially the extortion Chen had mused about. With a resigned shake of his head, Chen chuckled. If you wish to extort, you should at least open your eyes and choose someone suitable. He did not evade or dodge, instead watching as the bull barreled towards him. As the distance between them shrank to less than a yard, Chen suddenly unleashed a palm strike. Accompanied by a horrendous cry, the powerful mountain-busting bull was sent flying by his blow. Its teeth were shattered, blood gushed forth, and it crashed to the ground, terrified, scrambling to escape. One could only imagine how terrifying this human must be, capable of such a feat had it finally encountered a formidable opponent. It regretted provoking such a formidable being. Trying to leave after causing me trouble? Stepping forward, he intercepted the mountain-busting bull, smiling as he asked, "Didn't you just say you wanted to eat me? I'm right here, go ahead." "Great one, I acknowledge my mistake. I failed to recognize your might. Please forgive me this once. I promise I will never dare to do so again." The mountain-busting bull gazed at the human warrior with fearful eyes, regretting its earlier bravado. For years, it had never met with failure, yet a momentary lapse had led to such trouble. "Little bull?" Chen chuckled, cracking his knuckles. "You just tried to swallow me, and I was quite frightened. How about this? If you let me beat you up a bit, and you can endure it, I shall let you go. What do you say? Forget it." With a series of thuds, Chen wasted no more words. He was keen to test the bull's defenses. His fists rained down upon the mountain-busting bull, left and right, like a torrential downpour, accompanied by the bull's pitiful cries. The once mighty cave void realm beast was mercilessly beaten to death, its skin torn and blood staining the ground. Until its final breath, the bull's eyes reflected an endless terror. Tonight, there would be roasted beef, and the meat of the cave void mountain-busting bull would surely be delectable. Chapter 78. Looking like a hippopotamus, yet toothless. Under the night sky, Chen roasted the beef, the bonfire crackling brightly before him. The enticing aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air as he retrieved various seasonings from his spatial ring, diligently sprinkling them over the meat. He sliced a piece from the bull's leg and savored it, the flavors bursting in his mouth. It was truly exquisite, a testament to the quality of the cave void mountain-busting bull. The bull's soul had already been devoured by the refining wasteland pot and was now fully refined. Chen's appetite was insatiable, and in no time, he had polished off the entire leg of meat. After letting out a satisfied burp, he prepared to cultivate when suddenly he felt a surge of power surging within him. Astonished, he wondered if consuming beef could lead to a breakthrough in his cultivation. He promptly sat cross-legged as the enhancement from his myriad talents took effect, allowing the foundations of his Tao rhythm to operate autonomously. Streams of energy coursed through his body, forming a unique aura around him, akin to a quagmire. A domain? Had he successfully condensed a domain and broken through to the venerable realm just by eating a bull's leg? Seizing the opportunity, Chen would not let this chance slip away. The domain underwent continuous compression and transformation. Each time it reached its limit, it would undergo a metamorphosis. The extreme of 9 nines was the threshold, with each compression yielding a qualitative leap. After successfully compressing the domain to its limit for the second time, he broke through to the second level of the venerable realm. The third compression also met with success, advancing his cultivation to the third level of the venerable realm. The fourth compression followed suit, with no hindrance, as he ascended once more to the fourth level of the venerable realm. However, when Su Chen attempted to compress the domain for the fifth time, he found it impossible to proceed. Gradually opening his eyes, he gazed at the corpse of the mountain-busting bull nearby, a glimmer of greed flickering in his gaze. What delectable meat! He effortlessly tossed the entire carcass of the mountain-busting bull into his spatial ring. Such fine meat was worth saving for later. A little each day would facilitate continuous breakthroughs. While others struggled immensely to advance even a single tier in their cultivation, for Su Chen, it was as simple as drinking water. The elevation of his cultivation was akin to riding a rocket. Just consuming a piece of beef could propel him through multiple tiers. One could hardly blame him for feeling exasperated. Were this to be revealed, few would believe it. Deep within the eastern wasteland mountains, as Su Chen emerged from the mountains, he immediately sensed a significant increase in the richness of the spiritual energy in the air, approximately 1/3 denser than that of the eastern wasteland. Choosing a direction at random, he promptly set off. His visit to the continent had two primary objectives. First, to investigate the peculiarities of the bloodline of the Panding within him, to ascertain whether it was linked to some superpower on the continent. Second, to scout the terrain, for he intended to lead the Su family dynasty in future conquests across the continent, elevating the dynasty to the pinnacle of existence. Suddenly, a series of piercing sounds echoed through the air as 6 figures, riding on sword chi, streaked through the sky at incredible speed. Sister Wanqing, slow down a bit. This Qingming sword is exceedingly difficult to tame. Be cautious. Upon a cerulean longsword, a young maiden clad in delicate yellow garments soared gracefully, her feet balanced upon the blade. With an oval visage framed by willow-like brows and large, expressive eyes that seemed to converse with the world, she emanated an aura of ethereal elegance. I refuse to believe you cannot be tamed, she mused. The Qingming sword, a gift from her father upon her ascension to the celestial realm, required subjugation even after it had tasted blood. As it swayed to and fro, the sword emitted a series of furious roars, its terrifying sword intent assailing her senses. A sudden misstep caused Lin Wanqing to lose her balance and plummet from the sword. The unexpected turn of events startled the 5 figures pursuing her, who rushed towards Lin Wanqing with alarming speed. Under normal circumstances, given Lin Wanqing's cultivation at the celestial realm, she could have traversed the void even when pressed by the Qingming sword. However, the overwhelming sword intent began to invade her body, forcefully suppressing her strength. As she fell through the void, the weight of the sword intent bore down upon her, eliciting a gasp of shock. Catch me. At that moment, Su Chen, who happened to be passing by, sensed the dreadful sword intent approaching and looked up to see a figure hurtling towards him. Instead of reaching out to assist, he merely took a step back, opting to disregard her plight. Thud. In the instant that Su Chen retreated, Lin Wanqing's body crashed onto the ground. Mere steps away from him. Sister Wanqing, are you all right? A voice exclaimed, panic rising. What on earth? Are you daft? Didn't you hear Sister Wanqing ask you to catch her? He hastily helped the fallen Lin Wanqing to her feet, her exquisite face marred by blood. Were it not for her defenses granted by the celestial realm, a mere mortal would surely have met their demise from such a fall. Even so, Lin Wanqing couldn't help but grimace in pain, losing a tooth and nearly bursting into tears. Suppressing her tears, she glared furiously at the young man before her. As a renowned beauty of Huangxian City, she had boldly requested his aid, yet he had the audacity to evade her. Are you deaf? I commanded you to catch me. Yet you chose to dodge? Why should I catch you just because you asked? You're hardly a beauty. You resemble a hippopotamus, a toothless one at that. Quite ugly, really. He had assumed that if he had not dodged, even if she fell, there would be someone beneath her to cushion the impact, thus sparing her from such a harsh landing. With her beauty and status, if she had fallen in Huangxian City, countless admirers would have rushed to catch her. Was he blind? Or was her beauty simply not captivating enough? As Lin Wanqing fumed internally, she suddenly processed his absurd comparison to a hippopotamus, leaving her utterly stunned. You dare liken me to a hippopotamus? You seek death, she retorted. Do you have any idea who we are? Ignoring her outburst, Su Chen turned to the young man who had insulted him. You just insulted me, didn't you? And what if I did? You little brat. You better kneel and apologize to Sister Wanqing. Crawl away like a dog, or else I shall make you wish for death, he threatened. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the young man vanished before their astonished eyes. In the next moment, he felt a chilling aura of malice from behind, causing him to shiver. He quickly turned, hoping to confirm his suspicions. However, just as he did, a slap sent him flying, his head and body separating violently. Blood arced through the air, the metallic scent overwhelming the senses of all present, including the enraged Lin Wanqing, who could only stare in disbelief at the scene unfolding before her. You dare to kill a member of the Lin family? Do you have any idea of our standing in Huangshan City? Chapter 79. No matter how many you desire, I shall only offer you 10 spirit stones. The events unfolded too suddenly, leaving Lin Wanqing and her companions utterly speechless. They had never anticipated that he would so brazenly eliminate one of his own, leaving them without even a chance to threaten him. Faces etched with shock, they resorted to invoking their family's name in hopes of intimidating him. Huangshan City? Su Chen was entirely uninformed about the dynamics of the continent. However, he neither sought trouble nor feared it. He had done nothing to provoke anyone, yet here he was, being insulted without cause. Su Chen discerned that the individuals before him were likely wealthy scions, their backgrounds presumably impressive. Nevertheless, he felt no inclination to show mercy. There was no doubt in his mind that the continent operated under a far harsher reality than the East Wasteland, wherever one roamed. It was a world ruled by the strong, where the law of the jungle prevailed. Had it not been for his own formidable strength, it would have been he, rather than them, who faced humiliation. With no desire to engage further, Su Chen turned to leave. Sister Wanqing, are you all right? Shaking her head, she wiped away the blood that had smeared her face. The lost tooth was inconsequential. However, she felt a mixture of anger and curiosity. She prided herself on her beauty. Certain she ranked among the top 5 in Huangshan City, with suitors aplenty. Yet this individual seemed to disregard her allure entirely. Was he blind? Sister Wanqing, we should return. Indeed, if anything were to happen to you, we would have no way to explain it to the family. Yes, Lin Wanqing, shaken, had been pampered by her family her entire life, and had never encountered such a domineering figure. His swift and merciless actions left her feeling quite intimidated. Without dwelling on the recent events, Su Chen resumed grilling some beef under the scorching sun. The meal, though not as extravagant as before, propelled him from the cusp of the half-respecter realm to the 4th-level respecter realm. Consuming more grilled meat yielded diminished effects, yet, under the enhancement of his extraordinary talent, he still managed to ascend a minor tier, successfully advancing from the 4th-level respecter realm to the 5th-level respecter realm. Stretching languidly, Su Chen made his way toward Huangshan City. Huangshan City, a city of moderate size, boasted a population of several million. The city lord's mansion and the 3 prominent families jointly governed it, among which the Lin family was one. The 3 major families consisted of the Lin, Wang, and Miao families. Observing the bustling crowd, Su Chen wasted no time in entering. Traversing the spacious main thoroughfare lined with shops, where a steady stream of patrons revealed the city's prosperity, the East Wasteland could not remotely compare to the mainland. Even the most insignificant city here surpassed every location in the East Wasteland, including his own royal city, a stark testament to the disparities of geography. The sounds of haggling and sales pitches echoed around him. Strolling along the vibrant streets, Su Chen kept his eyes peeled for any fortunate finds. Communicating through the dragon-shaped tattoo on his arm, Su Chen conveyed telepathically, Long Yuan, sense if there are any treasures nearby, but remember to keep it discreet. The dragon clan possessed an innate sensitivity to treasures, and Long Yuan, the leader of the East Wasteland dragons, being a golden-blooded hell dragon, was likely adept at sensing such artifacts. Understood. Long Yuan grasped his master's intent, releasing a subtle breath of dragon essence that spread through the surroundings. Minutes later, Master, I have detected an exceptionally potent dragon's breath, albeit faint. It undeniably exists. Dragon's breath? Is there a divine dragon present here? Where? Guided by Long Yuan, Su Chen proceeded to the left front and ultimately halted before a street vendor. A large crimson cloth was spread upon the ground, adorned with an array of stones, varying in size and hue, black, red, blue, a vibrant kaleidoscope. Are you certain that the dragon's breath you sensed is here? Master, my perception is infallible. Within that stone lies a trace of dragon's breath, exceedingly weak, likely sealed within the stone itself. Following Long Yuan's guidance, Su Chen fixed his gaze upon one of the many stones, a fist-sized red stone, seemingly stained with blood. It is indeed a remarkable find. Had it not been for Long Yuan's sensing of the dragon's breath within, he would hardly have given it a second glance. How much is this stone? 10,000 spirit stones. He stood up to leave. The practice of overcharging customers is inescapable, much like in my previous life, where a jade worth 3,000 could be haggled to 30 or even 300,000. Please wait, esteemed customer. What I quoted was merely the original price. If you are sincerely interested, I can offer you a discount. The vendor's urgency was palpable. He understood all too well the true value of his wares. And 10,000 spirit stones was indeed a lofty price, meant to allow room for negotiation. What sort of discount? I shall offer it to you at 9,000 spirit stones. 10 spirit stones. No less than 8,000 spirit stones will I part with it. 10 spirit stones. Esteemed customer, this is not how haggling is conducted. Consider it my misfortune. I shall let you have it for 6,000 spirit stones. How about that? 10 spirit stones. I shall make further concessions. For 1,000 spirit stones, what say you? 10 spirit stones. Su Chen maintained an air of calm, recognizing that in dealings with such merchants, one must remain steadfast. Even if encircled by a myriad of foes, he would stand resolute, unwavering. 3,000 spirit stones. 10 spirit stones. 1,000 spirit stones. 10 spirit stones. 500 spirit stones. 10 spirit stones. The vendor's countenance grew increasingly grim, akin to one who had encountered a vengeful specter, desperation seeping into his demeanor. Ultimately, with a clenched jaw, he conceded, "For the sake of your earnestness, I shall relent to 10 spirit stones. But do not breathe a word of this to anyone else." Without further ado, even if he were to acquire the stone for merely 10 spirit stones, the vendor would undoubtedly profit handsomely. He promptly paid the 10 spirit stones and retrieved the red stone from the ground. "Wait, that stone is intended for my young master. We shall offer 100 spirit stones." Observing the newcomers, the foremost youth fanned himself lightly, a delicate visage adorning his features. "So it is young Master Wang Feng. How could I dare to claim your spirit stones? This stone is of little worth. I shall simply gift it to young Master Wang Feng." Wang Feng hailed from the Wang family, one of the 3 prominent clans in Imperial Xuanqing. Who would dare provoke them? To spare your business is to show you respect. Should you continue to demand payment, it would be feared that wealth would not equate to life. Chapter 80. Treading the right leg, then the left. Shrouded in clouds and dragons. Having successfully procured the stone, an unforeseen complication arose. Noting the vendor's obsequiousness and trepidation, Su Chen could surmise that the identity of the pale-faced youth was likely significant. "Esteemed customer, I shall return your spirit stones and compensate you with an additional stone. I beseech you to return the stone to me." He chose to disregard the plea. Su Chen tucked the stone away, preparing to depart. "Esteemed customer, please relinquish my possession." Seeing the youth's intent to leave, the vendor's anxiety escalated. "Your departure is inconsequential. However, if you were to leave, how could I explain this to Wang Feng? Given Wang Feng's status, even to kill him in public would elicit no intervention, not even from the city guards." The vendor lunged towards Su Chen. Before he could get close, a resounding slap sent him sprawling, blood and teeth scattering. The terrified vendor scrambled to his feet. "You dare to be impudent? Who left their dog unguarded to bark here? How audacious! Today, I shall ensure you learn who truly holds power in Imperial Xuanqing." The 2 sycophants beside the pale-faced youth, enraged, launched a fierce kick towards Su Chen, the air crackling with their formidable force, drawing a crowd around them. "So this is young Master Wang Feng. This individual is in grave peril for not recognizing him. Surely, he must be new to Imperial Xuanqing, as anyone from within the city knows of Wang Feng." Acting in haste, they would soon learn the repercussions. With a chilling gaze, Su Chen sought to avoid trouble. He merely wished to take the stone. Yet, whether in his past life or this alternate realm, avoiding conflict was not an option, especially with such a highborn scion who would provoke regardless. His eyes gleamed with intensity as the reincarnation divine patterns surged forth, forcefully penetrating the minds of the 2 sycophants. No cry of agony escaped their lips. To the astonishment of all present, their forms gradually vanished from sight. What manner of sorcery is this? Wang Feng's complexion drained of color, retreating in fear. Exclaiming, "Do you dare to kill a member of the Wang family? Boy, do you comprehend our family's standing in Imperial Xuanqing? Does everyone relish in threats?" Su Chen could sense that this so-called young master of the Wang family was also of the celestial realm. How amusing that such a foolish individual had managed to attain such a level of cultivation, surely thanks to a well-established lineage. For an ordinary person, achieving the celestial realm would be a daunting task, let alone breaking through to the Soul Palace. "What do you intend to do?" Shaking his head, Su Chen retorted coldly, "Your audacity is a disgrace to the Wang family. Regardless of the outcome, you must engage in battle." The more he pressed, the more fear Wang Feng exhibited. "Are you out of your mind? Why would I battle you? Believe it or not, with but a command, I could summon numerous powerful figures to reduce you to mere fragments. Boy, if you possess any sense, kneel and apologize. Perhaps I shall grant you forgiveness. Tomorrow is my grandfather's grand birthday. I have no desire to spill blood today. You would do well not to provoke the Wang family's authority, lest you find yourself with no opportunity for regret." Without further ado, Su Chen unleashed a barrage of slaps, meticulously controlling his strength as he delivered blows to Wang Feng's face. Observing the scene unfold, all present gasped in horror, incredulously witnessing young Master Wang Feng being so brutally humiliated. In Imperial Xuanqing, the Wang family's power was unparalleled. Even the other 2 prominent families would not dare to act so openly, let alone against a direct descendant of the Wang family. "You dare strike me? You actually have the audacity to slap my face. Boy, you will pay for this." Crack. Accompanied by a howl of pain, Chen shattered Wang Feng's right leg, then proceeded to crush the left, the sickening sound of splintering bone sending shockwaves through the onlookers. Truly ruthless. Return and inform your grandfather that I shall personally attend his birthday celebration tomorrow. The cries of agony echoed as the sycophants hastily lifted their master and fled. Seeking refuge in a modest yet elegantly adorned inn, Chen requested a superior chamber. Upon returning to his quarters, directly extracting the crimson stone from the spatial ring, he inquired, Long Yuan, with your sensitivity, what is the nature of the dragon breath contained within this stone? My master, Long Yuan replied, the seal within the stone is excessively domineering, preventing me from perceiving its true condition. However, I can sense a trace of dragon breath within, which is significantly more powerful than my own. Having achieved the 9th level of the Void Realm, Long Yuan was on the cusp of stepping into the semi-respected realm, and the aura he sensed was indeed far superior. It appeared that the dragon breath sealed within the stone belonged to a divine dragon of the respected realm. He activated the blood refinement locking array, enveloping the entire room, ensnaring the dragon within the stone. It was imperative to ensure absolute security, for neither Chen nor Long Yuan understood the precise nature of the crimson stone. Utilizing the heavy eye technique, waves of terrifying power descended upon the crimson stone, augmented by the might of the supreme bone. Under the combined force, the seal within the crimson stone shattered instantaneously, unleashing a torrent of fearsome dragon breath. My master, this is the aura of the Emperor Realm, specifically that of the celestial cloud dragon. Chen could already sense the tremors in the blood refinement locking array he had previously set up. This is not merely a dragon soul. My master, the essence of the celestial cloud dragon's entire power has been forcibly sealed within the stone. We have indeed stumbled upon an extraordinary fortune. However, this dragon power is exceedingly tyrannical. Yet, Long Yuan harbored no trepidation. Fully aware of the overwhelming might of the dragon-binding circle in his master's possession, the terrifying dragon breath surged forth, seemingly intent on annihilating the heavens and the earth. However, the dragon-binding circle swiftly suppressed it. As a bane to dragons, the binding circle exerted absolute restraint even over an Emperor Realm divine dragon. The 6 realms of the respected realm, supreme realm, celestial realm, grand respected realm, ancient respected realm, catastrophic respected realm. The 6 realms of the Emperor Realm, Great Emperor Realm, Celestial Emperor Realm, Ancestral Emperor Realm, Ancient Emperor Realm, Catastrophic Emperor Realm. Chen could not yet ascertain the cultivation level of this dragon breath. Even the 1st level of the Emperor Realm dragon breath was indicative of tremendous significance. Long Yuan, are you able to devour the power of the celestial cloud dragon? Yes, my master. If I can consume the power of the celestial cloud dragon, not only will my cultivation rapidly advance, but my true form may also undergo a transformation, albeit with a slim chance. Yet, there remains an opportunity. Chapter 81. The coffin draped in white cloth. Congratulations to the Wang family patriarch on entering ultimate bliss. Long Yuan appeared exceedingly elated. If he could consume the essence of the Emperor Realm divine dragon, the benefits would be immeasurable. Most importantly, the level of the celestial cloud dragon far surpassed that of the golden blood prison dragon. Opening his mouth wide, Long Yuan, in his dragon form, eagerly consumed the essence of dragon breath presented by his master. Thank you, my master. I have already planted the dragon lizard fruit for you. I will present it all to you shortly. Excellent. The celestial cloud dragon, an Emperor Realm divine dragon, given the opportunity, he yearned to visit the pinnacle of dragons on the continent. With the dragon-binding circle in hand, he felt confident enough to disregard any divine dragon. Chen was filled with absolute assurance. With the overwhelming power of the dragon-binding circle, he believed he could suppress even an Emperor Realm divine dragon. The next day, the dawn's light enveloped the entirety of Huangshan City. Many rushed to the Wang family, for today marked the grand birthday celebration of Wang Manuan, the patriarch of the Wang family, a significant event for the entire Huangshan City. Lin Tian, the patriarch of the Lin family, Miao Xianfeng, the patriarch of the Miao family, and even the city lord personally arrived to offer their congratulations. In a secluded courtyard, upon witnessing his son with both legs broken, Wang Qian, who had hurried back, was filled with fury. He had been preoccupied with matters elsewhere, returning only for his father's birthday, only to find that his son had been crippled at the family door. What happened? Uncle, we accompanied the young master to select a gift for the patriarch yesterday. We spotted a fine crimson stone and intended to purchase it, but were provoked by a young man who directly crippled the young master's legs. Father, you must avenge me. Have you uncovered the identity of this person? Wang Qian did not react with the impulsiveness one might expect. He understood that they were in Huangshan City, where their family status and strength were well established. How could the assailant dare to cripple his son without fearing the wrath of the Wang family? We have yet to ascertain, but speak. When the young man left yesterday, he boasted that he would personally come to the family today to deliver a gift to the patriarch. How dare he? Not only has he crippled my son, but he also dares to come to our door. Does he truly believe the Wang family is an easy target? Uncle. The patriarchs of the Lin and Miao families, as well as the city lord, have all arrived. Please go out to greet the guests. Nodding, Wang Qian replied, Fenger. Today you must endure. You must go out to congratulate your grandfather on his birthday. Regardless of whether he comes or not, I will seek revenge for you. Thank you, father. The family was adorned with festive decorations, the red carpet laid out across the estate. For the Wang family, today was undoubtedly a momentous occasion. Wang Manuan. The patriarch of the Wang family, a powerhouse of the Void Realm, had once led the Wang family to sweep across the region, establishing their dominance in Huangshan City and ultimately becoming one of the three great families. On his birthday, even the city lord had come personally to offer his congratulations. A testament to the Wang family's prestige. Lin Wanqing, her face a mask of anger, sat in a chair, pouting as she toyed with the now shrunken Qingming's sword, muttering curses. Once I find you, I shall stitch your mouth shut and hang you in the family dungeon, allowing you to experience the torment of a fate worse than death. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Being renowned as the beauty of Huangshan City, she had never endured such humiliation. Amidst her fury, there was an inkling of anticipation to confront him. Have you found him? Sister Wanqing, I have stationed people at the city gate and left behind portraits. As soon as this person dares to enter the city, we will know immediately. Nodding in satisfaction, Lin Wanqing smiled. I have already arranged with the two elders that we must capture this person at all costs. Sister Wanqing, forgive me for speaking bluntly, but if this person dares to come to Huangshan City, I will offer my head as a stool for you to sit upon. Get lost. Though she was reluctant to believe it, the reality was evident. No one would dare to come unless they were confident in suppressing the Lin family. Did the opponent possess such strength? Gripping her Qingming sword tightly, Lin Wanqing cursed fiercely. Ladies and gentlemen, today is my birthday celebration. I am grateful for your presence. Especially to my two esteemed brothers and the city lord. Wang brother, you are too modest. We have known each other for many years, and our three families have always coexisted harmoniously. Only through unity can we endure. The city lord smiled. You three are the pillars of Huangshan City. I shall rely on you to jointly govern our city in the future. City lord, you are too kind. We shall do our utmost. The city lord was a half-step into the respected realm, the foremost powerhouse of Huangshan City, deserving the utmost respect even from the patriarchs of the three great families. At that moment, a family disciple rushed in. Patriarch, trouble is afoot. Someone has come to deliver a gift. As Wang Manuan heard the disciple's words, his expression darkened instantly. What do you mean trouble? Someone is here to deliver a gift, and you dare say it is trouble? Slap. What did you say? Wang Qian, filled with rage, delivered a sharp slap, his gaze icy, utterly humiliating. Uncle, there appears to be an issue with the gift. I dare not accept it, and I implore you to personally inspect it. As his brows gradually furrowed, Wang Qian, having regained his composure, sensed that something was amiss. What was the issue with someone presenting a congratulatory gift? He dismissed the notion with a wave of his hand, striding furiously towards the entrance. At that very moment, outside the Wang residence, a throng of onlookers had gathered, eyes fixated on a massive black bronze coffin that lay ominously upon the ground. Draped over it was a white cloth inscribed with the words, "Congratulations to the head of the Wang family on his birthday. May he ascend to paradise." Who is responsible for this? Wang Qian bellowed, his gaze locked onto the coffin's white cloth, particularly the 12 characters that ignited a blaze of wrath within him. Who dares to provoke us so audaciously, to disturb the peace of the Wang family in the imperial Xian city? The gathered crowd stood frozen, particularly Wang Manuan, whose withered visage darkened with a menacing glare, resembling a ravenous beast. The coffin and the white cloth were evidently not a gesture of celebration, but rather a blatant provocation. Father, I know who did this. Wang Feng gritted his teeth, his mind racing with certainty that the one who had sent the coffin and cloth was the very youth who had shattered his legs the previous day. It must be him, the one who crippled me. At that moment, as if witnessing a ghost, Wang Feng pointed furiously at the approaching youth, exclaiming, "Father, it's him. It's him." All eyes turned to the youth, including Lin Wanqing, whose expression mirrored disbelief. She had not anticipated that the one responsible for delivering the coffin to the Wang family would be this individual. Surprisingly, upon encountering him again, she felt a surge of unexpected joy rather than the anticipated anger. Chapter 82. The white-haired man sends off the black-haired one. Joy. What was happening to her? A sense of helplessness washed over Lin Wanqing as she regarded the youth, who seemed far too audacious, clearly challenging the Wang family. The crowd was rendered speechless. What enmity could warrant the sending of a coffin and a curse? Wang Manuan's countenance, darkened by wrath, was etched with murderous intent as he coldly demanded, "Who are you, sir? Why have you acted in such a manner?" "Grandfather, yesterday I went to prepare a congratulatory gift for you, but he not only stole my gift, he also shattered my legs. I implore you to seek justice." Upon hearing this, astonishment washed over the crowd, and they regarded the youth with a mix of admiration and fear. How ruthless he was to have crippled a member of the Wang family, especially in their own territory of Imperial Xian City. "Humph, you are indeed audacious," Wang Manuan sneered, his disdain echoing like a death knell. The fury emanating from this master of the void realm forced those nearby to retreat, the cold scoff igniting a tumult within them, akin to a hammer striking their very minds. This was the might of the Wang family's patriarch. A soul attack? With his supreme bone in protection and an absolute disparity in cultivation levels, attempting to employ a soul attack against him was truly a fool's errand. The intrusion of such an attack into his consciousness vanished without a trace, as if it had sunk into the ocean. If the junior was unreasonable, it seemed the elder was equally so. A family capable of surviving for such an extended period must have the city lord's office to thank for it. "Young friend, the affairs of my city lord's office are not something you should meddle in." This individual was excessively arrogant, not only provoking the Wang family, but also challenging the city lord's office. Wang Manuan cast a glance at his crippled grandson, his fury surging uncontrollably. Regardless of right or wrong, his grandson had been preparing a gift for him, and the provocation had brought shame upon their family. Those who dare to challenge the dignity of the family must be eliminated. "You, young man, I had intended to settle matters with you yesterday. Yet you have come knocking at my door. Heaven has a path, yet you refuse to walk it. Hell has no gate, yet you dare to enter. In that case, my Wang family shall grant you your wish." Su Chen appeared remarkably youthful. What cultivation could someone so young possibly possess? The human realm? The Wheel Sea realm? "Father, today is your grand birthday. Do not linger and keep our guests waiting. Kill." Wang Menyuan's voice was icy, and regardless of the reasons. Anyone daring to cause a ruckus on his birthday would only find their blood could cleanse the shame. Wang Qian had already reached the pinnacle of the Dao Palace realm, a renowned powerhouse within Imperial Xian City. To dare to disrupt his father's grand birthday was an affront that summoned his wrath. He stepped forward, carrying a torrent of murderous intent to subdue. The overwhelming force seemed poised to engulf Su Chen, and to all present, this was the consequence of provoking the Wang family. Yet, contrary to expectations of slaughter, they watched in horror as Wang Qian, the esteemed pinnacle of the Dao Palace realm, found himself utterly subdued, with no chance to retaliate. Feeling his own strength forcibly restrained, disbelief painted Wang Qian's features. Was this youth truly an ancient monster who had cultivated for hundreds or even thousands of years, merely appearing youthful? To be capable of restraining a Dao Palace realm practitioner was something even those in the creation realm could scarcely achieve. Only a master of the void realm could accomplish such a feat. Could this youth be a master of the void realm? The heads of the three great families were taken aback, realizing the audacity of the youth stemmed from his cultivation in the void realm. "Sir, let us speak reasonably. Please release my son." Wang Manuan was now utterly anxious. Even if the other party was a master of the void realm, he was not afraid. For the city lord beside him was a half-step sovereign. In the presence of the city lord, even those of the void realm must comply. Most crucially, his son's life hung in the balance. He dared not gamble, for provoking this individual could cost him his own flesh and blood. The city lord interjected. "I believe there must be some misunderstanding between you and the Wang family. If you are willing to sit down and discuss, all can be resolved. As the city lord of Imperial Xian City, I assure you that if you release Wang Qian, you may leave without hindrance." Wang Manuan did not object. He understood well the weight of his son's life compared to his own dignity. Su Chen smiled, his icy gaze fixated on the middle-aged man. "You are the city lord of Imperial Xian City? Indeed. What occurs between the Wang family and myself is of no concern to you. Do you possess the authority to dictate my departure from Imperial Xian City?" The moment his words fell, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. No one had anticipated the youth would be so brazen as to insult the city lord, showing blatant disregard for the half-step sovereign. The city lord appeared momentarily stunned, unable to fathom that as the dignified ruler of Imperial Xian City, a half-step sovereign, he was openly cursed by this youth. The anger within him surged forth, transforming into a ferocious aura that howled towards the heavens. "Impudent! Who do you think you are to defy the city lord in such a manner?" With a dismissive wave, the city lord regarded the youth with cold detachment. "If you persist in your obstinacy, do not blame me." Before the city lord could finish, Wang Qian, trapped in the void, abruptly exploded, a mist of blood enveloping the area, the acrid scent of iron signaling the gravity of what had just transpired. Disregarding both the Wang family and the city lord's office, had the youth truly slain Wang Qian? You dare to kill my son. Today I shall demand 100-fold retribution. The white-haired man sends off the black-haired one, unable to accept the harshness of reality. Wang Manuan never anticipated that on the day of his grand celebration, he would be confronted with the tragic demise of his son. He bore no resentment towards his grandson for preparing a gift. Was it truly erroneous? Yet, Wang Manuan remained oblivious to the fact that his cherished grandson, under the guise of gifting, had brazenly attempted to seize from him, only to encounter an insurmountable obstacle this time. The city lord, with a grave countenance, directly obstructed Wang Manuan, saying, "Brother Wang, do not act recklessly. Are you attempting to thwart me, city lord?" Wang Manuan retorted, "Brother Wang, it is well known throughout Huangshan City that I am a half-step venerable. This individual could not possibly be unaware of that fact. How dare he come to the Wang family and provoke me publicly? Do you not find this situation rather suspicious?" Though Wang Manuan endeavored to keep his composure, the horrifying sight of his son's demise ignited an uncontrollable fire of rage within him. Despite recognizing the suspicious nature of the events, he could not accept that his son's murder could go unavenged, nor could he believe that this man was indeed a half-step venerable. Given the value of the Wang family, he found it even less plausible that the city lord would remain indifferent. In the presence of a half-step venerable city lord, the Dongshu realm was utterly inconsequential, merely a trivial game. Chapter 83. The Wang family bears no blame for its downfall. The Wang family could not incur any losses. The city lord's office sought to dominate Huangshan City, with the significant contributions of the three major families. Above all else, for the city lord, it was imperative not to stand idly by while the head of the Wang family was slaughtered. As the city lord coldly regarded Wang Manuan, he interjected, "Regardless of who you are, such audacity will not be tolerated in Huangshan City." Choosing to ignore the chaos, the city lord had already taken a stance. Su Chen surveyed the other two individuals, having discerned the power dynamics within Huangshan City. The city comprised the city lord's office and three prominent families. Aside from the Wang family, the other two were presumably the heads of the Lin and Miao families. How do the two esteemed heads intend to choose? Upon hearing the young man's inquiry, Lin Tian, head of the Lin family, and Miao Xianfeng, head of the Miao family, were momentarily taken aback, internally berating one another for being unwittingly drawn into this affair. "Father, we shall withdraw." Lin Tian expressed in surprise upon hearing the voice from behind him. "Do not interject. Father, trust your daughter. This individual is not someone the city lord can contend with." Lin Wanjing, staring intently at her father, nodded emphatically, insisting, "Trust me." Lin Wanjing herself was uncertain why she had such faith in the young man. She merely sensed that he was extraordinary. Who else would dare to provoke a half-step venerable city lord while merely at the Dongshu realm? Unless, of course, they were deranged. "Esteemed sir, my Lin family wishes to remain uninvolved in your enmity." Lin Tian, accompanied by Lin Wanjing and others, promptly departed from the Wang family without leaving a trace. The Lin family's neutrality astonished all present, including the city lord and Wang Manuan, as they had not anticipated Lin Tian's decision to abstain from supporting the Wang family. The city lord seethed with anger, yet could not chastise them publicly. Miao Xianfeng, equally astonished, understood Lin Tian's gesture. With a knowing smile, he said, "Esteemed sir, my Miao family too prefers not to intervene in your grievances. I hope both of you can forgive us." With the Lin and Miao families withdrawing, both Wang Manuan and the city lord were left infuriated, feeling as though they had been betrayed. Satisfied with the exit of the two families, Su Chen took a measured approach, preferring to negotiate rather than annihilate, considering neither family had partaken in the events. "City lord, as a newcomer, I wish to avoid excessive bloodshed. I now offer you an opportunity. If you withdraw, I shall only extinguish the Wang family today." The declaration left everyone astounded, as it was evident that he was disregarding the Wang family entirely, posing no threat, and expressing a desire to avoid unnecessary bloodshed while granting the city lord a chance to reconsider. How audacious! How brazen! How utterly tyrannical! Regardless of the city lord's willingness to act, the young man's provocations necessitated his support for the Wang family. As the city lord of Huangshan City, if he chose to withdraw, what would become of the dignity and authority of the city lord's office? With a derisive smile, the city lord replied, "Such talent at your tender age to achieve the Dongshu realm, truly a prodigy. Alas, your brilliance is too glaring." "Enough with the pleasantries," Su Chen retorted impatiently. "I am a fair man. Since you choose to support the Wang family, you become my adversary. My principle regarding enemies has always been to eradicate them completely. I hope the city lord and the Wang family do not take offense." Before the city lord could respond, Su Chen continued, "Wang family, allow me to clarify. Your precious grandson attempted to forcibly seize something from me, relying on his status. The Wang family has no one to blame for its demise. As his words echoed, Su Chen stepped forward, vanishing from sight, only to reappear in the Wang family's expanse, his handsome visage bearing a hint of coldness, his black robe billowing in the wind. Unbridled audacity. Without further hesitation, the city lord also leaped forth, charging towards the young man with a howl of murderous intent. The oppressive aura of a half-step venerable left everyone breathless, gazing at the city lord with admiration, for he was the mightiest in Huangxian City. Brother Lin, why choose to remain neutral? You must understand that our retreat will greatly displease the city lord and will also offend the Wang family. Is it worth it? Miao Xianfeng, well aware of Lin Tian's character, knew he would not make decisions lightly without complete assurance, especially in matters concerning the city lord. Lin Tian glanced at his daughter beside him, uncertain of the unfolding events. Wang Jing, typically carefree, had never been so serious, especially regarding the survival of their family. He trusted that his daughter would never jeopardize their clan. This individual is not merely at the Dongshu realm. It is likely he is also a half-step venerable. The city lord may not be able to suppress him. By remaining neutral, we incur no losses regardless of who prevails. And as for offending the city lord, do you believe he truly cares? Miao Xianfeng cast a deep glance, nodding in agreement without further comment. Domain? This is a domain. Just then, both Miao Xianfeng and Lin Tian felt a terrifying domain descending from the void, their eyes wide with disbelief. No one had anticipated that the young man was neither at the Dongshu realm nor a half-step venerable, but a true venerable. A venerable? Upon hearing the astonished exclamations of the two family heads, everyone gasped in shock, staring in awe at the young figure standing defiantly in the void. As the city lord soared into the air, he sensed a terrifying domain enveloping him, causing him to shudder in fear. Before he could react, he was forcefully suppressed by the domain. Bang! The city lord's body crashed into the ground, creating a deep crater. The ominous sound of shattering bones echoing like thunder tearing through the layers of the void. With a single strike, the city lord was subdued, prompting the onlookers to retreat hastily, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire. How formidable! To directly subdue the city lord. No wonder he is so audacious. He clearly possesses formidable backing. Of course, he is no fool. One does not confront challenges without absolute confidence. He disregarded even the city lord. How impressive! Wang Feng, that fool. Why provoke anyone at all? Why choose such a calamity? Now, his entire family is at stake, struggling from the deep pit. The bloodied city lord finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. The youth was, astonishingly, a revered being, surpassing even the threshold of the half-step esteemed realm. The half-step esteemed realm? Merely a stepping stone from the void realm, an enhanced version of the void realm, utterly incomparable to the true esteemed realm. Bearing the excruciating pain of bones fracturing within, the city lord advanced toward Wang Feng, blatantly disregarding the stupefied Wang Feng, and delivered a forceful kick that sent Wang Feng sprawling to the ground, his head crushed beneath the lord's foot. You fool! How dare you provoke a senior? Apologize at once. Chapter 84. Hell on Earth, breaking through the half-step supreme realm. Wang Feng was utterly dumbfounded, trembling uncontrollably, his face drained of color. He gazed in horror at the imposing figure standing in the void. With a thud, Wang Feng knelt, his pallid visage reflecting sheer terror as he hastily pleaded, Senior, I was in the wrong yesterday. I should not have taken your belongings. Please, forgive me. Wang Manuan was equally perplexed. The void realm? The half-step esteemed realm? This individual was indeed a true esteemed being. Even the city lord had nearly been obliterated with a single strike. Their family had unwittingly entangled themselves with such a formidable entity. A rumble ensued, as a surging power began to envelop the entire Wang family, including Wang Feng and the city lord, who felt their bodies constricted against their will. What was he about to do? Everyone was left bewildered, unable to fathom the intentions of this being. Su Chen continuously formed seals, unleashing the blood-refining locking god array. Should he choose to act, it would be with the intention of eradicating every trace. The Wang family was devoid of individuals who valued reason. Each one bullied others, indifferent to right or wrong. Such is the brutal reality. Were he not of the esteemed realm, he would have undoubtedly faced humiliation or even death at Wang Feng's hands yesterday. In this world of the survival of the fittest, it is either you consume me, or I consume you. To show even a hint of mercy to an enemy is to inflict the greatest cruelty upon oneself. Senior, please show mercy. Feeling the overwhelming, terrifying aura shrouding the entire Wang family, the city lord seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. His expression transformed completely, terror etched into his features. Bang! Wang Feng's body exploded first. Wang Manuan followed suit, disintegrating into a mist of blood. The city lord, realizing the peril, turned to flee, but was immediately enveloped and subdued. A cycle divine pattern surged into his mind, and as a half-step esteemed being, he had no chance of escape. Within the blood-refining locking god array, the Wang family was engulfed in anguished cries. The acrid scent of blood permeated the air, causing all present to retreat in fear, their faces as pale as parchment. No one anticipated that this individual would annihilate the entire Wang family, sparing not even the ordinary disciples. His methods were ruthless, his killings decisive. There was no disdain or curses. This was simply the nature of reality, with a history of enmity and a determination for vengeance. Only total eradication could ensure no future grievances. The blood-refining locking god array sealed all exits, systematically slaughtering the disciples of the Wang family. The refining ruins cauldron voraciously consumed each soul, rendering the scene akin to a hell on earth. Some were unable to withstand the gruesome spectacle and gradually chose to depart. It was far too bloody. Lin Tian and Miao Xianfeng were deeply shaken, particularly Lin Tian, who cast a solemn glance at his daughter. Thankfully, Wanqing had urged him to make a choice. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Who could challenge a revered being? In the void, Su Chen, utilizing the blood-refining locking god array, decimated the Wang family and the city lord, seemingly experiencing a moment of enlightenment. He immediately began compressing the released domain. He had successfully compressed it for the 4th time. Should he continue, it would lead to the compression of the 5th iteration. Each compression transformed the domain, enabling a breakthrough to a new tier. From the initial 4th level of the esteemed realm, he shattered his limits, ascending to the 5th level, compressing further, evolving, and breaking through. 6th level esteemed realm, 7th level esteemed realm, 8th level esteemed realm, 9th level esteemed realm, pinnacle esteemed realm. After 9 relentless compressions and the ultimate transformation, he could transcend into the supreme domain. Yet between the esteemed and supreme realms lay the half-step supreme realm. The 6 levels of esteemed realms include esteemed realm, supreme realm, celestial esteemed realm, grand esteemed realm, ancient esteemed realm, and tribulation esteemed realm. Su Chen refused to yield. He pressed on with the compression of the domain. Having successfully completed 9 compressions, with one more step, he would achieve the so-called half-step supreme realm, continuously compressing, and yet again compressing, with the augmentation of boundless talent. In just a few short minutes, Su Chen could distinctly sense the transformation of his released domain, molding into the ethereal supreme domain, or the half-step supreme realm. All that remained was to solidify the ethereal into the tangible to truly attain the supreme realm. With the enhancement of myriad talents in such a brief time since departing from the Eastern Wasteland, he had ascended from the 1st level of the esteemed realm to the current half-step supreme realm. At this pace, he believed that within 10 days, he would elevate to the true supreme realm. The Wang family had been thoroughly annihilated by the array. The refining ruins cauldron returned to his grasp as his figure slowly faded from view. The news of the Wang family's destruction and the city lord's slaughter spread like wildfire throughout the entire Huangxian city. The city lord's mansion and the 3 great families, who had governed Huangxian city for centuries, had never encountered such an incident, let alone the total annihilation of the Wang family. The root of the calamity lay with Wang Feng, the young master of the Wang family. The circumstances surrounding the events began to unfurl, having already paid for the stones. Wang Feng, emboldened by his status, attempted to seize them, unaware that he had struck a hard wall. Who was right and who was wrong? If you provoke someone and then attempt to harm them, it stands to reason that they would retaliate by obliterating your family. Lin family, Sister Wanqing. Perhaps we should inform the family head of these events and consider how our clan should respond. Indeed, we previously provoked this individual, and with the Wang family annihilated, along with the city lord, should this person seek retribution, our Lin family may very well follow in the footsteps of the Wang family. Lin Wanqing's expression darkened. The situation had far exceeded her expectations. No longer harboring hatred, she felt no anger. Instead, she found herself somewhat anticipating the arrival of the youth at their family, provided he would not bring any harm. Throughout her life, she had encountered numerous talented youths, but had never seen one like this. Powerful, decisive in slaughter, and exuding a cool, aloof demeanor that left a profound impression on her. Miss, the family head requests your presence. What is it? The youth who annihilated the Wang family and the city lord is here to pay a visit. The family head wishes for you to go. The 3 youths, upon hearing this, were instantly paralyzed with fear, their faces devoid of color, trembling slightly. Was he here for vengeance? Lin Wanqing rose, rolling her eyes in exasperation. What fools! If he were here to cause trouble, do you think we could still stand here? With a hint of anticipation, Lin Wanqing hurriedly departed. In the great hall, Lin Tian accompanied nervously, observing the youth sipping tea, where there was no trace of the Lin family head's authority or superiority. He appeared as a subject before his sovereign. Esteemed senior, we are honored by your presence at our humble abode. What commands do you have? As long as the Lin family is capable, we will do our utmost to comply. Lin Tian spoke with great caution, fearful of inciting the other party's anger. Chapter 85. The Illusory Palace, an imperial-level sect. I have come this time primarily to inquire a few matters from the head of the Lin family. May I ask, esteemed elder? It turned out to be merely a request for information. Even so, Lin Tian did not dare to let his guard down in the slightest. The recent annihilation of the Wang family and the tragic demise of the city lord were still vivid in his mind. The more he pondered, the more fear he felt. Fortunately, he had not allied himself with the Wang family. Otherwise, the Lin family would have met the same fate. Father, Wanqing, come meet the esteemed elder. Lin Wanqing entered slowly, a hint of color gracing her otherwise exquisite features. Approaching Su Chen, she said, I apologize for the earlier incident. No harm done. Your nature is not malicious. Su Chen understood Lin Wanqing's character. It was merely the temperament of a pampered young lady, raised in luxury since childhood. Do you know each other? Father, I encountered him outside the city once, and there was a slight misunderstanding. Lin Wanqing stepped behind Lin Tian, her head lowered. Yet her peripheral vision discreetly observed the young man not far away. The more she looked, the quicker her heart raced. What was happening to her? Could it be that she had feelings for him? Head of the Lin family, may I first inquire if you have heard of the Illusory Palace? I would also like to gather information regarding the Illusory Palace. Regardless of past lives, the radiant Ji Huang from the Illusory Palace was his first woman. In every sense of the word, setting aside emotions, purely from a physical standpoint, Ji Huang was destined to be his woman. The Illusory Palace? Upon hearing those three words, both Lin Tian and Lin Wanqing's expressions shifted slightly. Nevertheless, Lin Tian seemed willing to share. Observing the expression on Lin Tian's face, Su Chen realized that the head of the Lin family must indeed be familiar with the Illusory Palace. Lin Tian nodded and sighed, saying, The Illusory Palace is an imperial-level sect, rumored to be governed by 7 palace masters, with the Grand Palace Master, Ji Huang, having attained the Ancestor Emperor realm. The other 6 palace masters all reside in the Heavenly Emperor realm. Most importantly, the Illusory Palace has many affiliated sects, a number of which are also imperial-level sections. What constitutes an imperial-level sect? You do not even know that? Lin Tian was uncertain whether this person was genuinely ignorant or pretending not to know. But he dared not press further and could only patiently explain. Esteemed elder, the sects on the continent are categorized into ordinary sects, revered-level sects, and imperial-level sections. As long as there exists a revered being of the 6th realm within the sect, it is considered a revered-level sect. Whereas if an emperor of the 6th realm presides over it, it is an imperial-level sect. I see. Su Chen had not anticipated that Ji Huang would be a powerhouse of the Ancestor Emperor realm. The Emperor's 6 realms are Emperor Realm, Great Emperor Realm, Heavenly Emperor Realm, Ancestor Emperor Realm, Ancient Emperor Realm, and Catastrophe Emperor Realm. It seems I must exert myself to achieve a breakthrough to the Emperor Realm as soon as possible. Head of the Lin family, have you heard any rumors regarding the Pan Ding bloodline on the continent? Su Chen was eagerly anticipating the revelations regarding the Pan Ding bloodline within his original body, as he could distinctly sense that it was not ordinary. Pan Ding bloodline. Lin Tian struggled to recall, ultimately shaking his head and saying, I have never heard of the Pan Ding bloodline. However, Huangxian City is merely a drop in the ocean on the continent. If the esteemed elder wishes to inquire about the Pan Ding bloodline, it would be best to head to Wanxiang City. Before Su Chen could respond, Lin Tian quickly added, the city lord of Wanxiang City, Lu Qingyuan, is a powerhouse of the heavenly sovereign realm, and in this region, Wanxiang City is undoubtedly a dominant presence. You might uncover information regarding the Pan Ding bloodline there. Lin Tian's implication was clear. If even he, the head of the Lin family, was unaware, it was likely that no one else in the entire Huangxian City would be knowledgeable either. Then I would trouble the head of the Lin family to inform me of Wanxiang City's specific location. Since I have nothing else to do, I may as well pay a visit to Wanxiang City. Lin Tian smiled and said, Esteemed elder, to be candid, the journey to Wanxiang City is not short, and the path is often shrouded in mist. A slight misstep could lead one astray, making the journey longer. If you do not mind, perhaps Wanqing could accompany you to Wanxiang City? Would that be agreeable? Lin Wanqing's head drooped lower, her face flushed like a ripe red apple. Observing his daughter's expression, Lin Tian realized she had feelings for the young man. In every regard, he was a remarkable individual, and if his daughter could marry him, it would be a tremendous boon for the family. That sounds good. Su Chen did not overthink it. Being unfamiliar with the area, having a guide was indeed advantageous. In his heart, Lin Wanqing felt grateful to her father. No one understood him better than she did. When will you set off, esteemed elder? Right now? Then I shall prepare a flying beast for you, if that is acceptable. Agreed. Preferring not to fly through the air, riding on a flying beast sounded quite agreeable. The Lin family raised a 9-headed golden eagle, adorned in a golden-yellow tricolor, measuring over 4 meters in length, a Dao Palace realm beast, known for its remarkable speed, comparable to that of a creation realm martial artist. It must be acknowledged that Lin Tian was quite generous. He typically refrained from allowing anyone to ride the 9-headed golden eagle, even refusing the city lord's requests in the past. Yet now, he not only permitted his daughter to act as a guide, but also offered the 9-headed golden eagle. Observing the majestic 9-headed golden eagle in the courtyard, Su Chen showed no hesitation as he stepped onto its back, with Lin Wanqing following, her cheeks still flushed. With a thunderous cry, the 9-headed golden eagle soared forth. Akin to thunder cleaving the void, its speed astonishingly swift, leaving behind fleeting afterimages that vanished in an instant. With a deep sigh, Lin Tian helplessly remarked, Wanqing, all I can do is this. Whether you can win his heart depends on you. In the vast skies, amidst the billowing clouds, the speed of the 9-headed golden eagle increased, the fierce winds shielded by an invisible barrier, rendering them unable to approach. What is your name? I am Lin Wanqing. The typically mischievous and fearless Lin Wanqing appeared quite docile before Su Chen, resembling a well-behaved kitten. With a hint of admiration, she gazed at the young man, who had annihilated the Wang family and slain the city lord, achieving the status of a revered being at such a young age. She had never encountered anyone with such extraordinary talent. Su Chen, his voice was cold and devoid of emotion, even without turning his head. Brother Su, may I call you that? As you wish. Brother Su, where do you hail from? No response. Brother Su, do you possess the Pan Ding bloodline within you? No response. Brother Su, can we be friends? No response. Brother Su, I apologize for earlier. I didn't mean to scold you. It was just that I fell and it hurt too much. Still no reply. Su Chen seemed to be in a meditative state, oblivious to the sounds surrounding him. Rolling her eyes, Lin Wanqing continued to speak, undeterred by Su Chen's silence. Chapter 86. You are quite domineering. You won't even allow me to cry. Lin Wanqing chirped like a yellow oriole, one sentence after another, seemingly unfazed by fatigue. Su Chen slightly furrowed his brow and asked, Do you like me? Huh. As she turned to face Su Chen, Lin Wanqing's face flushed crimson, and she quickly lowered her head. After a moment's contemplation, she mustered her courage, nodded, and said, Brother Su, I like you. Is that all right? Answering with utmost caution, Lin Wanqing regarded Su Chen as extraordinarily exceptional, so much so that his brilliance felt almost surreal. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she clutched the hem of her garment tightly, anxiously awaiting Su Chen's response, fervently wishing to hear him say yes. She truly harbored deep feelings for Su Chen, perhaps from their very first encounter. When he evaded her gaze, his image had already carved a niche in her heart. No, he replied. Huh, no. Her head snapped up, surprised by the resoluteness in Su Chen's voice. Lin Wanqing, I am already involved with someone. And you and I are simply not meant to be. You needn't invest any effort in me. Should you insist, I must warn you. Any ensuing sorrow will be yours to bear. With that, Su Chen turned away, leaving no further words. Her face drained of color. Lin Wanqing was utterly unprepared for such a blunt rejection, one that afforded her no glimmer of hope. Was she not beautiful enough? Should she concede defeat? Gritting her teeth, a glimmer of tears welled in her eyes as she fought to suppress them, yet they flowed uncontrollably. Do not cry. If you allow me to see or hear it, we shall part ways immediately. You are so domineering, not even permitting me to shed tears. Lin Wanqing dared not weep. The more he resisted, the more her affection for Su Chen blossomed. To her, a man should embody an imposing presence. Was she merely infatuated? No matter. When one encounters a beloved, one must seize the opportunity. Otherwise, should she miss it, regret would be a luxury she could not afford. Brother Su, may I ask you a question? Regardless of whether Su Chen acknowledged her, Lin Wanqing pressed on. Brother Su, you are so handsome, with remarkable talent and strength. I wonder, what type of woman do you prefer? Sitting cross-legged, Su Chen offered no reply, instead delving into his cultivation. As he broke through to the semi-supreme realm, it became imperative to strive for the supreme realm as soon as possible. Consuming the spiritual herbs cultivated in the Life Spirit Garden, and under the augmentation of his immense innate talent, Su Chen began to condense the supreme domain. Achieving solidity from the ethereal would signify success in his endeavor. The 9-headed golden eagle soared at full speed, unrelenting. Want to eat? What is this? Roasted by the mountain opening bull. Its flavor is quite commendable. He tossed a hefty piece of roasted beef to Lin Wanqing and began to eat. Initially, it may have been beneficial for cultivation, but after just 2 bites, its effects dwindled significantly. Stealing a glance at Su Chen, Lin Wanqing shyly began to eat. It seems there's a change in the power within me. Astonished, she expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Brother Su. As a being of the celestial realm, she understood the value of mountain opening bull meat and promptly assumed a meditative position, channeling her family's techniques to cultivate in silence. Under the scorching sun, the nine-headed golden eagle began its descent, landing steadily near a vast, boundless city. Brother Su, this is Wanxiang City. Its area equivalent to hundreds of times that of Huangxian City, with a population in the hundreds of millions. Numerous formidable beings reside within. Encountering a venerable one here would not be surprising. Without waiting for Lin Wanqing to ask more, Su Chen began to set up the blood-refining locking array. As the moment for the instant kill had arrived, calculating the time, he estimated no more than half an hour would pass before the system initiated the instant kill. Before entering Wanxiang City, he needed to complete the instant kill first. Each instant kill opportunity lasts merely 1 minute. Should he miss it, the system would automatically retract the item. He certainly did not wish to squander any chance at an instant kill. What is wrong, Brother Su? Lin Wanqing, her curiosity piqued, was somewhat befuddled, unsure why Su Chen had retreated into the formation, delaying their entry into Wanxiang City. As Brother Su remained silent, she dared not inquire further. Such is human nature. The more one complies, the more the other appears indifferent, while disdain ignites a willingness to submit. Those who once pursued Lin Wanqing did so with fervent devotion, yet none breached her heart. In contrast, Su Chen's cold indifference and aloofness only deepened her affection. I must hasten my efforts, lest Brother Su be snatched away by another woman. Clenching her fists tightly, Lin Wanqing recognized Su Chen's remarkable worth. Such a man was irresistible to any woman. Fortuitously, with her father's assistance, she accompanied Brother Su to Wanxiang City. As the saying goes, proximity grants an advantage, and she must seize this opportunity with both hands. Rejection? Irrelevant. Disinterest? Of no concern. As the old adage states, a man pursuing a woman is like climbing a mountain. A woman pursuing a man is like a veil of gauze. Lin Wanqing held firm confidence in her beauty. Oh, little girl, are you lonely here all by yourself? How about we keep you company? Two rugged men, their faces marred with scars, evoked a sense of dread, their gazes greedy as they beheld Lin Wanqing's beauty, brazenly expressing their intentions. Not needed. Whether you desire it or not is inconsequential. We brothers require it. And look, you're even in the celestial realm. How delightful. Brother, shall we just take her right here? No, let us find an inn. You seek death. Enraged, Lin Wanqing launched a fierce kick at the two men, but they, being in the Wheel Sea realm, easily restrained her. Within the formation, a mechanical voice echoed in her mind, devoid of emotion, as if it were a machine. Ding. The system has detected that the 7-day instant kill period has arrived, commencing random instant kill now. Finally, the awaited moment had come. Su Chen promptly accessed the interface in his mind. Item: Peerless Universe Bag. Price: 1 Spirit Stone. Item description: a supreme item crafted by top-tier experts using countless beast skins as a foundation, infused with chaotic essence, capable of containing all things. Time limit: 1 minute for purchase. The Peerless Universe Bag? A smirk spread across his face. This time, he had secured an impressive item through the instant kill. Without hesitation, Su Chen produced a Spirit Stone for the purchase. As the Spirit Stone vanished, the Peerless Universe Bag appeared in his hand, far surpassing a spatial ring, capable of containing living beings, unlike the latter. Furrowing his brow at the commotion outside, Su Chen stepped out from the formation. Chapter 87. Various Bloodlines. The Pandang Bloodline. The Pandang clan. Lin Wanqing, now restrained, glared furiously at the two men, exclaiming, Brother Su is right here. You should beware of losing your lives. Brother Su? You let him come, and I promise not to kill him. You wish to kill me? At the sound of voices behind them, the two men shivered and hastily turned around. The moment they laid eyes on the young man who had appeared out of nowhere, an overwhelming sensation of pressure washed over them. He was undoubtedly a formidable being. Heh, esteemed guest, you jest. We were merely joking. We have matters to attend to, so we will not disturb you further. Farewell. Just as the two attempted to flee, two reincarnation divine patterns pierced through layers of space, invading their minds. In Lin Wanqing's astonished gaze, their bodies gradually vanished. What a tyrannical divine ability. A tempest of emotions surged within Lin Wanqing as she gazed into Su Chen's eyes, her admiration deepening with each passing moment. Brother Su, thank you. Growing increasingly impatient, Su Chen replied coldly, Lin Wanqing, this is a spirit herb, a token of gratitude for leading me to Wanxiang City. Now that we have arrived, you may return. Brother Su. Without indulging in further conversation, Su Chen took a step forward, his figure vanishing in an instant. Stunned, Lin Wanqing could hardly comprehend Su Chen's heartlessness, despite his apparent indifference. She remained a woman deserving of at least a modicum of politeness. Shouldn't Su Chen have shown her a touch of courtesy? His demeanor was icy, offering her no chance to seize the moment. Gritting her teeth, she resolved that if she wished to pursue the man she admired, she must lower her pride and adopt a shameless spirit. She was unwilling to concede defeat, for Su Chen was simply too exceptional. Missing this opportunity would mean losing him forever. Golden Eagle, let us depart. The majestic nine-headed golden eagle shrank in size, eventually transforming into a smaller version, which gracefully perched upon Lin Wanqing's shoulder. In Wanxiang City, numerous clans coexisted, yet only one entity reigned supreme, the Lord's Manor. The imperial Xian city was utterly incomparable to Wanxiang City. The main thoroughfares bustled with a continuous flow of people. Before leaving, Lin Tian had mentioned a place called Wanxiang Pavilion within the city, a repository of vast information. Perhaps there would be records regarding her bloodline, the Pandang bloodline. After a brief inquiry, Su Chen swiftly discerned the location of Wanxiang Pavilion. Positioned on the most vibrant main street stood a colossal structure, its exterior radiating a soft wooden hue, with two statuesque beauties smiling at the entrance. Upon entering, a gentleman approached, bowing slightly. "May I assist you, esteemed guest? Do you have records regarding various bloodlines of the continent?" "Indeed, please follow me." The gentleman led Su Chen to the left, where glass cabinets displayed numerous jade slips. These contain all the bloodline records collected by Wanxiang Pavilion. However, a purchase is required for previewing. Purchase outright? Precisely. If you merely wish to gain some insight, a preview fee suffices, 100 spirit stones per jade slip. That is reasonable. Regardless of where one goes, information is paramount, saving considerable time. I shall preview first, and then we can settle the total later, if that is acceptable. Of course. The gentleman retrieved several jade slips from the cabinet, each governed by specific restrictions. One would need to assess their capabilities carefully before attempting any tricks within these walls. As Su Chen's consciousness flowed into the jade slip, he found an array of bloodline descriptions, albeit all pertaining to lower-tier bloodlines, with no mention of the Pandang bloodline. I wish to see the most elite bloodlines. This set of 10 jade slips contains numerous top-tier bloodlines. Nodding, Su Chen immediately immersed himself in the slips, instinctively sensing that the Pandang bloodline within him was extraordinary, especially the divine Pandang bloodline he had awakened, which had caused celestial phenomena. As his essence surged into the slips, he was compelled to acknowledge the remarkable diversity of bloodlines on the continent. Among them was a unique bloodline that, upon awakening, could transform its bearer into a half-human, half-beast entity, drastically amplifying their power. The star bloodline, which could commune with the void and celestial bodies, utilizing stellar power for self-cultivation. The ice and fire bloodline, containing the ultimate forces of both elements, could coexist and unleash their combined might upon awakening. The five elements bloodline, which encompassed the powers of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, was notoriously domineering due to their interdependent transformations. The wind and thunder bloodline, which allowed its bearer to manipulate these forces upon awakening. The holy Buddha bloodline, possessed by the Buddhas of the Buddhist sect, capable of purifying all malevolent energies in the world. The devouring bloodline, which absorbed various souls and bloodlines to facilitate continuous enhancement, was indeed one of the most formidable bloodlines. The space bloodline, a natural affinity for spatial manipulation, enabled its bearer to traverse dimensions effortlessly, even in the face of stronger foes. The reincarnation bloodline, which could condense life and death into a singular essence, allowing its owner to resurrect as long as the bloodline remained intact. Su Chen found the reincarnation bloodline particularly intriguing, as it resonated with his own creations. The reincarnation bridge and reincarnation divine pattern. Should he encounter a bearer of the reincarnation bloodline in the future, he would undoubtedly seek to explore the possibility of extracting and transforming it into his own. Finally, he glimpsed the Pandang bloodline within the 8th jade slip and felt a surge of joy, for this was the very bloodline he had awakened. The Pandang bloodline, the supreme bloodline of the continent, was unique to the Pandang clan. The absence of further descriptions only hinted at its esteemed status, comparable to that of the reincarnation and space bloodlines. One could only imagine the true extent of its might. As per the records within the jade slip, the Pandang bloodline was exclusive to the Pandang clan. The ancestral altar of the Su dynasty seemed intricately linked to this clan. He resolved to investigate further and uncover the nature of this enigmatic Pandang clan. After paying the fee for previewing the jade slips, he felt his visit had not been in vain. He had unraveled the origins of his Pandang bloodline, albeit with scant information. Yet, it was enough to steer him away from feeling like a headless fly. I would like to inquire about the Pandang clan. What specific information are you seeking regarding the Pandang clan? Anything you know will suffice. Su Chen presented 1,000 spirit stones to the gentleman. Chapter 88. Even if you harbor a secret affection for me, there is no need for such extravagance. Wealth can indeed move mountains. To acquire valuable information, one must be willing to spend. Upon seeing the 1,000 spirit stones, the gentleman's eyes lit up with excitement. With a smile, he graciously accepted the stones. You are too kind, esteemed guest. Please, have a seat over there. Very well. After a cup of fine tea was served, Chen took a delicate sip. The fragrant aroma wafting through the air. He could not help but acknowledge that the tea from this otherworldly realm was truly delightful. According to the information gathered by our Wanxiang pavilion, the Pandang clan is regarded as one of the pinnacle races of the continent. An imperial-level sect? The gentleman shook his head, stating, they are believed to exist above even the imperial-level sects, though I cannot say for certain, as our information is limited. To be above imperial-level sects, such a notion suggested the Pandang clan held a significant standing within the continent. There exists a legend surrounding the Pandang clan. The gentleman spoke softly. It is said that the Pandang clan possesses one of the continent's most supreme bloodlines, the Pandang bloodline. Upon awakening, they can condense an unparalleled divine cauldron within their bodies, capable of refining all things in existence, ruling over heaven and earth, and entombing gods, demons, and the cosmos itself. Yet, legends remain mere tales. Whether the Pandang clan's bloodline possesses the strength ascribed to it is unknown. However, the undeniable fact remains that the Pandang clan is indeed formidable. The gentleman considered little further. Visitors to Wanxiang Pavilion were mostly driven by curiosity. The Pandang clan was too distant for them, and satisfying their curiosity was only natural. Do you know the specific location of the Pandang clan? Location? A sense of astonishment flickered within, yet the inquiry was dismissed, as curiosity lingered about the location of the Pandang clan. Even if one were to possess such knowledge, would they dare to venture forth? Internally, I scoffed at the audacity, yet the man maintained a genial smile as he remarked, no one at Wanxiang Pavilion is privy to the whereabouts of the Pandang clan. At that moment, a commotion erupted at the entrance, drawing the admiration of all, including the man himself, as a woman clad in blue stepped inside. Appearing to be in her early 20s, her enchanting phoenix-like eyes possessed an indescribable allure, and her flawless visage radiated beauty. Her long, ebony hair was elegantly fashioned atop her head, and her slender waist was accentuated by a flowing sash. Every smile and frown she displayed was captivating. In 4 words, she was a beauty that could topple nations. Who was this woman? The man was taken aback, seemingly unaware that anyone in Wanxiang City could be unfamiliar with Lu Qingqing. With an expression of admiration, he mused, she is the daughter of the city lord of Wanxiang, Lu Qingqing, a prodigy with a unique constitution and extraordinary talents. Revered as a goddess among men and affiliated with the imperial-level sect, the Longxiang sect, possessing dual identities of great significance, coupled with Lu Qingqing's inherent qualities. She was undoubtedly the center of attention wherever she went. Indeed, she was stunning. Although perhaps not as striking as Huangji, Lu Qingqing exuded a different kind of beauty. Having gleaned the information I sought, I decided against lingering any further and rose to depart. Just as Su Chun brushed past Lu Qingqing, amidst the astonishment and incredulity of onlookers, their goddess, Lu Qingqing, inexplicably approached Su Chun, as if drawn by an irresistible magnetic force. Stand aside. Su Chun was equally taken aback. He understood that Lu Qingqing would not willingly throw herself at him, indicating that something was amiss, prompting him to retreat repeatedly. Yet, regardless of his evasive maneuvers, Lu Qingqing's body surged forward uncontrollably. What was happening? Who could fathom it? Was Lu Qingqing truly enamored with this youth? Get lost. Cease your nonsensical chatter, lest I tear your mouth apart. Su Chun, who continued to dodge, wore a countenance of fluctuating emotions, as if a realization struck him. He promptly severed the connection to his supreme bone, causing Lu Qingqing to cease her advance. A collective sigh of relief resonated through the crowd as they observed the unfolding scene, utterly bewildered by the circumstances. Within, tumultuous waves of emotion surged. Lu Qingqing's complexion turned pale as she found herself unable to exert control, gazing coldly at the youth before her. Do you dare to toy with me? In Wanxiang City, her status was exalted, not merely as the city lord's daughter, but also as a disciple of the Longxiang sect. How could anyone dare to play games before her? Are you out of your mind? You lunged towards me, and despite my attempts to evade, even if you harbor a secret affection for me, there is no need for such theatrics. I am already spoken for. Cough, cough, puffed. Upon hearing the youth's words, many around them glared in outrage. They had witnessed shamelessness before, but never to such an extent. What are you, to speak so brazenly to Miss Lu? Miss Lu, with a mere word from you, I could teach this audacious fellow a lesson. He is utterly repugnant. Slap, slap. Those attempting to curry favor were swiftly silenced, sent flying with blood and teeth scattered. For had Su Chen not shown restraint, they would have been reduced to mere mist. With faces of astonishment, none dared utter another word. Even those wishing to flatter understood the necessity of possessing the requisite strength. Su Chen had surmised the situation. If all went as expected, with his supreme bone continuously absorbing the Xianxian dominant body and the human king body, a unique power had emerged, unyielding and ferocious. The man had previously mentioned Lu Qingqing's unique constitution, which seemed to belong to an extremely gentle and yielding nature. The interplay of rigid and supple, of yin and yang, in a hierarchy inferior to his own, would inevitably attract her to his supreme bone. Disinterested in Lu Qingqing, he deemed the entire affair an accident, entirely unrelated to him, and turned to leave with an air of nonchalance. Miss, what should we do? Keep your eyes on him. I must uncover the truth of this matter. Understood. As she watched the figure gradually disappear from view, Lu Qingqing's expression began to regain its composure. Her intuition suggested that this incident bore no direct relation to him. Yet the underlying reasons must be discerned. Just as Su Chen had speculated, Lu Qingqing possessed a unique constitution, the Nine body. Since Su Chen had assimilated the Xianxian dominant body and the human king body, the union of the three had rendered him increasingly formidable, creating an inherent attraction towards the extremely gentle Nine body. Departing from Wanxiang Pavilion, Su Chen felt a mix of resignation. No longer entangled in thoughts of Lu Qingqing, he had acquired the information regarding the Panding bloodline and was now prepared to explore how to obtain the location of the Panding clan. The Panding clan, transcending imperial-level sects, likely stood at the pinnacle of the continent. Seeking a secluded tea house, he settled into a window-side position, ordered a pot of fine tea, and awaited patiently. After approximately half an hour, Lu Qingqing and her companion entered, making their way directly toward the young man sipping tea. Sit, Lu Qingqing commanded, her breathtaking visage cloaked in a semblance of indifference as she asked straightforwardly, I wish to know what transpired. Chapter 89. Encountering such arrogance truly felt novel. Eagerly, Lu Qingqing yearned to comprehend the situation. Her body had been beyond her control, as if magnetically drawn to him. Last month, she had broken through to the creation stage. Surpassing her peers in the Longxiang sect, Lu Qingqing believed herself unrivaled among her contemporaries. For someone to attempt such trickery seemed implausible. Hence, she was driven to ascertain whether there was a special reason behind his actions. First, tell me, what kind of constitution do you possess? The Nine-yang body. The Nine-yang body, characterized by extreme yang and vigor, and your cultivation method is similarly formidable. Su Chen nodded, asserting, I possess the Nine-yang body. In our yin-yang dichotomy, the interplay of rigidity and softness is why you are drawn to me. The Nine-yang body? Su Chen was, of course, fabricating. What he truly possessed was the supreme bone, having absorbed the Xianxian dominant body and the human king body, resulting in a new and exceptional constitution, unyielding and ferocious. With no hint of skepticism, it appeared that such an explanation was the only one that made sense. She had indeed heard of the Nine-yang body. The nine yin and nine-yang bodies complemented each other. The union of yin and yang, of rigidity and softness, would yield tremendous benefits for both parties involved. What is your name? Su Chen. I am Lu Qingqing, from the city lord's residence. If you are willing, I can recommend you to enter the Longxiang sect. With your unique nine-yang body, you could easily seek out an elder as a mentor. What say you? Lu Qingqing understood well the significance of a special constitution to a sect. The primary reason she had been able to join the Longxiang sect was due to her own unique constitution, the Nine body. The Longxiang sect, an imperial-level sect, albeit the weakest among them, was a dream for many, as even the lowest-ranked imperial-level sect far surpassed the status of a mere esteemed sect. In Lu Qingqing's eyes, she had extended an olive branch on behalf of the sect, convinced that Su Chen would not refuse her offer, perhaps even expressing gratitude for her assistance. Su Chen, however, simply shook his head, responding with an air of indifference, I appreciate your kindness, but I have little desire to join the Dragon Elephant sect for training. What? He has declined? Both Lu Qingqing and her companion were utterly astonished, seemingly unable to fathom that this individual would refuse. The maid, somewhat anxious, interjected, Young Master Su, you may not fully grasp the significance of the Dragon Elephant sect. It is not merely an imperial-level sect. It is fortified by the presence of imperial-level powerhouses. With your unique physique, the Nine-yang body, your prospects would be limitless should you join the Dragon Elephant sect. The maid was acutely aware of her mistress's intentions. What the young lady could not articulate, she would convey on her behalf. Can the Dragon Elephant sect truly enable me to attain the imperial realm? To reach the imperial realm, one must rely on their own cultivation and efforts, not solely on the sect. Lu Qingqing rolled her eyes, feeling somewhat speechless. This person indeed harbored grand ambitions, aiming directly for the imperial realm, an aspiration that seemed rather far-fetched and a waste of the potential of the nine-yang body. Throughout the entire dragon elephant sect, there existed but one imperial figure who wouldn't desire to reach that realm. However, it is through one's own diligence that this is achieved, with the sect serving merely as a nurturing ground. I require merely a year or two to break through to the imperial realm. Should I join the dragon elephant sect? It might hinder my progress, possibly extending it to 10 or 8 years. Why would I want to join the dragon elephant sect? Cough. The two women were completely taken aback by Su Chen's audacity and arrogance. They had encountered shamelessness before, but this level of hubris was unprecedented. A breakthrough to the imperial realm in 1 or 2 years. On what grounds? Not even someone at the brink of becoming an emperor could hope to achieve such a feat in that time frame. Indeed, some who were half a step away from the emperor realm required hundreds or even thousands of years to make that leap. The maid, with a hint of derision, remarked, "Young Master Su, one must possess self-awareness. My lady is only concerned that your unique nine-yang body does not go to waste, which is why she wishes to recommend you to the dragon elephant sect. There is no need for such arrogance." Arrogance? Am I truly that significant? With a system capable of annihilating items, an abundance of innate talents, and the supreme bone alongside the foundation of chaotic enlightenment, complemented by the cultivation in the life spirit garden, he held absolute confidence that he could break through to the imperial realm in a year or even less. No explanations needed. Su Chen raised the teacup from the table and drank it all in one go before standing up, saying, "I appreciate Miss Lu's goodwill, but I must take my leave." He chose to exit directly, offering no regard for appearances, his expression devoid of emotion throughout, which left Lu Qingqing somewhat unsettled. She, Lu Qingqing, the daughter of the city lord of Wanxiang City and a disciple under the Dragon Elephant sect, was renowned for her beauty. Whether in Wanxiang City or the Dragon Elephant sect, she stood at the pinnacle, with countless men infatuated and suitors queuing for her attention. Never had any man disregarded her presence, especially when she had extended an invitation. One would expect any other man to hastily accept the opportunity to join the Dragon Elephant sect. Who could have anticipated that she would be met with outright rejection? She could distinctly sense that Su Chen harbored no interest in her, treating her merely as an inconsequential passerby. Such is the nature of women. When one showers them with favor, they remain aloof. When met with indifference, that very detachment invokes curiosity and resentment. "Miss, how can this person be so ungrateful?" Squandering the potential of the nine-yang body. Nodding, Lu Qingqing recognized Su Chen's prideful demeanor, reminiscent of her own past. Yet, in her view, the Dragon Elephant sect was indeed the optimal choice, were it not for her own affiliation with the sect. She could not have broken through to the creation realm in such a brief period. After departing, Su Chen did not leave Wanxiang City, but instead rented a modest yet tranquil courtyard, opting against staying at an inn. Within the courtyard, he set up the blood-refining locking god array and harvested several mature spiritual herbs from the life spirit garden within his dantian, consuming them directly. He promptly sat cross-legged, commencing his endeavor to break through to the supreme realm. As his cultivation advanced to the half-step supreme realm, Su Chen had been seeking the opportune moment to push through to the supreme realm. Now was that moment. Beyond his existing power, he began to draw upon the bloodline of the Pan Ding within him, awakening the divine Pan Ding bloodline, which was recognized as one of the pinnacle bloodlines of the continent. The bloodline within him began to coalesce rapidly into a phantom black ding, adorned with intricate patterns resembling countless tadpoles. Waves of black mist spiraled around the black ding, and the bloodline surged like a tsunami, roaring fiercely. The dominance of the Pan Ding bloodline even left Su Chen somewhat astonished. Chapter 90. Why does he possess two while I have but one? The tumultuous bloodline made Su Chen feel as though he were adrift at sea. The Pan Ding bloodline summoned the power within him, forming a unique vortex. The illusory supreme domain he released around him began to solidify gradually. When the supreme domain transitioned from illusion to reality, it signified that Su Chen had broken through the limits of the half-step supreme realm, genuinely attaining the supreme realm. His cultivation soared like a rocket, rapidly ascending. With the augmentation of his myriad talents, coupled with the roar of the Pan Ding bloodline, Su Chen encountered no bottlenecks whatsoever. First level supreme realm, second level supreme realm, third level supreme realm, fourth level supreme realm, fifth level supreme realm, sixth level supreme realm, seventh level supreme realm. Ultimately, Su Chen stabilized at the seventh level of the supreme realm, and even so, he was exceedingly satisfied, believing that his next breakthrough would surely propel him into the celestial sovereign realm. The realms of the sovereign are as follows: sovereign realm, supreme realm, celestial sovereign realm, great sovereign realm, ancient sovereign realm, and cataclysm sovereign realm. Presently, he had just reached the second tier, the supreme realm. Knock knock. Hearing a knock at the door, Su Chen rose to open it. He was somewhat surprised to see the woman before him. He certainly recognized her as Lu Qingqing's maid. Is there something you need? He had already clearly declined Lu Qingqing's invitation, and logically speaking, given her elevated status, she should not pursue the matter further. The maid produced an invitation card, stating, "My lady requests your presence at the city lord's manor to partake in the recently ripened Qi blood 9-leaf fruit." Before Su Chen could refuse, the maid had already turned and departed swiftly. The Qi blood 9-leaf fruit. Opening the invitation. The message was straightforward. It was an invitation for him to visit the city lord's manor the following day, simply to taste the Qi blood 9-leaf fruit, which had just matured. Uncertain of Lu Qingqing's true intentions, Su Chen was nonetheless curious to see what this so-called Qi blood 9-leaf fruit was all about. The next day, as dawn broke through layers of clouds, enveloping the entire Wanxiang city, the city lord's manor had invited several heads of prominent families to join in savoring the freshly ripened Qi blood 9-leaf fruit. In the serene courtyard, Lu Qingqing found her thoughts consumed by Su Chen. Having been rejected outright previously, she felt a deep sense of dissatisfaction, particularly because Su Chen had so blatantly disregarded her beauty, which left her feeling quite resentful. The sensation of being overlooked was truly unpleasant, and it was precisely for this reason that she had deliberately invited Su Chen, eager to discern whether he held even a glimmer of interest in her. "Junior sister, this is the token bestowed upon you by our master. It is merely a 9-yang body. If he is unwilling, why do you persist so stubbornly?" Fang Kong and Lu Qingqing are sworn siblings who have recently ascended to the esteemed realm of the Venerable. Fang Kong harbors an intense infatuation for Lu Qingqing, finding himself among the ranks of devoted admirers. Upon Lu Qingqing's communication of the 9-sun body matter back to their sect, their master immediately dispatched a command talisman, prompting Fang Kong to volunteer to deliver it personally. "Senior brother, you must comprehend the significance of the 9-sun body. If the sect invests in its cultivation, even if one cannot achieve the status of an emperor, reaching the realm of tribulation venerable should be within grasp. Why has our master not come?" The crimson blood 9-leaf fruit has ripened, and Lu Qingqing envisions presenting it to their master upon his arrival, allowing him to savor its essence. 3 days prior, the sect leader opted for seclusion to endeavor towards the threshold of a half-step emperor. All elders, including their master, were forbidden from departing the sect's confines. The leader of the Dragon Elephant sect, already at the pinnacle of tribulation venerable, is but a step away from becoming a half-step emperor. The endeavor to break through may span a few months to several years, suggesting that their master lacks the time to arrive. Nevertheless, I have prepared the crimson blood 9-leaf fruit for our master, and I shall ensure it accompanies you upon your departure. Fang Kong appeared astonished, inquiring, "Junior sister, do you not intend to return with me?" Shaking her head, Lu Qingqing replied with a smile, "Our master is currently preoccupied, and I wish to remain at home to spend time with my parents. I shall return once the sect leader achieves his breakthrough." A deep sigh escaped Fang Kong's heart. Since the day Lu Qingqing entered the sect, he had pursued her ardently, yet success eluded him, and the chase grew increasingly arduous. Was it a deficiency in his own merit? At that moment, a voice interrupted, "Miss, Su Chen has arrived." A flicker of uncharacteristic joy crossed Lu Qingqing's face as she hastily instructed, "Bring him here, and fetch 2 more crimson blood 9-leaf fruits." "Understood, Mississippi." Upon hearing the name Su Chen, a glimmer of malice briefly shadowed Fang Kong's gaze, unnoticed by Lu Qingqing. The invitation was handed to the attendant, and Su Chen was escorted directly into the courtyard. "Mrs. Inside, please enter." With a nonchalant nod, Su Chen stepped in and was greeted by the sight of Lu Qingqing and a male figure. "Is there hostility?" Su Chen pondered curiously, as he did not recognize the individual, yet sensed an intense animosity upon their first meeting. "Miss, here are 3 crimson blood 9-leaf fruits." Nodding, Lu Qingqing accepted the jade box from the attendant, gently opening it to reveal 3 blood-red spiritual fruits, each the size of an egg, nestled beneath 9 translucent leaves. Waves of scorching energy surged forth from the box, akin to boiling water. "Su Chen, this is why I invited you, to taste the crimson blood 9-leaf fruit, which greatly benefits martial artists in their cultivation." Extracting 1 fruit, she offered it to Fang Kong with a smile, saying, "Once the jade box is opened, it must be consumed immediately, otherwise it will lose its potency and be wasted." "Senior brother, please." "Thank you, junior sister." Fang Kong accepted the fruit without hesitation, swallowing it whole and instantly feeling a surge of fiery power coursing through his body. "Su Chen, these are for you, too." Fang Kong gazed incredulously as Lu Qingqing handed the entire jade box to Su Chen, unable to suppress his mounting impatience, whether due to the fruit or her demeanor. He blurted out, "Junior sister, why does he receive 2 while I only get 1? Regret washed over him the moment the words left his lips. Yet retraction was no longer an option. Lu Qingqing's expression darkened slightly, though she did not display anger. She was well aware of Fong Kong's affections, but understood that emotions cannot be forced. Lacking any feelings for him, how could she possibly reciprocate? Instead, she found herself intrigued by Su Chen, eager to discern why he maintained such a cool demeanor towards her. Was it a deliberate strategy of allure or genuine disinterest? Receiving the jade box, Su Chen remarked, "Thank you. Humph, kid, do you truly have the audacity to accept two from my junior sister? You ought to consider whether you are worthy of such an honor."